dynamic happening. Thoughts on what's that, Ryan? What are you drawing over there, Dad? Oh, gosh. That's the first time crying Jamie. Yeah, that's a bad omen. What's that?
What up, big dog? Absolutely. Are you sure WWE's going on right now? Yeah. Okay, I don't think WWE was going though. Maybe like try either Saturday night or Monday night. Okay. Saturday. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, if you want to know the next time there's something wrestling, I will tell you in a moment. Weird, dog. Okay, here you go. Try it. Tomorrow night. Okay, big dog. And then definitely Monday night. Yes, sir.
When it's a larger animal, I've never been nervous. So I had an observation for me. Personal vision will show me it's not going to mean anything to you. But I'm doing this intermittent fasting thing. And I didn't want to.
Yeah, because it's not playing right now. Try it tomorrow night or Monday night. Yes, sir. And if anything, it just might not be working. Not all the websites work. They don't all work. No guarantees. What? Okay. Bring whatever one you want. Bring whatever one you want in, big dog. Yeah, a couple hours ago. Yeah, my friend Tony was in here not too long ago. And he might be back in a little bit. Zoot was in here earlier too. What guy? Oh, he's in a Telegram that I'm in, so he might not come in all that often, but maybe. Oh, I don't even know. I don't use it. I like Discord. We don't know. No. I don't even log in with a password anymore. I just use a QR code.
Okay. Let me try to get this. If they leave them by row, if you can't stuff the food in its mouth and it's going to die like that, then it's a trade. It says the word into angel law. Notice it. It says if the wall was removed.
No, and I don't have any friends on Telegram. I don't friend anybody. I tell them to follow me on Discord.
Remember this guy right over here who's scared.
All right, big dog. Sweet dreams to you, big man. Take care.
That happened. I got so scared that it's long travel. Happy they call it. What group should have been a lot added? The first part, that the Shaman Shera, or the Bidel straight. All the bring up, let's say a lion with rah, scared it, then it's what? It's straight for its caution. The boy of the children of the Lazar, I mentioned quite a little was the same. Anything when they show his caution, also when lions do it. Or even people. Arguing, even people experience is like a fisherman. Or I say the quite a little. Or the say that it says that a person that spews after straight. And I'm telling you, other creatures, it's also true. But they call it abuse, not only a person, but even the lion. It says before it, or it says the Rabbi saw that if it happened to a person, that you got speared through a person, it's straight. How did they go abuse? Not only a person, even other animals. So you see that he's not very cool. Rabbi was walking in the desert. Actually, kind of different. He met, he upped into a bunch of ram, and someone's ready to do. He was long, he struck. Also, show baby grocery. You don't want to throw them out. What should I do? I'm going to like, this is the move. In the summer, I see Mishka Body. You should take a white underwear, a little mayo, put cold water in it, down the kilometers later, and leave it there for 24 hours. So just yesterday, we were in a beautiful lake Wallensee, and we saw people the first time we ever saw it. The first time we ever seen it, the water is very cold. And they put the water so in the summer, you take a white earthenware and put water in it, and it cools off for so long, and you just 24 hours. You have to drive, and this is goes back to it. What before, then traditional church, that's considered fabulous. Everyone's bad, it's love to start. Yeah, the same stuff, but in the winter, I see a ship is humans, do the same thing, but with a black with it. Organized church, and put with warm water. That's the amazing thing. Put the lung in there for 24 hours. And we go back to the original form. You want to show us how here that is really cool. Video. All right. My voice has a super so just beautiful. It's hard to show you this video again. Why not? It's classic. It's the whole character is classic. It's treated as geometry. The little potato as geometry. So if you ever wonder why I was having to do somebody saw me on the thing and said, are you using it? They say it's called the animal got shit moved up his pocket. The cloud, still hard. I know all these things, so that's really from my good Everything before them, man, agrees. Into a house like that. Why are you trying to look at me not something that you give up? It's wrong. She was having a see, okay, so other people are good fucking doing their own discussion. Like my father, he is retired with his son, I'm saying. And just over a little bit of skill. Decided to set up culture. The whole idea is that if there's a little bit of skill that it can regenerate at a computer. Or not by this one, but I don't know. So what do you mean that they mean? Well, if all my ideas is very good, later, getting you mean what you're supposed to somebody a person is talking. A person is an argument, you want to win. Everybody still up to win. I'm a winner. I never lose my argument. I don't love to fight. So I don't lose argument. Like today. But it's I never lose. I'm not scared. I'm going to tell you. But I used to play a lot of times. Guys like 45 guys. I want to, somebody just said this to me. It was very emotional when I read it. The guy just now, Muncie, ran over his face. And the father said amazing things about Rabbi. I don't know exact words of 10 because this is not going to get into whether that was perfect. And, some past things cool. And it severely stirred up something in Christ. The people that heard about it, a lot of people said, I'm gonna silly appointment. This is my neighbor. I'm gonna send a husband and brother. Send a husband and father. None of these people fight their own mother, their own father. They don't talk. Not talking. Listen. That's what we are. You make their son human father. I think this is just Trump is saying that things can happen. What? Trump doesn't make sense. Somebody just told me yesterday. That's a true story. A couple got divorced because they bought a couch and they had a fight with the couch. And it just no. He didn't stop. But it's snowballed into such a you're like your mother, and you're like your father. And before you know it, it's not marriage is over. Anyways, people talking about themselves, make that phone call, make sure that person, you don't know that one person that has the appointments, and that is a failure in you. You're not going to keep on stuff. Alright, something in my mouth. In the sky, your body see a lot. I know of one fight that we had with someone, not a fight. We had an argument. We had to do the yeshiva, and we made sure he told the guy 20 times and made us. Okay, anyway. So, all my marriage is more secure. If the guy makes it sincere, if one is in the size of the cell is left on the animal part, they like to find the pictures where exactly is skill. If you have his nose, if you have his toes, like where. All my little small out there has favorite cooler. It has to be on the entire top of the spine. It has to be mono. It's like this. Very, very skinny, narrow. On top of the spine. You're accused of something. It doesn't matter to me. None of that matters when it comes to everything. You know, like a fishing line. Long, very, very thin. Long. This is the arm is very long and within. You can probably tell that you put that together for tell it still long. They're ready to tell us now, so you put on your ass. It's very wide. Something like this. A little bigger. That should be the cell of the whole side. The whole length of It is Marcella wide and as long as the whole spine level is many minutes, many seconds. Rabbi Alomar, Russia Trucker, it has to be on all the drawings. There's Russia Trucker, you can drop it there, and all the joints, the knees, on the top, on the spine. The Russian going to do this little movie on the other, but I think the boy is belly button, later. Boy, you got to be strong. These are the kind of shit you're doing. Now I'm saying, if this skin must be on the schedule, it's a no place on the body, fuck the schedule. What if we do the reverse? It's on the entire body, missing on the spine. He has here everywhere, I mean skin everywhere. We get to the spine body. The highest, the eyes, the boob, the mammary in his mouth, and the plastic tissue, pressure, and his yarmulke, captures the doctors. Alright? These are all the good guys with the money to go inside. What if is missing from the navel? Missing the already. The navel. Look at those trouble with guys. And that also. He has everything inside the joint. Right. There you go. Hold on a second. We stop over here. A wonderful day. Very first without the word. Start to a shirt today. Everyone's on the in Austria. Unbelievable. You know what? I put it in. They get emails. Those are really unbelievable. It's unbelievable in one way. That that's a weird sound. I'm thinking, that's the whole spirit we're gonna very great mood. We should be. We had a great day today. Your voice side. The high heart. You gotta take the high heart. It goes like this. First of all, I have to start from the unbelievable shock that I had last night. We didn't have to stand out 100%. We're going to go off street. Then we realized, wait a minute, we stopped it in Switzerland. So, look at this move. You know, there's some people that do the share there. I don't know how many. Let's stop. You do the share. 10 people, 5 people. You visit to that little way. So we called him up. Eric stopped before Shakia. We said, hey, we're coming in. You want to come in? So, that Elon said, and they're like, we're gonna take talk to some stuff. Shabbos, kids are 24 hours before they put on the info over there, and people start calling in. 25 people is done. There's 25 people going to be balding, and they open it up for everybody. He said, said it was supposed to be somebody's house, but maybe it's not there. 25 people, let's go. But as things happened, there was a big delay on the flight. It was supposed to start at 10:30 at night. And it was kind of late. Big delay. And we ended up going directly off the flight. No shower, nothing. No, we were a little hungry. We left in the morning. 10:30, we go straight. We get there, there was a lot of people. So one guy, as a matter of fact, said, I came here, my son, I wanted them to see it, and I'm going home. I don't want to see it. I don't want them to see it. So they ended up driving our wives to the hotel, which was 20 minutes away. That was very nice. But we come upstairs, started to push my buttons, over 100 people there. Waiting at 11:30 at night. 11:30, they're shooting up. And they stayed quarter to one. And it was minus, and then a lot of them stayed afterwards. They changed the buzz, unbelievable. Food, everything, it was unbelievable. So then we found out that my son, my 6-year-old, was left at home by himself. No, the authorities told him. The guy watching himself. He was playing basketball, and he fell and hurt. So the whole little business that he was running, that's okay. He broke one. The other one, we don't know exactly. The other thing we're dealing with this. But the nice thing to say now, he probably needs surgery, and the other one maybe broken off his walking, he doesn't know what feeling this. A lot of pain. And we're not great. Something about the IR. But today, we're Switzerland. Today, we're going to go see this Lake Wellington. Go see Lake Wellington. We have 9 seconds then. People. And these traffic lights that only turn green every 16 minutes. So we don't know exactly why, but we gotta go get on this road. It becomes super narrow. The width of one car. People in the car, not the men, were screaming because it looks like it's going to be late. It's 100 feet below us, 1,000 feet below us. And then they carve out the mountain, what they have, is jagged, very left to the open. So maybe send that to Mark. Send the video to Mark. Jaggedy. And then literally looking from side to side, you really don't know. Picture, you get up to the top. Oh, there's all kinds of the sensors think that we're touching things with the feet. Yeah. Anyway, then there's a sign that looks like it says, do not enter. Words on the like, I don't think you can go back to the Google Translate. And Google Translate says that you'll let it go. It's like, what does it go for the limit? No. Something about the limit. So we get up there, and then a real what are you doing? Nice. You gotta go down. Down? How do you go down? You just get up. Just went through this emergency suite together. We get here, we start going down. And then we come to a place where it says, motion. What's this? Oh, they're working on the road now. 3 hours. 3 hours in this little tunnel. Maybe you got the spoon and a hammer. So you're for 3 hours sitting there waiting. But not to mention is that when I was driving, it was very, very sharp. And I had to back up and then I'm looking at the YouTube camera. There's no offer to help me. I said, no, I got 3 cameras. But I didn't realize the new camera was using contact on the side. And he was a jagged line that stuck out of the mountain and broke the window. So now we have to instead of go, we have to go all the way back, an hour and a half back to the opposite direction, return the car. That was our thing. So don't be the kind of like, here, we're not chill out, guys. Chill it out. The broken bones in the sun, broken car, the guy was up driving with this knuckles. Lord, I swear. Hold on, I want to show you the food. This is the first like this was meat. And I really delicious. That's delicious. And then this was the main course. There's different types of meat now, and then the lamb chop over here, and the chicken over here. Yeah, meat is over here. So, and this is a video from the broken window, great photography of. Look at the car next. Look at that car. And look at them exaggerating, but that's why we're the man. Yeah. That's unbelievable. It's very hard to ride. It was literally for us it looked like this. Anyway. Okay, so here we are. We're in Austria. I have a source that one of my relatives, Stefanski, what's your first name? It was Stefanski. Who's your father? Was that my grandfather's? Who's my grandfather's twin? Your father is my grandfather's twin. Wow. Okay, let's turn this camera around. And you've been to, especially with us in Shomalai, unbelievable. Shkoyach for coming, came special to be part of this year. And to be here, Shkoyach Gadol. So, I'm sure he has some of my personality. I have some of his personalities. All Stefanski's have. What Stefanski trait do you have that's noticeable? Are you physically strong? You used to be strong, right? Stefanski's are very, very strong people. Most of them, a lot of them are very physical specimen. No, yeah. Okay, so smart. We're not going to talk about that. Right? You get one or the other. But I was saying yesterday that to me, I felt I didn't notice this last time, but my grandfather, your uncle. My grandfather was born and raised in Switzerland, and I saw a picture of him skiing. Do you have any pictures of your father skiing? Have you ever seen wooden skis? I'm talking about in the 30s, 50s. I gotta find a picture like that. They were like in a mountain, two mountains, holding the skis. Anyway, so it was special for me to give a shir in Switzerland, where the skis come from. And then my grandmother, who married my grandfather, Chaya Stansky, she was born here in Austria. You know about this? So here I am, giving a shirt tonight in Austria. All right, whoever tours, he's actually giving free flights now. People are coming from Eretz Yisrael, free flights. And pretty sure it's going to be a big match. A lot of people that are part of the ship, big part of the ship are coming, so it's unbelievable. Okay. Real quickly, tonight was the chasna of my Rabbi, Didi Kramer, my Faruza. He's only like 40 years old. Doesn't matter. He's younger and smarter. And here's Shapsi Cohen and Kobe and Chaim Snow. We probably did the photography there. And I learned with him today. He like there's no chasna, nothing. I forgot to tell him how to do it. I said, I thought, what? Did it chasna? Yeah, okay, back there. Yeah. What else do I want to show you real quickly? Oh, these are the pictures from last night. You probably saw them already. It's okay. It's unbelievable. Julio Matson. I spoke a lot, so we'll just skip into it. This is, we're having Shabbat Tom in Eretz Yisrael. Mamish like Rosh Hashanah time, like a couple weeks before everybody can sleep us, right? The week, the Motzei Shabbos is the first sleepless. We just started selling tickets, and already half the hotel is sold out. And we didn't. I didn't think it's even online. Okay, Baruch Hashem. This is super interesting that David Salman, he instead of doing food and all that at his location in Miami, he's offering $500 for somebody who comes every single night for a month. Say that. So let's jump into it. The island is tired. They want to sleep. They want to do different things. I don't know what's this. Oh, this is the Spanish thing. Wow, they waited late. Wow. Beautiful. It's an annoying sound, but it's more annoying when they easily get tired tonight. What are you showing, Mark? Okay. Oh, like that. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. Let's jump into the sponsorships and we go. The official edition, MDY Shot, as the seven sponsored by Zev and Yal Shalom. Mark, can you make it large screen, please? And by the parrot, thank you. Ilana married the Vidrici that are coming here for Shabbos, to spend the days here. The English was Shaya, and Aaron, and Yocheved, Tava, Lobas, Avrom, and the doctor, Mandala, the Judy Neil, Halper, and honor, and honor of our grandchildren, Sheva, Yehuda, Daniela, Lisa, and Parker. David Salomon, dedicated memory of the seventh sponsor, dedicated memory of a memorial small bar for time to be loyal to the Rothschild, College Foundation, granted the consortium in the alliance, and all the just to support him. Why anonymous? Cheetah Man. He gave money to the cheetah and was excited that we actually saw the cheetah. Stop Lucas and Gashmi to bring the cheetah Benny. Shmuel over Schuster for cleaning that stock and nakas from our children. Anonymous for Shleiman and Rikisiov for Leah Bassest. Young Daniel Roosevelt, Yusuf Simcha. Multi sponsors anonymous, the Nishmas, Yonatanitam, and Mordechai Zev, Akayin, Zuхан, Rocha, the Tzviz, the Nishmas, Yonatanitam, and Mordechai Zev, Akayin, Zuhan, Rocha. Iris Simon is a multi sponsor for Shlema, Avi Moyer Baruch Mamir, anonymous from Shlema, Rucham, Ben Yudis, and Abraham, the Shaya, and Slavic Boyer Amesh. Spanish year sponsors in honor of the first three Bakum, the Mexican title location, Shmuel Abramchi 15, Washington 15, and Yinon Greenberg 16. Have Weinstein Muslim on the marriage of Brianna to Uri Austrian. May they build a Haidam of Israel. MBY Zurich, Switzerland. Mazel Tov, Yonanda, Menachem Sholem, aka Yorike, on your Bar Mitzvah. It was great to see you, Rebelli, here in Zurich. So the refreshments yesterday were sponsored in this house of Yoni, Menachem Sholem. See a lot of nachos from him. Mazel Tov. Mordechai Spazin, families, and Nishmas, Bobby Stackfield, Zelda Vazdov, Panashiro, Mary Shoma, have a Mary family having a farmer. Wow. You just lived her. Wow. Moshe Weber, Moshe Menachem Mendel, Ben Zlat Chana, Ervin Daplat Beis, wow. People put it in the top. We know people from what type of stuff? Really? Why do you try? You say it's relative, you see what's going on. Then do I are from the mother who stayed with Mordechai Ben Esther. Before Sayel, Daniel Zev, and Ayel Esther. Okay. The boys side were holding on that from people on the base. It was super interesting on the dollar on the base. We'll get there. We're holding it up. First, we have to start. Starting off slow, and then we pick up speed. I'm reading the Bechia. I mean slow in terms of excitement and stuff. Say the Bnei Bechia. Is it the same one? Coming from the hall. I'm reading the Bechia. You have it, smack him. You know that's going to give him days in the middle.
Crazy. He's drawing a tornado. Oh my God. Clearly okay.
The Israelis are smart. They don't know.
So, William, is there anything else that we should know about before we let you go tonight?
Seriously, the fly hasn't bothered me.
Illegally went to a movie this past week. You went to an actual movie theater? Yup. Did you?
They said that
Were
last
they open?
week
Yeah, they were open. What'd you see?
It was a little chilly. Now it's a hot weather. So
Did you play the movie yourself? Be the projectionist?
Yeah, they were some
so
tours in it. Maybe I ate some sweet tarts and they really hurt my
yeah,
tongue.
it could be that Hollywood. No.
I know you told me to say that.
How many
It didn't work out. I just want you to find out about the tornado.
Southern seasons?
I want to see you
So
do.
Can you do perhaps we can close your set this week with an impression of you in a tornado? Can you show us, you with a mic and the mic stand, and show us what you would look like if you were outside during a tornado? There's the sirens are happening. David's on the camera. Let's see. Oh, he's going through everybody. He's shitting his pants. He's very scared.
It usually reformed, it says only suffer.
Okay, that's a callback to that.
So I need some
reference from a few minutes
The
ago.
point is, Russo or Southern Russo, we're not sure on something. We aren't sure.
What if the tornado is literally like
There's
happening
wind check.
right now?
They're open up
That's
the
the worst tornado impression.
and you look, you're not on
Let's say you're not in a house, right? You're outside
and
in a
because
field,
the bed
and there's a tornado going over you right now.
just stay there. It wreaks
There's
havoc
a
inside the
tornado.
body. It's like burning unless you're alert. It keeps going up and up until it hits the intestine. Once it hits the intestine, then it makes up.
No, you're outside of the field. You're in a field all by yourself.
All right,
And action. Here you go, big tornado.
So,
Nobody's in the field with you. You're by yourself, so you can't just
I
yell
over
at
here,
somebody.
And the Black Lives Matter protest is coming right down the street of a tornado.
Yeah, okay.
that whole area.
Oh no, what are y'all doing all this thing?
Do you see on the screen?
That's what he would say at a Black Lives
All
Matter.
right, is what you repeat up by taking people not to this. And we're just to have, because once we see
All
this
right, ladies and gentlemen, another very fun, silly week.
This,
We feel
however,
the
said,
fun
you know what,
over
it's
here,
not
everybody. Wow. DuckTales, DuckTales. Please step back from that ledge, my friend. DuckTales, DuckTales. Yeah, and it's DuckTales. D-U-C-K, it's DuckTales.
Life is short. Rap and animal fight. Honestly, perhaps some of them are to withstand the death.
Ladies and gentlemen, your final bucket
Or is
pull
there
of
other
the
way you
night
can try?
goes by the name of Molly Hale. Here we go, Molly Hale, everybody. It's DuckTales, DuckTales. They just ran out of salted DuckTales. DuckTales, it's DuckTales. Here's Molly Hale, everyone.
Hi everybody, my name is Molly, and I really wish that I enjoyed fun sex, but my uncle is very dead set against it, and I do have this note in my out policy, but I actually didn't write that policy. My butthole wrote that policy, you know? And I wish it was different, because all my gay friends are like, oh, butthole, it's a portal of pleasure, it's full of a million treasures. And my girlfriends are like, oh, if I get drunk enough, I might let it pump it in one time. You know, but my butthole is so anti-anal, if you even get the whiff of a dick coming anywhere near it, it will just scoot right out of the way, you know?
Which one did you say is the video?
One time, I saw my butthole put on a fake mustache and pretend to be the mouth of a dude to get away from a dick. My butthole started talking about sports, and the dick got very confused, you know? And another time, my butthole put out two other fake buttholes on either side of it and started a game of three-card Monty in order to avoid a dick. My butthole was all, step right up, who would like to put their dick into a real butthole? You sir, guess what? Which butthole is the real butthole?
What?
All right, Molly Hale. DuckTales, DuckTales, DuckTales. All right. 60 seconds of straight butthole jokes.
I mean,
I good news for you.
Packed it in.
Yes, you did better than the butthole jokes. The good news is Red Band has nominated you for the Mark Twain Award. He loves butthole jokes so much.
That was beautiful.
Thank you.
A work of art.
They were smelly, but delicious.
Molly, welcome to the show. This is your first time on, our first time meeting you.
It is my first time on. Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. I love the show.
You live in LA?
I do.
What part?
I live just east of Chinatown in Heights. Northeast side.
Nice. And how long you been
So
on
how's the
comedy?
tomorrow? Should we just start
I've been in
over
the comedy
here?
world for a
One of
while.
those days, we're gonna
I
start
grew up
over.
in Chicago with my Claire.
Oh, awesome. Yes, indeed. You came by. We recommended from Michael there.
Based on my butthole jokes, I'm pretty sure.
Hey,
See,
you know
one thing
what?
is out
David knows everybody
how much
from the butt.
are
That's
they
what I
because
always say.
other zero, everybody look for perfection,
Anyway,
the Thomas and Russian.
Sex for real.
You already said it. What's the
I mean,
problem? One out of the time on the
tried,
school,
but it doesn't work. You know what I
why
mean?
doesn't it work?
It just
Miserable.
hurts real bad.
51%. You test other infection.
Well, that's what you guys say.
Where about me?
They said man's G-spot.
I'm Simoso. No. When the meat and the animal starts to be ratty and pain. How much? Other
You ever
zero,
had a doctor
everybody around me, you the fourth time they had it. You the no, you start to yab, you walk into the leg you weigh it until it becomes a little red. Not touching the eye, but even opposite the eye. In other words, below the intestine, listen to here, it will travel slowly and hit the intestine from over there. So right here, what you see right there, it's over. Says in the Gemara, Mismas Misabosoy, where does it be later? Once it starts decaying, you pretend that whole area is dry. So, let's say,
Yeah, they always want to. It's like they're making it.
a lung starts decaying, so it's done.
I've tried to put it in my
No
butthole,
heart, no
and my
lung,
butthole
trace.
does not want it. And so as a result, my butthole goes to great lengths to avoid it because it really hurts my
Very good, bro. It's done, it's okay. I don't see it on the liver. I don't know if it's going to see it up too.
Little Tony, my
So I won't do that. So
head.
depends on the one. All of them do it. Pretty short and so right, it's good done. Has any government snackers? I mean, we're going to do it. So it's good. I think I'll get some time. This is really short. I don't really take the second one. It's not really the first one. No.
I should
That's the original.
No, my butthole doesn't
Then
count.
if you peel it down and then, the meat is on the left, you see the clean meat on the right. If he's able to peel it with a fork.
If you had to guess the percentage of your jokes that are around the butthole,
I brought all of them that fit in 60 seconds. Like,
As long
these
as
are all of them,
the
and they're
doctor
tight
peels it
16.
down and
So
see
they're
the
percent.
live meat, that's the smell. Never about you got to be right behind the eyes of what I hear. So it's an interesting story. They feel
Predators?
I don't know. If you haven't might give up to shop here. But I'll see anything there. You know what? Oh, forget nothing about it. I see. It's the wrong color. You put the wrong color.
if I talked about my butthole straight for a minute and a half, I would totally expect to get about 30
time and
You would expect it?
Yeah, in West Hollywood, absolutely.
Well, I think it's just you guys can't stop thinking about my butthole.
We can't stop thinking about your butthole because you talked about it.
Really, it is very cute.
Just like
You know?
Really?
It's really nice. I can't
look
help
at
that.
depends what I want. Look at
I'll share it to a mirror check like
the super school
So, Ollie, what else do you do other than comedy?
something else.
I'm a big fan.
With the black hair, for makeup, dance, she dances well with a fire flame. She's just suddenly beautiful.
What type of
Don't
nature
you
are you?
all know something beautiful?
I like all of it. The trees,
Yeah,
the
I'm
flowers,
so
the
beautiful. So come dance and dance and do you own me? Yeah.
Very exciting.
Set up, Maria. Show me some of those Spanish dances and pass me a bottle, Mr. Jones. Believe in me. Help me believe it, anything, cause I wanna be someone who believes. Yeah. Mr. Jones and me study each other fairy tales. There's a beautiful woman. She's looking at you. Oh no, she's looking at me. Standing in the bright light. Coming through in stereo, and everybody knows you. You don't ever be lonely, well, gonna paint my picture. Paint myself in blue, heaven black and gray. All of the beautiful colors are very, very meaningful. Well, again, you know, gray is my favorite color. Picasso in my yesterday. If I knew Picasso, I would play myself a great guitar and play Mr. Jones and me. Drag into the furniture. We always stare at the beautiful woman. She's looking at you, and then she's looking at me. Yeah, I'm right. And myself, very
When it comes to traits that we do, it's a much larger size of
Yes, so are you saying that the homeless are just culture?
Well, they're not practicing their small magic, that's for sure.
What about? What do you mean when you say they conjure?
the breathing pipe. The
Worked
facade is much
mentally and thought about what we wanted specifically and did it in a way that was ritual and didn't compromise and then
it's
your
a
energy
different
into
size
it, put your
also.
intention into it.
Where do you think your craft come in?
When it comes to the
Intention is
there's two sides. I mean, the one side is not whether it's for home or whether it's for business. But if it's small in the home, now you take another pipe, take the bigger pipe, it's not a small hole. The taste is what is a large hole. Okay, so what about yourself? Maybe that's something they don't know. Well, it's not whatever they're not going to give it last year. It's fun and adventure. Small hole for a juice. My time out, a small little discoloration, that's a juice. My time out, see, I don't use much colors all because the setting keeps on going deep into it and keep on moving and pulling it up the flat and will create a problem with. Muy volada,
Exciting part of the night, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first installment on the history by Screen.
now what's
Michael Blair challenged Jeremiah Watkins to a long battle for Rambo. This was 2 weeks ago. When eventually White asked Jeremiah if he could borrow loose hands to pay Jeremiah up beneath the slide was the only nothing that is the rest is history. The rivalry started weeks ago tonight and it's been settled. Loser of this monologue challenge, the rumor is that the loser will have boiling water poured on them later days to charge locals on the again, I repeat, the loser will have boiling
identical to
poured on them. Michael Blair, the loser debilitating ALS could have been right up with boiling water. This is what they agreed on. I don't know if this official is in the United States battle. This was
recorded from 1 5 months ago. Now, look at the arrow. It's going to grow. Oh, the line is in there. It's from the fiber, the real fiber, all the way to the break. It's not the top. It's coming up with the
So, just I need a point. That's right.
Think about the song of the Fear by Rothschild, where Rothschild connects to the
seems that we are going to depending on which way the coin lands, that's when they decide to go first. If it goes second, he admits on the flip of memory, or where he goes first.
Hey, somebody else.
So okay, let's do it this way. If it's with Sandisk's side, I clear will go first. And if it's the blank side, press me or just try up. Here we go. Alright, that's Sandisk. Ladies and gentlemen, going first tonight, the man who started all of this. Here's the final scene from Rambo First Blood. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Michael Blair. Here we go.
Pretending that because it was just a denying it before it's the same night. You write a copy and say, we move the top from the shoulder right all the way to the brick. You make it different than it is. That's why I say that it is. I don't see this lot. You literally do your work. We got it. People making a lot of rock like that. I didn't know it. When you hear it like Nancy Thompson, she was just ready out of the ready field. You don't remember the sound that said, the thing that you got up to. And the field, they have her ready bicycles. But it's good. But like you tell me, you feel like it's something you see, right? When that comment is in the field, I ain't seen that shit about either. When that comment is sitting down in the rain, I understand. In other words, Rob is more cautious than me, so he did. I was cautious. I looked it up, but I was cautious, Rob. You don't really see that. If you're a fucking fucker, you have to get in. You need judges. Yeah. Otherwise, yeah, I want to put on the board. You want to do that. Yeah, I like to do it. You have to stop putting in time. Yes, I love it. Get it done. I don't know where you're going with things. We have very few.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe it. He actually Stallone to come here tonight. Oh my goodness, that's Michael Blair. Oh my that wasn't very impressive. I thought you had the actual Sylvester Stallone. But it's also very hard to beat that. Is there anything else you'd like to say before we bring out Jeremiah to give his
The colors are the same that means so good. Because that means the color that occurred after the speaker, which is the new color that I just made, is identical to the color first one.
I do believe it's time that we bring him out. This is the man that you challenged, and this all started because he would not give you a win. 6%. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is. His version. You will see Rambo First Blood. I present to you the one, the only, 3 years, Jeremiah Watkins. Here we go. Look at this, Jeremiah. You're getting in. Oh my goodness, here he comes. Oh my God. Oh shit.
Okay. Right. Of course you have to check the cut. In the cut is his color. That's how I'm doing. Let's stick with it. What did you say? Let's hear it. I hear it. The point is, you make another one, and you take a look at it. Somehow you'll see the difference between what it's compared to. Let's try to go with that. Okay. If you're Israel, then you know that it's a good speaker. Why? Because this fucking athlete speaks out and looks like this. And the first one was different. It was a good speaker. It was connected. Oh, I'm not really sure what this song is about. This lodge is completely out of place. Now let's see, maybe this will be this. Yeah, no. What is this? But here he's literally, now because he's holding up with somebody, you can see somebody missing. If you grab it, now there's no reason to say, even if it's dislodged, you can still check. Before it says, oh, how are you going to check it if it's not attached? It's wiggling around here, you're not going to get a good cut. No, if he's holding on to it, he's going to get a good cut. It's all right, I don't want to be dislodged. Okay, next thing. The last thing in our Mishnah, the famous Mishnah of every great one, is a rule. After we say all like in service, is a rule. What's a rule? An animal gets some sort of injury that causes another animal, usually another animal to die from it. That'll create a says what else here?
Oh my goodness.
Whoa, it's just coming through. I see you said Schmeitzel. The way that Schmeitzel is 7. I said in the share, I said, yeah. I said in the share, I only found one small time. Schmeitzel is good. I'll give you guys time.
Oh shit, look at this.
Well, we're going to watch to show them again, let's look at our boss. He said, no, you like a place,
this show is completely out of control, ladies and gentlemen. This is unbelievable. Next week we will be pouring boiling water on Michael Lair. This is very exciting. Kidding. Michael, come back here. Take it back. Come back here. Roll backwards. Jeremiah Watkins and Michael Lair. That went. Jeremiah. Oh no, Rambo's dead. Rambo doesn't die. Come on, Rambo. Yeah. What a performance. Both of you way above and beyond. That is better than any Rambo movie I've ever seen. What you guys did here tonight. Yeah, camera on these guys. Look at this. I mean, just incredible. Absolutely. I do believe the next Rambo, he is in a wheelchair, so we're really ahead of the curve on this one. Incredible performance, gentlemen. I think it's really tough to decide. How many of you think, by round of applause in this room, how many of you think Michael Lair won that? Great, that's pretty good. How many of you think Jeremiah Watkins won that? Actually, that's pretty close. You know what? We're going to pour boiling water on both of them next week. Yeah!
That's when the mission says,
how exciting! An unbelievable performance. MichaelLairComedy.com. Jeremiah Wonders on social media. Jeremiah Watkins on social media. Jeremiah Wonders is his podcast. He's got a big one this week. Teamed up with Adam Gray to make a little bit of a Dr. Phil meets the Billionaire who you saw earlier. It's very, very, very fun stuff he's doing over there on Jeremiah Wonders. Go check out Michael Lair's Easter Schools video.
These guys say your friends, man.
Jeremiah is also coming to Raleigh, North Carolina, August 13th and 15th, Minneapolis, August 26th and 29th. Those dates are announced and they will be canceled as he gets closer to them. But you can buy tickets. Visit He will cancel. Whoa, look at the drawn on muscles there. That is impressive. Donnell Rawlings, the host of the Donnell Rawlings Show. Our first guest back. Come on, guys. I mean, seriously.
I'm telling you, I really appreciate what you guys do. This was unexpected. I wasn't just hanging out. I wanted to see who was here. I appreciate what you guys are doing. Other talent that came to stage, I know fucking usually when you have an audience, you feel it, but to be able to perform this was almost like a TV show. You guys doing a good job with it. You guys doing a good job to keep the kids on the ground.
Thank you. Absolutely made my night by popping in here. I mean, I just feel so happy. Thank you so much. Positive fans of the show lost their minds. We brought out a guest. It's always like a part of the show that not everybody knows about. And subscribe to that. Give it a like, give it a love, and Dr. Rollins, thank you so much. Great Jetski Johnson is here all night. She's on social media at Jetski Johnson. She's also the owner of the cutest dog in the world.
All right.
I know Great Chroma Chris is here on the base all night long. He's at Chroma Chris on social media. What else, Chroma?
4,000.
What do you think about tonight's episode? Oh, Tony, you were sorry. Immigrant Joker Joel Jimenez. Mostly Sorry. He's got a new episode of Mostly Sorry, his podcast. Ryan J, let's see that drawing. Joel, anything else? Sorry, what? Very Monopoly themed. I don't know what drawing. Right now, here we gotta go. Again, special thanks to Michael Lair, Jeremiah Walker. That was entertaining that we got it. Great job, guys. I mean, I believe more, but I was just really impressed with your acting. Jeremiah and Michael, really, I thought Michael was going to do what Jeremiah did and really commit. Michael Lair, he himself laugh halfway through it, and he will grab the boiling water of the show. Very exciting. Right, man? I got your show for all you guys that actually like e-bikes. It's called the Loophole. That's what got you. Wait, you have an e-bike show? I sure do. Lean into it, guys. That's right, guys. It's a really awesome e-bike business. Wait, e-biking is a thing? Yeah. Wow. Oh, that's such a you guys ride bikes? Alright, you want to send a roast master class on every single game on stuff happening over there. That's patreon.com/HLF. Tour dates all of August is being rescheduled, and it looks like September is in the process of being rescheduled as well. So, good luck and thank you. And it's always, how do you say during the pandemic? I don't know. But good luck to all of us, and hopefully we'll be back to recording and sitting. And thank you, Donnell Rawlings. Incredible stuff. Good night, everybody.
Welcome to Keeping It Excited. There's a quick thing in the and then it's check. All you come in and do is say on the road and plastic. It's about 30 years. You can't have more than you need to, so they see. So there's more. They don't know like you want to call them. What do they do? It's okay. You're not just going to. That was going to die. We were going to. That's in a minute. Okay, talk about I was saying the story. Another family.
This is some bullshit. Dog. It's Aquarius.
Right, let's see about me.
How was it?
Let's see, Alan's over here. How was it?
Tell me all about it.
Tell me all about it. It's a good about it.
Okay, well, you said, she said, well, y'all said we 15 grade. You know, they found it on the That was nice, and everything. You know, we didn't have no fee or nothing, or whatever. We did for the top to them, but it was like, she's
Excellent. Could it have gone any better? Aside from the issue of the table. Okay. Yeah.
So what it was, I'm thinking Eddie's gonna come. I'm thinking Eddie's gonna get a well. He said, well, if you up around 8, okay. Yeah, we're gonna go over 8. Right, so I'm waiting on her. She passed 18. Okay, 18. Waiting on Cynthia. They told me she was come on me by 18. Come on me by 18. Text me. So then come around to the 8. She made Melissa stop. That's it. So I said, okay, we see communication. I said, okay, so let you know we're no way. So come around by 18. Come get me. I'm gonna go around and say, I'm gonna go my way. So get me your address. I know it's house. So,
very similar to what we had.
So we down. So we go like 10 minutes. Like 10 minutes. You said something about something. And she said, we have reservations. She said, it's supposed to be a reservation. Outside. We have reservations. Outside. So we gotta go to, we can go call Mr. So they ain't no problem. That ain't the problem. We had a reservation at the 15-minute basement. That's okay.
That's where
we worked out.
Hey, as long as it worked out, right? As long as it worked out. The band was good.
It's gonna
She don't stay too far from She don't stay too far. Yeah, so it's good that you're close to it. It's good that you're bed afterwards. Chill out and here tomorrow.
Any plans tomorrow?
Nope, I'm going to stay right here.
Excellent.
No, Adrian.
this Thursday. I do that.
What are you doing next Thursday?
They got something going on. They got something working on Friday.
Uh-huh.
They got something you never heard of him. You never heard of him.
Cupid?
Cupid.
Yeah, you were talking about that the other day.
Yeah, he's gonna be there in the pharmacy. There's somebody named Emerald or something. I never heard of him. I heard of Cupid. So I heard of they're gonna be there. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Did you get to dance at all? There you go.
She got me in April. She got me in
Wait, you got called up to go up to the stage?
Yeah, she knows me. I told you I was one thing. I'm her day.
That's really cool.
Yeah, she knows you. Yeah, she knows you.
I know. I know she knows you, but that's another level when she feels comfortable enough to have you go in front of the stage and dance. That's amazing.
She be at that, she was like, I love her. Support me and stuff like that. Like, yeah, like, I had a good time.
Oh, that's super cool and very impressive. And you didn't feel any anxiety dancing in front of a bunch of people?
No, because I'm used to her. No,
that's cool. Good on you. You're brave.
Yeah, good time. They love about you. But it was so listen. She was like, I'm gonna see you again. I'm gonna see you again. I love this place. That's good. And she was like, yes. I said, okay. Right. Okay.
Like Stacey.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's why I got a best friend from her. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had a good time.
Excellent.
We know the whole band. We know that we have to see this. We know her manager, which is her sister. I didn't see my mom. But yeah.
If I said some Prince songs, you think you'd know which one they played?
What, Prince?
Yeah, the one that you said she sang.
Yeah, the one. I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. But that's cool. That's super cool. Is she on Spotify?
Is she on Spotify?
Yeah.
Is she on Spotify? She does cover songs. She does cover songs, but she doesn't record cover songs. She has a record. She don't, I don't know why she don't sing sometimes, but she not all the time. She doesn't sing her song, and she doesn't sing her song.
And now, does she just sing, or does she sing and dance at the same time?
She sings. She just sings, but she can get dance.
Okay. There you go. Well, that's good. Well, glad you had a good time. And did you have good food? Were they good? Okay. Okay. Well, very cool. I'm glad you had a good time. I'm glad you get to rest tomorrow. Miss Aquarius, you're a dancing machine. Dancing, dancing, dancing. She's a dancing machine. Good for you. Good for you. Excellent. And how long was the concert in total? How long was the total of the concert?
So that's what's
Yes, 2 sets. You did the first set. And I think the second set was around 11 yeah. So,
Okay, and how many people went?
what you mean?
And how many people were at this venue? Okay, so like 100. Okay. So still intimate, but big enough to do two shows. Okay, excellent.
Brother outside.
Not a human being. What was that? You got scared. Isn't it like what?
And you know, it has the hype and love and stuff like that. Good ending, especially in Greece. Not everyone, they want good, because they get too hyped up. They know I'm going to be hyped up. Yeah, they be good. They have good time.
That's good. I'm glad you had a good time.
Then how was your podcast?
All went really well. It was an hour, and it wasn't just me. I was doing these panel things where there, like this one had like 8 people on it. So I don't talk that much, like as opposed to if it's just I'm being interviewed or something. But we talked about transhumanism, which is like extending the normal life, and we had some people there. Nobody there was like, we have to do this. Nobody was like that. There were people who were like, if it's something that works, then maybe like they might want to try it. There were some people who were like, absolutely not. I don't want to have anything to do with that. And then they had some people who were like, you know, those people who kind of like live off grid. They like try to not keep connection to like, you know, like they live on like a big bunch of land and they make their own clothes and food and stuff. There were some people like that, and that's cool. That's cool. Like that, I respect that life a lot. I don't know if I could do it. It seems like a lot of work, but they were there, and then it was like 8 people and a good eclectic group, a lot of different people, and then they were going to do a part 2 in August. So that's always good when, you know, it's a good sign when it goes again, or like the conversation, they want to continue it as opposed to we're never doing that again. That was insane. So I thought that was good, and I knew 2 of the people there. I'd done podcasts with them before, and they're really nice. They're like 2 of the nicest people you're ever going to meet. And then there were the other people were nice too. Frankly, I haven't met anybody except that one lady was kind of mean in here, but like everybody else has been really, really nice and really, you know, I didn't want to say inquisitive, but like respectful. That's the big word, respectful. And I think that's an important word to have in society. Just be respectful of yourself, of others, and hopefully everything works out. But yeah, so it already published, which is good. So that means this week I did 3 podcasts that, well, I had 4 podcasts that published. So that's good. And then next week I've got at least two lined up, and maybe some others that I've inquired on. So happy about that. And I have some friends who came in here earlier today, and that was good to catch up with them. And I'm really gonna go to sleep pretty soon, which I'm sure you will too. And nothing major this weekend in terms of podcasts. So you never know, something can always pop up, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm okay to get a little bit of a break from them. There's some pressure on myself when I do that. You want to do well in everything, and I stress a little bit about it because you want to make sure they don't cancel on you. You want to make sure you don't oversleep. You want to make sure you don't look stupid. All of those things.
Something very good. Okay.
Word, girl, absolutely. Everybody knows what Tamagotchis are. Yeah. I remember they were big in 3rd grade, so maybe 5th grade for you, maybe 6th grade, you said? I wanted one really badly, and I wasn't allowed to have one or something. But eventually I got one from somebody, and I fed that thing. I made sure it lived as long as I could get that thing to live. And I just thought that was so cool. Like the future of pet ownership would be like digital. And people loved them, and they kept them on their backpack. I remember it was a big thing for girls, but then some boys got them too. But I think my parents kind of thought it would probably be too much of a distraction. They didn't really know too much about it, not knowing what they were. I remember you could feed them and walk them, and then they died. Like they had like 3 modes. That was it. And then they could be reborn again. Like they come out of an egg or something. I remember. But yeah, that was the ultimate. Like that was one of those holiday or whatever they want to call them, like the hot gift of the year. They had like one time there was Tickle Me Elmo and Furbies and Tamagotchis. That was it. Pogs. They had what? Oh yeah. I remember those. That was one too. I remember that dog, Nano Dog. That was a Nano Puppy. That was a big one. Yeah. I was too old for that at that point, but yeah. Do you remember Pogs? Did they do Pogs where you were? Pogs, they were like these little circular things. You had like a slammer. It was like a game kids played. Yeah. Everything goes through such a phase too. Like it's so popular for like 3 months and then nobody does it again. It's like, what happened? I thought we were all on board with Tamagotchi. Oh, there's the next thing. Digipets or whatever. I remember that. Yes.
They still got the Tamagotchi.
But it says, hey,
Yeah.
Do they do more stuff now?
I guess so, yeah. They got a little line and stuff. I just seen the new ones and stuff. On YouTube, stuff like that. I guess they had that back then. They had it. She restarted it.
I mean, you could do all that kind of stuff on a phone now. It's so much better, but it doesn't have the same nostalgia of that little keychain thing.
right over there. See how it pops in there?
I did. The Tamagotchi
Did you did you have one or more than one? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. I got you. When you were like, I was working, I'm like, Tamagotchi, you were working.
Yeah,
But no. I wonder what other things they have it doing nowadays.
And not anything else.
Well, they do get this thing. They do get 13 hours break and 13 hours break. Kidding me? They don't have no nana put down. They don't have.
And it says
They got gigapits. They don't have no nana.
I don't want to mess with my son there. Why? I know a lot of new food out there. It doesn't sound bad. But look, it's not really it's not broken. I'm missing. You're pulling out. You look, I mean, it's not taken out. Why is it not taken out?
So you ain't got nothing to do tomorrow.
No, I'm okay with that. I'm kind of happy about it. I try to do these things during the week, and if somebody wants to do it on a different day, it's okay. But as I say that, I always have to make sure to check my schedule. Yeah, so I don't have anything till Tuesday, it looks like. And then I've got something Wednesday. I've got just 2 scheduled right now, but I might have a couple more that come up. So that's okay. 2 more hopeful good events that I have where people can go on YouTube and see what I do. So
Time to go and mute myself.
Alrighty, man.
Rabbi, never and I'm going to bed.
Sweet dreams to you, Miss Curtis. God willing.
God willing. That's it tomorrow.
God willing.
That's it tomorrow.
Thank you, man.
Until it gets eaten up.
Thank you, and you're welcome.
Thank
you, and you're welcome.
You don't know what this account is. You know, you take this coin from, how do you say it in English? Kurdistan? So like that. You take a Kurdistan coin, it's like this small cheetah coin. But we start to make a cheetah the community. You want to find it, go to community. Omer the Khana Hasura, Jumkhana. So money changer. So I wrote in my Gemara here to tell the Olam about the money changer. I wrote it 7.5 years ago. So I got to say it again because this amazing tzaddik was really my way. He goes out and he watches our share every single day. And the money changer plays a phone and just found out. But, later on, here that I found that money changer was a golden thing. But 7.5 years ago, we made a scene of stock. We were ready for 15 years. What do you do? And everybody comes in. He sits there in the same place, in the same job for years. So when you go to his lunch, you see him working. You have the computer and watching the computer. The other students, everybody's on my board. You didn't watch how many people said false. I said, I'll be no problem. Give me a second. And you got to go. If you want to go, you go to the walk and you go to the phone. You will go. Taking advantage of your time. You got to set enough music with them. You know, do it back to you. What else? You know, obviously, what's that? You're going to see now. Send us a comment left with the comment. This is important to know. So this is like a time. So it says, please let me know how to play by now. One day, by now. So just keep by now. The song of the Smith. You got that Rothschild metal. You can sing the Rothschild metal. There's the up. Come on. The song of the Smith is there's a simple version. The Smith. Eddie Coleman likes Smith. Smith is really Eddie Coleman. No, with the word is Smith. You can have black Smith. Really black Smith. Well, those of you know it because they know it's Thursday. Whoever chose that, the shots, one and one from money. 40 seconds because it shows the illusion how big is missing from the cutoff. That makes it so, I try to stand up. If you're like loading my boat, look for it, I was saying, you doesn't have it. I want you to stand up, do it this, it's a piece of problem. Alright, if you're not going to make it so, go, do the race. You look like Donnie, you said, it's up to you to stand up for me. All my these shades and these shades. Anybody who knows you say money is good, I'm when you work for somebody, you should start keeping in your life. That's why I'm telling you to see for everybody that works for somebody else. It's unbelievable. If you work, you're an hourly person. Doesn't matter even on the salary. You work for somebody else, you say, oh, so I don't pay you. This other thing, and that level, your level, your work for industry. Think about your industry level for drop it. Tell me what the law is. It's not for that. I don't care. Your level, I don't know. This. I'm not. No. Look. Awesome. Why? Because you're taking 3 seconds to sit up. You and the drawing the phone is playing with the phone, and then doing look at WhatsApp, and all the stuff that we do. And the president of the other day is paying you. He's paying you to work. And when you're working, it's over there. 3 seconds to get up. That's the new thing, you know what it is. Unbelievable. Something tomorrow, what do you like? That's not right. It's not. The law is. It's not. All about me everything, you know, before my computer. Let me show you what you can do. So good. It's beautiful.
That's your first experience together. Your first trip to Rock here. It's one of the most American places, as you've said, that exists. You have this gas station that's also like a weird theme park of food. And all kinds of other shit that you can read. This is a gas station. Look, you see how big they are. For 24 million views, that's hilarious. No, it's completely alien to their culture to have a place like that. You can go buy the Costco's are alien to them. You can buy mayonnaise in a bucket, or jars and things that you would keep, like, you know, like, it's all, they all think we're preppers. Because if you go to like a big grocery store chain, you're buying food for a long period of time. They don't do that there. They buy stuff for like the week. They have small refrigerators. Yeah, small refrigerators.
Another thing is like, all the workers,
Which is what's up. Right. They also don't think, and they can be wrong about this, but they also think that, like, they're going to lose access because of some race war. You know what I mean? Like, there is a little bit of planning that goes into some of these grocery runs that does seem slightly paranoid. News media over here ramps down.
the show is making this. About no going to be great show, some going they say to them, I can't watch the fucking planes. But that's what you show. So one of the cool things that I want to point out here is unbelievable human nature. If the whole Yerushalayim, they all got off to you,
literally drive over. That's why you just
people come here, all the time,
shit might go sideways.
it feels so good to get some coverage. You know, when it's covered, even if
I've left LA multiple times to make that drive. Not in a storm life because of fires, because of riots. Like sometimes you just gotta get out of Dodge.
with the small guy, guys doing, football, right?
It's part of the LA experience to get in a car. He gave it to me once during the riots. He goes, "You're blind. It's on fire." I thought he was kidding.
So
there was just overturned cop cars on fire. It was like riots. So I just got in my car and I went, "Okay, I drove to the desert. That's part of the LA experience is fleeing."
and he knew he was talking about the good shit or had good spirit. He wasn't talking about things.
He flicked out.
He felt a little good. Yes, I know he's not standing up for these things. Everybody, don't stop the shit. Don't carry that. Hold the sentences. Everybody. So that's one of the another included, beautiful included.
Who's finished editing? Who's in your contract? Those races like exactly 200 miles from now.
Just want to say this to you.
That's interesting.
That's why they started.
That,
They stand up and people being recorded because I live in front of everybody. You'll know to this point. You don't love enough.
What's interesting is like Pasadena was where all
You want them to come again next season. And whoever is shouting or people shouting come out directly, not in the park, you know, maybe shouting that the owner of
got a place. Totally beautiful.
the employees to stand up to them.
That's the thing in LA that you get the vibe that you're Tino made a brilliant point. He's like, it's not Hollywood, it's not like the scene. Like, you're not living in the
My husband totally coming up with
the secular version of the thing is.
look how much it's beautiful and mixed and same on the internet. Another thing I think is very important to think of is this idea that when people come stand up to them in the public. I know a few cases, and I've heard the same story a number of times, but I'll tell you the story about my Bruce's grandfather. He wasn't home, someone didn't want to read it, you know, not all of it. And we had to take care of it. And somebody walked over to the street. And it's very nice. Very nice. He just sit there for a little while and says it, and then we should say it. And he stood there and read it. And that gave him a really feeling of belonging. And he kept looking at that. He had his son, and then his grandparents. And he came and made a comment to them. Rather than my Caruso, that was a big part of the show. Pushing me to start this and everything. Maybe the whole show, because of that one guy who was shown, who came and maybe we are sharing another
this is like instead of acknowledging that we got fucking real problems.
Whatever, like over here.
For the first time ever,
Anyway, that's when we saw
you're trying to closing all these giant corporations. It's just this where the shit is very big on California. California. It's always going to be amazing here. That's what every empire said until they fell. Right?
Guest table, make the guys feel good. Make them feel good on the air.
Walk right through the Coliseum. Listen, never happened again. Right.
So we can do it now. It's
In LA, I look to the right.
extra work. I know for sure. I won't come over to someone who knows the problem. I'll say that. I hear that all the time. It shows like this, shows like this. There's no reason. 5 seconds, 10 seconds. So like,
The warehouse on fire, and then there was a car fire on the 405. Like I saw that house every parked there now, and like as I was going away from the fire, as I was landing, the warehouse was on fire. And you start thinking to yourself, somebody doesn't want us here. Like somebody wants us out. Like it almost feels like we're being evicted by nature. Like that decision was everything. We just nature. Nature is nature. The stupidity of humans is no different than the stupidity of animals when they go extinct. Do you think it comes back and Sean and it shakes us as it has been? I mean, there's to be something that completely shifts the way LA looks at itself. it has to look at itself as like a functioning business instead of a giant scam for nonprofits. Right. So a big part of LA's problem is there's a bunch of people that are in the empathy industry. Yeah. And they're in the, we're working for this and we're working for that, and within it, a giant chunk of their money is going to kind of shit. I did a great show on Oceans in Atlantic City, which is a casino there, and the owner of that casino was talking to me, and I said, fix Atlantic City, because Atlantic City has some problems in LA. Like, and he was telling me that, just a high amount of people and a lot of social programs with money around. A lot of people that are non-levels. And there is one area that comes along with that, which is crime, which is, vandalism, which is, disorder to varying degrees. And he goes, you need to get rid of that in order to have a climate where businesses thrive. Such as what happened in New York in the 90s. What happened in New York in the 90s was like they did clean up a lot of the crime, and a lot of businesses that feel better about it. That's usually when he came down there. He's one of those guys where if he had just done that and died, his legacy would have been amazing. He's hung around for a while, and he's kind of gone into some interesting tangents. So it's one of those scenarios where it's like, how you just clean up New York City and then level up with life and like that guy. But he hung around a little bit, and got involved. They always had it. He's like, you're going to do shows. That's right. But he did such a good thing, and it was like, just exit. Sweating is not. That's what I mean. It's a new thing. It's conference. Don't matter. It's just these guys. There's so much silliness on both sides. There's so much silliness all over the silliness and the writers. Goofy people, because the only kind of people that want that kind of position of power are the goofy people. Right? You don't get the best and the brightest and the most enlightened ones there. They want to keep in your power and they want influence. I think part of that. That stuff is very interesting. It's starting to I don't know how quickly we'll do this, but I do think it's going to lessen some cultural divides, and I think it's going to potentially make people because I think it's going to be the next fight seems to be about surveillance, privacy, your own rights. Instead of like these cultural fights that people have been having for a while, artificial intelligence. This is the potential scenarios that we're seeing play out slowly and there's freedom of speech is getting compressed. Where people are not thinking of compressed. Because people get over there for like jobs to make things so crazy. It's being arrested for life and death. Retweeting because we all know if you lie over here, a piece of shit. You shouldn't retweet. We all know that. People are retweeting it. And if you're going to go to jail, you might as well retweet it. Retweet versus a right, sure. A lot of my clients are like this. They're confused. They hit it. So soon as you're people that feel right, the reality of the world is not being adults and they're not allowed to complain about it online. Because if they complain about it online, they get arrested. So right now it's for immigration. That would change. That would change. Well, to see the way that they feel like there was a decision made by somebody that
privilege, discuss issues in a very rigid way, coming off very bluntly. Whether for others to administrations in the most articulate way, is there range here? Is there country? They should be able to say, worried about increased levels of immigration. Yeah, they should be able to say that in that series of time, right? So what they're doing now is releasing certain words and having certain phrases. I think so that in the excitement time, because something's clearly hard. In the excitement time, the internet people speak talk. The irony is trying to be funny. So people like so I feel like there's looking at these statements and going, this person is inciting violence and threatening the public good by what they're saying. Then there's also people getting arrested for saying rape and murder. And so this UK scraps police probes and legal social media posts after review says response by two people. This is the first thing I say. But I just we have great gangs here, but you are more successful. I think that's legal social media posts. Which one so legal social media posts. Their laws and their freedoms of expression violation. So it says legal because it just be like to follow the things about like also just there for talk to different person. It's cosmopolitan. It's I think things that they're not problematic at different types of people coming in. But there is a little bit outside of London, closer to London, but outside of London, because a lot of the economy is stagnating. So you're bringing people in. It's not clear immediately jobs and a lot of their cultures vary greatly from the English culture in a meaningful way. And that could be rights of women, that could be rights of gay people, freedoms of speech, that could be freedom of religion, whatever it is. There is a cultural tension there between immigrants, migrants coming in. This is a very established society that's been around for a very long time. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Here's a fun fact. Research shows that dogs with a tan are really cold to offer on average the dogs will and also so why is being fake ultra processed yellow still the status quo? Most people alternatives exist, and trust me, I know. I buy mine from the Farmer's Dog. I use it for all my dogs. They love it. They get out quick. It smells good to them. It smells good to me. It's sugary. Farmer's Dog makes fresh dogs. And my dogs love it. Their recipes are made with great and fresh vegetables that are gently cooked to retain vital nutrients. They also portion out meals to your dog nutrition needs. Details include feeding and explain management. Easier taking more time. The best friends think they're the answer to that is yes. So try the Farmer's Dog today and get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rothschild. This offers for new customers only. So retail permission. So you have a bunch of really nice people. That's amazing. Bring everyone in. Everyone that's welcome. It's also everyone to vote in the mayor. And then so this guy says, they're cheap. Towards what they would like. Yes, which is short. If you have for sure. Most people live in this Islamic country. Now again, if you ask them,
that's terrified of saying the wrong thing. Right. So you've got to factor that in. But at least that percentage of those things should be a great idea. I think there's certainly. This was covered up too on the grooming gang scandal. So we're looking at it right now. It says this is on national UK.
That's fascinating. It turned out to be unbelievable.
There was this the grooming gang
Beautiful.
right? So this
Incredible
report
stuff.
out
Yeah, the whole thing is,
members of parliament had restored the parking meter.
a lot of
So
unbelievable stuff
the
you see
investigators
here.
have limited powers such as the ability
We're discussing the
of witnesses who require sort of document production
is when
that
an animal
corroborates the ethnicity
grabs
of
another
victims.
animal.
Those limitations apply to the damning collection of victim testimonies that vividly portray the sexual terrorism that occurred nationwide for decades.
Someone would say that the poison is bacteria, bloody cold bacteria.
These numbers 250,000.
Scared that the killed animal
This was
bacteria
covered up
has a real
inflamed
real
cancer.
we don't know if any of that is real.
Population most of them, I'm sure, were innocent of this, obviously. But it is something
So the question is, you just mentioned two animals,
society
three
that
animals that
has
have
the right to know if there are rape gangs in the country who's operating and that crazy that under the guise of progressiveness.
What about larger animals? What about a smaller animal? What about
It's crazy. But it's also incredibly
you have that when they scratch another animal, does that animal die? What about
justified
bird? What about an eagle? What about a
politics.
yesterday eagle?
Right
Oh,
now,
I'm going to a eagle. Who's that? A fool.
these two
That
geneticists,
cat's been fishing all over the place also? Okay, good.
like this patriarchal
Good
white
animal.
male-dominated society.
Let's show this eagle is raising Mongolia. All of the eagle in the
What happens?
This is what I was thinking about the
Super concerned about
we should find it, we got made it into the chicken pen and put it up the chicken and we just find out something grease of higher pen, 100,000 chickens the whole night.
so it's like
In the city, eating actually something, eating
not see
being the place. Yes,
I don't know how they know this. Their design comes from what it's not that this is all happenstance. Because everybody knows it's happening. Perfect.
a lot more
Imagine at some point, for example, like countries like Ireland right now, lots of issues over this. So the EU and the EU set migration policy for 100 years. The EU is a supernatural organization that will basically say, here's how many migrants you have to admit, here's your carbon emission standards, here's your monetary policy, whatever it is. And Ireland is kind of in that sense, they feel like they're losing their sovereignty. They're losing their ability to chart the course of their own country to a supranational organization. It seems concerned with economics. Because you can bring more migrants, you can have the economy, which is what they're doing.
So this law is owned by some of the British people who are concerned
about the cultural landscape of bringing migrants and the building
and then he said, he calls up his I found out that it agreed to you to show up 2 years ago. It's illegal to have a he says it's not really good. It goes up to his mouth. Even if it's dead, you can hold it with the this is actually a real
your economic prospects get to grow, your children get to own property, they get to have health insurance and a job and things like that. You don't seem that concerned about that. This is a plan forever in these countries. Grandparents have fought 9 wars to secure the freedom of some of those countries. Things like that. Those citizens seem to not be as prioritized as people coming in. And that's one of the big problems. One is it's maybe an interest in opportunity because if there is employer It's not interesting. It's kind of weird.
This girl said the mother makes
It's interesting. It can pop. It can be bullshit.
If there's a flag out there, that's why
it's a small group that insert themselves to don't care that nation states have cultures, histories, customs. That's what they don't bother them as much. As their basic response is to just deal with it. Racist questions and to say jingoist or ethnocentric or anti-immigrant or whatever. They should have those conversations. Because a lot of people believe they don't believe nation states that have their own ability to govern themselves. They want to take that power economically from those people, and then eventually they want to take it culturally and every other way. So they just want to go around the world and say, here's the way that we have to law. Here's the economic policy of every country. And if the people in those countries don't like it, and they express, on social media, they're going to get kicked off. And if they organize in the streets, they're going to get, military authority to fire more cats out or shut down gas or whatever. And if there's a genuine resistance movement to some of it, they're going to get infiltrated and turn it into some psychotic, which they do all the time. So it's hard to see it, not to sound like a paranoid nut job, and that's what I am. But I think it is clearly someone's design. This isn't happenstance. None of this is okay. We don't have to invade countries. Sponsor coups, steal resources, and trench our communities and fields and say, now we have to bring all these people here. You have to field. That has to happen. That's a strategy of people that want to keep perpetuating this. It also has other factors might be that they more community in the streets. I also think more chaos in the street. Laws, policies, and they just have peace. And I don't care who gets it, I don't care who achieve it. I think that's very possible, but I just feel like it's on the road a little bit to where people want to feel standard across what I said earlier. It's very interesting because this uniform standard is supposed to include non-binary art students and religious Muslims from both sides. And that's amazing. The people that are most opposed, you do bring those people that's the ones who are most likely. Yes, we should have some order that keeps some persons from coming here. Persons illegal. And the people that want them in the most, I think, are not even the people that bring it in. They're being used. They're being suicidal. Their empathy is being weaponized as being used. Some people that are manufacturing this reality are using those people. These are the same people that don't care if people live in the state over and healthy. These are people that haven't spoken to their sisters in 2 years. And they care about people in Ukraine or people that are coming over from Syria, whatever. We fucked up Syria. We put that guy in. Who used to be an ISIS. We got rid of Gaddafi for slave markets in Libya. So we did that. We sent refugees all through Europe. We destabilized all of Europe. And, you can't take us out of it. We can't take Western powers out of it. We can't take Israel out of it. We can't take the US, France, and a lot of other powers that have destabilized these countries and send these people flooding through Western countries, European countries.
Yeah, fun. It's going to be a fun next 50 years. It's kind of crazy. Images of France. Video from 1998 compares versus today. Yeah, like 1998. It's a different thing. Listen, some of that's beautiful. World changes. In Ireland, this guy just got hit in the street, which I'm against, and I think it's wrong. And they had some guy who brought in, and would damn near be tried to. There's a video of it, and now Belfast, like, it's probably watching it now, but you were like tremendous rockets, like breakthroughs out because like, we're gonna vote on this. We're gonna vote on bringing the people. We never got a vote on it. No one ever asked us how much demographic change we wanted in our country and how quickly we were prepared to do. No one ever asked us. It's much more difficult to put things on. That's another part of the problem. To what degree it does, because people can go out and get jobs because they have nothing. The reality of the city is that it can support a lot of people coming in. There are a lot of jobs for those people. But when it's a stagnant economy like parts of the UK, that's a lot. It's harder to sell, harder to assimilate people into a landscape where the people there are not doing well. Like the people who live there forever are not thriving. They don't feel great. Their prospects economically aren't great. And now you're bringing all these new people also restricted to find work. So that's what we want. Do you think this is being done with a strategy knowing that AI is going to disrupt society? I believe this is why I believe, for example, no one's trying to get everyone in this country to own a house. People give themselves to the idea that there's a lot of people now on their age, on their own, and everybody else. Nobody's trying to. No one's wants that. They forgot what owning a home feels like. They forgot what it feels like to have a yard outside and go over and drink a glass of wine and smoke a cigar and watch a game and live a little poor man's kind of, they're getting analyzed in any direction. They're upset. They're on dating apps or whatever. They don't feel like they have a foundational core to their life. No one has so I think that's just one of the things where people are basically saying, like, no, you don't need a house. You're not getting a house. Forget what owning a house was. Like, forget that. That doesn't matter. And I think part of this is because data. You see, there's healthcare. There's no one to give anyone healthcare in this country. And if it is, it gets shut down. So, what the politics are like, the AI is coming, and AI is doing a lot of stuff in health. That's going to help us step by these bans. But that's on the negative side of it. It's going to disrupt the economy to a point where, like, we're not going to have people owning homes and cars and things like that. We're going to have a lot of people without a steady income. They don't really know what to do. They have a lot of wealth that's existed. A lot of capital. You're going to have tremendous inequality. You're going to have a lot of joblessness. So, for sure, I think that they're prepared. There's no way to look at the landscape because they're selling the country off for and this is all parties, and this is like, they're selling off for parties. So, I mean, obviously, something's coming. Something's coming for sure. And I don't know what it is. I think it's ultimately exciting. And I think so much is a lot of these companies are that's creepy. It's creepy companies, you know? I mean, they're just creepy.
Right? Like this is the goal. The goal is to create a world that you God, and it's going to be controlled by us, not controlled by somebody. That's weird. Like you just trust. That's why you're not getting racial rules. You're not going to get voted on. I think the reality is that eventually on safe streets, don't trust the government, which is why these studies that come out. The thing that I like, I love when it's real, it's fun, but they don't, just people that out there that want their government, and put trust in their government. They have our government. There's positives, there's negatives. But they are a society of people who's accustomed to the order. And it is a bit different to be on both sides. Government or so has the United States where we really do question what's happening. And people not for a long story, but for a yeah, but that makes sense, right? They have socialist health care, they have isn't there education paid for? Yeah, they have good stuff. Oh, yeah. There's benefits to that. There's like a balance to be achieved. I've always said that this country is foolish that we don't pay for higher education. Like, the more educated people have, the part of our country is manufactured by machines. It's manufactured by scientists. That's what our country is. That's the thing. They realize the thing is, that's how I would describe America. It's hard to do. It's hard to back it up. And it's like, people that work hard have to be people that have to be people who they can't get. They have all these different climates, habitats, different interests. But it's like the idea of this as such a powerful force. If people start getting cognizant of it, eventually start talking about regulating it, or I think it is going to be a very strange time when people, just ignoring forever. It's going to do something the worst person, obviously, and I think he's the sanest voice in that administration on camera. For sure. I think he's by far one of the only people in there going, that's coming down, which is why a lot of the big donors are spending money. But again, he just released a book about phase, reconnecting with this phase. I'm sure it's a lot of stuff that I've read it. Fun Beat Trade. Katie Manson reconnecting with this phase. Great. Inspiring. Hey,
these worlds existing together, where you have this world of people who try to build a god, and a world of people who are able to fear gods, and try to get them all to live in the same tent. That's interesting.
What up, pleasure?
You know, that's where it comes from.
Yo, Zoot, how you living, Pam? Zoot, Zoot, how you living, big dog? That's great to hear. Where's your boy? Yeah. What up, Pam?
She said that she said I said
All right. She's gonna masturbate on Sunday. You never know. I mean, it's a question. Not necessarily inappropriate. It's a physical act. Where's your boy? Yeah, let's tell him about it. No. Call him. Please. Whenever he's in here, I ask him to call you. Yep. Because why else is she going to spend some 2 or 3 hours of her life watching some shitty ass movie that you like, that may or may not be an amazing movie, if she doesn't like you? Now, here's my question. Did you call Riser? Okay. We're going to wait 10 seconds. 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Did he pick up? Yeah, fuck that. Get his ass in here. Oh, then he's definitely here.
Maybe doesn't do it. Maybe doesn't do it.
I agree with you. I was on his ass the other day about stuff. I was like, dude, I gave him a challenge. I was like, I give Nigerians this challenge every day, and they get it done. And he's like, I'll get it done by the end of the month. It's like, dog, I need him to move faster. Did he pick up? Why don't you think he picked up? Why don't you think he picked up, big dog? Riser, Zoot, I just asked you a question. Why don't you think he picked up? Dog, that's all that motherfucker does. I love him a lot. But it's difficult to light a fire under his ass to get anything done. It's always got to be on his time, which I understand. He's got to do his own thing. I'm not forcing him, but he certainly is not the go-getter that I'd like him to be. But that's okay. Everybody does their own thing. My question to you is this, dude. Are you ready to lose? Dude, you're going to lose. I know it. Riser knows it. Miranda Cosgrove knows it. Did you know Sherry O'Terry knows it? You don't even know who Sherry O'Terry is. Zoot doesn't even know who Sherry O'Terry is. Here, I'm gonna send him an invite, and we'll see if he gets the message. Is he going to be a little douche? So it goes riser, Zoot, sending. What are the odds that he comes? What are the odds that he plays? 7%? I think those are good odds. Hey, did you know Australia made it to the second round? I know. Are you proud of them? Did you know Canada made it to the second round? Here, I went to the last yesterday. Where the fuck is Riser? Garbage. All right, I'm gonna send you a real one now.
I don't know. Where do you think we lose?
France, easily, they're dominating. Yeah, France. All right, I sent you an invite. Are you ready to see one of the best shots in the history of the game? Dog, are you watching this? Dude, are you watching this? Dude, are you watching this shot? That's such a good shot. Some people may consider it one of the greatest shots in the history of the game. Now you need an even better shot. That's a devastatingly bad shot. I'm going to tell you why. Because it's going in the water. Sorry. But you have a very difficult shot. In difficulty, I give your shot an 8. You're going to hit the tree, the roof right here. I'm telling everybody, Zoot. Oh, Zoot. That was so almost perfect. That was beautiful. I can't believe it went through so smoothly. Too bad you, my friend, are down one hole and on. I'm going to show dominance. Hit that fucking tree. There's a chance I could make it in 2. I don't think I can. No. That's not good. That's not good at all.
9 out of 10.
Let's see it. I'm waiting for it. That's bad. 9 out of 10. Incorrect on that. I mean, you need to make this shot. Your entire career relies upon it. You just tied one of them. It was a good shot. This is one of the best shots you've ever seen, son. No, it wasn't. It could have gone in the green part. It could have gone in the green part. It would have been better. I've never been good at this second shot. Dude. That was not good. Are you proud of that shot?
The bad news is this.
Hit my ball. We are big. That was good, dude.
You can get it. The shape of it in the way is shaping it on the shapes of the hard felt.
Oh, Zoot, that was devastating. That was a devastating miss. And I made it with that sheep in the way. And now you're done. You're not touching me on this hole. Oh, no, that was devastating. I took the shot too quickly. That was devastating. Oh, hit the wall. Short. Devastating.
hasn't seen it. So I told him, don't, you're not going to see it. You see it on National Geographic, you see it on TV, maybe, because the guys sits there for months and months, and he comes. Where are they?
You need one of the best shots in your career.
You want to see a leopard, you want to see a cheetah. The kids are also the number one kill to see is a cheetah. Very hard to see cheetah kills because you can't even see cheetah.
Wow, what a great shot. That was one of the greatest shots that you've ever seen in your entire life.
There's a lot of lions. Fine. We saw lions, we saw leopards, we didn't see. We got to see.
That was not good. Zoo, you did not do a good job there. Zoo, you got spanked in this round. Just absolutely, I hate this one. Zoo, you've seen me do well on every single hole except this one. I'm so bad at this one. No way that's a good shot. I don't even care what you're trying to do. That's garbage. Terrible shot. 0 to 10, that's a 0. Did you watch Tim Dillon on the Joe Rogan Experience? Yes or no? Oh, wait. You don't know who Tim Dillon is? He's like arguably the funniest comedian in all of comedy. You don't know who Tim Dillon is?
No. I mean, he's never met him.
He made Henry listen. And Tim Dillon is this chubby Long Island comic who is gay, but you never know he was gay, except for the fact that he talked about sucking the D. But he looks like a fratty American, and he's so funny. And he's like the one comedian, aside from maybe Shane Gillis, who doesn't really fear Joe Rogan. Like all the other comedians, especially Tony Hinchcliffe and everybody else, they all fucking fear Joe Rogan so much. And they want to get on his good side, and they want to make sure that they do really well at the Comedy Mothership and stuff. And Tim Dillon has this hilarious story where he's like, have you ever been inside the green room of the Comedy Mothership? It's literally like the most judgmental place you've ever been in your entire life. Like, you could be from anywhere. You could be from London, and they're like, so where are you from? And you'll be like, oh, I'm from London. Like, oh, London, well, la-di-da. Well, guess what? Welcome to Austin. You're going to love it. And you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I mean, it's okay. And they're like, no, you don't understand. You're going to love it. You're going to absolutely love it. And they're like, okay, well, I mean, I don't know if I love it that much. They're like, no, you don't understand. You're going to love it. And he tells this story about this opener that he had from New York who was not as experienced as he is. And so he's like, yes, I brought my opener from New York City. And he performs on the Comedy Mothership, at the Comedy Mothership. And he wasn't having a good stand-up session. And all of a sudden, I'm watching him from the balcony, and I can tell he's not having the best set of his life. It's unfortunate, but it's not going his way. And I have this feeling in the back of my head, like somebody's watching me. And I turn around, and it's Joe Rogan. And he's like, he's bombing Tim. And Tim's like, I know he's bombing. I know he's just having an off night or whatever. I know he's bombing. He's like, and Joe's like, he can't bomb. If he's going to perform here, he can't bomb. And Tim is like, I know he can't. I understand that. I don't know what's going on. This isn't how he normally is. And Joe's like, he can't bomb. It's like something that he absolutely just cannot do. And are you serious? And Tim's like, I know, Joe. I know. So he gets his opener and tells him to get off the stage, basically. And the opener's like, hey, I know it didn't go smoothly. Like, it could have gone better. And Tim's like, no, it went absolutely terribly. Are you serious? You need to leave. And the opener's like, well, what do you mean? I mean, let me just get my stuff out of the green room. And the opener's like, no, you don't understand. Tim's like, no, you don't understand. You need to get the fuck out of here right now. You're going to have Navy SEALs who are chasing you down because you bombed here. You're not allowed to, like, embarrass me like this. You need to go right now. And the opener's like, okay, well, like 6th Street seems kind of dangerous. Like, I don't know if I should just be going right onto the street. And Tim's like, no. You don't understand. I don't care where you go, but you just cannot be here because Joe Rogan thinks that you got it. Anyway, Tim Dillon's really fucking funny. I would say if there's one comedian, in my opinion, really, of all the comedians in the world right now, there is a world where Dave Chappelle's number one, Shane Gillis is number two, and Tim Dillon is number three. I'm not saying that I necessarily believe that, but if you told me that, I would actually say that's a pretty good list. I've never seen Tim Dillon do stand-up live, though, and I've never seen Shane Gillis do stand-up live, or I haven't seen their specials, but I can tell you that their interviews are hilarious, and they're some of the best podcasters in the game. What up? Well, not of all time, but in the United States, yeah. He was at one time, not just that, he was the biggest person on television for like 8 straight years. He was I haven't seen Jerry Seinfeld do stand up. Yeah, I haven't seen Jerry Seinfeld do stand up or heard one of his specials in almost 20 years. So it's hard for me to say he still has it. There was a period of time where he after Seinfeld where he didn't tour anything for a while. But then he came back. Once he had kids, he started doing stand-up comedy again. And I'm not saying he's not funny, but as like somebody who I could just be like, wow, that is so true. I could do it with Seinfeld, but Tim Dillon and Shane Gillis, at least. Yeah, I mean he's both. You know that. Come on, man. You know that. Robin. You know that. Yeah, oh for sure. I don't even really know. That's definitely true. Dude, how did I miss that shot? They didn't start all of them as stand-up comedians. I would say Adam Sandler was a comedic actor because he was on Cosby Show and he was on television shows before Saturday Night Live. And then he did Saturday Night Live. And frankly, on Saturday Night Live, he wasn't the funniest person on there. He wasn't really even the top, like, 5 funniest people on Saturday Night Live, even in his prime. there were a lot of really funny people on Saturday Night Live when he was there. But in my opinion, he was there during some of the strongest Saturday Night Live bits or times when they had Saturday Night Live. They had, well, he was there. They had Chris Farley, David Spade. They had Tim Meadows. They had Chris Rock. They had, oh, Zoot, good job. We're going to leave it at that.
I'm good. He's up there now.
It's still the biggest show on Saturdays in the United States. But
I mean, they did have Super.
oh yeah, in terms of who they get, they'll get everybody big. I mean, the people who have been on it are like Elon Musk has done it. You name it, everybody's basically done it. The only people I think haven't done it are like I don't think Tom Cruise has ever done it. But I mean, they had like Prince on there. They had Michael Jackson never did it. He was too big. But they had Britney. Yeah, but they had Britney Spears in her heyday. They had Christina Aguilera. Britney Spears hosted though. They had, I don't know, like Sydney Sweeney. Sydney Sweeney was on there. I'm gonna look this up. Who are the biggest celebrities not to do Saturday Night Live? Like that's the list that you need, not the ones who have. Biggest celebrities to never do Saturday Night Live. All right, here we go, big dog. Denzel Washington, Leonardo DiCaprio, Beyonce, and Julia Roberts are among the most prominent stars who have never hosted the Saturday Night Live. Level living. Despite their masterful fame, those actors and musicians have not taken to the role of host, with some never appearing on the show at all. So some people have, but they weren't on the show. They didn't host it. Angelina Jolie, Meryl Streep, Tom Cruise, Mark Hamill, and some like Sacha Baron Cohen have made brief appearances or monologue spots. They've not committed to do a full hosting gig, but everybody else has done it. Several celebrities have explicitly turned it down. Kevin Hart, Lisa Kudrow, and Jim Carrey auditioned for parts but were not hired, though Carrey and Hart have since hosted multiple times. But aside from that list that I just said, Denzel, Leonardo DiCaprio, Beyonce, Julia Roberts, Angelina Jolie, Meryl Streep, Tom Cruise, Mark Hamill, Sacha Baron Cohen, well, he did. Like, everybody else has done it. Will Ferrell's done it. Tom Green's done it. Yeah. Do you know who Natalie Imbruglia is, Zoot? Zoot, do you know who Natalie Imbruglia is? Zoot.
And then they made a circle and they went around where the body was.
Zoot, you motherfucker.
It was the Leviathan. You watch the Leviathan for a buffalo. So keep blinking, that's why. Keep blinking, you can trust and get into the background. When the lion is quiet and they make noise, shout out President to the President of the United States. I'm not going to say anything because sometimes certain individuals, they scream out, if you don't listen to me, in 2 days from now, you're not going to have a country left. Not in 2 weeks. I mean, in a week from now. In a week from now, you don't listen to me. And then, okay, get out of everything. I'll give you $300 billion just to say that. So sometimes it's but those who make a lot of damage, they don't speak at all. That's what you want to say about it. The lion was quiet. It might be an indication that he made a lot of trouble. He killed a bunch of these folks. The Eagle shots the beautiful characters. They're making noise. He's killing them. He's actually scared. That's why I showed the video of them running away. Sometimes he's running away from the boat.
Dude fucking left like a douche. Like a fucking douche. Zoot literally is the worst communicator in the history of humankind. Who's the best communicator? Grant. Really? No, but aside from everybody's favorite. Yeah.
What he really needs is a spirit leader. I don't believe in Rothschild. When say I'm a holiday Rabbi or a Shmuel Rabbi, he says no. I hold like Shmuel.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
So he didn't want to pass it. Shadrino come in the Shmuel. So why did you want to pass it? You see that
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Do you really think that Tim Dillon could be the top 3 funniest comedian in the He's so funny? Check it out. Check it out. Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out. Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out. What a good fucking yawn. That's one of the best yawns in the history of yawning. Check it out.
Oh, maybe that's why I never plugged it in. Okay, let's just finish up a full part. I'm supposed to play this. Something that a bunch of comics really fun with this. I'm supposed to play this like a torture war. So smoking cigarettes. So they wanted me to smoke cigarettes while I was doing it. So I smoked like 15 fucking cigarettes while we're doing it. And I threw up. I had a fucking horrible headache. I was feeling like I'm so high. It's all over. If you've never smoked cigarettes at all, you smoke 15 in a row. Were you like an athlete too? Oh yeah. Oh, so that totally fucked you up. Yeah. No, the first time I had a cigarette, it's so terrible, but I was like, this is great. My body responded. Like what you had is the normal experience, just too much. One cigarette I actually liked. I was like, what a head rush. This is kind of cool. I go, now I kind of get it. I get why you guys like this. Interesting. We were doing this thing, and I had a voice be smoking. So we had a reverse for doing it all day, and I wanted to try to like feel normal with a cigarette in my hand. So I kept smoking it, and I liked it. So I kept smoking it. Yeah, it's a tough thing because the thing about it, I've been sober 15 years from alcohol and drugs. And I look at people that are really drunk, it doesn't look appealing. It doesn't look good. When you see somebody with a cigarette, you know, this looks good. It looks like, you know, this looks good. You never say to yourself, like, that person's going to get sick and die, then you never know they're going to lose control of their life. So you look at somebody with a cigarette and you go,
Oh, yeah, they're having fun. They're cool. It's fine. They're using it to help hang. I never look cool with it. It's like you look at an actor doing it, or someone like the con film festival. Yeah, something like that. Timothy Chalamet has one. He's the size of one. Has one, and I go, this is fine. Probably in France or something. You know what I mean? They all do shit like that. So you'll see that, you should get a serve.
Look at this athleticism, folks. This is really unprecedented footwork.
Like 1920s. No, it's the worst thing because the smell is terrible. It destroys your clothes, and it's very bad for your health, obviously. But it is one of those things that is just such a good product. What other product could they tell you it kills you and they're raising the price every year? Out in England, where they smoke like crazy, you have actual cancer on the fucking cartons. So when you buy them, I'm still like, what difference? Like, this is terrible. They smoke more than anywhere. They smoke more. They don't eat. Like, they don't understand what we eat. Like, they don't get it. They're on this something called Toby Carvery. Like, where you could just, lay it along Sunday roast and Russian pudding and stuff. But for the most part, the portions are small. And people behave in that sense. But they drink more and they smoke. European World Cup fans losing their minds over Taco Bell ranch and unlimited refills. Yeah. Because they get sick. When they come here, they get sick because there's chemicals in our food. Somebody was telling me they went to Buc-ee's and there was the soccer teams were at Buc-ee's for the first time and they just fucking couldn't believe it. Of course. Imagine that's your one of the first experiences you have in America. You walk into a Buc-ee's. Yeah, you're from Czechoslovakia or some shit. It's one of the most American places, as you've said, that exists. You have this gas station, but it's also like a weird theme park of food. And all kinds of other shit that you can eat. Yeah, this guy, LMAO, this is a gas station. Yeah. Look, you see how big they are. Yeah. The first 224 million views. That's hilarious. No, it's completely alien to their culture. Yeah. To have a place like that where you could go buy. The Costco's are alien to them. You can buy mayonnaise in a bucket. Jars of things that you would keep, like, you know, like kids home. They all think because if you go like a big grocery store chain, you buy in food for a long period of time. They don't do that there. They buy stuff for like a week. They have small refrigerators. Yeah, small refrigerators, couple of days. They don't have refrigerators like we have, but also they don't have the same. Right. They also don't think, and they can be wrong about this, but they also don't think that they're going to lose access because of some race war. You know what I mean? Like, there is a little bit of planning that goes into some of these grocery runs that does seem slightly better. Newsfeed over here ramps up.
Sleeping here instead.
Start thinking about the stockpile of gold.
What's your name? And you are from Detroit?
Right. That's one of the Land Cruiser I got. I specifically,
What's your name?
look truck.
Chevrolet
Like a
Campanile.
truck where it gets garage and it can literally drive over a mountain. That's what I mean. And you have a car that's not just a rough car, right? And you have a car that's occasionally shit might go sideways. And you have
6:30. Come on. Talk about.
And I've left LA.
Listen, how you guys do like literally 20 people in there.
An apocalypse car line because of fires, because of riots, like some fires gotta get out of Dodge.
To remind all of them, because not because I didn't see this, we have shots to Southwest. We took the entire hotel. It's gonna be beautiful.
There was just overturned cop cars on
MDY
What happened?
experience.
I'm frozen?
Yeah,
Frozen?
right there.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you. There you go. There you go.
What are you talking about?
Manchester.
What are you talking about, Mr. Aquarius?
It was.
No, it wasn't. No, I wasn't. I was just getting water. I wasn't in my bed.
you stay there for a minute. Stay there for a
Okie dokie. I believe you.
That came out of his head. I didn't even notice that. That's a lot.
It's Aquarius. It's 3:21 in the morning where you are.
That's dedication.
Take the muscle relaxer. You have nothing. No, it's not. Take half of it. Take half of it. You got all day today to sleep. Miss Aquarius, take a quarter of it. Then take half of it. Sure. Do it, and then we'll be in bed. And you can sleep all day today. You don't have to go to work. You don't have any friends with whom to hang out for tomorrow. You don't have a hair appointment. You don't have a nail appointment. You don't have a dermatologist. You don't have anything but the whole day to relax. The whole day you can relax. I mean, from sun up to sundown, you can rest that leg of yours. 3:23 where you are.
My friends and wife complained to me that ever since I introduced them this year,
I want to take it at this time.
You need to, though.
over here there's too much going on in this right over here because it's disturbing. How did your wife handle this? Finally, I've used the word, no, this is not true. Call to because you call it all. Things that are running the masses, not
Take half of it.
Thank you, Bob.
And you'll sleep till 10,
The secret behind
and you'll be resting. Your leg will feel better.
Unfortunately, no one's not here. Not feeling well.
Then take the whole thing.
The secret behind the morning.
You don't think I take it at this time?
Miss Aquarius, you're going to be in pain for the next 5 hours if you don't take it. You already woke up you already awoke in the middle of the night and you're having trouble sleeping.
It's happening now, and it's like community is eating from now.
I'm watching. I'm watching. It's sitting in your hand. There you go. Just put it in your mouth. Down the hatch.
He says, I'm not done. He is never done. Return to the tomorrow.
Good job.
Which is an
Good job.
olive with a hot associated with Chokmah.
You did it.
We're drawing down the flow of wisdom from Hashem to open our mind. We take yourself the wisdom that comes from the
You did it, Mr. Aquarius. Good job. All right, you can go to bed now.
I can't go to bed till I go to sleep. I can't go to bed till I go to sleep.
All right, well, it won't hurt a little bit.
The other one, I think in the Gemara it says, grab to my father, Gershon Eisenberger, and my Talmud Chassid. You can direction it both ways. Your Talmud Chassid is father, which makes sense. But over here, go by your
Yeah, doing whatever. You know how to do this.
And now you have to make me tell them that you got to stick to them. You got to go to sleep. You got to get your foot down sometimes. Rub my foot down sometimes. Okay. Go back to sleep. You got to be out there.
Shout out to Mr. Aquarius, everybody.
Thank you, Rabbi.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Monthly sponsors, are you Simon Kushlema of Yuri Korf, the Miriam Anonymous, Kushlema for Reuben and Yehudis and Avram Shayib and Slava, the lawyer of May. Weekly sponsors, Spanish year sponsors, and R&D.
All right, folks.
The Spanish year sponsors in the first three Mexican satellite location. Rothschild. Trinidad, Greenwood, and the Lack of White Sox, American Dallas Food School Law School. Norway for the Magnetic Control. It's an honor to group of Greenwood and Leo and Gloria for full flame of it. Amay, Yohan Hakmati, presented at our Disco Factory, dedicated her life for dedicated her life for cleaning her family.
That's why they started in Hollywood. That, Leo can't go anywhere until the fall Saturday. So if you want to go on a vacation, it's interesting. It's like Pasadena is where all the producers are. There's houses. Gorgeous. Etc. Incredible places like this state. Beautiful. For another time. And that's the thing in LA. You get the vibe that you're Santino made a brilliant point. It's not Hollywood, it's Hollywood the sequel. You're living in the second version of the thing is.
When an animal falls,
it's not what it was. And every place seems a little bit like a museum. Or like it was cool 20 years ago or 15 years ago. Somebody recently said this. That's LA is slowly becoming Detroit. Interesting. The only thing I might say is the weather will help.
And even though I can't remember the words and we have to say this,
regardless of whether or not it's the biggest industry in terms of like cultural value to getting people to move there. There's always shows. And
the first always you complete the Canadian and I accept the entire system, the whole that thing. All in our groups all gathering for the Rapapa people Canadian face at color foot, starting from the entire length of the spine and all the wrist. Get a check to show those internal damage, animal falls, and some of the concerns.
It's a big difference. It's a giant difference. That's the Gavin Newsom attitude when it prevents California rocks the program GDP is. We can send maybe pop that place.
You don't have to worry about it. They are in good shape. They're very strong. They withstand.
Problems. People are moving for the first time ever more than they're coming here. Right. We're losing all these giant corporations. It's just this shit. No one's doesn't matter. I'm very big on California. I'm bullish on California. It's always going to be amazing here. That's what every empire said until they fell. Right. We're the thing. But people don't want to ever believe it.
To me, this is one of the most interesting
walk right through the Coliseum.
I've seen it a long time.
When we landed
in
LA, I looked to the right,
when a
and
bird falls
that warehouse was on fire
now,
with 85
the idea in the North is all the way up.
chemicals in a
Because
warehouse.
you guys all of you, especially the guys over 70, know
And you're looking at the window and you're just
and had
seeing
a
the warehouse on fire, and then there was a car fire on the
and the
floor.
car would jump over
Like I saw my house having a apartment there now. As I was going to my apartment, there was a car on fire.
jump over
And
two-story
as I was
building,
landing, the warehouse was on
jump
fire.
and you like,
And you start thinking to yourself, somebody doesn't want us here.
what's the word
Like
I'm
somebody
looking for? You
wants us out. Like it almost feels like by nature.
so get up for a second, sorry.
By nature,
Get over here.
by bad decisions, by everything, which is nature. Nature is nature.
You absorb. That's the word I was looking for. Exactly what you really want. You try to absorb the cold. Now, if you can absorb the cold in a better way, like, let's say, parachuters, not the guys who do it for fun, but the guys in the army, they don't give them something that you fall out of the plane, right? You fall fast. But when you land, you don't want to land on your 2 feet because you break your legs. So they're like, roll. I don't know, different things. If you were to jump off a 2-story looking but on an angle, it'll be a lot better. You would see better working for this. But as an angle to it, it'll be a lot better. Have enjoyed the ball a lot more than before.
Great show in Oceans in Atlantic City. There's a casino there.
That's all city here. That's the end of the day. Anything that is slippery and then
Atlantic City has some
the yeshiva, a guy called, he jumped out of 2 stories.
he was telling me
He jumped and broke over the
have just a high amount of people
yeah,
and a lot of social programs in one area.
everybody had a friend that tried it and
That are
wasn't very
not,
successful.
for whatever reason,
Before
productive.
became a thing,
And they're living in one area and everything that comes along with that, which is crime, which is vandalism, which is, disorder to varying degrees. And you need to get rid of that in order to have more businesses. 100% just what happened in New York in the 90s. People hated it. They don't want to admit it. But what happened in New York in the 90s was like, they did clean up a lot of the crime, and a lot of businesses that felt better about it. That's 100%. That's what you did. And he's demonized.
I don't understand.
He hasn't.
I don't get it.
He's one of those guys where if he had just done that and died, his legacy would have been amazing. But he took around for a while. And he's kind of gone into some interesting tangents. So it's one of those scenarios where it's like, how do you just clean up New York City and then let people life would have been like that guy? But he hung around a little bit. You know, they always have that. They always say, so I said, you're going to do shows. That's what he's going to do. That's right. But he did such a good thing. And it was like just exit. It was also, it's easy to make fun of like the family of sweating his die off. Well, that's right. He's real thing that's one of the very last kind friends who don't die. Yeah, no, it's just these guys, there's so much silliness on both sides. There's silliness all over, and silliness on the right. There's goofy people because the only kind of people that want that kind of position of power are
We're going to see later on if the rail steps up.
the best and the rest, the most enlightened that want to be the mayor of New York City.
Sounds that he's okay.
The job of people that want power and
We're going to have more
influence.
and this is only the third who was able to
That stuff
swim
is very interesting. It's
downstream
starting to, I
against the
think,
flow water.
I don't know how quickly it will do this, but I do think it's going to lessen some of the cultural divides.
That's not,
And I
that's
think
not a
it's
riot.
going to
He's
catch
floating.
the night
And he
people.
had to make his way downstream.
I
He did.
think it's going to
Be
be
like Timer. And
the
if
next
the water is
fight
down,
seems to be about
I can just stay in
surveillance,
anywhere.
privacy.
Less one bus. What was interesting is that Ratchet said in this case, but even if you're upstream,
I feel like that will be, it might take precedent.
like,
Instead of like these cultural fights that people have been having for a while, it might be like people might be demanding autonomy, you know, from artificial intelligence. The problem isn't going to be if you can't demand, if
it's
you
barely moving to the bird itself.
this is the
Show
potential
on TV the fact that let's say
that we're seeing play out slowly.
on the
So
water.
in England,
So
their
now you
freedom
know
of
the
speech has
speed
been
of the water.
suppressed
But he's
far to
happily
the point
doing
where people are
swam
not freaking out
quicker than the water. So he's
the amount
going
of arrests
downstream. He said, yeah,
that people
he
get
has
over there for fucking retweets and likes and likes. That's so crazy to
He
me.
really has to prove himself by swimming upstream. But he can also prove himself swimming downstream if he's quicker than the
Not even
40 things on the
retweeting
water.
because we all know if you like a piece of shit,
You don't 10 miles an hour, so I'm seeing this case.
we all know that.
Okay.
You
We
retweet
want to
it.
so
If you're gonna retweet it, you might as well retweet it anyway.
I guess in
Just
around
extra
11
years
days,
for retweets and so on. I'm sure if they use a lot of my clients just like this, they'll confuse the so as soon as you have people that feel like the reality of the world they live in is not being represented, and they're not allowed to complain about it online. Because if they complain about it online, they get arrested. So right now it's for immigration primarily. This is right.
look at the
But
truck.
that could
Danger
change.
live beer.
That could change. Well,
Okay,
because
that's red. This is the license for yo.
they
Okay.
feel that there was
Nice little circle. I don't know what
decision made
like
by somebody that
that's this comfortable. Okay.
public
Smart.
can only discuss issues
So
in
if it's
a very
for,
rigid way.
you know, like these
They
guys,
can only offer their
like you saw the professional, there was a little bit
not
of a
everyone
stomach
who's
in
talking
that
about
bacon,
immigration
a
is
little
making
bit
those
of
are taken
soy.
away, but it's their right to do it.
So
It's their country.
Kashir means you have to be concerned that it's broken bone. But it's not called a
increased levels of infection. And they should be able to see that in
here's
inelegant
what
way.
the entire day Kidri Kashir.
So what they're doing now is replacing
to the close together, so now you
ways of
concerned
speaking,
you get broken bones, but it's not. Let me
on
tell you
things
this,
not
the nuts are
incitement
further
to
apart,
violence, as
not
some
to
things
worry.
clearly are. And
I
incitement
guess
to
this is
violence.
what things that used to do back in the day.
You can have people speak in a colorful way,
Rabbi, Kashina, there's a bunch of bundles.
using irony, some people trying to be funny, some people are
Ibiza,
so.
Ibiza
I
location,
think the way that they're doing it over there is they're basically looking at these statements and
I
going,
explained
this
before,
person
if the first
is
falls on record,
inciting violence
this
and
is not a
threatening
good
the
video
public
because it
good
happens to
on
ruins
what
on
they're saying. Right.
You know, without flapping
Then
means,
there's
you
also
fall
people
on
are
the
getting arrested for saying that they were rape killers.
pinnacle, on
And
the
there were
spitz of the veil.
And so then this new report, who released this new
Will
report that
destroy
said 1 million people.
his
It says UK scraps police
but
probes
it's
of
on the,
legal social
it's
media
on the
posts
side.
after review
So
says
you can
response
lose a
went
little
too
bit. It's a
far.
little bit of
So
slack.
this
It's
is
so more of the impact.
November 1st,
Then
2026.
we don't have to worry
But I just saw a thing about a guy getting arrested for a few days. And we have rape gangs here, but ours are more successful. I think that's a
slant part.
legal social media post is what's weird. So legal social media posts, their law is different than our law. They don't have freedom of speech, but they're trying to cite them to violence in violation of the law. Right? So when it says legal, it could just be they went too far for things that like cartoon movies or something like that. It's not clearly not incitement to violence.
So it's not that soft.
But when I find out, Jamie, what that report was about the rape gang, I was just there for 21 days. I was like, a couple of days, but I was getting locked in primarily for 21 days. And when you talk to the folks in people, London's a global city, it's a cosmopolitan city, it's like New York.
It's like
And, I think one of the things that, they're used to diversity there. And so they're not full on panicked about different types of people coming in. But there is undeniably outside of London, also in London, but outside of London, because a lot of the economy is stagnant. So you're bringing people in, it's not clear immediately what jobs they'll do. And a lot of their cultures vary greatly from the English culture in a meaningful way. And that could be the rights of women, that could be the rights of gay people, that could be the opinions about freedom of speech, that could be freedom of religion, whatever it is. There is a cultural tension there between, immigrants, migrants coming in at this very established society that's been around for a very long time. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Here's a fun fact. Research shows that dogs who maintain a healthy weight can live up to 2.5 years longer on average than dogs who are overweight. Isn't that wild and also kind of obvious at the same time? So why is feeding vegan scoops like ultra processed kibble still the status quo for most dog owners? Healthy ultra exists and trust me, I know. I buy one. The Farmer's Dog, I use it for both my dogs. They eat it up quick. It smells good to them. It smells good to me. It's human grade food. The Farmer's Dog makes fresh food for dogs, and my dogs love it. Their recipes are made with real meat and fresh vegetables that are gently cooked to achieve vital nutrients. They also portion out meals to your dog's nutrition. Which helps avoid overfeeding and makes weight management easier. It isn't getting more time like its best friends. They're working dog wants. The answer to that is yes, obviously. So try the Farmer's Dog today and get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food. Plus, get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. This offers for new customers only. We're talking about partnership. This is about tier board, so we're a tier board Michigan. So we're a bunch of really progressive people thought it's amazing. Bring everyone in, everyone got a spot vote. And so they got enough Muslim people in there where they can vote in a mayor. And then this guy says, more breakfast. They're itchy towards what they would like. Yes, just Sharia law. You know, for sure. Most people live in these Islamic countries. Now, again, if you ask them, they're probably underdressed. Again, terrified of single thing, right? So you've got to factor that in. But at least they persist in general. They think Sharia law will be written. I think there's certainly I mean, this was covered up to a lot of the gang scandal there. You know, so we're looking at it right now. This is UK Super Thick.
Right.
So
Right.
this,
Right.
but there was
Part of the night, again, anything similar to
the ranking
similar with
to
everything.
put this
They're
report out.
all they get the eyes,
Members
all
of
types of
Parkland and Restore Britain Party here were low. And so the investigators had limited powers such as the ability to know witnesses who require sort of document production that corroborates some of the most heinous victims. With those limitations in mind, the independent report is a damning collection of victim testimonies that portray sexual terrorism that occurred nationwide for decades.
it's soft.
Yeah, this is terrible. I mean, obviously, they said it was 250,000.
The artists that we in on the shoulders also,
This was covered up because the media wanted to inflame anger against, population of migrants. Most of them, I'm sure, were innocent of this, obviously, but it is something that, free society, everyone has the right to know if there are rape gangs in the country that is operating. Isn't that crazy that under the guise of progressive news, 100%, it's crazy. But it's also incredibly, it's not shocking because the end suggests the means approach of politics seems to be what we're doing right now, whereas basically if the goal is to just eliminate, whatever it's being called, like this patriarchal, white male-dominated society, if you want to get rid of that, and that's the end goal, a lot of people ignore what happens. Like a lot of people are super concerned about whose rights are being respected in that process because their end goal really is to kind of decrease the power of people they disagree with. So I mean, it's like, it's hard to look at this and not see a design. And I don't quite know exactly where the design comes from, but it's odd that this is all happenstance because everybody knows it's happening and people are afraid to talk about it. So I would imagine that at some point, for example, like countries like Ireland right now that are having lots of issues over this, it's they're part of the EU, and the EU set migration policy for Ireland. So the EU is a supernatural organization that would basically say, here's how many migrants you have to admit, here's your carbon emission standards, here's your, monetary policy, whatever it is. And Ireland is kind of in that sense, they feel like they're losing their sovereignty. They're losing their ability to chart the course of their own country to a supernatural organization that primarily seems concerned with the economics, because if you bring in more migrants, you can artificially grow the economy, which is what they're doing. A lot of people in Europe are not having children. So a lot of these economies are run by people that are not really too concerned about the cultural landscape of bringing migrants in and looking at this economy. How do we get cheap, help, and how do we get workers? A lot of it is you're getting third world migrants. Some of it's genuine refugees for sure. A lot of it's economic migration. People coming for better life. Hard to blame them. People that live in those countries get to have a better life. That's the question. If you live in Ireland, do you get to have a better life? Do your economic prospects get to grow? Do your children get to own property? Do they get to have health insurance and a job and things like that? And no one seems that concerned about that. Like these citizens who've lived forever in these countries, whose grandparents have fought and died in wars to secure the freedom of some of those countries, Britain, UK, things like that. Those citizens seem to not be as prioritized as people coming in from other countries. And that's one of the big problems that they're having. It's really interesting to watch because there is a plan. It's not interesting to but it's interesting in that both it can be really short. If there is a plan,
what's wrong with you?
whose plan
Not 1 o'clock in the morning. In the afternoon,
why would you do those? I think it's a small
I wanted to lift the So I got to show the idol what it looks like.
themselves primarily with
You know what
economic
that
matters. They don't care
look at
that
the damage you can cause.
nation states have
That's a real
cultures
house.
and histories and customs, and that doesn't bother them as much.
That's not what I'm saying. And you're sitting here like sleeping right there. Next one
Their
up.
basic, response is to just deal with it and to call everyone racist,
You know the guy there? I go,
jingoist or ethnocentric or anti-immigrant or whatever. They shut down those conversations. And I think it's because a lot of people believe one global
next day,
and they don't believe in a world of nation states
come
that
there, I
have
see
their
a
own
hard cover
ability to govern themselves.
woodpecker
They want to
feather
take that
on the
power
rooftop, and now
economically
he never came back
from
again.
those people.
Anybody had,
And then
my son,
eventually they want to take it culturally
kitchens,
and
and they
every
do,
other
they sell
world. So they just
they
want to go
sell
around the world and say, here's the way
work.
every country will
They have
look.
a spray, they put it
Here's
on,
the
and
economic policy of
they
every country. And
you want to
people in
put
those
your
countries don't like
you
it,
deal with it?
and they express,
It's a
that
good
on
idea.
social media, they're going to get kicked off. And if they organize the streets, they're going to use, military authority to fire border cannons at them or shut them down or use gas or
So it says the Gemara like this.
and
Let's
if
check
there's
this
a
out.
genuine resistance
I
movement
didn't
to some of
this
it,
is
they're
the
going to
time of the
infiltrate it
trick.
and turn it into some psychotic thing, which they do all the time.
And glue on the
So
strap. And a bird
it's hard to see it, not to sound like a paranoid nut job, but that's who I am and how I make my living. But I think it is clearly someone's design. This isn't happenstance. None of this has to happen. We don't have to invade countries, sponsor coups, steal resources, and then dredge up poor communities in guilt and say, now we have to bring all those people here and have to deal with it. None of that has to happen. That's a strategy of people that want to keep perpetuating this. Do you think it also has one of the factors might be that they want conflict? The more conflict people have in the streets, the less they're going to pay attention to
You see, my lord says one doesn't work really.
But I also think the more chaos in the street, the more likely they're going to be to reset. Laws, there's technologies, and what you're saying about peace, and I don't care how we get it, I don't care how we achieve it. And I think that's very possible that it does feel like it is controlling the world a little bit to where being a one uniform standard across said earlier in this, it's very interesting because uniform standard is supposed to include non-binary art students in Vermont at religious Muslims from North Africa.
Halloween is not the end of the world.
That's amazing.
Sorry,
The
she has
people that
one
would
week
be most
to Muslim
opposed,
impact. You leave.
the people that, like, if you do bring
They
those
got
people,
people
they're going to hate them the most. And
My
they're
laws are all about
going to
patient income.
Yes, the ones who are most likely to
How are
say
you going
we
to
should
stop this
have
fall?
some
I'm just showing you on
order
my
that
laws
keeps
and
some
law things. So
person
what's the
from
other?
coming here and no person's
What's the other
illegal.
side?
And
Say
the
that's
people
okay.
that want them
I'm a
illegal,
law. That's the
I
legal man.
think
You
not
pay the
even
guy.
people bringing
So
it
let's say
in,
this
they're
is
being
my
used.
legal way.
They're suicidal. Their empathy is being weaponized.
We
It's
still
being
have
used.
the rest of the room. They
Right, so people
it's not the
that
Halloween
are
stuff. The ends that are stuck in the glue. But
this reality of using those people, these are the same people who don't care if people stay over and have care. These are people that haven't spoken to their sister in 2 years and care a ton about people in Ukraine or people that are coming over from Syria or whatever. But we fuck up Syria. We put that guy in. We used to ISIS. We got rid of feed their slave markets in Libya. So we send refugees all through Europe. We destabilize all of Europe. And you can't take us out of it. You can't take Western powers out of it. You can't take Israel out of it. You can't take the US and bring France and a lot of other powers out of destabilize these countries. And send these people flooding through Western countries, European countries.
Now I can have a video that he has
It's
like a
going to be
9
fun next
to
50
send down.
years. It's kind of crazy when you
The
see
episode
images of
which they
France.
got me off, I love the end when the two stuck in the blue crab, the animal was going, oh, the time got the shark. No, this is in
It's a
fact
different
a
thing.
lessening
This is some
of
of that's
the
inevitable.
impact when there's one reason
Changes.
attached to the
Different
murder.
people.
But then you look at an Ireland, this guy just got beheaded
for all shots.
in the street.
He says like
Which I mean, yeah, it's beheaded some guy and he beheaded some guy.
And now they're doing rations days and conjuring themselves to get us back in 2026. Talking about how many years ago it is? 700?
Now they're like, it's probably right there now. But
1,000 years. Okay, 1,000 years is sex.
anything
I was going to say that anytime you have a cow, the fool of
we never got a vote on that. No one ever asked
it's
us
not ridiculous that they're trying to
much
open up
demographic change
inside.
we wanted in our country and how quickly
The doors come out. That's in the earlier generations.
to do. No one ever asked
12 years
us.
ago. That was the key to this
All
out.
my team our population. It's much more
2,000
difficult
years ago. Like, not like the
to
Canadian,
solve
we
100%
don't
population
know where it goes. Listen, Canada,
UK, diversity also relies on a very
since the players
so New York
feel
City,
like, we don't know this
to
stuff.
the degree it
Since
does,
we
because
actually
people can
don't
go out and
agree.
get
Believe
jobs.
me, Rose, the England, the dying, Elon Musk, ain't a blood.
Reality
Every
of the city
generation,
is that
it makes a lot of sense.
can support a lot of
Every generation has its own Rabbi, so what? We're proper in material plus. But what gave us the building every generation?
That's a
But
lot
what was with when I talk to them, sit.
harder to assimilate people
Show me the
into a
team, the
landscape
young
where the people there are not
every generation has the young.
like the people that have lived there forever not
Oh,
thriving.
he's always up
Their prospects economically are great. And now you're bringing all these new people
Unfortunately,
with social
I know you're all excited about this, but we're not listening to
that's part of the
another
problem. Do you
generation.
think that this is
We're not
being
the
done
Okay.
a strategy, knowing that AI is about to
We don't know exactly what we're looking for. Look at it.
Yes, I believe this is what I believe. I believe,
Ribs and broken
no one, for
spine.
example, no one's
What
trying
about
to get
different
anyone in this country to go
externals?
out.
You need more of an MRI.
People pay
And
lip
pets
service
and
to
all that
it.
stuff.
There's a lot of people now, a lot of them are my
Yeah,
age,
you're
who
talking
have never owned a home and never will. And no one's trying to, no one wants them. They've forgotten what owning a home feels like. They've forgotten what it feels like to have a yard where you can invite people over and drink a glass of wine, smoke a cigar, watch a game, and live in a little apartment.
Green super from a button.
Now they're on a MacBook, they're getting
Comparing
caught
the
with interaction. They're upset, they're on dating apps or whatever, but they don't feel like they have a foundational core to
So
their
now we have a
life.
whole
No one
subject
has
about
really
ribs.
even given them the idea that they're going to get that. So I think that's just one of the things where
Crazy artists to
people
make
are,
this
they're basically saying, like,
a lot more enjoyable
you
for
don't
us.
need a house, and you're not getting a house, and forget what owning a
Not
house
understandable.
was. Like, forget that, that doesn't matter.
Oh,
And I think part of this is because they know
you know how much a rich cost at my daughter's wedding? That was 7 years ago.
to give anyone healthcare in this
Oh,
country.
yeah.
And if it is, it can shut down.
That's right. It's a type of ribs.
So the positive side, you might go, they know that AI is coming and that AI is going to do a
As the
lot of
caterer,
stuff
because I
now,
think what it
and
might
it's
come
going
to
to help extend life
as
spans.
a caterer, it's dead. But it's
Also,
more
on the
than
negative side, they go,
each one
AI's
is
going to
$11.
disrupt the economy to a point where, like, we're not going to have people owning homes and cars and things like that.
That's
We're going to have a lot
but then
of people without the steady
so
income.
how many do you have? You can still taste it.
Existed.
You can still taste it. How many do you have? When I say how many?
Tremendous inequality. There
Is it
are
like
joblessness.
just that listen something like
For
that.
sure,
You're still hungry.
I think that
Starting food on the flight.
there
You started
will
right
be,
there, Sarah.
I mean, there's no way
So it
you
says
could look at the
it's
landscape.
not if most of
There's
it's
some in the
ribs
country
go
over
broke. Now,
homes. And
how
this is
many
both
ribs need a
parties.
break?
This
What's
is
the
like,
worry?
there's
So
some
an animal actually has 46 ribs.
obviously something's coming.
So Roy
Something's coming
would
for
be
sure.
14.
And I don't know what it is. I'm sure the AI thinks overblown to an extent.
That's not the way.
And I think so much of our
Roy
GDP
is 12.
depends on it
Why?
that
Because
a
we
lot of
don't
these
care
companies
about
are putting up front looks are creepy.
we don't care about the two red ones. Why don't we care about the two red ones?
You know? I
That's
mean,
what
they're just
we want.
creepy.
Okay, we'll just don't sit and make it easy.
Two companies have
These two,
in general,
they don't have
it's
matter.
unprecedented.
They don't
There's
have
never been
matter.
corporations. I mean, unless you go back to
So they're not, yeah, they look like everything else, but they're not.
you
So
go
they're
back
left
to
with
the
the left.
day where they had like an enormous army, right? Totally. They took over.
All the white ones. So what's the majority of 11?
But if you
Six.
look at what they're doing, it's very different than that.
Now, we don't have to have 6 on each side. As long as you have 12 total broken ribs, you can put all of them on one side, all 11 on one side, and 1 on the other side. That's 12. You can do 6 and 6. You can do whatever you want, as long as 12 are broken from all of these. What part of the rib? See, the rib goes all the way around. So this could be the upper part.
That's weird. Like, and we're just trusting them. Well, that's why you're not
inside.
getting voted racial levels, you're not going to get voted on, you know, like,
Chase me down to 6 sits on the other side. That's the straight
is that eventually they're going to go, you want safe trades, you want food, you want X, Y, and Z, you got to take X, Y, and Z. And, I mean, that seems to be coming. And people in the corner are getting scared.
They break. On the upper part, you see there's even a purple line over there. From that line, let's call it, that's the halfway. From that line up, that's where that's
trying to find comfort.
That's where the ribeye is. Up. You see, Mano? The ribeye. Okay, great.
You know, don't trust the government. Which is wrong. These studies that come
We're
out,
talking now, not the red flag, we're talking about the ones that
people
have
that are great,
marrow.
they're fun people.
Everything like that. Who said,
Yeah, you know, because they get health benefits from there. Don't trust the government. There's positives to that, there's negatives. But
and
they're a society of rules and customs and order. And it is a big difference. I think they are more likely to go along with
more of the pictures here. Here's a
the
setup that's
government more so than the United
fits
States.
nicely. It fits a ball into a socket,
What's
a ball
happening
socket.
that
And if it
people
pops
are
out, that's worse than
overall. Yeah,
breaking.
well, that makes
So
sense,
now
right?
it
They
has
have
zero
social
support.
care.
At least what?
Listen to their education paper.
So if net back, the right side of it, all you need is
There's
6.
benefits to that.
A
There's
total
like
of
a
6
balance
on
of
one
each.
side.
I've always said that.
So that rule is less severe, but they break. For right stays though, then you need a total of 12, not 6.
The less losers, the better. Part of our country is,
Yes, why not?
you know, where
Like you said before, I think so.
we manufacture a lot of geniuses, we also manufacture a lot of psychopaths. That's
I think what it means, that means
a
that
lot of sociopaths that don't give a fuck about anything.
the majority of 11.
Don't care about anything.
Hmm,
That's the thing that comes along with the blood too, right? That's the other thing. And they don't even realize that outworks
So, you know, the good Nomar came next to a stop with the real truth. Doesn't know. So the good doesn't matter if they were uprooted, chopped out completely broken. You need majority 12 broken. Or override.
It's hard to back
And
it
then
up.
we start a
And it's
paper
like
studio.
people
So
know apart.
step
Have to
one
do
of the
with
Subi's
people.
route,
You
that's something very
have to do
simple.
with the people in Canarsie. Like, I get it. It's a weird place. You
Uprooted.
have all these different climates, habitats,
Fuck with
people with different interests.
vertebrae.
But I think AI might unite
It's not
people
a
because,
job.
like, the idea of this as such a powerful force,
One.
if people don't start getting
Override.
cognizant
Make
of
it
it eventually and start, talking about
something
regulating
like
it or anything,
this.
I do think
Maybe not
it
this.
is
Let's
going
call
to
it
be,
this. The whole vertebrae down over here.
if people, just
I'll actually remove a little bit more from this over
it's
here.
going to do
What?
something weird. I'll tell you that. It's not going to be normal. Like, whatever it's
Well,
going to come out,
and
20
why
years
it
ago,
has its right. It has its spinach,
I
exactly.
get the
Spine,
feeling
not a
these
spine, not a
techniques starting
spinal
to
cord,
Christianity.
but spine. Spine issue.
I might read her too. Like
It's
the
one
Antichrist thing.
vertebrae.
What is he doing?
It's completely missing. With one,
Lectures.
yeah.
The
You're
Antichrist is
saying
fascinating.
if it's missing,
And a lot of those guys
then who cares about those?
are moving into this interesting
Well,
area.
as we're going to see in the Gemara, is once the vertebrae is gone, then the ribs are gone also. Even if the ribs are replaced, the work
Like,
is
even
finished.
had Susan,
You're not giving any
the worst
support
person,
at all. The
obviously.
only
I think
support
he's the
is
sanest
attached
voice in that
to the
administration,
main
but they're in
vertebrae.
for sure. I think he's
Once
by
you remove
far
the vertebrae out, and these guys are standing there like this,
that's coming down, which is why a lot of the big donors are
they're standing in midair.
certainly wanted.
That's what Iman's going to say.
But again, it's just released a book about faith and reconnecting with his faith. I'm sure a lovely book. I haven't read it. Fun
Okay,
me
so
tree.
Rob, what does Rob say?
Jay
It's
Hansen's
just one.
reconnecting with his faith. Great.
Plus, the
Inspiring.
point of the
Amazing.
vertebrae is a spine
Look
issue.
into it. Haven't read it.
It's a
Look
tape
into it.
automatic.
Top tier.
I'm relayed
But
like kind of a Rabbi
it's also interesting because like some of his donors are huge tech guys.
what?
And
Yes,
it's all of these worlds
Let's
existing
tell them
together.
it's time to
Where you have this world of people who are trying to build a
And they're opposing each other. They're twins. They're on the same group. But on both sides.
Trying to get all of those people in the same tent.
That's interesting. You, Rob, we wouldn't ask you about two because you said one is no good. But one with the spine, with the whole vertebrae. I'm saying vertebrae in place. But two ribs popped out of the backwards, they're gone. What's the Allah? So you know, he said to them, what you're just describing is an animal that's sliced in half. I'm not showing you the whole thing. Just to remind you what Gistra is. When you have an animal that's sliced in half, it's trade. Not only is it trade, isn't it?
Because people do believe that. At one point in time, cavemen had me looking at the wheel.
Stop your right.
Right, he's gonna fuck whole kid. My whole thing is making weapons out of stone and tying them to a stick with tendons, right, and then chasing an animal in spirit. Now these motherfuckers have guns, arrows, with every progression of technology. Bow and arrows technology changed everything.
So basically, you say when you're missing,
lot faster. Right. So I figured out a wheel line, drag the wheel, put a cord on it, gear stuff.
What are you going to call it? The two together on both sides. They meet in the middle. When they're both gone, the thing about it, the animal has a bunch of fuel inches with no rib. And the whole tries to twist and turn. It's not a stable animal.
It just keeps going, it keeps going, it keeps going, it keeps going.
That's the motto of Rabbi. Just
like it is now. If you show Australopithecus,
Rob says, Rob, when it says that the vertebrae is gone, isn't that a good
Do you think, like, if we show
no vertebrae is gone with one of
2050,
guess what?
that's
No
it.
vertebrae.
Like,
The
that's what I
focus is
want.
on this.
Like,
So
whenever
don't call
20,
it
like,
this
do
for us.
you think the
This
guys
case
now
of
have
one
a real
vertebrae
idea
missing
what it's going to
actually
be?
means
No.
two
It'd be
ribs are
interesting.
missing
I
as
think
well.
there's a lot of guess
Automatically,
what. I don't think
the
it's
two
possible.
ribs don't
I don't think it's possible.
even if they're there, they didn't move, they're not there.
I don't think it's possible.
No.
Elon is correct.
So
Elon's correct. And there's something that's
Gemara
really
tried to wheel our way out of it until we're
and
stuck.
somehow or another, why would we let people this stupid fucking
Maybe
rail
Rob meant
station
that
in
the
California
rib is
that's
missing,
cost
but
how much
the
money
vertebrae's in
and it's
place.
produced
That's impossible.
how much
Say the proof of that. He says in the proof that the vertebrae is missing. So they're trying to tell me that the vertebrae is in place. But what I could try to do is, I'll say the consequence. And that's what I'm going to say with that.
Station for these people.
Everybody's
They can
happy.
get drunk and go
Rob
fight each
didn't
other.
mean
Literally,
the whole
we don't even need to do that because we can make you travel instantaneously.
whole entire vertebrae was missing. Not to say that part of the vertebrae
Just press a button and all of a sudden
is here like this.
we'll do something.
So what does this help me? This helps me that it's not a history, it's not an animal split in half, perhaps some support on the other side, it's intact. This part of the body is broke.
Very impersonal, corporate, sterile, cold.
That's the case. You probably have to asking, say the blue locally. Actually, if they're asking, if Rob says that half a vertebrae is missing, a half vertebrae in one rib is missing, what did Rob say? Trade and gone. So neither would never ask him, and what about two? Yeah, he's right. If one is no good, so who's also good? So what did they ask? Why did they ask two? They're saying, but the vertebrae is packed. What happens if two ribs are missing and the vertebrae is 100% in good shape? What's the law?
If they just do the job and then afterwards they just
Another one that he calls them Gisler comedy. That's considered a split animal. That's the motto. How could that be? How do you tell me that two ribs are missing? That's called an animal split in half. What am I doing? Because that's the armor. We just read it. Exactly. That means the road. That from the top of the road, they dug it. And you're talking about the case that they popped out of place. It's not you that makes it tricky. You need right. Yeah, right.
Going to different places and see people like the
You need a lot
struggle of
more.
like getting
You need
the
at
thing
least
on. There was something I bet you were expending energy walking around to get a cup of coffee, see people.
Tomorrow,
If we destroy all of that,
on my law, fucking just exist.
that's my question.
When do you need them running? When they are lined up, not to see these ribs are missing, you need six missing ribs because they're not on opposite sides. Well, you have a pair.
whatever the age of the internet
That's terrible. Even two was worse than 6 or worse than 5.
they can probably slowly ramp up until social media came out, and then it's becoming higher than it's ever been before without real threats.
Two really
Like just
to each other. They're
rainy things on your phone.
That's a terrible thing. That's what Rabbi talking about.
Attached to
That's
the
moral.
idea that
But that's also not a good one. Well, Rabbi says 12 minutes. Where do you think you're going?
the horrors of the world are on full display in front of them all the time. They need to then not use them, which is scarring.
Because you didn't wear hair last night, or
And they need to
you
contextualize it in a way that makes
watching
sense,
cheers, so
which I think is also another
these
level
are
of
kind of
stress.
flying to Wall Street today for 2 weeks.
Am
We'll
I
get another cheer
have
today
right
in
thoughts
Hebrew.
about this thing?
On definitely give me
Am I
like
being,
They go
so
chef.
that
And
is
from
also
there,
another level of
also
stress.
went over my work things. I gotta go to the airport at 1:30.
There are people who I thought
And tonight, they do chef. Cheers, series, desserts.
and they didn't need to.
Resort, we don't know the place yet. Some show somewhere or from the south. I don't know. I practically
They didn't have the knowledge, and they weren't forcing it.
30. So if you're in Switzerland, I'd love to meet you and get to know you and see you at
a much happier way. Real, genuine
a
connections.
live share in Switzerland.
And I think the fact
The
that
following day, she was going to be in Austria.
like the generation that's coming up, you know, the younger
They all
people,
say it,
they seem better off, like the Zoomers or whatever they are.
My
They seem
grandfather,
to be a
the
little, they have
Stefanskis
a
come from
little dose of
Switzerland.
nihilism, but I think
My
it's
grandmother
appropriate.
comes from Austria.
You know, good sense of humor, they're skeptical, they're a little cynical, they've seen
Yeah. Fisher.
these
Fisher from Austria.
institutions,
That's
you
my
know,
grandmother. From that's
turn
all the
out
Stefanskis said.
garbage, and I think
Yeah.
they're into, you know, some of the crypto
That's why I'm
stuff,
pushing
they're
you
into like,
with
you know, they're self-starters, they're not institutionalists. And they're generation 21 under me. They're all institutionalists. They believe very strongly that knowledge is given for to prove whether it's an NYU, or whether it's the State Department, or whether it's a board, or whether it's
That's I'm always on
whether it's
time. Also,
a nonprofit
all year round
commission to
time.
study and prove the thing.
Don't smile when I say
These kids
something.
do not think for themselves. They're not kids, they're in their 30s, by the way. They're in their 30s or 40s. They don't think for themselves. They've been taught that thinking for themselves is bad. It's
No,
racist.
6
Or it's
1 hour.
it can lead you down a road you don't want to go on. It's you know, whatever. It's misogynist. It's homophobic. Like,
What's different? Some
whatever
you
questions
know,
you're asking,
like,
and why do the Padres get? Why do the Padres have to wear gay uniforms? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Let me
Like, as a gay person, I know
show
said,
it to you
why
over
do
here,
the Padres
and see
get?
how
Why
beautiful
do the
this is.
Padres get? How
The
does
government
the
says
Padres
that
uniform
12 ribs
like,
are
if they're
missing.
making them wear
6 from
like
each side.
gay
Even
things
if
on
you
the
6 from
uniform,
each side.
like pride and stuff, it's like
You
pride
can
stuff.
have
I
one
don't think it's a
overlap.
big deal on your
It's
head. I
11
think it's like
on
pride
each
stuff.
side.
You're like,
If you take 6
well,
out of
it's
11,
like an LL.
and
But
6
it's
out
like,
of
why
11
is
on the
it
top.
gay?
That's
Why
right.
is
Because
Chase?
you need at least
Why is
12
Chase gay?
broken. One
What
of them
is
is going to be
it?
overlapping.
Why does this
So
company
what in the world are
that
like
a
the Hana and the
corporation
Masi added
is
this question?
trans?
The
Why is
American
Giovanni
says you
over
need 12
trans?
They're saying, so they
What's
asked,
the
well,
point of
what if
this?
they're overlapping? What if they're
I don't
facing each
understand.
other?
Does this get people
But you haven't
healthcare?
even spoken
Does
about
this
a
make
case that
people
one is
happy?
the two are
Does this
facing each other.
satisfy
No other way.
happiness of people?
It
It
doesn't
makes some
matter.
people
Put all
happy
11
that
on the bottom
worry
and one on
about
the
because
top.
they just don't understand and it makes more people happy.
Overlapping. The one on
That's
top
what
is
keep
going to be
averages
overlapping.
lost 11 points in support. More
Very
people are
simple, no?
lonely.
The
Like,
math is
we're all
beautiful.
cool with however people want to live their lives. A lot
Well,
of
we're
most
going to
people
make
are.
things
But they're like, why does my
You need to have 6 on each side. Overall, the answer like, hi, I'm a family.
when did my bank account is gay and
Facing others. So
how
what
can
was the question?
somebody
Like,
told me, like,
says Gemara
what
also
are
on
we
this
doing?
is
I don't, this doesn't make anybody's
work.
life better.
This is
It is
excellent
it is
morning,
just
right?
virtue signaling horseshit.
You
They
know,
end
it's
up
a
doing
pick,
the exact opposite
so this
of
is
what they
the,
want. They think it increases acceptance. It
and this is the
decreases
fall.
it.
It
Because
goes in like
you're
that. So
shoving
one case
a
is
worldview down someone's throat.
rough hunter. That's where asking when
And
you
at the end of the day,
the
it's
ball
like,
thrown.
if I went to
Which
a
is,
Christian,
you ask yourself,
for example,
that makes no sense.
I have
That's
no
what
problem
Rob
with
was talking about.
Scientology.
We already stepped.
On record.
Rob, the Rebbe
By
spoke
the way,
about
I
one
like
with
cults.
broken,
I like
with a
cults.
little bit
Children have too
off
many rights.
the
Put
break.
them on that boat.
So the
Whatever
one
you
was
do, see
like,
more,
he
make them
asked
more.
about a question
Don't rape
to
them, but make them swallow them. Whatever they do on that boat.
the broken
And
missing vertebrae. That's the word. What do you think said? The guest was talking about that the ribs popped out nicely like this. So that's why we need, well, we're talking about this case. Two of them that broke the vertebrae, a piece of vertebrae on the rib. That's what they were asking. So two vertebrae broken. Rob didn't really speak about a missing he said, even in a situation where part of the vertebrae broke off, one. Great. So why are you asking about the things that case two?
Gay or not, they covered it up. They covered it up. It said did something wrong. They said, well, what in here? We'll put you in the box. You're fine. Give us some money. Live on this mansion. It's all fine. But if I went to
one rib missing, but the vertebrae broke off with it, straight. They come along and ask Rob, the Rabbi,
this is a lot. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, Rabbi,
So
what
to me,
about
I
who
think it's
is
like
that have
this
a
weird
vertebrae
aesthetic
that broke off a piece
politics
of
that
the
people have.
I already
They
said
just
one
they
is
need to pin ribbons on themselves. Well, I'm a good person. I have
when
no
it has a
problem with
broken
the polyamorous
vertebrae, so
orgy
certainly two is
happening
broken.
in Chase or
One is
whatever.
not, you never heard that he said that out.
Just shut up.
Now you have to ask
This whole country right now is being torn apart by people
you were on there when you were asking the Rabbi a question about a missing rib with a broken vertebrae. Would you ask him, Rabbi, what's that love about one? Or you jump and say, what's that love about three broken ribs? Which one would you do? One, you spoke slow, you got on one. So why would they jump? They never heard anything about ribs with broken vertebrae. So they asked him about two. Why did they ask him about one? It's a lot more sense. Rabbi, one rib with a broken vertebrae, is that broken up? No, they didn't ask him that. They said, Rabbi, two ribs with two broken. Why would they ask him that? So the Gemara says, we'll say about that. Listen to this. It's a nice question. It's a riddle. You asked one question to ask you, Rabbi. The Rabbi is very, very busy. The whole generation is busy. Just imagine 100 people in line. You can't drive me crazy. You have to ask one question in and out. Think before you ask the proper question. You want to know all along. So if you ask him about one vertebrae that's broken with the one vertebrae with the ribs, and he answers you it's conscious, you'll never know what about two.
Wild people out there. The problem with the generation under me is they're
And if he
all
says
very
straight, then you will.
to the
It's
sea.
straight, so it means it's straight. But what if he says it's
I've
straight?
taught them like
And I
this
only have one
whole
question.
way
It's a riddle. It's a riddle.
processing information, and they're afraid
That's
to
the
like
rule.
they
You
like
don't
say
know. You
things
have
and
to
see
ask.
them and
You have one? What if he asks about two? Then I can figure it out. How? If he says it's
well, that's bad, but there's a lot of
1, 2, 3, 4, and you're open.
and there's a
If
lot
he
of
says it's
races
straight,
they just always they're so afraid of having a
then they know two is straight.
thought.
But how do I know one is straight?
Program their entire lives and don't realize it.
I will know one is straight because the way
Their entire lives
he
to believe a
answers.
certain set of
If
things.
he's annoyed at me,
Their
he says two is straight.
depends on those
That
things
means,
mattering.
of course, one is also straight. So what do you ask me about two? He says it
You think you have to suck, sometimes
with a little bit
literally,
of anger
to stay in it.
in his voice. You have to read the body language, not just the words that come out of his
So their entire
mouth.
world
Say,
crumbles if
Reggie,
you challenge
there's
any of their ideas.
two ribs missing with the vertebrae broken off. Is that kosher? It's straight.
This podcast on your phone.
Meaning, one is straight. Of course, two is straight.
Most of us are these
That's
days.
only if you have, that's why if you have one question to ask, you have to ask about two.
Unlimited 5G.
It's the ribble. Very nice.
Powered by Verizon's
He's very proud. He's very proud. It's a riddle. A ribble.
the cost.
Very nice.
Isn't just a wireless plan. It's unlimited wireless designed to keep connected and no contract holding you back. Switch today at
all throughout town.
Plans
Throughout
start
the
at just
route, you always
$25
read.
a month.
That's how they work.
Get our premium Visible Plus Pro plan and save $10 per first month when you use promo code BROKEN and exclusive offer. Podcast listeners.
Don't worry, the whole shop is like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
the boy when they can do that. Let's just say it inside. So, actually, why do you ask the question of Rob's case? What's Rob's case? One rib, one missing vertebrae. Dominance, so they said, the boy they called it a partial title. There's only 4 more lines. We still get those some very easy stuff. They said, we're going to ask you one question, and we're going to have 2 answers from that. The beginning they called it, we asked, what's the love about one you're missing with the vertical missing? I think you have a lot of people who told us this is straight on great. Talk to you guys, and I'll over there. Everything else is straight. But the problem is, you all know how to share it. This is one rib for broken out from the river. It's kosher. There's a big chance to say that. I got the guy to come in by long. Just also the respect they have. It's the same. And we're not on his level. We don't, we call this complete fear.
Have you seen this?
If he says that it's kosher, I won't know what to do it to. And I'll ask another question. I can't do it. She lucky Hashanami has the but it doesn't make sense. Hashanami is the one that they actually about 2. That's great. All other chairs, kosher. So one is kosher, 2 is kosher. There's 2 is kosher, 1 is certainly kosher. Everything else is kosher. All of the trade. What happens if he says 2 is straight, which we know is straight? I got to cover your Bible. I won't know what about 1. Maybe 1 is kosher. 1's broken. I mean, you can't look up the road. You have to read his body language. You have to read his word. How he says it. The trade off. He'd be very mad and he'll say, what are you asking me a question about 2? 1 is straight. Of course 2 is straight. He wouldn't say it like that. He said, 2 is straight. That was like fantasy. That was his game. Now, it was fake. But if they could have was in a situation where it could have been real, they were trying hard. Think about what Rothschild. He did the comment with his girl on the thing. He said it was an order. He said, you're saying something to his girl. He said it like, oh, his girl. Like,
he's trying hard.
That's an animal's breaking in half. That's think about it. That was a little bit more than a trade. He could have said trade, he didn't say trade. He said, oh, it's a gister. One is trade. Next year, boys, here. If you remember in the Mishnah that Membeis, I can't believe that it's already 10 days ago. We're still in this
so Liberia is part of the substance B. I think what happened in Liberia is
the Gemara was more than 18, and that's where we introduced the word Shachmaitza. We're like 7. So now we're going to talk about 3 out of 7, and who said that? Shmuel. Shmuel is the one that mentioned Shachmaitza. It says it was part of it. Omer Shmuel. So Shmuel, here's 3. There's another 3.
He's a priest.
That I'm not mentioning this. Next world, say what we call it.
Jesus Christ
If a grid was uprooted from the roof, Mamish live, this uprooted.
Completely naked.
In the violation of the roof, or a skull goes back into the back and whacked it on the head, and most of it, 51% of the skull is broken. The one's going to describe weird. What part of the skull is not broken? And the sacrifice is part of the right. Here, just here, this. You see, this is the pastor of his red. That red, that's the meat that covers this for argument's sake.
By the American
it's the outside meat, but it's covered in intestines. Okay. So it says in the Bible. Straightforward. These 3 are true. Never tell them they call it straightforward. You can have one real out of it. It's flavor. You know, Scotlandism, common discipleship, we have a sugya, we have a dead person thing in a room. It's the time of the whole room. But to myself, what if you have just a skull or just a spine? Also, the spine.
Okay.
Spine. Or what if the spine is missing
Several dozen fighting,
2 vertebrae?
several dozen fighters known as the Naked Base Commandos or Butt Naked Brigade. Most of whom were children as young as 9, operating under the Monrovia area with his unit.
So who's more about prayer?
Became known as wearing only shoes and magic charms, and eventually adopted
Unless you're a lot.
his fighters followed
If you're really little,
patterns
just
dress,
one birth rate, it
which
continues to spread.
with his
So you
distorted
won't be
emulation
in this room up until the point where you
tradition
take 2 birth
believed
rate
to
out. Or you started with
believed could make one immune to bullets. To fund his wartime activities and secure a steady supply of drugs for his fighters, he allegedly traded locally mined diamonds and gold to Mexican drug cartels in exchange for guns and cocaine. He conscripted many of his fighters, and according to some accounts, laced the food he fed them with cocaine, along with showing them Jean-Claude Van Damme films, and explaining that killing people was a game in an effort to uphold the fear of death. He and his fighters perpetrated numerous atrocities, although the exact extent of the crimes they committed have been subject to dispute. Frequently discussed, the alleged atrocities he perpetrated, according to Allah, include murders, cannibalism, and using human sacrifice. He has repeatedly estimated that the naked-based commandos were ultimately responsible for 20,000 deaths, a claim which was counter criticism. He's alive now, and he's a treasure. Half a long, and I bet he's a lovely person. That's the thing that should happen. By the way, I would be here to open invitation. He's my open invitation. He's led a full life, and there's something about someone who has led a full life. This man has led a full life. There he is. Looks like Beetlejuice from USA.
Missing without the ribs versus a vertebrae missing without ribs. How's that possible? First one, it's a little cool. I can hear that you have ribs missing without a rib.
It's disturbing, but I imagine that there are very rich people in our country seeing that.
How do you have a vertebrae missing without ribs? If the vertebrae is missing, then the ribs are missing. Well, the shitty conflict. The end of the spine. The end of the spine here, like something like this. Once the ribs are, they stop the ribs, and then you have little bones right over here. These guys.
You know, if you go to Karachi, that's what.
Those are vertebrae
which is chaos is making its way to
these big towns. I ain't never been to Shanghai. Why is this not mentioned in the list of things that Shanghai say? You can either animals on trade, up until more vertebrae are living below. That's what this whole studio of missing organs said the tomorrow, and that's why over there, that's super simple. You're right. If you flip it, it becomes a it wasn't said that the one that made the comparison from the level to the level of trade. But we said in the level of trade for Tuma, and therefore it turns out the Shanghai are not doing that great. That was very good things about
that our society was very fragile. It was very strong. So we actually thought nothing could break us. And you look at a couple of years of a pandemic, and most of the downtowns in the American cities don't look the same. Commerce has changed in a dramatic way. The Iran war proved that, military is obviously brave. Men and women are amazing, but the changing nature of warfare has made military campaigns very difficult. Because Iran wars and victory is almost impossible. I'm not sure what the reason is. I don't think anyone is.
Shiva's account. They pay for the water.
So I think more vulnerability.
That's your comment.
Turns foreign and domestic. We're aware of that now that we have ever been in fragile societies. Our school demographics will change society very quickly, which has never happened so regularly. We took wars, long periods of immigration. Now it's overnight. People have to adjust to a new cultural and sometimes economic reality. That's a very disruptive thing, and societies are very fragile. You've got to be very careful about how you alter and change a society, because if you do it too quickly, there's a tremendous backlash. And you have to make sure that people want it changed, that people are on board with it. Not everyone's on board with everything, but if you let a lot of people in these countries that live in the bigger cities, they will probably be very pro immigration, because immigration has a lot of great benefits to them. And over time, they have access to so obviously,
Again, if you went out to the
As
suburbs,
opposed to
you went
flying
out
through.
to areas where the economies have stagnated, areas where maybe you've had scandals like this, grooming scandal, and things like that. Sweden,
Yeah, what are we gonna do? We gotta
crime
do
rates
it.
skyrocketed because you brought in a
Yeah.
lot of people from other places that are selling drugs. Not all of them, obviously, but like, if you look at that,
What does it mean? Real quickly,
those people are
right,
much more
right,
negative
you
view
make
of
a line
it
by the
because
eyes,
they don't
and you
connect
measure
the
upwards.
benefits of it
51% of that
because they
mean
don't,
line
they
arrow
don't feel that
that's
they're
right
like,
fiber.
right,
Or
in
they
other
give it
words,
means
they're living
you
good
take a
life.
measuring tape,
They're living
you
pretty
beat
sweet. They're
circumference
riding
around the entire
bicycles,
head,
eating
and
herrings,
51% of
they're
that,
pretty safe, doing what they wanted to do, and then, you know, you have this influx of people now have real poverty, now have a lot of people sort of
and
running
if you
around
have
the
a
country,
right
torn
from that meat on the bottom of
not
the
everyone's
stomach,
going to be General
that's
Banania.
the figure of action.
Becomes a
You
Christian
are
pastor,
right.
and it's probably lovely.
So here's
Now,
a picture.
Focusing on HEB, you're like, sweetheart.
This is a tier, a majority tier
And if you
in that
people,
meat.
children
And
maybe,
here's
but now
most
it's
of it missing.
better.
And you went missing. Which one
That
does it
guy,
mean?
everyone's going to convert.
51% missing or 51%
You're
here?
going to bring people in that are people
Right,
and products
so
and
it's
drugs
not
now
on the
of your
fire.
environment.
I can prove
We
it.
all are. So,
Now, let's
the
go
idea
back.
that, like,
You
women's
remember
rights
who
in this
won the
country,
such my
so the courtship rituals in these countries are different.
such my
The familial relations are different.
You also have to recall
That's just the way it is.
years ago,
So,
we had
and
7
a lot of
fucking
people
what
there
like Paris
like that.
news, and then we know what it's
You know,
the Paris mean with 7
I
stuff or
would
a half a close to
those
the Paris.
beliefs
When the
and
kids
systems
started, once it's
change just because you happen to be living in
Paris,
Ireland.
all of it. So one of the
Why would
was
you
it's
think
not
Irish women or British women necessarily inherently get more respect than your wife, daughter, or sisters would
there's a
have?
little puncture.
And I'm not saying that it's all like throughout the entire time. I think there's a lot of diversity in the Muslim world.
It doesn't say
And there are lots of countries where
remove
there's arguments whether they're safer than they were in America.
Now let me prove to you
But
that
there's a lot of countries where that's not the case. Women have fought for rights, and it's pretty barbaric. And other white folks' attitudes will change when they are just in a different physical location. It's spectacular, bizarre,
So it refers to the carrots. Again, what's carrots?
just left-wing people.
When an animal eats, it goes into a pot full of carrots.
Toxic masculinity,
This
this sort of society that's
this entire carrot.
this male-dominated
It's like
society.
referred to the
Like
carrot.
you're fighting in
It's on
something
the outside of the
that
carrot.
has that structure, and they think it can be tamed. So here's the thing with those people: they love a challenge. This is the I can fix it version of it.
It's not that it's
And to
removed.
an extent,
It's a riot.
cultural attitudes do change over time. People do assimilate to certain practices. That's not a completely ridiculous thing to think. They really believe that once all these people come in these countries and see how great it is to be a childless, fruitful, living, working in data entry, large bases corporation that's getting up right on the corporation goes gay. And when they see how happy she or he or they is living in a society where you don't own anything.
It doesn't fit.
You know what's interesting about family? I just spoke to a comedian who was Indian and was talking about how
trying to figure out
of the strength of Islam is what happens. It's better. It's better to live in Islam than in the street because a lot of poor people are with their families and they will cast their family out.
you gotta do
Family in America almost means like nothing. Like we've everything's such an individual pursuit that family means nothing. Like that's reinforced. Like I have an argument with my father's wife as different political views on certain things. So we haven't spoken in a little bit. My cousin's getting married.
When it comes to
And I told
larger
her I have a
animals,
therapist now that I've had for 6 months who I don't know if it's good. I don't know if you ever know if a therapist is good or not.
so any
And I told my therapist,
is that the most
you know, my dad and his wife are together and I haven't spoken to them, but I love my cousin and I want to support her marriage. I want to go. And my therapist goes, well,
I
you
need
know,
a beer.
my therapist goes, if you feel like it's going to make you happy, go
All these have been.
to therapy in our country.
I'm sorry.
It's just become
When you go up and come to birds and I made school them out. Everything rises in a wall. There's a wall.
And family in America means almost nothing. That is reinforced how the little family means. Because, like, doctors will tell you, yeah, fuck it, it's your father, who cares? So, it's basically a thing where, like, I think when you go to these other countries and you realize how deeply rooted a lot of things are in family, and culture, and tradition, and then we come from a country like Poland, very little. Because if you live great families here, but like, you know, America is about you. It's not about if you don't agree with your sister, fuck her. If your mother disagrees with you, block her. That's our country.
Once in a
And
while,
in other countries, that's unheard of.
unbelievable flyers.
That's unheard of.
Birds walking around in your backyard. They come out of nowhere.
The comedian was explaining to me, like, in India, there's like a long list of problem in certain areas that human beings want to live. And he goes, people don't want to do drugs like this raise their family.
And then when it's done,
People will be like, I don't want to be a drug addict. My family's going to think bad about me.
feathers
Whereas
everywhere.
here, there's people that will show up in front of their parents. You know what I mean? Like, so it's just a different, like, it's in culture that we've got to explain. Or people are having less children. Family means very little. So then what is replaced that? It's clearly the state and corporations. And ideologies, they've replaced families and communities. So the ideologies are
Maybe they don't hold them out a lot. Maybe no.
Yes,
Maybe
a giant percentage of the interactions.
that's the Navi
Yes,
that a wolf is
so I think that, like, that world, we have a
capable of
mindset
inserting venom and inflicting a trait on a larger animal.
that is so
So
interesting.
in other words, a gnat, a cat, but now if you go over it, said the doctor who sorry but
If it was something
it's
that,
not true.
if
That
there was somebody gave you something that's like, it's, you're going to turn
wolf
out to
is a
transcend or
small
something.
animal,
I
and
think,
a
like, it's
larger
DMT.
animal is a larger one, not a wolf.
Thanks for the smart house. What's the last time you saw DMT?
Only a larger
Should
predator
I
like
do it?
lion.
Should we all do it?
Yeah.
Kind of, sir.
But as far as their view is not
I'm thinking about
explained,
maybe just
but it's arguing. Or if you don't pay us for life,
that's pretty much the thing.
or if you
Years
don't
ago, was an
yeah,
awesome.
but my government says we really can't explain.
You know this album, Andrew
So you
Gallagher?
must he said to you,
So,
explain.
he said, this is
I hope it's
exactly
not going to explain. I argue everything wrong. I say that we really come
he's
start.
doing these things in a country where it's like, we fly there.
The movie like
We
this,
fly
it's coming to exclude a
DMT
cat. The
experience.
cat can not inflict
Venus.
damage to
He's a chemical pharmacologist, neurobiologist, and
that's
writer.
a amount of same one of the most funny. The reason why I mentioned wolf is
And he's
famous will
creating
actually
this
do
place every once
kill
in a while.
sheep, not so much cats. I don't think a cat is also something that can
See if you
inflict
got into
damage to sheep.
That's
So
a
my world, no.
active
Only a wolf
DMT.
up
This
to
thing
damage
seems
the both sides.
a little crazier because they can kind of regulate the dose much better and they can keep you there for a long period of time. Lucius, okay, so like the Eleusinian mysteries from ancient Greece. So this place is in Bakuia, am I saying that right? In the Caribbean, in March of 2026, and the aim is to study DMTX and DMT entities and attempt to communicate with these entities. So one of the things that he's saying, so he was just on someone's podcast, named Danny Jones, who's been on this podcast as well. One of the things that he was saying was that they keep going to the same place, that you can act like it's where they're actually trying to create a map of whatever this experience is. So instead of doing it like an ayahuasca ceremony or like you're smoking DMT and some sort of a psychedelic ceremony with your friends, so it's a 15-minute experience. Instead of that, they're having repeated experiences in the same environments. That there's actually a place that you can go and go and regulating the dose somehow or another over a prolonged period of time that allows you to maintain this state and keep entering deeper and deeper into whatever the fuck this is. It seems to be what was the basement. That's the puzzle. So it is AJ from My Promise, which is an awesome YouTube show if you've never seen it before. And so he's talking about that it doesn't take you somewhere new, it unlocks what's always there. These guys they're trying to develop like maps of what this is. So they keep experiencing, they're charting out different entities that you experience, and there's a bunch of different
ones that you experience. And one of them I've seen multiple times is jesters. Interesting. And these bizarre-looking psychedelic jesters. Interesting. I wonder if they were the original jesters. I wonder if, like, the reason why jesters dress the way they do with these dangling things off their heads. This is what you experience in the psychedelic. They're trying to recreate it. But what they've done is mock and make me realize that I'm taking so seriously. Like, one time there's like fractal, there's millions of them. I don't know how many, and they were all giving me the finger like this. And I was like, and it was on, and I said, I go, oh, I take myself too seriously. Interesting. That's it. It's like there's little corrections of your psyche that take place during these experiences. Interesting. It's very weird. I'm scared to do it. Well, I'm scared I'll go in and it'll be fractals of J.D. Vance. Yelling at George Soros. Yeah, it's old J.D. Vance going, you need to learn about AI. No, I don't know. I find it fascinating. Well, it is. It's definitely fascinating. Chase Hughes just did a podcast, and he did it somewhere in the United States where they did some 5-hour DMT experience. And he was, it's like changes. Whatever you are now is a totally different version of who you were before you had that experience. Which is like life overall, over, day after day, month after month, week after week, year after year. You become a different thing. You're a different person than you used to be. Sure. And sometimes an experience like a psychedelic experience can make it abrupt. Instantaneously become a different person. So it's so fascinating because we are having all these conversations about aliens, entities, and demons, and whatever. I think it's connected. Yeah. I think what these psychedelic things allow you to do is experiencing things. You're experiencing things that are already there, that have been there all the time. You just lack the ability to see them. You're tuning into it pharmacologically. Like they're changing the chemistry of your brain, and it's not an alien chemical. That's the nutty part. DMT is produced by the human body. It's produced in the brain. It's produced in the liver. DMT releases when you die. It's very poorly understood. There's been some work done on it. One of the big ones was Rick Strassman. He wrote a book called DMT, the Spirit Molecule. And he did this, it was really kind of brilliant. He had an FDA study that he got, this is all like government approved study on psychedelics under the guise he wants to find out how bad they are for you. So he told him, we want to study the danger of things. And that's where he got all the money. Yeah, so he writes his book like this shit's amazing. Smart. And by doing that, and then studying the Cottonwood Research Foundation, they're studying where DMT is coming from. It's like the thought was that it's coming from the pineal gland. So the pineal gland is like literally a third eye in the middle of your head. Now they think it's coming from the whole brain. And they don't really. The human body produces it. That's the most important part. So the human body produces this, the most potent of all psychedelic chemicals that transports you into another world. Like, how weird is it that the body produces a gateway to some other place? Now, whether it's perceived or a hallucination, the experience is the same. So you can get hung up all the time on you're just seeing things that aren't there. These are visions. Okay, maybe what you're doing is experiencing something that's real. Like, it might not be something that you can put on a scale. It might not be something that you can measure with a ruler, but it doesn't mean it's not real. And I think we are very arrogant in our assumptions that we have an understanding of all that exists, with all that we know about bacteria and molecules and cells and the mitochondria and then subatomic particles. Like, just the reality that we've observed is so fucking bizarre. The idea that we know what's real and what's not real, it's just a hallucination. That's just what the reality is. You go to Tim Hortons, you get yourself a donut, and you go to work. Right. No, I have a feeling that what that experience is you being able to see something that exists around you. Well, a lot of people are very hopeful. I wasn't one of them per se, but this idea that like we're on the edge of some disclosure, and the government was going to start telling us things about extraterrestrials, and like remember that? Well, the creepiest one it's like going around was that they brought together a bunch of pastors to talk to them about disclosure, because disclosure is going to disrupt the fabric of society so greatly. And the question was, what were they going about UFOs was that they were told that religion was created by aliens to keep people in line, and that humans are the product of accelerated evolution, and they needed some sort of an origin story that made sense with rules and morals and ethics and guidelines to follow and something to worship, because without that people are lost. And so that these aliens created that.
Well, please let Trump say that in a press conference. He's the president to say that.
Yeah, I gotta
He's
talk
the
to him.
president to get on there and go, guys, listen, we don't know what's going on. The streets are closed, they're open, they're closed, they're open, they're closed. Who gives a fuck anymore? Anyway, there is no God. You were all created by aliens, and you were told a bunch of lies about it. Good luck, keep going to work. Markets up. Streets open, markets up.
It's not even that there is no God. It's that the God story that you've been told it's formulated in a way for your tribal primate brain to accept and understand. Right. And that there's probably a true story to all of it. If you go back far enough, and if you got the actual events that they were trying to lay out, there's too much of the stuff that's in the Bible that like is like historically verifiable.
Totally. But do you think they didn't tell people that because they thought it would be too disruptive?
Here's the thing, there's a lot of stuff that, when you talk about the Bible, where you're talking about a series of stories, especially when you get to the Old Testament, it's a series of stories. And some of these stories aren't in the Bible that were a part of the religious canon of the day. And one of them is the Book of Enoch. So Anna Paulina Luna told me about it. So she's like, you really have to read that. And I was like, okay. Like, she was so adamant about it. I'm like, okay, right, let me read it. So I listened to it on tape in the sauna, which is the perfect way to do it. I listen to an audiobook. It's 195 degrees. I'm sweating like all the I'm dying in there, and I'm listening to this fucking crazy account that is in the same Dead Sea Scrolls as they found the Book of Isaiah, the same collection of these religious texts. It's all about how the Watchers came down and mated with the daughters of man and chose them as wives, and then created this race of beings called the Nephilim, which were giants that ruled the earth. Like, this is in the Bible. They talk about the Nephilim in the Bible. They talk about Enoch. Like, he's referenced in the Bible. But the Book of Enoch, the stories that are in the Book of Enoch are fucking bananas. Like, completely bananas. And the only reason why it's not in the Bible, a bunch of rabbis decided that it didn't align with the Torah. The Torah or the Talmud, I forget which one. But they decided, like, this contradicts some of these stories that are in other religious texts. So we're going to keep that one out. Interesting. Because it was a collection of these things that's all together.
Who are these rabbis?
Exactly. Right. Well, I mean, who are all these people that wrote these things down? I have this bit where I read out of the Book of Ezekiel. There's like hilarious parts of the Book of Ezekiel, and then there's also parts that sound like they're talking about profound experiences, and other things we're talking about prostitutes. It's very funny. Right. But this whole thing is a bunch of people's interpretations of stories written down, passed down generation to generation, written largely intact once it was an original piece. So, like, they found the Book of Isaiah in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it's identical to the Book of Isaiah that's 1,000 years newer. So that was older than the Book of Isaiah that they had by 1,000 years. The oldest one they ever found, and it's verbatim. Right. So once they got these stories down, they wrote them over and over and over again, and like priests would learn to do that, and monks would learn to do that with their religious texts. They would rewrite things over and over again as part of the practice.
And someone knows some subterranean part of the government. They know something or many things that they're not going to tell people because it would be disturbing or
This was the story about Jimmy Carter. The story about Jimmy Carter was Jimmy Carter, I believe, in 1969. He had some sort of a very strange UFO experience that was very real to him, very bizarre, saw something, and part of his thing was once he gets into office, he wants to work. The story is that he was briefed. They explained to him something about the reality of the UFO experience and what it really is. And he was crying. Then he wept open. So what could that mean? Like, what would that mean?
Well, there's kind of guy. Yeah, he was a bit of the ish. And this Habitat for Humanity, I never understood. I thought it was,
I think he's a genuinely good person.
Of course he was. Built houses for people. Yeah, he was never enriched himself. But he was also, if you read books about him, he was kind of an operator too. He was into the peanut stuff, right? He was a peanut farmer or something. Yeah. You know, nobody gets to him, but yeah, he was sweetest. One of the sweetest. He was still the president. But so, who is doing this explain? It's just the men in black people from the depths of Raven Rock or Cheyenne, military, or wherever the hell they are. What they could be doing is covering up years of lying to Congress and misappropriation of funds for all these black ops programs, and the way they can get out of jail is because they go and tell the government, oh yeah, by the way, we lied to Congress for 50 years. There's no solid, verifiable evidence that Jimmy Carter cried. Of course there's no solid. Jimmy, stop being an arc. He's an arc. He's not because he's out of control. The Carter cried of a UFO story is based on second or third hand anecdotes. Those are my favorite, and it's not confirmed by Carter himself or primary official sources. I think it's true. I think it's true. About his 1969 sighting, Carter described seeing a strange light, but did not mention crying or being emotionally shattered by it. And I don't think that's what they're saying. They're saying he was emotionally shattered by the disclosure. Right after the UFO briefing, you've got to live with that knowledge, so you just got to go around now. Richard Dolan, who's by far one of the best guys to read about UFOs and UAPs, very balanced guy, and like very evidence-based guy. He includes a lot of crazy stories, but he never goes along with them. Yeah, Richard Dolan's really just got a bunch of books, so I don't know if it's true. Is the Jake Barber guy real? He's the guy that said that he actually had to move a UFO, right, with a helicopter? Yes. I haven't talked to him. I was just watching it, but it's too long. These UFO guys, it's all 3 or 4 out. Like, it's not. Jesse Michaels does a lot of very in-depth ones with these guys. Yeah. But the good thing about that is, if someone's like really full of shit after a couple of hours, you kind of say, you see tendencies that maybe they exaggerate or they make things up or they leave stuff out or whatever it is. But something's going on. Right, there's something that people keep seeing. There's enough radar information. There's enough video that doesn't make any sense. You never found out what those drones were down around the bases in New Jersey and stuff like that. Yeah, it was crazy. People were scared to fly. People say it's domestic. It was domestic. It was us. That's what I've heard. But then, could be China. Could be China flexing and pulling that dick out and say, right, check out what we have, motherfuckers. Who knows? There's a lot of things that those things were doing that we don't know that they can do. One of the things, like, they were flying for hours at a time. And so what's the fuel source? Because it's not batteries. Downed U.S. pilot reported seeing Iranian drones swarm in jellyfish formation. Well, they're probably getting drones from, China, Russia, of course. Look at these. So the highest end of high-end government drones that we don't know about, who knows what those fucking things are doing? Multiple drones interconnected and moving as one, with smaller drones below the bigger drones like legs. One of the sources familiar with the pilot's witness account told CNN, real alien shit. Another source told CNN the pilot described witnessing a minefield of drones in the air. Holy shit. When did this happen? 13 hours. So 13 hours ago, this F-1 F-15 got down? Bro, how nuts is that? They got taken out by alien drones in April. Whoa. So he ejected from the aircraft. The Iranian drones hovering in the air, moving as one, in a formation that resembled a jellyfish. Fuck. Yeah, so there is a chance that it's DARPA and it's all of these countries that are, you have these black projects, they have these secret defense projects, and they're saying it's extraterrestrial. I think if I was running an undercover operation for as many years as these people probably have been doing, and with Eric Weinstein thinks it's a separate branch of physics. He thinks there's a bunch of physicists. So this is the story I know. The crazy invasion to get these guys back. Oh, this is those guys? Oh, this is how they got taken out. Oh, wow. This opens up a lot more questions. Wow. Right. Yeah. Use the heartbeat thing. Right. That's what they said. What was it? So the heartbeat thing was the thing that they said that they were able to locate this guy's heartbeat, his very unique heartbeat in the mountains where he was hiding. And It's like, well, that's bullshit. Right? I don't know. And it's based on some sort of quantum something. What is it called?
Did you see that today?
What is it?
It was something on there.
Do you think that God's not
They were
boring?
making a joke about Q with it. That's sort of why I asked you guys.
What's the joke about Q? I think they have drones that move like UFOs. I think for sure. Where are they getting this technology? I don't know. Do you think it's possible extraterrestrials are giving us technology? It is possible. So the recent White House will be Q posting today. We're just trolling it on fire. Stay tuned. Here's the deal. Look how much they're trolling. The QAnon people are the most committed people I've ever encountered. Yeah, they're fun. I've never encountered people who are so committed to anything. The UFO people are close. Sure. I mean, the Q people are 10 years in going, trust the plan, it's coming. And you go, guys, it's unbelievable how dedicated they are to the plan. And that it's still morphing and going in different directions. The data centers are actually prisons for people who did the vaccine. Data centers, they're still going. And that level of commitment is what America's about. It's about that. It's about not giving up. Don't give up. Don't give up. You're too deep in to give up. My advice to anyone in that movement, stay in it. Because there's nothing good on the outside. Reality is not good. Stay in that movement, take it as far as you can. What the government possibly have to announce about quantum computing? No idea. What was the quantum heartbeat thing? What was that thing called? How did they locate that?
They were coming out and saying because people were speculating that, like, how could you even do that?
Right.
Podcast the next day.
Right, but I don't know if they know that for sure. So they don't really know what the technology is. But what was the technology that the government described? Because they described it as very bizarre, and there was a name for it that involved something quantum. And they said that somehow or another they were able to detect this guy's heartbeat, right? Unique heartbeat from, I think it was like, was it 70 or 700 miles or 7? Secret never before used CIA tool that helps find airmen down in Iran. If your heart is beating, it will find you. Wow. So this is it. Long-range quantum magnetometry to find the electromagnetic signal of a human heartbeat that pairs the data with artificial intelligence software to isolate the signature from background noise. And so what is the range on this stuff? Because they were saying 40 miles. But they say the range is up to like 70 miles, something along those lines. So how long have they had this? Right. Is it even real? But this is the thing. It's like, is it real? Like, so this is a post that's in the New York Post, and I think it was from, did someone release this as a statement? Like, what did they do to say they did it? The confirmation. Okay, so. Okay,
That's Trump saying that.
So here's the other thing. If that technology doesn't exist, right, and they just made that up to cover for technology that does exist, so maybe there's technology that does exist, that's some sort of large-scale satellite imagery of the Earth that gets down to 100 grain of sand, and they can find anybody anywhere. They can just find out where the plane is, scan the area, bam, there he is. There he is. Okay, we don't want to say we have this. Right. What are we going to say? Let's say we have quantum heart rate magnetometry. We can find Ghislaine Maxwell in New Hampshire.
We're asking, why couldn't you?
She was in New Hampshire. Yeah, where is whatever. Well, it could be that technology just recently got invented. That's right. Also possible.
We shouldn't have missing people that this kind of technology exists.
That's a weird thing, and my heart goes out to her. But that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, that's weird. Didn't they looked at family members as suspects? I think looked at family members and said, is she back? And I think she's back to work. And isn't she back to work?
What you just said is a break in the story? No, I think the story got updated recently. Yeah.
Well, you're not going to get ransom back. Well, that's a horrible ransom note.
So someone posted a note saying that she died. I want money. It's a ransom note that says she died.
What if it's she died? Just give us. What if it's we're sorry she died? Just give us what you want. It's not a specific amount of money. It's just give what you feel is. It's like church. Give what you can. We're sorry she passed away. Give what you can. We're not going to say a specific amount of money.
So the note said days after the disappearance. Oh, so this is not new. Indicated she had died, but contained no request for payment for the release of her body. 3 people familiar with the matter said, though the existence of the note was known, specific contents had not been previously disclosed. So it's just the contents were disclosed that they knew that she was dead.
It seems like it's an insight thing. It seems like if someone's involved in it. I mean, I hate to think that, but it does feel like it's...
Was there a request for money? What was the first request? Let's find out what it was.
It's a horrible thing, honestly.
Good to know.
But it does seem like this is a inside job.
Well, someone certainly. Okay,
Some families involved. Maybe not. I don't know.
Ask AI. Press AI. Can't do it. Okay, put it in there. Put it in the place. How much do you think they asked for? I bet 10 million.
10 million?
For mom? 5.
5? That's a lot.
Multi-million-dollar payments in cryptocurrency, mostly Bitcoin. The amounts ranging from about 4 to 6 million and set deadlines, sometimes with escalating or else consequences.
Terrible. This is insane, but think about it. Is that random? I guess it could be.
It could be, but there was some concern.
There was concern. There was something that a family member did this.
Who knows?
It's sick. The Bitcoin community transfer Bitcoin. There was a group of people that wanted me to advertise on my podcast. It was like a meme print thing, and that was a platform, whatever. And then I was like, but their identities were shrouded. And people knew that they were, but they also very secretive because they didn't want to get kidnapped. And they split their time between Dubai and London. And CAA, came to me and they're like, hey, they want to give you a bunch of money. And I go, what are they? And CAA was like, well, it's good. They don't, I mean, demons from hell. No offense, love my people. But I was like, I got to meet them. I got to meet them and sit down and talk to them as human beings, like ask them what their company does and everything like that. And then immediately once I requested that, they said, okay, they'll meet you in Dubai, talk to you about the company. I said, I can't. I need to know. I know, whatever. They pulled the offer. I don't want to meet. Yeah. So there's all this shit. Because, by the way, here's a great way to fuck someone is to advertise on their show and then go, by the way, the money came from Russia. Yeah. And you didn't even know that.
Wasn't that happening to a bunch of right-wing
I'm sure it happened.
They're part of something.
It's hard to know who knew what, right. But it's great. What a great way to just make people appear compromised. So when somebody, where's this money coming from? Maybe it's an intelligence agency. Maybe it's ours. Maybe it's someone else. You start going all right, I need to sit down with you up there with you. It doesn't mean that I would necessarily be able to know if these guys were legit or not. But the fact that they wouldn't even meet for a dinner tells me that something was up. Also, a friend of mine who's working at a company that's producing young shows, long-form shows for YouTube creators, told me that a lot of the money is coming from Democrat super PACs because they want a captive audience to be programmed politically. Not only Democrat super PACs, but super PACs are associated with certain issues and things like that. So what they're going to start doing is getting behind content and funding longer form things on social media platforms and things like YouTube or whatever. And then those companies, that are kind of in the background of this, but then say, oh, we have an audience of 5 or 10 million people watching this, we can put political ads on it and whatever else. So I mean, this is kind of, I think, the future is going to be many things like this.
And you can do it through something like crypto. Like you can hide your identity. Like who knows if it's even a real company? It could be a company designed entirely just for influence.
It's very questionable. You have the intelligence world, you have the crypto world, and you know you have the world of international crime syndicates. Like they all live in that world. I'm not saying people that are into crypto are inherently suspect in any way. Obviously they're not. But there is a lot of fuckery going on with the intelligence stuff and the crypto. It's like clearly, whenever there's money,
If the amount of money that you can make in crypto is fucking bananas. It doesn't make any sense, right? So whenever there's money in drugs, right? Like this Iran Contra, whenever there's money in anything, they find a way to get a part of that money.
I think what concerns people partially about this administration is some of the crypto stuff. I think people are concerned with some of the coins and some of the crypto money coins and shit. That one I love, but the rest I worry. No, but I think it's a fair concern.
It is, because that's a fair concern. It's legal, but it's like, should it be?
Is it? Should it be? Should it be? It should be. For sure.
Look, I mean, there's some freedom to you being able to make your own coin. Maybe you back it with money, I guess. But it's also a way you can launder money. And it's also a way you can pay people off for stuff.
And dupe people into spending their money. You know what I mean? Like, I think a lot of people. Yeah, that poor girl.
Poor girl. They got her.
They got her. I hope she did well on that.
I bet she didn't.
Really?
Probably not. Certainly in terms of what she could be doing.
Sad.
Right? Because as soon as they get mad at you for something like that,
She did the wrong thing, and it's sad. I
also 22 or something.
I also don't know if she was going to be Meryl Streep, but it was a good
Cash outside girl makes more money than anybody.
It's true. But I think it could have gone on longer than in whatever society we live in. That just hit me. That just hit my brain that she makes more money than anybody. It's true.
I was listening to your take on the White House UFC card. And the MAGA.
Yeah.
At the moment when that guy said Michelle Obama's a man.
Yeah. Well, it's just the greatest thing for if you're deep hardcore. And I don't even mean the America First principles. I just mean like you're along for the ride. You're here for the party. There's a lot of many people that I'm friends with. They're political. They're along for the party. They like the party.
Right.
They want fun. In Florida, it's 4 p.m. They're drunk. You know what I mean? And they're in for the fun. And it's fun. They have like boat shows and regattas where like a bunch of boats will go out with drum flags. When they're watching that UFC event in their house in St. Augustine or Tampa or fucking West Palm, whatever it is, and that guy stands up and goes, Michelle Obama is a man. It's the culmination of things that they're not going to beat that. It's hard to beat that. There were houses that cheered when that happened. 100% it
How
cheered.
many do you think? Over the whole country.
It was audible in Florida. Florida, I know for sure, was audible. For sure, people cheered, and it was like, listen.
Like outside bars.
Yeah, it was a party. The fights were good. You know, it's like, to me, it's like there's this. Every cultural thing has a moment where it just explodes, and it's over after that. You know, it's like Hunter Thompson has that famous quote about it, where he was part of this thing, and then it just, you know, we saw it happen with like celebrity culture, a lot of it, like that Imagine video during COVID was kind of the end, and then like people are like, shut up. Yeah. Like it was like they did that video, they didn't know it at the time, and people really started to turn up and they were like, just shut up.
There was the other one, the BLM one.
Totally, all of them. Sorry, whatever it was.
Same shit.
Same kind of thing. People just said, okay, enough of this. And I do think that every movement just gets to a point where you've done all you can do. You've done all you can do. Now, when you are standing in the octagon of a UFC fight on the White House lawn, and you're asked if you have anything to say, and you scream, Michelle Obama's a man, that is the clock has struck midnight. That's that. I mean, I don't know what else you could do.
That guy, Josh Hogan, yeah, you know,
that's like he's got a shtick, like he's got a character. Tony's fun, Incredible Hulk. And so he's basically like a pro wrestling bad guy. Also, is a really good fighter, right? So there's a real problem there. What should have happened? Yeah, and he says crazy stuff. Well, they probably, in retrospect, if they wanted to avoid this, probably shouldn't have had him fight on the White House lawn. Sure, because if he said that in the T-Mobile Arena or in Madison Square Garden, outrageous. Sure, they're not that big a deal. But it's but here's what should have happened afterwards. Michelle Obama should have made an Undertaker-like entrance. Let's go. All of a sudden, the lights go on. And then the light goes on the balcony. Michelle Obama. She comes on a cord and she flies over. If Michelle Obama had made an Undertaker-like entrance and got in the stage and then body slammed, like, can you imagine? Unbelievable. That would be amazing. The country just exists for ratings now anyway. It's all it exists for. It's just that's all we're doing anymore. That would have been unbelievable. Here it is. This is what you guys are. Yes. She's been silly the entire time. Michelle Obama comes down. You see Trump starts doing his dance. He's doing his Trump dance. Michelle Obama comes down. She's got a cape. Bro, that would be the end. It would have been unfucking believable, and she would have been president next. She would have been president next with no election. Vance is going to stand up to that. She should have descended from the rafters in a cape, fought that guy, choreographed, just body slam. It's fun, fake, and then she does an uppercut, and then he's on a cord, and he sails out. Unbelievable. Missed opportunity. Because why not? Why not have some fun? Yeah, why not? Why not have some fun? Some wrestling event there. They could do it, and if she's smart, she hears this, and she's on her phone with her people. Don't sue them. They were going to sue them. They thought about suing them. It's like, that's not what the suing all the time in this country. Do something fun. Too much suing. Well, there is this moment where the UFC thing was going on, where the planes flew overhead, where it's just like, what is this? It was wild. It's such an amazing spectacle. It's hard to top. It was pretty amazing. That's what I mean. As a piece of entertainment, of course. It was also the only UFC card in the history of the sport where every fight was a knockout. Yeah. This is senior prom. Everyone's got to go to college next year, and wherever they go, this is it. This is a like it's a moment after senior prom, or some party they have senior, summer, and you're looking around at all your friends are high and drunk, and you're looking around, and if you're smart, and most people that love them, that was thought, this is never going to be like this again. This will never be like this again. We'll never be able to get together on the White House lawn and do motocross and watch UFC and call Michelle Obama a man. It started when he walked down the escalator. We went through a lot of things. The guy almost got shot. Who knows who did it? No one knows. No one seems to care. Whatever. Fine, moving on. But he's gone through many iterations. He's been out. He's been in. It's the most interesting story, really, in recent human history. And this is the party you throw. And it's wild because we're not going to win the Iran war. It seems very clear that it's very difficult to imagine a scenario where we come out with a decisive victory. So instead of that, it's this. We did this. How is there no more open investigation into the assassination of Kennedy? What happened next? That's where Kent said that he was told to stop. Do you want it honestly done? Do you know he put in charge of it if you want it? Truly, and I'm being very serious. If you want an honest investigation, put Israel in charge. Joe, if you want it done right, have them do it. That's all I'm saying. Just have them do it. I would trust they should look at the Charlie Kirk assassination as well. I would trust their conclusions. Have them do it. That would be my thought. There's a lot of people that think it was a hoax, that it was a setup. And if it was, I've said on my show, just tell us how you did it, because that's fun too. It's fun. Pennsylvania men shot during Trump rally in Butler sue the United States. 2 men were wounded in the shooting. They're suing. James Copenhaver and David Dutch were shot during attempted assassination of Trump. Their attorneys filed federal lawsuits against the United States for their life-altering physical and emotional injuries, claiming those injuries were the direct result of negligence on the part of the United States Secret Service. Dutch was shot in the stomach, while Copenhaver was shot twice. Yeah, does the suing ever end? There's true, but there's an argument. I totally negligence. Remember that woman, Kim Cheadle, who was in charge, and then they put her back in a bunker? She was in charge of the Secret Service. Oh, that's right. That's right. She was like Dick Cheney's assistant. Yeah, she's it was too slow to get. They shot the guy and you could fall, almost the roof. Like the whole thing was the slope of the roof that they were on was steeper. If it's a faked assassination attempt, I don't care. I want to know how it was done, and so does the rest of America. Produce a special where Barry Weiss interviews Donald Trump about how they faked the assassination attempt. Put it on CBS, where she's doing it. She's taking over CNN now. So I think, and she's now isolated herself on the 6th floor of CBS, where she can no longer see the staff, and they cannot approach her. And that is correct. And she is guarded by guards. Yes. Where'd you hear this? This is in the news. She's in a bunker, like Dick Cheney in the PI during 9/11, except it's Barry Weiss and CNN, surrounded by guards, and no one can. And it's like a militarized zone. She's in a militarized zone. Barry in the bunker and Ellison at the gate. Yeah. Is this real? She's unbelievable. By the way, I like her more now. She hates me, and that's sad. Why should she hate you? Well, I've said things, but here's the thing. I like her more now than ever. Did she start hating you after your hilarious impression? She's turned on me. She turned on me a while ago. It turned on you how? She texted me and was like, "You're part of a world in which people are anti-Semitic." And I'm like, "Well, am I? What am I? What? What am I doing?" And she's like, "You're part of this thing." And I was like, "Well, it's like, why am I? What is this guilt by association? I don't like this." Part of a thing that's anti-Semitic. It's like you're part of a cultural space of anti-Semitism. And I'm like, so she's connecting you to anti-Semitism. She's connecting me to all these different people because the thing that she hated and the thing that she crusaded against was this whole idea that, like, she is applying the same principles that she supposedly didn't like, which is like, if you're willing to have a conversation with somebody, you endorse every one of their views. Or if you question something like Israel, you hate Israel. Or you hate Jewish people, which is insane. Right. And that was, I thought she was the one who was like, we should have nuance on the transition. What happened to that? What happened to being able to question gender ideology and all these things? Like, why aren't we, where's the nuance? Why aren't we holding space for nuance back? CBS News boss Barry Weiss poised to oversee CNN editorial operations. Yeah, that's what you just said. Yeah, I saw that. But she's living her best life, as people would say. This is what she was meant to do. When someone steps into their truth, I support them. And she has stepped into her truth. She's exactly where she should be, in a bunker guarded by the military, while she systematically destroys CBS. She's stepping into her truth. This is what she was. She was put there to destroy it. She was obviously put there to destroy it. She wasn't put there to make it work. She was put there to just destroy it. And she's doing it. Do you think they understood the amount of pushback from again? I don't think they. I think they said, "Listen, let's just put her in there and see what happens." Because who cares? Like, it's like these legacy media institutions are dying. They're not turning around. No one's going back to watching the evening news, and they know that. These are billionaires, not idiots. The Ellisons are not dumb. They said, "Let's have a little fun while this thing goes." It says she took the helm of the struggling organization last month with a mandate to shake it up, following David Ellison-led Skydance takeover of CBS parent company Paramount in 2024. Paramount Skydance bought Weiss' online outlet, The Free Press, for a cool $150 million, as she became editor-in-chief of CBS News. Yeah. It's a lot of money for the free press. Well, no, because if you look at the podcast ratings, it was you, and she was number 2. So that's why. No, she would get 7,000 YouTube views. And it seems high. It certainly seems like a lot. But, when you take into account her cultural impact.
It's interesting because, like, when it came to her, like, pushing against woke ideology that infected the New York Times, she seemed really reasonable. And there's this very famous clip of her talking to Brian Stelter, where she talks about the world gone crazy. Remember that? The world gone bad?
Yes.
So she's, like, very brilliantly lays out why, if this is what you're saying, when people are saying that silence is violence,
Right.
and not actual violence is violence, the world's gone mad.
Right.
And she lays these all out. It's so brilliant.
Well, there's got to be room for nuance. Like October 7th was horrible. The loss is not good. We all know this. However, you also cannot look at what's gone on the last few years and think that Israel is not number one perpetrating. You can call it, I call it a genocide. People can call it anything they want. Doesn't matter. It's a campaign of mass murder where a lot of people have died, civilians have died, many children have died, people that are innocent have died, and they're starting to do something similar in southern Lebanon. And they're now talking about Turkey. By the way, Turkey also is a problem. Turkey's a NATO fucking country. So the idea that any criticism of Netanyahu or the Israeli government or Israel or relationship with Israel or whatever makes you anti-Semitic is an insane thing. It's the exact thing that she fought against in race and gender. She fought against that Manichaean good and evil, black and white. She fought against it, and she was right. She was correct to say you should be able to have conversations about when is it appropriate for a child to be exposed to certain ideas, and when should they be able to make a determination about how they want to live their life, and like when is it appropriate for people to call, to designate between a protest and a legitimate riot, and the silence is violence, and all of that stuff. She had really pretty logical opinions on all that stuff. But when it came to that one issue, she seems very incapable of understanding any nuance or gray area or complexity regarding this particular issue.
She is all in for Israel.
And that's fine. That's her choice. And I get it. But it's so obvious when a Mark Levin goes, the president's great because we're going to Iran because the president's great. He's the greatest leader of all time. And then he goes, well, this didn't work out like we thought. We're going to make a deal, and we're going to try to, And then Mark Levin goes, this is a failure. This is a blunder. This is a strategic thing. And it's like, for who? It's for us. It's not a failure for Billy. It's clearly a failure for us, but like, it seems like the bigger failure would be for Israel that wants Iran neutered because they have aspirations regionally. Locally, but certainly regionally. So, who's it a failure for? And that's a fair question. And I think it's like, you've got to be able to have that conversation without being tarred and feathered as someone who's like a conspiracy mongering anti-Semite, which is like there's a group of people that are, but a lot of people just want sanity. And this is not sane.
And just like you were talking about the banks forcing that shit down people's throats, that it's going to take them. Yeah.
Yes.
Same thing.
Nobody understands pullback. Like the CIA term pullback, when you like go into a country, kill everyone, and they go, "You like us, right?" They go, "No, not really. We killed your mother, but we're sorry. But you want the mall? We're gonna build the mall." They go, "No, we're gonna bomb you and try to kill you." This is blowback. There's blowback when you shut down conversations and in order to shut people up, you gotta pay them or kill them. That's the only way to do it. If you don't pay people a lot of money or kill them, they're gonna talk. If you limit that, they're going to get angrier and the blowback is going to be intense.
Also, yeah, I mean, that's entirely accurate.
CBS News, I'll go on. That's the thing. I have a beef with her. I like her. I like that she's in a bunker. I will go on to that show. I'm there.
The things that I thought was hilarious, there was some fake story that they were going to bring me on for 60 minutes.
Everyone keeps saying that. I texted you about it. I'm like, are you doing 60 minutes? That thought that was wild, but why not? I mean, what if, half the staff is left. One of that guy Bill Pelly just got out. Yeah. She got out and she's got that Dokapol, whatever his name is, in the evening news, crying like a psychopath. Who's that? He's the guy who does the CBS Evening News, and his first episode, he's in Miami, and he's crying. Can you get that up? It's unbelievable. It's the anchor of the news. What's crying? He's crying because he started talking about his family and how he grew up in Miami. It's unbelievable. This is the guy who was selected to run the CBS Evening News, to be the anchor of the CBS Evening News. And he does this thing where he's in Miami and they take him out of the chair because he wants to start shaking it up. Barry's shaking it up, so instead of sitting at a desk and doing the thing, they bring him to Miami to visit his childhood places, and he starts sobbing in I forget, it was like a restaurant or something. Jamie, find that. He's crying in a restaurant, or he gets choked up, and it's deeply uncomfortable, and it's really weird. And he starts talking about how he had a hard childhood. It's unbelievable.
This is the guy. Embarrassing first days CBS Evening News savaged by staff in state TV. Well, conversation with one of his handlers during an ad break. Pete Hegseth said during his interview with Tony, how do you say his name? Dokapol. We did it at Barry's request, and because CBS News did something right on this.
I wish you had him crying. I wish you had him in that restaurant.
So is Marco Rubio's Marco. That's what he's talking about.
He's in Miami, and Dokapol, this is psychotic. You have to watch them.
So he just keeps crying? Maybe that's his thing. Like George Hamilton, he's tan all the time.
He's crying, he's talking about... Yeah, look at this. Look at this. This is the anchor of the CBS Evening News.
So he's being interviewed.
Yeah, do we go to send it? Damn it.
Can I take it from the beginning so I know what he's crying about?
It makes me emotional. It's so funny. I didn't even think to catch it. And,
This is your favorite place in the world. Why? Why South Florida and Miami?
It makes me emotional. It's so funny. I didn't even think to catch it. And, because you only have one job, right? So, let me get a second here.
I can relate. This is home.
People still don't understand why I have such a reaction. Florida is where I grew up. Way to go, that's like sounds. My grandmother's here, my father, my mother, aunts and uncles, cousins. And it's where I would have all my childhood when we left. Because my father got into trouble in his business. It's we laugh about it now, but he was a drug dealer. But he was a drug dealer, went to jail. It's kind of a ha-ha thing that we say now, but it makes me so emotional. I feel like
It's kind of a ha-ha thing. He's just head of the CBS Evening News. He's the anchor of the CBS Evening News. This is what drives everyone so crazy about the world, how fake everything is. That's the guy? That's the best guy for the job? This is good. When I grew up, you would go see Whitney Houston and go, fuck, she's good. I can't sing like that. Who cares if she smokes crack? She deserves it. You watch this, and it drives you insane. You go, this guy's crying. His father's a drug dealer. This is who's the best guy for the job. He's going to have to report on dad, like murder, war, famine, whatever, and he's crying in some Cuban restaurant about his drug dealer father, so they had to leave Miami, and no one believes anything's real anymore. This is a huge problem in our world. People look, that's the guy. That's the anchor of the CBS Evening News. It's crazy.
Well, the other guy,
pissed about. He was saying something about they were going against science, or some of it had to do with climate change, some of it a bunch of other things that he disagreed with. Where the news organization, let's find what his exact points were. Yeah, let's find. I don't know what they were, but Barry, who chairs the meetings there, and really goes on and embarrasses herself and on the calls and stuff, has no idea what she's talking about. And so here it is. Following his criticism, news editor Barry Wise, 60 Minutes executive producer Nick Milton, at a staff meeting, Pelly was fired by CBS News. What did he say? When CBS fired Pelly, Milton wrote a cover letter which obtained by the New York Times. Milton stated as follows: your antipathy to the future of the show has come through loud and clear, and I have heard you, therefore, write on behalf of CBS News, to inform you that your employment with CBS is terminated for cause effective immediately. Next day, Weiss said, I'm only interested in working in a newsroom that is built on trust and mutual respect. So what did he say? Pelly accused the new CBS leadership of instructing him to insert falsehoods into a political story and to include assertions that were not verified, instructions he says he ignored. The collapse of values at the top has become untenable. The leadership at 60 Minutes is no longer recognizable. The principles I hold dear are gone, and so I must leave as well. I wonder what exactly they meant, though, by the falsehoods in a political story and including assertions that were not verified. Well, here it is. It says, the story CBS intervened on was a report of the 2026 protests in Minnesota, and the falsehood CBS asked for was to describe protester Renee Good as driving her car toward the officer who killed her, which Pelly said contradicts video evidence of the event. That's correct. It seemed to me that the lady was trying to turn the car away from him, but it did brush up against the guy, which is enough for him to decide to kill her. Well, I know, but it was not, she was trying to run him over. But however, that guy had been dragged by a car very recently, so he's probably filled with PTSD, almost sure died. I think he got dragged like 300 yards from. I think it's fair to ask at 300 feet. Yeah, but I think it's also fair to ask at this point, what is the media? Like, what is the media? Like, right. All due respect to Barry Weiss, but like, so it was a heavily inflated price for her blog that she sold, YouTube channel, whatever. There's clearly a political agenda to this. You have billionaires that own all of these companies, and we're asked to believe that like she's the most qualified for the job, even though she's never ran a newsroom. She didn't like work her way up the ranks. She's an op-ed columnist, an opinion writer, and stuff like that. Great. She made a lot of sense. We said it before. And then she hires this guy who's crying the name restaurant in Miami about his dad, and it's like, who the hell's that guy? So I think it's fair to ask, like, do we have any trust left in these institutions? Do we have any trust left in, like, people that work there are leaving and say not being asked to insert things into this as a general? Well, that alone, like driving the car towards the officer, it's just not technically correct, right? It seems like she was steering away. Why would they want to say something that's not correct when you can just see it in a video? Like, if you are running a newsroom, that would be the last thing you want to do is contradict something that's obviously verifiable. So that would, for what reason would you sacrifice your credibility? Because that's essentially what it's doing. It's such a short-term play. Yes, but I'll tell you exactly why. Okay. Because their main demographic is 70-year-olds who are having strokes on their couch. They're not verifying this. They have a very old audience that is not online savvy. They're not looking at many angles. They have cataracts, and they're hearing this, and it allows them to dismiss it as, well, she did the wrong thing, she drove justifiable shooting. Yeah, I don't think somebody's motivating them to do that for sure. Yeah, well, because she's in the tank for Trump, because Trump promised, or maybe didn't promise, but like whatever, he's useful in the sense that he's going to go in and topple the regime in Iran. He's going to sue all these, or he's going to bring Harvard College to heel for whatever the hell they did. And she believes that, and again, a lot of this is just connected to her view that, Israel's interests are always 100% concurrent with America's, and Trump gets that, and he understands that, so she's in the tank for Trump, which, by the way, if Biden would have invaded Iran, she would have started protecting him. It doesn't seem like she doesn't care that much about a ton of issues. It seems to me that this is her big issue. That's a disturbing thing to a lot of people. Look at how much influence do they have in this country. That's what creeps people out, because I think no one even really considered it before October 7th. It wasn't, I'm sure people considered it. Nick Fontes considered it. But it wasn't like it was an openly discussed thing amongst young people. Right. It wasn't until we started realizing, first of all, it was AIPAC. It was the weirdness of the New York City mayoral race. Yeah, of course. Very weird. Where they were all like, we're going to visit Israel. Like, what? Well, it's also in direct opposition to the stated goal of the Trump administration, which was to pair the United States and to make it great and to elevate it and to focus on the United States and to not go into Middle Eastern wars, which was a huge, very popular plank of this platform, and to not waste money and saddle ourselves with debt and wire ourselves in these unwinnable wars. And there's such a gaslighting campaign. The Secretary of State came out after the Iran war and goes, well, Israel's going to attack them anyway, and our bases were going to be vulnerable, so we had to join. And then he went, no, I didn't mean that. I didn't really mean that. And we're partners, and we both think it's a great idea. And there was tremendous pressure on him to do this. And, it hasn't worked. And it's clearly not in the interest of the United States to be in a Middle Eastern war with Iran. Tons of Jewish people don't believe it is. Lots of, people from all walks of life don't believe it, but there's an ideological group of people that donate a lot of money and that are incredibly powerful, and they are really pushing this. They're pushing troops and they're pushing nukes. They're delivering unconventional weapons and crazy bombing campaigns. They're pushing troops on the ground. And they don't care what it takes. Iran has to be either completely destroyed or it's just got to be a chaos zone. But for the regional ambitions of Israel, it can't exist. So, again, not in a paranoid conspiratorial way, because I don't like the victim stuff either. There's a bunch of people in America being like, I can't get ahead because Jewish people are successful. I think that's a stupid road to go down. That's a victim road. I hate it. I hate it when gay people do it, or any group of people. I hate when they drench themselves in victimhood. I think when you become a victim, you lose autonomy over your life. It's insane. But I do think there's a fair question to ask about what is the motive of certain massive big donors? Is the motive the strength and prosperity of America, or is it the strength and prosperity of Israel? That's a fair question. Yeah. And what about the rest of the world? Like, how much are we putting ourselves at odds with the rest of the world? Indescribably the worst PR ever. And, people cannot justify, you've got to be a very ideological person to justify, southern Lebanon, Gaza, Iran, perhaps Turkey. This is starting to feel like this is like a friend you have who you make excuses for a certain amount of time, and then your wife eventually goes, they're not allowed here. You can't go out. They're a problem. They have a fucked up home life. I know they're fun. I know they share values. I know they enjoy each other. They've known each other for a long time. But here's the deal. They're not coming to the house, and they can't be around the kids. Because, that's what it's coming down to. What's even worse than that, the thing that drives me crazy is the negotiators. They kill all the negotiators. And the Trump tells them to stop killing the negotiators. Stop bombing Lebanon. Is this Iran deal going to work? Is it going to work? Stop bombing Lebanon. I think we're at odds now. We're in the last 2 years, we are now. We're at odds with Israel for the first time, where Trump was really at odds with them. He's had enough. I think he starting to understand that his legacy will be permanently tainted if he doesn't find a way to extricate us from this war. And I think on the other side, and that's it. And Vance, again, for all the disagreements I might have with Vance about certain things, he is one of the only people in that administration who does push against the continuation of this war, which is why a lot of those neoconservative donors try to destroy him. Because of that. I don't love his tech alliances. There's a lot of things I don't like about him. But there's a lot of things I think are good about him. I think there's, and it's not like I don't like about him per se. I worry about, some of his relationships, which is just they really necessary for survival. I'm sure all of them are, and that doesn't mean that they still need to be criticized and looked at as 100%.
Not justifying it at all, but totally. I have a feel like no completely autonomous person is ever going to make it through that maze.
Never. But I think the job is you turn the heat enough where maybe everyone's going to do 10 horrible things, they do 2. So I think it's certainly the job of anyone who looks at this stuff to look at it and go, what is going on? What is happening? But I will say, for all of the tech, things that I find a little, like, what? I do think that, to his credit, he's the only one in there, and you can tell, it's not that I have some inside knowledge. They're only he's being attacked the most by the people that want the war to continue. And I think he knows his political ambitions will be completely destroyed by a continuation of this war. So I look at all these people, not as human beings, even though they are human beings, but I look at them as like they're running the show, they're running the country, so they all have ambitions, and it's hard to know their hearts or heads or how they feel from one day to the next. It's very difficult. So I think when you look at them and you go, yeah, he's calculated and ambitious, but he also is the one being attacked by people that want the war to continue. Tucker Carlson, again, I have agreements with Tucker, I have disagreements with Tucker. The attacks on him are insane. The attacks on Megyn Kelly are wild because of this issue. It's not a myriad of issues, it's this issue.
Yeah, undoubtedly. And it's weird. It's weird because it's so transparent. It's so transparent, and the whole world is seeing it play out. And it's like the amount of gaslighting that you have to keep pumping. It's not sustainable.
Well, to say that this was not in the interest, this was in America's interest, you have to jump around logically so much. Well, this is also the problem with
Justification. People try to say Israel, like God was saying, they're doing the best they can. Like, look at the drone footage. Fly over there. That's the best you can do. That's crazy. Is that better than a nuke? So, yeah, it is. It's like, this is humane. It looks like the damage of a nuke just spread out over 2 years instead of 1 month.
It's inhumane, it's evil, it's children being killed, it's mothers being killed in front of their children. And by the way, October 7th was inhumane, but I shouldn't have to keep doing that.
You shouldn't have to do that, but it's also October 7th, the people that got killed, those are the ravers, right? So those are the people that were anti-Netanyahu. Those are not the people that
They also killed, I think, probably a lot of they drained people out of their houses and
killed a ton of
and that's a bad situation.
Like, it's also like, why did it take so long to respond to it?
Well, this is another very interesting, very important question.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people that say it's a state the size of New Jersey, and the security failures are they're pretty wild, and there hasn't been a real investigation into them. And then Yahoo's kind of prevented that, and they kind of made it illegal to question that in Israel. Like, people were like writing about that and going, "What the hell's going on?" But like, it's illegal. Well, they've made a law, and you can look this up, about things like this in Israel, because during wartime, they haven't had an election since October 7th.
Yeah. Right?
Right. It hasn't had an election. Right. And Ukraine hasn't had an election. Nobody's had an election. So if I'm living in a country, the leader of my country just wants to be in a war forever, there is no democracy.
Well, Clinton said that.
Yeah. He said he wants to maintain. He said it open in an interview. Right. And then an intern, and then a nice chubby intern showed up. And a nice chubby intern showed up. He was the first guy to go by. So I mean, that's the thing. You don't have elections. You don't have people looking into things. And by the way, that's not the only thing that should be looked into. Look at everything. Where are the 9/11 dogs? What happened? Do we know? Why can't we know anything? Why can't we know anything? Yeah. You know, that's so. It's like, release all the old adults. Release it. Let's see what happened. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure no one did anything naughty. I think this is all kind of breaking. I think this is the breaking. One of the things that's happening with AI is like all these things that they are protecting us from. We're going to find out. Well, here's the thing. I mean, I met you in 2019. The first time I met you was 2018. BJ Okerson was opening for Toronto. Yeah. Then I met you in 2019. And that's what, 6 years ago, 7 years ago? There were cracks of it breaking that, but almost invisible. Like you couldn't see them. Now you have full-on, like huge sinkholes opening into the reality. Most people accept it for their time. Yes. Big. And you see, like, this Tulsi Gabbard, this press release that she did this. Yeah, this where she's talking about Fauci. Sure. And yeah, all that. We're getting information now. Getting information let us know that the entire system has been completely corrupted for a very long time. That it won't survive cleansing. Can't survive the way is it $40 trillion worth of debt? It's close, right? It was at 39. No one thinks that's getting paid back. Right. So we have one is China. But like no one thinks that's getting paid back. The dollar as the world reserve currency seems to have a limited amount of time. I don't know, but this is what's discussed. No, I mean, how does the system survive this level of information? People are not gonna. Do you think that this whole race to AI, this like Manhattan Project style race that's going on right now, like the future of whatever the United States is, kind of depends on us getting there first. Right? I think if we don't get there first, then it's probably a wrap. If you really thought about it, like if China gets there first, if control of resources and everything's shut off, whatever, if it's weaponized. My worry is that in the guise of fighting China, we're going to become China. You know, so I would take the government a lot more seriously if they weren't, potentially having like saying politicians merge all these different government databases. So your health data and your criminal justice data and your tax data all merges. And who's doing that now too? And then they go, well, China's got a credit score. Well, what the hell is that? What the hell is this? What? So when Vance comes out and he goes, I'm worried about a credit score. It's like, okay, hey buddy, me too. What the hell's this? So it's a little bit of gaslighting in that sense too. They're like, if China gets all this stuff, you're all going to be, we lose. And you go, okay. So it's almost like China will enslave you. Let us do it first. Everyone's going to be on their best behavior. That's right. Everyone's going to be on their best behavior. We're going to be watching them. You heard that quote. Everyone's going to be on their best behavior. This is what these world economic for people like that, they don't have any interest in owning a house or farming land or starting a business or any interest in that. It does not serve them at all. It did for a while, but their economic projection is that that's not going to be possible for them. So what they're going to do, they're building bunkers, they're hoarding all the wealth, and they're heavily invested in all this AI. One of the reasons I think that we have to strike it down with Iran is all this UAE money props up Hollywood, all these startups, it props up the AI, a lot of that money is coming from Qatar and UAE. And our bases getting blown off the earth in those countries. Those countries are getting attacked because of this war. And they're a huge financier of American startups and some AI startups. So, like, one thing that I wonder about all of this is just how much this just does seem now to be a high-level chess game about the future of what is and isn't possible. But the only thing that makes me personally happy is that Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump just bought an island. That gives
Romania people are really excited.
They're really excited.
I see them, they're celebrating in the streets.
They burned the prime minister's house and the president, or wherever they just started lighting houses on fire. And that's coming, by the way. They just did it in Belfast. That's coming. People starting to light things on fire is coming. That's coming. I'm not calling for it. I'm not saying it's good, but it's coming because voting's become fake. No one cares. People are friends. It's fake. It's fake. It's so obvious. It's fake. It's all fake. So the only, and you know what? I'm not calling for it. It's bad, but fire is real. If you ask the people of Palisades or Malibu, whatever RP, I like the Palisades, that stupid mall, I like it, but this is real. People are going to start realizing that all this technology has just been set up to give you this idea that you have some fat, and all the while, Jared and Ivanka just go buy an island. That's what's happening. But maybe it's fine.
Have you got any invites to any bunkers?
No, they're not.
You feel differently if you did.
I don't know. I wonder if
Had invites to interested.
I've had invites to Teal, and I've said no because I think, he'd probably sit me down and go, listen to me, you fat fuck, you're going to shut your mouth. And I'd sit there and I go, no, I think if they were going to invite me, someone goes, this is the guy who dressed up as Christy Noem's husband with fake tits. And they go, we can't have it. But that's absolutely. If somebody said to me, a few people are going to survive, and it's just going to be you and these people, and everybody else is going to die, it's tough. How fun would it be, though? Is it fun? Is it fun if the whole world dies, and I'm just sitting and having dinner with Jamie Vance's wife? I mean, is that the fun with Peter Thiel, me and Usha, and Jane just... Yeah, I mean, is that what we want? I don't know. Probably not.
What's the best case scenario?
Best case scenario is a new era of enlightened people and enlightened thinking and soulfulness and spirituality and a healthy attachment to technology and religion and people's a common kind of a sense of morality and togetherness and love for community that's not enforced by governments, corporations, and armies. I'm not betting on that, but that would be good.
Well, there's a battle, right?
Yeah, there is not.
It's not when one side is clearly going to win. We're moving in a very weird direction of uncertainty, but humans today are way better at being people, way kinder and nicer, despite all our problems, than we've ever been in the past. Yeah. Society is generally, at least first world countries, safer than it's ever been in the past. Yeah. And it's also, there's more opportunity to do things now because of technology that's ever existed before. So it's not worse, but it's not moving in the best direction possible. Like, if you had to choose between living today, the way we're living now, or living in 1976 in San Francisco, go fuck yourself. I don't want shitty breaks and live with these fucking people that don't know anything because they use the internet. Fuck that. You're better off living today. The communication is better.
Would go see Janis Joplin, right? And you'd be smoking weed, and a burrito would be 50 cents. And then you would go into a park and fuck, and then die. And it might not be as bad as one thinks. And who knows? I didn't live during that time, so I'm sure there was a lot of pitfalls. Get stabbed, whatever. Like, New York was more culturally interesting when there was crime. I'm against there being crime because New York couldn't have existed. It can't be 1983 in New York now.
Times Square is a mall. Times Square right now is a TGI Fridays.
But
sure, used to be
chaos to be chaos, but it can't be chaos forever. But again, in that city, do you get the loans? Do you get all of that stuff? Probably not.
No.
Probably not.
No, you need some chaos for art, for sure. You don't get chaos from TGI Fridays. You don't get that kind of chaos.
But I do think that there's a time for certain things, and there's an inertia that moves certain things forward. Meaning, like, it would be crazy to think about New York in the 80s today. Like, no one's built for that life today. No one's even built for that. Like, one of the reasons wars don't work anymore is we're just not built for it. People used to be built for war. People used to be built for war. They're built to, like, just like, yeah, somebody calls me and I just go die. You know, there's like a petition on the door and it's like, we're here, we're going to work. People are built for, nobody's built for that now. People file complaints with DoorDash. I file complaints.
1981 Rolling Stone magazine called West 42nd Street, located in the heart of Times Square, as the sleaziest block in America.
Yeah.
Now it's probably prime real estate.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's parts of it that are, you know, it's all prime real estate there. Whether people like it or not, it's not necessarily, you know, that is better because it's safer, but it's worse because it's safer. Nothing's all one thing. Nothing's all one thing. There's still great art there. There's still great music and comedy and theater and all that stuff. Is it as good as it was? No. But again, it's just because the people that are doing it are amazing and they're talented, but the culture is so decentralized now and fractious. It's nothing can stay cool. Everything that what's depressing me about New York is it's become like it's become a place where people just go on Instagram and post them. You know, when you used to go to dinner in New York City, you would eat French food or food you could never make at home, you've never even seen, you didn't hear them treat you like shit, it was fun. Now you go to these places because Taylor Swift went there, you have like they just do like a high-end version of like a Totino's pizza roll, they put truffle oil on it, here's a French dip, here's a burger, their burger. It's just a basic bitch mall city now. That's really what it's become. That doesn't mean there's not a lot of psychopaths there making lots of money and good for them. But it's becoming a suburban city. It's a city where people talk about chicken salad. It's a city where people go to Wegmans. It's just a different city. It's Pilates and toddlers. It's all great. It's fine. I don't want to see people in shame. But it's not what it was. It's just not what it was. It doesn't have that same magic. And nothing does it later. Nothing really does. And it won't come back.
No, that's good. I don't know if that's good or bad. If I lived there, I mean, who knows what the fuck's gonna happen now with Donnie is mayor. Wait, that weirdness where, what's that guy's name? Ken Griffin? The guy, billionaire guy who's out of his apartment? Yeah, billionaire guy lives here. He gets so much money, we're gonna take it.
Well, here's the thing. It's all fake. It's all fake. Donnie's Trump. He's smart. He's sharp. He's good looking and young. He takes this whole crap. It's YouTube. It's like, look, billionaire guy. Ken Griffin's in Palm Beach. You're like a house worth $1 billion. You're not going to do anything to Ken Griffin. You're a city employee. The mayor is fake. It's like, he'll raise taxes maybe if he can get it done, but he can't. He'll get dirtier. Crime will go up. Or it won't. It's kind of whatever. It's just not, you know, I think it's not, it's more just the corporations rule. And guys like him, it's like Bernie Sanders, he's the version of the socialist you get. What does it even mean? He has a bunch of military industrial complex jobs in Vermont. Sweetheart of a man, but has not gotten anything for 30 years.
Worth millions, has three homes.
The Clintons sandbag him because they're working for God only knows who, the Goldman Sachs and the devil. And he goes and says, Hillary's great, they're all great, it's all great, the system's fine, I lost. He got sandbagged like twice. And he doesn't burn it to the ground, he won't burn it to the ground because that's the version of a socialist you get in America. I'm not even like a socialist, but I'm saying like that's clearly this is you throw along to placate someone.
It's also their playing game. His game is to stay relevant. Keep being a politician, keep being a senator from Vermont. Stay there forever. Everybody loves you. Ben and Jerry's.
Vermont is a lily white state of frozen people, and it's just a bunch of lesbians. And I think Alec Baldwin now because he shot someone. Does he live there now? I think he does, but I don't know. And I like him. Shout out to him. Former fun. But I think, you know, Sanders is doing what he has to do to please that demographic of people.
What do you think happens in 2020?
I think think the donors want Rubio, but Rubio's kind of a buffoon because he's not. Vance is more isolationist than Rubio, and I think Vance is more in league with the tech people, whereas Rubio, being the central banking cartels of intergenerational pools of capital that are more invested in the war industry, it might be slightly more aligned with Israel, like Rubio. Like there are different fiefdoms of the super rich. I think the tech guys are relatively new. Not that they don't get involved in the war, of course they do. But it's not all hunky-dory. You know, if you had a banking empire for years and centuries, and you're like, now all these new tech fucks are here, and you're like, what is this? And you're like, we make our money from war. And sort of the tech people, by the way, but they have other ways to make money. So I do think Vance will get the nomination. I don't think Rubio, I used to think it would be Rubio. But I've watched Rubio recently more, and I don't think Rubio, he's too buffeting. I can't take him seriously. I don't know why.
Trump again suggests a Vance-Rubio 2028 presidential ticket, or perhaps Rubio-Vance.
So this will probably be those two.
But do you think that people are going to want to buy into another Republican party?
No, it'll be a Democrat. I think it'll be a Democrat.
Who do you think wins?
I don't know. I think it's somebody that we don't know who it is. I think somebody that we don't know who it is. I don't think it's Newsom. I don't think it's AOC. I think it's somebody that comes from a red state, who's a Democrat governor, a purple state. We don't know who they are yet. They pop up. They're boring. I think they're boring. I think a boring person's going to come in and just be like, hey, I'm the president. Reasonable. The show's over. Michelle Obama's a woman. And then you'll hear some of the country go, because Trump's a drug, and you've got to detox from that. This whole last decade has been a drug. It's been the craziest decade that I've been alive. I remember sitting with you at election night. I remember me, you, and Alex sitting down. I remember all these things. We're watching this crazy porn. I remember when Trump was shot. I remember, tragically, when Charlie Kirk was shot. I remember all of these things that have happened that are just so crazy. And now seem so far away, and like they're so far in the past. They like this guy, John Ossoff. Yeah, he's got angles. You just nailed it. He can be him. Look at him. There he is. He looks like a president. Just put him close.
Yeah. Just his neck is medium. It's not too thin. It's not too thick.
He's got that face.
Like Tallarico's neck is a little too small.
Yeah. That's just kind of true.
More square jawed. Conservative Georgia radio host endorses John Ossoff for U.S. Senate.
If they want to win, they just have to go, hey, everybody, remember health care? Don't you want that?
Is he Republican? He's a Democrat.
He's a Democrat, but he's going to LARP as a Republican. And the same with Spencer Pratt. It's like, I'm actually a Democrat. You know what I mean?
Worked as a national security staffer.
Yeah, he's a spook. Put him in. Who cares? It's fake at this point. We all know it's fake. How much more evidence does anyone need? Sorry.
Glad you're out there.
I'm glad you have me here.
Podcast rules.
Thank you.
It's such a great escape. It's so beautiful because just the way you're able to just combine reality with humor. It's very rare.
Well, thank you, dude. I appreciate it.
It's a very unusual thing. It's very insightful political commentary and social commentary mixed in with hilarious takes on things. That's very nihilistic.
Well, I'll keep doing it until I'm put in jail. Thank you, brother.
Appreciate you.
Experience. Showing my name, Joe Rogan Podcast, my name, all day.
What's happening?
always so interesting to me how there's these different sort of categories of interests that people have that, one person might not know anything. I don't know anything about horses. But you're like fucking balls deep, fucking everything about them. It's crazy. It's such an interesting, like, pool of knowledge. The people that are really into horses, and when they start explaining, this is not as simple as, that's a horse and that's a horse too. Like, there's genetic lines, and there's certain tendencies that certain horses will actually pass on to their offspring.
Oh yeah,
it's crazy stuff.
There's a stallion, and I really like it. I've got a number of horses on this stallion. His name's Spookskunk, and they're just incredibly balanced, real feeling, very, very cool-footed, big stoppers. But they see dead people, they see ghosts. So like, once every 3 months, for no reason, this thing's gonna fucking check out. And I mean check out. Just decide, it's not safe here, we're going back to the barn, you can come with me, or I'm gonna fuck your ass off, or I'm gonna flip over and he just loses his mind.
Whoa.
And you never know when it's gonna happen.
And his children have this as well?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Just a little quirk.
And that's,
but other than that,
oh man, that's a big quirk. That's like if you have a Corvette that decides to drive home.
Yeah,
most of the time you can go to the store.
We all deal with it because they're worth it.
I guess, but that seems so crazy. That the horse, do you really think it sees ghosts?
I don't know what he sees, some kind of boogeyman. A lot of them are deaf. So, yeah. So, well, there's a gene, typically, if you see a horse with a white face, and the white goes above the eyes, typically that horse is deaf.
Wow.
And so they can't hear, but they can feel the vibrations. So, like, that could set one of these horses off.
Just anything pounding on the ground, there might be something chasing it.
Yeah, and they're preemptive. Right.
So, wow. The deaf thing's crazy. I wonder if that has any sort of an advantage where they can sort of tune out distractions. I would imagine if a horse is at a rodeo.
Yes, 100%. Because, this crowd's screaming and yelling, it's not going to bother them. Now, if they start stomping their feet, I was going to show this one horse of mine, and I'm about to run on the pad, and all these guys are cheering for this Italian rider, and they're all beating on the side of the arena. My horse checked me fucking out.
Like a whole herd of elephants. Wow. I can imagine how weird that is for the horse. Like, it's being told to do something, but its instincts are like, no, get the fuck out of here. I can't hear anything. That's nuts. The hearing thing, there's a famous pool player. His name is Shane Van Bonen. He's like one of the greatest pool players of all time, if not the greatest. And he's deaf. And he has hearing aids. And when he plays, he shuts them off. He just goes and goes into this world just of balls and geometry. And just doesn't miss. Just is a horrifying person player. And because the fact that he's got that extra sense shut off, like the hearing, he can shut it off. It's not just that, he's also obsessive. He practices 10 hours a day. He's an all-time wizard. Like, he's won the U.S. Open, which is the hardest tournament to win in all of pool. He's won 5 times. Which is just nuts. Only one other guy in history, Earl Strickland, 25 times.
Everybody plays for him. Like everybody, a little.
Yeah.
But then the levels to the game, like you start getting a professional pool player.
Yeah.
And they're playing it totally different. Yeah.
It's a totally different. Just watching it, you realize, like, oh my god, what am I doing? I'm hitting the ball way too hard. I don't know what I'm doing. Like, my angles are all fucked up. But this guy's playing that with English. I would just hit it straight.
They want to spin up. Yeah, spinning it's over here.
Oh yeah. The control. It's just like the stick is a part of their body. The stick and the ball, they're all connected in space and time, and they know where that ball's going within millimeters. It's nuts to watch. You see these guys, they'll hit a ball and it'll travel. It's a 9-foot table. It'll travel all the fucking way around just like a 12-foot distance, and it'll go in a 2-inch spot. And you just go, fuck me. It's great, and then if you do that in depth too, you get cheers, just still in the zone. Just hyper-focused. Yeah, just hyper-focused. Autism programs too. You have that. A lot of little, just a touch of autism. Anybody's good at anything. Anybody's good at anything is either ADHD or autistic.
They try to get me medicine for ADHD.
Did they?
No.
How old were you when they tried to give it to you?
Oh, well, they did give it to me. was. But whatever your want was, right? Fuck. And so I stopped taking it just because it was something else. You know, so my parents were like, fucking just let him run around. My neighbor's kid, they gave it to him when I lived in California. It was such a bummer. It was just wild little kid. And they gave it to him also in his flat. Yeah. And I was like, oh. The lady was like, oh, he's on medication now because he's hyperactive. I'm like, oh my God, but not my kid, not my place. I'm not saying nothing. I just go to work. You know, I was single back then, and I was like 28 or 29. I was just so confused how you could do that. And I kept thinking, if somebody did that to me when I was a kid, for sure I would have been on drugs. If my parents knew about those options, they could shut me the fuck up. If I had the wrong parents, my parents would have done it, but if I had the wrong parents, 100% I had all the traits that would have allowed me to get it's a fucking superpower. If you understand it, exactly. It's a superpower. Yeah. If you can find something you love. People say, hey, how the world keeps going straight. Right? They say, it's not that hard. And once I know what it is, you can sit me in an airport around 1,000 people. I don't care. I can sit there for 12 hours straight because you love it. But if somebody wants you to pay attention to the history of Pop-Tarts, or it's not going in there. Yeah, it's not going in there. And that's the superpower. The superpower is you find something you love and focus on it. But the way our education system is designed is so ass backwards. You take kids that are so energetic and have so much life, and you just squeeze it out of them. Just sit still, stay put, listen to boring shit. And all day they're just fighting this desire to scream and just run out of the building and go do something fun. Essentially what we call the modern public education system founded by the Rothschilds as a means to create workers. Yep. That's it. Compliant workers and soldiers. Just one of the reasons why they decided to start school so early for kids is the earlier you can start them, the more you can get them to do whatever you want them to do. The more you can get them to pledge allegiance and get really excited about this, that, and the other thing. All the band stuff that you see in school, all the pride stuff, and teachers are working with preschool kids and talking about sexuality and shit. Like, they're fucking 6. Like, they don't know what you're talking about. Like, why are you even talking to them about that? Because you can get them early and you can program those thoughts into their mind that this is a good cause. And it can be anything. It can be your religion, it can be your political ideology, it could be being a Christian, being a Muslim, whatever. If you get kids young enough, you can talk them into doing almost anything. That's why they have child suicide bombers. They don't try to get guys in their 40s with a family and strap a vest on. They try to get kids. Yeah. And, you know, what'll really make a couple of noodles is if you look at, because all these things are funded, all these nonprofits and NGOs, they're all from the where the money comes from. And when you look at where the money comes from, and you realize, oh, wait a minute, and it's been coming for 40, 50 years from these places. Qatar, for example, obviously Russia, China, all these are enemies. Donating money to all of these various groups to divide, to just eat away from the inside. Russia's been doing it since the 70s. 60s. Yeah. That Yuri Bezmenov, I'm sure you've seen that video. Anybody who hasn't, please watch it. It's Yuri Bezmenov, and it's in 1984. This guy is essentially describing what America is going to look like eventually, and he's dead on. Just dead on. Dead on with the communism, the Marxism, the stuff in the universities, just completely poison their mind, push out any ideas of patriotism being a virtue, all the hate for America that you have, like all the division, all of it engineered. It's wild. Just look at the benefits. That's it. It's real simple. Yeah, just look and see the benefits. Well, it benefits a lot of people in this country as well, unfortunately. There's a lot of people that really love division, and they can profit off of it. They can work an angle. You know, we're with you. And this is a big part of the problem with the whole idea of nonprofits. Because nonprofits, in theory, are awesome. It's a great thing that people are willing to donate their money. Like wealthy people who are doing well say, you know what? I think my money could be best suited helping out other people. It's one of the most amazing notions about people when they can be charitable when they don't have to be. They do it because they want to and they really want to help. Then you find out what's really going on. And then are basically gimmick. So they don't create them so the incentive to exacerbate the problem. Make the problem worse, make it longer, make it bigger, look how big the problem is, getting more money. Sometimes doing a breakdown of the people that work in the homeless industry, I say in air quotes, in California, because that's really what it is. They spend $24 billion on the homeless problem, and no one can account for it. And they tried to get an accounting of it. They tried to do an audit of it, and Newsom vetoed it. Like, why would you want to know? Let's stop all that nonsense and build this fucking train track to nowhere that's never going to get built. Well, they have a mile of that train. It only costs $100 million. Relax. Things take time. They're trying to choose the path right beside the I-5. How about that? How about right next to the flat fucking highway? Everything they do sucks. How about that stupid fucking road over the highway to make sure the mountain lines are safe? It's like over $100 million to run both. And they have them, by the way, that's not a new concept. They have those throughout the West. Yeah. And they don't cost shit. They don't cost them much money at all. They fix them quick. They do it quick. It's just, they're done in a couple of months. Yeah, pour some cement. Yeah. Put some sod down, plant some fucking grass. Away you go. But there's Bud. We're applying logic to a state that doesn't use that. It is as goofy as it gets, and then you think it's as goofy as it gets, and then you hear that Portland so this is going to be on the ballot in November. It got enough votes to be on the ballot. And this is some law that's under the guise of stop animal cruelty. Well, who doesn't want to stop animal cruelty? I certainly want to stop animal cruelty. Let's stop animal cruelty. So what does it mean? It means no hunting, no fishing, no ranching, no agriculture, no animals that get harmed in any way, no killing chickens for Kentucky Fried Chicken, nothing. No animals die. And it's fucking Oregon is voting on this in November. No fishing. What are you saying? Are you fucking high? And no hunting, no ranching. You can't ranch. You're gonna kill a cow? Are you crazy? That's illegal in Oregon. And that's probably sounds like a good idea to a lot of those people. But here's my question. All right, so let's do it. Let's just outlaw ranching. Let's just say, fucking. Well, there's 91 million cattle in the country. So what do we do with them? You just leave them all there and let nature take its course. Yeah, but there's no nature to take its course. It's 91 million head of fucking cattle. And I can promise you this, if you outlaw them, keep feeding them and taking care of them, I'm gonna put their water in the highway. Yeah. And then the bulls are out. Yeah. So you can keep the bulls contained? No. So the bulls are gonna kill people. Yeah, and make more cattle. Yeah, and make more cattle. Yeah, so now we have 900 million cattle in 3 decades. Yeah, fuck all your fences. Bulls are gonna smash them. Bulls are gonna eat your grass. Bulls are gonna stomp your dog. Like, what are you talking about? But it's not supposed to be logical. It's all just a vibe, man. It's like, and it's not even a well thought out one. But the problem is, you don't have to get well thought out to get on that one. You just have to appeal to certain sensibilities, and then all of a sudden people are like, "Oh, that would be good. Let's stop animal cruelty." And they're probably on SSRIs anyway. It'll probably pass. Yeah, it'll pass. According to this New York Times article, it was one guy got 135,000 signatures and got it passed to that level. I wonder how many of them are homeless people. To Portland from Denver, from Southern California. Do we have a photo of this dude? I want to see what this guy looks like. Of course he is. He's a vegan. Oh, that's weird. I would have never guessed. Substitute teacher. Keeps getting center air. What else? That's all I'm saying. Very well. Well, they shouldn't. It's a crazy idea. Yeah. Substitute teacher, vegan, petitions organized. It's to have a system where we're not killing or hurting animals anymore. I love how I said a system. What are you talking about? What does that mean? What's a system? You're talking about nature? What are you talking about? Like, they're gonna kill each other. Stupid. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Is it somehow or another less cruel than when a mountain lion gets into a pen of sheep and tears them apart? Yeah.
chances of meeting another gay vegan were better in Portland. He's probably not wrong. Yeah, probably a good bet. Solid bet. Yeah. Jesus.
Just sit there going, Midland, Texas, Portland, Oregon, or Ohio.
Yeah, you got this chance to go to Portland and take some medication. Just fucking have a good time. There he is.
There we go.
Hey, fella.
He's already gotten too much attention, friends.
Yeah. It's, there's a lot of silly people in the world, and, you know, like we were talking about with young people, if you get young people indoctrinated early enough to think that these silly ideas make sense, which is one of the reasons why I love that Kevin Costner moment on your show, when he had explained to that vegan lady.
Oh, yeah.
Such a good moment.
How cute does it have to be before you care for it?
Yeah. And what the actual, like, what life gets killed when you're just talking about farming, just food. Yeah, just plowing a field. Or
go build a road. Right? Destroy some fucking organisms, go build a road.
Yeah. And you're riding on those roads. You're in that system. And then there's the bees. Like, the amount of bees that die every year so we can have avocados and bananas.
Bring them from Brazil. By the billions.
And they die. Bees, and then on top of so it's avocados and almonds. Those are the two big ones, right?
Yeah, almonds, you know what's fascinating, and I think we can look it up. Almonds, the amount, it's something like 19 gallons of water is what you have to give to get one almond.
Is that real?
Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking bananas.
My doctor told me almonds are really good for you.
Well, you know,
he said they're okay for you. He said, but, you know,
there was a time in the Mediterranean where they were poison, they were stripped of it. And it's one of the first domesticated plants. And what people realize, Homo sapiens or Neanderthals were wandering around, that like the squirrels are eating those poisonous nuts from that tree. They're okay from this one. They're okay from that one. So they started cutting down and uprooting all the ones where the squirrels would eat.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so the almond originally.
This episode is brought to you by Wild Pastures. Here's the deal, folks. Wild Pastures delivers 100% grass-fed and finished beef, pasture-raised pork and chicken, even wild-caught seafood right to your door. I love the ribeyes. Just an excellent cut of meat. I had them last week. It's great stuff. It's high-quality meat from animals that are raised the way nature intended. Outdoors, on lush green pastures, no cages, no crates, no feedlots. Wild Pastures only works with small, family-run, regenerative farms here in the USA. So you're supporting American farmers and the land itself because regenerative farming restores soil, improves ecosystems, and protects biodiversity. What's more, Wild Pastures' nutrient-dense, zero-junk, high-quality meat is around 25 to 40% less than you pay for the same quality in store. And right now, you can save even more with 20% off every Wild Pastures box and free shipping for life, plus $15 off your first box at wildpastures.com/Rogan. That's wildpastures.com/Rogan. A relatively water-intensive crop eats about 10 gallons of water per minute. That's so crazy. Oh my God.
Here's my dude. Like, look, I'm a writer, right? So words matter to me, and when we misuse them in our society, it just bothers me, right? So all these things that we're calling milk, like almond milk, right? And I'm just determined to call it almond juice because that's what it fucking is. It's not even almond juice. It's not like we're
It's almond tea almost.
We're taking almonds, pulverizing them, grinding them in water, essentially leaching out the flavor of the almond and adding a bunch of shit to it, sugar.
Well, they added a lot of sugar. My friend Duncan was like, dude, almond milk is good for it. You look at how much sugar is in there? And we were on the phone. He goes, holy shit! I go, yeah, man, that's why it tastes good. But my doctor told me that I had oxalates in my diet, in my blood test. And he said, your oxalates are kind of high. So are you eating almonds? And I said, yeah. I eat almonds all the time. He's like, yeah, cut back. because that's where it's from. Really? Yeah. Find out how much oxalates are in almonds. I just listened to it, and also it's a lot of like a lot of that gluten-free flour stuff. You buy a lot of that stuff. It's like almond flour a lot of times. Right. Almonds are a high oxalate food. Eating them can raise oxalate levels that circulate, get filtered by the kidneys, and appear in urine, which may increase kidney stone risk in susceptible people. Yeah. Almonds contain about 296 milligrams of oxalate per 100 grams, roughly 4 milligrams per nut, putting them in the high oxalate category. Yeah, he said they're not bad if you just have them every now and then, but don't do it on a regular basis. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that's high oxalates people don't think about that can really fuck you up. Kale, for instance. Like I used to drink kale smoothies all the time until another doctor told me you really should cook the kale. Cook it and then filter out whatever the water's in it. I go, really? I go, why? He goes, oxalates. He goes, you want to cook the oxalates out of it? Really? Yeah, that's apparently what causes a lot of kidney stones. Some folks, they drink a lot of those green smoothies, which I used to do every day. I used to take a bunch of kale, throw in a bunch of apples, and some ginger, and some garlic, and blend it all up and drink at the beginning of the day. I thought I was doing a good thing. And he was like, you're just blasting your system with oxalates. I was like, oh, why? He's a fucking expert. He said, have bacon. Have some bacon. I'm like, fucking bacon's better for you. Then my journey of figuring out what to eat was a long one. It was a long one, and thank God I got this podcast because I had those conversations with people where I realized, like, oh, so like now the food pyramid's completely flipped, which is hilarious. But it's like I've had enough conversations where I realized, like, oh, all these people don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and they're giving advice, and it's weird. It's weird how much bad advice there is for food and for health and for fucking fill in the blank, almost everything in our society. The pyramid was created by Johnson & Johnson. Yeah. Or Kellogg's, which is Johnson. Yeah. Like, how do we get people to eat our shit in the morning and then again at lunch? And then the one thing that we can't control, they talk about, the one thing that we do not have is this massive industrialized meat production. Because there's no economic way to do it. They'd do it if they could. Harris Ranch, which you've probably seen on 5.5 in California, is the closest version of that. But what it is a feed yard, right? Where you can get them together, feed cattle for 90 to 150 days before you go send them off and slaughter them, right? That's the closest thing there is to an industrialized beef industry because it's a very inefficient way. It's way better to farm. Right, it's more efficient to farm than it is raise cattle. So you only want to raise cattle somewhere that you can't farm. At the end of the day, you want to graze cattle or grain and taking protein from more protein sources and metabolizing it. Right, so you graze them in real rocky terrain with native grasses that you can't farm, you can't till it, you just can't. And it needs to be eaten by something, or weeds will overtake it. Right, so grasses. Grass grows better when it's being grazed. And so there's no way to industrialize that or centralize it. The most centralized it is in the packing house. Right? We've got 4 major packing houses that control 97% of the beef industry. And that's starting to change. COVID was extremely helpful for the small farmer rancher to sit there and get their product out. Right? And find they start popping up. People open these USDA facilities that don't process 800 head of cattle an hour. They maybe do 50 or 50 a day. And now people can go there because they're a USDA facility. They can buy beef directly from them, buy from the rancher. Right? And you can control where your food's coming from. As opposed to what was happening, where you get a bunch of, you're going to go get a burger, you're eating some Australian chemical, right, for the most part, or something from Brazil. You're not eating something that you want to eat, right? When you go to a nice steakhouse, the steaks there, they're going to come from most likely Texas, Iowa, Nebraska, Montana. There's some select areas where people are spending that kind of attention and time to raise that kind of quality of beef, right? And it's being done by smaller ranchers, maybe a big ranch, but still operated by relatively few people. 4 6 is 300,000 acres, but there's cowboys for 300,000 acres is nuts. How do they keep track of it?
We break it down into pastures. Then you have, and then the pastures fall under the terminology is this. Say, if you're in Guthrie, there's a camp. We call it South Camp because it's in the South, and it's responsible for 50,000 acres. Right, which is broken down into multiple pastures that are between 7,000 and 10,000 acres. There's one big pasture in that camp. It's like 14,000 acres. And so then you have North Camp, you have what we call, then we have camps around the town of Guthrie. So you break it down into the responsibility of each cowboys, or somewhere between 35 and 50,000 acres.
Wow. That's a hell of a responsibility.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work. Because, what's really interesting about your shows, particularly Yellowstone, it got people attracted to the idea of brutal hard work as being romantic.
Yeah.
People really identified with those guys on Yellowstone that were just so dedicated to that ranch, so dedicated to busting their ass and working all day, hard fucking work, and then just hanging out together afterwards. And there's something about that life that's so simplistic and romantic to people that it just really resonated with so many people. They didn't even know that they liked that.
Well, it's uniquely American, right? And the amount of freedom that is. So we move somebody out to South Camp, and we go, okay, so here you are. There's your house at South Camp. See you in a week or so. Go figure shit out. Keep track of the cattle. And you give them a string of horses, and they work the horses, and they ride that property. They know every inch of it, and we don't have weekly corporate meetings.
How do they get supplies? Is the house stocked in advance?
Yeah, I go to town. Towns, which is an endeavor, right? Town's 9 miles away. So you go to town once a week, right? Stock adventure, stock up, go back.
Wow.
Yeah, but it's
a crazy life.
And people in Korea, not every, this isn't true of every cowboy. There's plenty of cowboys. Typically they grow up on that ranch, and that's the life that they know, and that's what they want to do, right? But they still go off to college. Almost every one of my cowboys has a ranch management degree. They went to school to study.
What's a good school if you want to be a cowboy?
There's quite a few at Texas Tech. That's a phenomenal ranch management program. A bunch of the guys on the sixes went there. TCU has a ranch management program. Texas A&M. We have vets that live on the ranch, and obviously we breed a ton of horses. So our vets, Colorado State's an excellent veterinary school for large animal vets. Obviously Texas A&M is a phenomenal school. Texas Tech as well. Those are.
Dude, how the fuck do you pay attention to everything? You're running a gigantic ranch and you have about 48 TV shows. How the fuck do you do it? I don't understand it. Every time a new Taylor Sheridan show pops up, I say to my wife, how the fuck is he doing this? Where does he have this time?
Part of it is, if you think about it, so my core crew is the same crew I made my record. But when we had no money, our calls, when I'm on the top of a mountain, me and my first AD and my DP, and Richard said, there's not a producer we haven't seen anybody in a week. And I looked at, we're freezing our asses off at 7 below zero in Utah. And I'm like, guys, we could just fuck off to Hawaii and nobody would know for a while. We have their money. They don't know. They don't actually know where we are. We're just trusting that we're going to make this movie, which we did. And it was incredibly difficult. But that's the same team that went over and did Yellowstone, which is then the same team that went up and did Mary Kingstown with me. And then 1883, 23, Lioness, Landman, Home. And we've promoted from within. I've got PAs that are now first ADs. I've got camera operators that are now directors. So we've promoted from within, so everyone understands the way we do it. And it's so free and efficient. We don't ever have, and because you've been in this industry forever, these people will have meetings upon meeting upon meeting. They'll have a tone meeting where a whole bunch of people are going to sit around and try and talk about the tone of the script. What did you read the fucking thing? You should have to have a meeting about it. No, we don't have a meeting about it. And
and then they'll have a, and this is also networks. They love this shit so that they can have a reason for their existence, right? Guys and middle management people, and they want to do a prop show in town, or someone's going to come show them all the props. Really? Well, we don't do that shit because I'm like, I need your permission to use which big lighter I'm going to use in this fucking thing. How about I just make the decision? And how about we use the same big lighter in all these fucking shows, and I don't ever have to pick a big lighter again? How about that? So we just streamlined it and made it to where it's so efficient. Typically, a TV show will start up, and they'll prep for 12 weeks before they start filming. 24.
Wow. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's streamlined because I've been on shows when they first start out and it's chaos. And there's a lot of network involvement and there's a lot of bullshit. But then once it gets going, they go, "Oh, you guys know what you're doing. Yeah, just leave me alone." Yeah.
We're there from the beginning. That's beautiful. We haven't missed. You don't miss.
Right. Well, it's like you don't miss. Like you don't mess with the writing. You don't mess with the storylines. Like you don't have any duds, man. Which is just incredible. It's an incredible accomplishment to have that many fucking shows and all of them be good. And all of them be, very addictive. Landman is so addictive.
it's that show. It's about something very serious, and then I can just throw shit at it. Yeah. Let's just take a bunch of old people to a strip club.
Billy Bob is fucking awesome. He's a genius. I love that guy. He's so good on that show. It's like it was made for him.
It was made for him.
I mean, he's done so many things.
I went to Billy Bob before I went to work, and I told him, I said, if you don't do this, I'm not going to do it, because I'm not going to chase my tail. He goes, what is it? I said, I said, basically, I want to take your character from Bad Santa and put him in West Texas and run the whole company. He goes, you want the guy from Bad Santa to run the whole company? I said, that's what I want. He goes, that sounds fucking awesome.
Well, it's educational, too. I mean, a lot of people have no idea how the oil business works, and you watch that show, Jesus Christ, what a crazy job.
It's an insane job, and the other thing about it is we're so completely dependent upon petroleum in every single aspect of our lives. So completely dependent upon it, and we can debate how bad it is or isn't, and we're not debating. The reality is we don't have an alternative. Like, it does not exist. It simply doesn't exist. We can sit there and say, well, if you sit down with any climatologist and any engineer, they're going to tell you our best hope for a replacement of petroleum fuels is cold fusion, and we're 30 to 40 years from it being something that we can rely on and reduce little nuclear reactors, like itty bitties, like the size of this country.
That's what they're talking about. They're talking about individual reactors that people have in their homes. And like, how long does it take for those disasters? That's how fucking having a really good nuclear power plant for a city is an awesome idea. Having everyone have their own nuclear power plant sounds fucking crazy. How many assholes are going to cut into that thing?
Well, people still put fucking metal in microwaves, so
right.
I don't think we should
on purpose.
I've done it. We're back in it really big.
There's people that leave their fucking gas on so that someone could die in the house. People are nuts. People are nuts. If you literally have consumer level nuclear power plants, not with these monkeys. Not with the human beings that we are today, our current form. We're not enlightened enough to have personal nuclear power plants in our house.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, so we're dependent upon it.
And that's why we're in Iran right now. Oh, yeah, also because of Israel. But, I mean, we're in Iran. I mean, the whole thing about it is the oil. The Strait of Hormuz is like, I think it's 40% of the world's oil supply passes through there.
Yeah. Christ. No, that's and I think also China. It's a big play against. It's a chess piece against China. That's what I think.
Yeah, fucking terrifying.
And I'm not saying we should have or we shouldn't have. I'm not commenting politically, but what those guys, those SF guys did in Venezuela was fucking gangster. It's crazy. Whether I'm not saying they should or shouldn't, I'm just saying the team was sent, and then the team. Can you imagine if I wrote in a movie, people would go, that's fucking ridiculous, Taylor. Right. You're not going to fly a bunch of SF dudes, drop them off on the roof of this high rise surrounded by the fucking Cuban Special Forces, and they're going to kill all of them, and then they're going to snatch him and his wife, go back to the roof, and just fucking fly away. That's what they did. And they're going to do it with sound. They're going to disable everyone with a sound weapon. What? Like, do you remember when they first started talking about that Havana syndrome? Yeah, we're dismissing it. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Yeah. Like, now they're talking about people that are in Havana, that they've been targeted, something zapped them. Low frequencies. Made them nauseous. Yeah, and I think that is a fraction of whatever they unleashed in Venezuela. Who knows? The discombobulator, that's what it's called. A classified secret weapon system President Donald Trump claimed U.S. forces used during the January 3rd operation to capture Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. He stated that the weapon successfully disabled enemy equipment and air defenses, preventing them from firing back. So it's both. It disables the people and it disables their weapon systems. What? It's amazing. What the fuck are we doing? Official silence asked for specific technical or operational details about how the device functions. Trump famously told the New York Post, "I'm not allowed to talk about it." He says they press buttons. They claim the defense forces press buttons and nothing worked, disabling both Russian and Chinese-made rockets radar. If a weapon affected both mechanical equipment and personnel, he also referred to a sonic weapon being used against Maduro's Cuban security detail inside a heavily fortified fortress. Fucking A, man. I would love to see what that looks like. You know, I bet they have video too. These guys, sure. Yeah. All we're in GoPros. I'd love to go into a skiff, just show me the video. I want to see it. I want to see what it looks like. I just want to watch. What's it look like when someone gets zapped by sound and gets fully disabled? Like, apparently they just fell on the ground in agony and they couldn't move. Yeah. And they just went in and shot everybody. It's like freaking SF sniper. Yeah. Freaking on top of that, just raining down on them. That's crazy. Like, that guy thought he was safe. Crazy. And there's some famous video of him saying, "Come and get me." Oh, yeah. You gotta be careful. Don't what bear you poke. Also, it's like, none of us know what the tip of the spear technology in weapon systems is available right now. We don't know. They don't tell us. Obviously, no one knew this fucking discombobulator thing existed. This is science fiction, right? If this was 20 years ago, you'd be like, that's not a real thing. But now you're like, oh shit, they used it. So, and not just a concept, they fucking used it. What are they cooking out in the desert in the middle of Nevada? Who knows? Yeah, think about this. For that to be used, there's something 4 generations past that. 100%. They're playing with that. Yeah, 100%. You know, this whole UAP world stuff, like when they start talking about UAPs, all of my bullshit alarms go off. It's like, I don't believe if you knew things you would tell us. So I don't believe you're telling us the truth. I think they have some special access programs that they've been working on for decades and decades, and some super high level shit that involves some sort of novel propulsion system, and they have that stuff flying around in the sky. And I think that's what a lot of people are seeing. That's what a lot of people are seeing. That doesn't discount the idea that there's something else out there, because I think there is. But I think there's a giant chunk of the shit that people are seeing that's ours. Yeah, testing. Yeah, testing, doing stuff with it. If there was an intelligent life form that had stumbled upon our barbaric asses, why would they not go, "Hey guys, fire up that fucking missile and we found this blue planet, we gotta get rid of this thing"? Well, I think maybe every intelligent species that's tribal and territorial has to go through an adolescent period of their evolution. And if you look at human history, I was reading about Vlad the Impaler last night. Jesus Christ, how many of the Ottoman Turks that got killed, and his famous methods of putting people on posts and separating them down the line of the road, so that as these poor guys are traveling to go and fight him, they just see the enemy stuck on skewers and in geometric patterns and shit. He was doing like stars and stuff. He was a vicious motherfucker. He's the motivation behind, or the inspiration behind Dracula. And I was reading about that guy. I'm like, fuck, people have always been awful. They've always been awful. But they just, like, as time goes on, they get a little less awful. A little less. Like, we're a little less awful now than we were during Nazi Germany. totally agree. Not collectively, right? Certainly. We're still willing to do genocide. Some of us are. But it's less approved. It's less. More people are horrified at it. It's like human beings are getting a little bit better. It's not as quick as we'd like. I think if I was an alien life form, I would say you have to wait this out. It's like if you have a kid, you gotta let the kid fall down and stumble. You gotta let him get hurt. You gotta let things happen. You gotta let him fuck up and figure it out himself. You gotta figure this out, make it right. You fuck this up. You gotta give him a chance to become better. Right? I think as a civilization, I would think the same thing would apply. You have to give this civilization time to evolve and adapt and get past where it's at right now. And I don't think that you do that by intervening and like grabbing us by the hand and showing us the way. I think what you do is you hang back and make sure that we don't make each other and just sort of pay attention to all the different international ongoings and just let human beings slowly but surely evolve. Yeah, that's what I would do if I was an intelligent life form observing people.
The interesting thing that we're, as a civilization, facing now, and it's always happened in some capacity when a society gets wealthy, really wealthy, people start to question wealth and how can we be more equitable? And it comes across like compassion, but it really comes down to a debate of what is more valuable to a society. Is self-determination more valuable, or is equity more valuable? By equity, what I mean is everyone gets exactly the same shit. Everyone. So you take them off of, we're not in a monetary society anymore. Now you're working for the collective. And you hear that word thrown around a lot these days. The problem with working for the collective is who decides who picks up the trash. And who decides who gets to go represent your nation at the Olympics, who gets to decide who gets to. Is someone going to let me go make TV shows? Which, by the way, I wouldn't do for free. It's too fucking hard. Right? So now I don't want to do it. Well, you gotta go do this. I don't want to do it either. And that's the problem. And then they force you to do things. Yeah. And that's how do they do that? And so then, yeah, so then, still you either have self-determination or in your intent to be collective, you have to surrender that. And then you're surrendering to who? And now you have a dictatorship no matter what the fuck you thought you had. Yeah. It always comes back to that. It always, you can look at Marxism and Leninism. Lenin was talking about his hopes, whether they were his hopes or not. But it devolved into an authoritarian regime very, very quickly. And communism, socialism, fascism, Nazism, they're all very, very similar. The differences are superficial. I think Ayn Rand said that they're just superficial variations between the exact same thing, which is the evil of the collective.
And you're seeing that being embraced. Shocking. More and more all over the world, people are embracing more government power, more government control. That's really crazy. It's really crazy to see.
It's unique. I think that, number one, I think in 30 years when they look back, when we're still suffering from a society, from COVID, still, and not so much from the disease itself, but from our faith in the institutions around us, whether it's government, whether it's the media, whether it's pharmaceutical companies, and the way that it was manipulated to gain power for a political, and it was effective. And so when something's effective, then you just keep doing the same thing until it's no longer effective, right? We did that in our military for one sort
ID that are running around the cities snatching people up. Like this could set a precedent that could be used by the left if they get into power for something different than just for ICE. We've already accepted the idea of militarized police on our streets, and then people with 7 weeks training, you're just sending them out to snatch up people, and a lot of American citizens are getting caught up in that trap too, unfortunately, and they have to get released. Like that could be bad if the next party gets in. So if the Democrats get in next and they decide that there's a new COVID strain happens, some new pandemic happens, whatever the fuck.
If you don't get the vaccine, they're going to arrest you, and they start the same.
Yes, we saw it in, I think it was Minnesota, or wherever they had the National Guard in the streets, but they had people enforcing lockdowns, and so they had people walking on the streets with fucking guns, yelling at people to get in your house over cold. Like these kind of slippery slopes, you might think, no, we're just trying to get rid of the bad immigrants. I get it. I'm with you. I agree. However, the way they're doing it, and I'm not even saying there's another way or a better way. I'm just saying, you want to get them out all at once, yeah, that's the way to do it. You want to get them out quick, that's the way to do it. Because they got them in quick, you're right. They opened the fucking border, they helped people get in. But now that they're in, if you're going to get them out that way, you're setting a weird precedent. You're setting a precedent that can be used in other ways.
And that's the challenge is, okay, we need to enforce the law, right? Or don't have them, right? They've enacted no laws. These are the same immigration laws that were on the books when Obama was president, Clinton was president. The same rules. It's the methodology, and you gotta sit there and weigh the pros and cons. Okay, with the pros of trying to eradicate this issue, you can't give it a deadline.
Yeah,
right. It's slippery.
It is slippery.
And again, it's what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And these politicians right now are doing all of us a tremendous disservice in Washington, I feel, our elected officials, because they're not thinking beyond this next election. Maybe they do have, right? But they were better at hiding it. Maybe.
I think there's no internet.
But culture.
I think that's what it is. There's no social media.
But I think we've reached a point as politicians talk about eliminating the electoral college, they talk about eliminating the filibuster, eliminating packing courts, all these things, because their side's not in power. And so we're just going to take the structure of the government, rework it to benefit us temporarily. But then those same benefits that you have now will be used against them. They will 100% be used against you. I think the most important legislation that we can pass right now is term limits. I think 12 years tops in Congress, and I think probably 12 years in the Senate. 2 6-year terms in the Senate.
That's more than enough time. Yeah, that's enough fucking time.
That's enough. Yes. We don't need anyone else. I mean, I don't know how it's become. How the fuck is Nancy Pelosi pay $400 million? How the fuck? Well, I know how. Yeah, she gets in on all these fucking IPOs.
Exactly.
Right? She's going to pass the legislation that allows Visa to go public, and then she's going to get a big chunk of it. And then when she's confronted about it, look a reporter down the eye and fucking lie to her. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do that. It's public. We know you did it. We can look at how much stock you own.
Yeah.
Fucking liar.
They all do it.
Yes.
People are calling out Rokana.
They get fucking rich. Everyone's getting rich. Yeah. They get paid $175,000 a year, and they're all fucking millionaires.
Super millionaires. And they're all like she's in Texas. That's almost $500 million. That's nuts. That's a public servant. That's nuts.
It's insane.
And it's that's what we're used to. We know it's bad, and we just accept it. And people are busy. They have families and mortgages and shit to deal with, so they complain and they keep on trucking.
Yeah, I mean, as we discussed, I have other jobs. I don't have a pile of time to dedicate to. It's tough for me to talk politics because I don't have hours in my day to sift through what's real and not real on Instagram or social, whatever. I'm on that shit. But as he's introducing all of these various politicians, he's saying so Harvard graduate, law professor from here, and this former senator, and this and that, and the other, and this person here. And they get to Jack Kemp, and he goes, backup quarterback and born again Christian Jack Kemp. And I was like, wow, you just sucked that dude. Everyone else, you gave what their jobs were and talked about their accomplishments and this. You just said didn't start a quarterback, and he's calling it a religion, dude. That's the first time I ever remember. I know your opinion. I'm not supposed to know your opinion. You're supposed to be giving me news. Right. You're supposed to be giving me honest, unbiased information so I can make a decision. And you're making a decision for me. You're trying to. Yeah. And they've gotten so, as news became entertainment, and CNN's the worst thing that ever happens in news because it's 24 hours. And now all of a sudden, there's not 24 hours worth of news all the time. Right? Whether it's during a war, right? You can show us news, war footage the whole time. Talk about the war, and why no war. When there's not, you gotta make some shit up. We're pushing opinion, and that's where we've gotten. Now it's news is piss them off and scare the shit out of them. That's how we keep them watching. And that's the business model. It is now. And it's also piss them off and scare the shit out of them, but ignore certain things that your sponsors wouldn't like you to talk about. This is why, Tulsi Gabbard, in her final act as Director of National Intelligence, and she's leaving, she gave that press conference about Fauci, and she talked about how he lied in front of Congress, and that he absolutely used American tax funds to fund gain-of-function research through the EcoHealth Alliance, to the Wuhan lab in Wuhan, China, and, no one's covered. This episode is brought to you by Visible. How many of you are currently listening to this podcast on your phone? If you are chronically online, like most of us are these days, your wireless network should be too. You get unlimited 5G and unlimited hot, all powered by Verizon's 5G. The perks of big ones for cost. Visible isn't just a wireless plan. It's unlimited wireless designed to keep you connected and no contract holding you back. Switch today at Visible.com. Plans start at just $25 a month. Or get our premium Visible Plus Pro plan and save $10 on your first month when you use promo code Rogan, an exclusive offer for podcast listeners. No, and by the way, didn't we all know that already? Well, we knew it, but my parents didn't. People that just read the newspapers and watch TV, they don't know. I've never seen anything as flagrantly obvious as COVID coming from the Wuhan lab studying COVID. Right? I've never, and you've got fucking news anchors keeping a straight face saying it came from the wet market. Did you ever see Jon Stewart's bit on it? No. On the Colbert Show? No. You never saw it? No. Oh, we need to play it. Let's play it because it's so funny because Colbert just tries to stop him from doing it and push back. And John, he's a great comic, he just gets up from his chair and gets louder and just plows through it. Really? Over Colbert's trying to cock block his bit. He's like, it's a fun bit. And he's getting, I'd like to see if you have information on that. I'd like to see it. And he just keeps going. He keeps plowing away. It's very funny. And it's in the middle of it, right? This was a courageous step because he was doing this when calling it out, saying that it came from a lab in Wuhan, China was somehow or another conflated with racism. Remember that? Yeah. If you said it came from Wuhan, China, from a lab, you're a racist. How did you pull that off? Don't say anything. It's racist. It's from fucking China, and it seems like EcoHealth Alliance funded it, and it seems like we funded EcoHealth Alliance. Yes. It's a lot of fucking paperwork. And by the way, there's studies on the fucking disease that they've been doing that are posted on the CDC website. They're posted on the fucking, my favorite was when you catch all the shit with ivermectin. Yeah. And literally when that happened, and studies with ivermectin. And a study pops up on the CDC website. A lot of people are telling us to not take that shit. And it talks about the efficacy of ivermectin and antiviral properties, specifically COVID-19. Yeah. So it's on the government website that the
position. I'd like to see evidence. If you've got any evidence. Yeah. Well, wild times in the news, because I think from then on, that sort of sent a shockwave through the majority of the population, where just whatever trust they had in the news just got severely eroded. And if we don't have good news, if we don't have trust in the news, then we're kind of adrift. And then you get locked into fucking conspiracy theories and echo chambers online, and you get trapped in them too, and that's not good either.
Yeah, then there's nowhere to go get information.
Has anybody in NBC, CBS, CNN, have any of those people picked up on that Tulsi Gabbard speech about Fauci and had any sort of a reaction to it? I'd like to know that. Because from what I was reading online, no, none of them had. But this was as of yesterday. I don't know whether or not that's changed. I don't know if they were preparing an article, they wanted to make sure they got all their ducks in a row.
I would think pretty much any time the head of an institute is begging for a pardon when he hasn't been charged with any crime, it's a pretty good indicator. I want to look and see if there's been a crime committed.
Is he begging for a pardon? I mean,
Fauci was like, he had attorneys, this is part of that deal. He had attorneys reaching out to Biden's camp the last day when he got the pardon. The very last day.
It's just a preemptive pardon. It's nuts, especially when Rand Paul's questioning him, and he's talking to him specifically about what defines gain of function research. And by all account, by every definition, it's gain of function research. And Fauci's still saying, you do not know what you are talking about. With all due respect.
Even though he's a doctor. Yeah. Rand Paul's a fucking doctor.
He's an actual doctor.
And then they say, well, you're an eye doctor. Well, that's my specialty. But before I became an eye doctor, I became a general doctor, which means I studied all the same shit that Fauci studied. You go to medical school before you go pick a specialty. So 4 years of studying the entire body before you specialize in whatever you specialize in.
Well, it's also, then if you read RFK Jr.'s book, The Real Anthony Fauci, you find out he ran this exact same playbook during the AIDS pandemic. It's the exact same playbook. That's what the Dallas Buyers Club is about. The Dallas Buyers Club, that McConaughey movie about AIDS, the fucking villain is Anthony Fauci. He's the guy that's stopping them from getting alternative medications. That's the guy that wanted everybody to take AZT. You know why? Because AZT had already been approved. They had already used it as a cancer medication. It was a chemotherapy medication that they stopped using because it was too deadly. It was killing people quicker than cancer was killing them. So the first medication they gave people when they had an immune system that was compromised was a chemotherapy medication that was killing people. And they were giving it to people that were asymptomatic. They were giving it to people that tested HIV positive. And then you know about the PCR testing. So the PCR testing, Kerry Mullis, the guy who invented PCR testing, said publicly about Fauci does not know what the fuck he's talking about. He said fuck, he does not know what he's talking about. And that it's not supposed to be used to detect a disease in a person's body. And that if you ramp up the cycles long enough, just like they did with COVID, where we got by some estimations, 80% false positives because of the PCR method, because they were ramping them up so high. And so they cut it back quite significantly, and that reduced the amount of false positives they had. But there's a lot of people that got tested as HIV positive that probably weren't. And they put those fucking people on AZT, and AZT kills you. Yeah, nuts. Most mainstream outlets are treating it as a serious but unproven political bombshell. They're reporting that Gabbard alleges stressing the documents are disputed and under review, and highlighting how polarized the reaction is. Mainstream print, the Jerusalem Post, Money Control Newsweek summarize her accusations, emphasize that COVID's origins remain unresolved, and note that the claims about Fauci sparking COVID or lying under oath are heavily contested, not yet legally validated. Many stories frame this as reigniting a long-running fight over lab leak versus natural origin. Listen, that fight is over, kids. That fight's over. If you are in the news and you are saying that there's still a long-running controversy as to whether it's a lab leak or natural origin. Shut your fucking dirty whore mouth, because it's not. The fight's over. It's a fucking lab leak. They say the new documents will need independent scrutiny from Congress, investigators, and scientists before any firm conclusions can be drawn. Okay. Right-leaning media highlight her file dump as vindication for critics, focus on the cover-up narrative, and give prominent space to Republicans like Rand Paul. More centrist or mainstream outlets present it as a straighter news tone, often pairing Gabbard's and GOP's quotes with Fauci's past denials, and nothing there is so far, no judicial finding of perjury or criminal conduct.
What I've never understood is how this became a left or right. So stupid. When Fauci, who's a career bureaucrat, right? I mean, when all this started, there was a Republican president, right? And then he served that Republican president. He served the Democratic president before that, and before that, and then he served a Republican. He's been there for fucking 50 years. Yeah, this dude, it's not political. It shouldn't be political. There shouldn't be a right-left side of this. It's, hey, a career bureaucrat fucking lied to us.
He used the exact same language when he was talking about ACT as a medication for HIV that he used for the COVID vaccine. The reason why it's the only medication is because it is both safe and effective. The guy's a monster. Like, he's one of those guys, like, throughout history, where you're going to look back over time and you go, holy shit, this one guy's lies, this one guy's aspirations, this one guy's career fucked so many people over.
Yeah. And I don't understand why Democrats would want to follow that sort of. There's no reason to align.
Because people are stupid, and they just decide that because a Republican's a president and anything the Republicans are pushing has to be bad. And that stupid fucking division, it's so silly. It's so silly. It really is. Because the same people during Trump's presidency were openly saying, are you going to trust a vaccine that's created under Trump? They were all saying it. Kamala Harris said it. A bunch of George Reed said it. They all said it.
And then they bet their entire political livelihoods on it.
We deserve better. We really do, or we don't. Maybe we don't. We fucking think they're good. But we're so silly. Such a fucking silly group of human beings we are.
That's fucking wild.
Not all of us, though. You know, I think less of us now. I think it's going to be way harder to divide people the way they divided everybody in 2020. It's going to be way harder now. I think most people are just not buying it. And as long as people wake up to this left versus right nonsense, it's really just a big fucking hustle to keep you fighting with each other.
Oh, for sure.
Most of it.
Oh, for sure.
Most of it. Even the ICE stuff that we're talking about. Hey, folks, do you think it's a coincidence that the biggest fucking ICE protests were all going on in the same place where they found all that fraud? That these organized, massive protests were all occurring in the same place where that Nick Shirley cat found fucking billions of dollars in fraud.
Didn't California pass a law that Shirley to prevent that specifically that guy from fucking poking around in California?
Yes. I mean, they never refer to it as the Nick Shirley law. The idea is to keep people from investigating fraud, which is outlandish. That is outrageous. That is a crazy thing to emphasize. And to think, well, these people are showing up at daycares and looking in. Right, they should. You're right, 100%. People, random people from the internet should not be showing up at daycares with cameras. I agree. However, when there's no one in that daycare for years and years and years, and they can prove that fucking millions of dollars being earned by that daycare, and there's no one in there, it's not fully passed into law. Not yet.
Isn't there a video of that kid like walking up to one of these, and these dudes get out and like drive off in their fucking Bentleys?
I don't know if those are real. There's a bunch of fake videos that were made by people afterwards that were just capitalizing on people wanting to click on something like that. So they're just engagement farming by pretending like the guy would show up and they'd go, what are you talking about? I have no idea what he does, bad acting. And they get in a Rolls Royce like,
it's bullshit.
It's semi-bullshit to me. I mean, I'm sure a bunch of those guys made a bunch of money, and I'm sure there is a lot of fraud. And it's just like they're admitting it. Minnesota's admitting it. They knew what was going on forever. You know, and then how about the fact that there's a certain politician that voted against this idea? So one of those ladies that was killed, like there was a lady and her husband that were murdered in Minnesota, and she was one of the few people that voted against providing Medicare for illegals. They were trying to pass some bill involving Medicare and illegals, and she was one of the ones that voted against it. And she was killed. The guy who killed her said that Tim Walz sent him to kill them. Now, I don't know if he's full of shit. He easily could be. He's a fucking crazy person. He's a murderer. He showed up at their house with a mask on and fucking shot them dead. And shot a couple other people too. It's like he's, you know, obviously he's fucking cracked out. But kind of weird. Kind of weird that the lady who wants to vote against this obvious fraud, this money that's being somehow or another funneled around through Medicare, like all these people on 7 News on the podcast, he said Medicaid and Medicare fraud is one of the biggest fucking problems. And he was looking into it, Doge. He goes, I almost don't want to talk about it because I don't want to get killed. Because it's that bad. And this was before all this Nick Shirley shit. And now you're seeing it, you're like, oh, now I get it. These hospices that they have, these fake hospices in California, and then these all the Somali daycare centers, all the different things that these people are just making. The autism diagnoses went through the fucking roof because now they have these autism centers, so they just diagnose their kids as autistic, and then they're raking in all this money for treatment. It's crazy how much fraud there is. Hundreds of millions of dollars. And just what a shocker that that's the place where the big ICE protest broke out.
People forget that when Obama was president, he made a big public statement about going after government fraud. They were aware of it then. I mean, they were aware of it for it's always taking place. But on the scale, and he tried, and he caught resistance to the point that he wasn't able to do his version of the Doge, which was his intention. He gave him a big public speech about it and tried to look into it. And if you're stealing hundreds of billions of dollars, what wouldn't you do to protect it?
Exactly. And that was and also that money for sure makes its way into Democratic coffers and probably Republican too. I mean, whoever the fuck is going to be whoever's in there, who's ever gonna help out. Whoever wants a piece of this pie. It's a juicy ass pie. It's a $100 million pie. Come get some.
Almost billion with rail system in California. You get a mile of track.
Or a second Google Bridge.
Fucking car salesman. Have you had that guy on?
No, he wants to be on. I'm sure he talks a lot of shit about me. At first he was saying, Joe Rogan's not a fan of me, but I'm a big fan of him. He was like saying all this.
Doesn't he have his own podcast?
Yeah.
Because that state is running so well. The government doesn't
Got a lot of free time. It's so smooth. If you ask him, he'll tell you. He'll tell you how awesome it is.
Give me stats.
The stats are
Statistically, people are moving there at record numbers.
Yeah, it's not true. It's not true. It's all the stats, the positive stats, they were already going on before he was the governor. It's California's an awesome place. The fucking weather's perfect. San Francisco has always been an incredible tech hub of geniuses. There's always been a bunch of super wizards up there that are creating some of the best technology in the world, and that has nothing to do with him. It has zero to do with him and all these problems that their inept government has caused. Because that's the real problem with him as a government. It's a real problem. Karen Bass isn't there. It's a real problem. Whatever the fuck happened in San Francisco, it's bad government. It's not upholding the rule of law, not keeping people safe, being empathetic to people that are shooting up on the street over people that are trying to walk their fucking kids to school. Like, what you're doing is bad for society. It's bad.
And it seems to me that for the most part, if you are the mayor of the city, and when I was writing Yellowstone, the governor of Montana at the time, I called him and asked him, I said, hey guys, don't you know what it's like to be a governor? What did you think it would be and what did it turn out to be? And what he said was, Steve Bowman is his name.
He said, well, I thought I was going to, make all these changes and do this and shepherd this, and I learned that I am the CEO of the state, and that my job as the CEO of the state is to take care of the people in the state, the employees of the state, attract business here, attract tourism here, and try to make the state make more money and make lives better. That's my job. Infrastructure and city management and people management and tourism. That's my job. And even more acutely to a mayor, you're really the president of the city, you're the CEO of the city, and your job is keep the lights on, pick up the trash, put out the fires, deal with the sewage, keep it safe. Like, that's it. There's no social anything secondarily, possibly, but run the schools, run the city. And you have it a lot of these big urban areas where they're so agenda driven, and they're pushing a social agenda. They're not running the cities. They're not running them at all. And so they're running into the ground. And it's tragic to see because San Francisco, like you said, is a beautiful city. LA used to be a fabulous place where you could go and make your dreams come true. San Francisco was awesome 10 years ago. Just 10 years ago. I filmed my special Triggered in the Fillmore in San Francisco in 2016. It was great. No problems. No sun. There was no homeless people everywhere. It was normal. It was normal San Francisco. Good old cool restaurant. People are cool. Always been like a smart city. Interesting architecture. Always been a great city. I lived there from the time I was 7 to 11. Yeah, I loved San Francisco. It's unrecognizable. 10 years. That's it. 10 years of fucking asinine government. And also, this homeless thing, when you realize that it's an industry, I mean, the homelessness is valuable. Having homeless people on the streets is valuable because you can get more money to deal with this obvious homeless problem. The more obvious the problem is, the more money they're going to throw at it. They don't have to fix it. There's no intention to fix it. Right? They're giving out free needles here. Yeah. And high here. I was just somewhere where my first experience seeing the homeless in this magnitude. And the one thing that's evident instantly is they're all so completely strung out of drugs. Like, this fentanyl thing is no fucking joke. Like, the zombies leaning against every corner. And to me, it's cruel. Right? Like, if someone's to that point and you want to help them, don't give them a fucking iPhone and some more needles. How about you pick them up off the street and you take them somewhere and go, look, there's a curfew here, and you ain't doing no drugs. We're going to take you out. And some aren't going to want that. They're going to want to go back on the street and do drugs. And the addiction and the consequences of drugs that are bad. I had surgery, they had put me on fentanyl. I had neck surgery, and they put me on fentanyl. There's high, and there's that shit. And that was done by an anesthesiologist. I wasn't self-medicating in the fucking parking lot. Right? What you did? C67. Fusion? No. I had the disc, yeah. Just cut some of it down. Yeah. It's okay now. How long ago did you get that done? It's maybe 3 years ago. Yeah. Wish that 2 years ago. Yeah, 3 years ago. If that ever happens again, don't do that. No. Well, what happened to this? Yeah, I'm sure it will. There's other ways. There's a way, there's PRP can help it. Regenikine helped mine. I had a pretty bad bulging disc in my neck. What's Regenikine? Regenikine is, they used to have to go to Germany to do it. I know Peyton Manning went there, Kobe Bryant went there, and Dana White actually flew to Germany to get it done. It's like an advanced form of platelet-rich plasma where they take your blood. There's a process to it. So pull it up, Jamie. I can't remember what the process is, but they spin it in a centrifuge for like 10 hours, and then you come back the next day and they inject it, and it makes this very potent anti-inflammatory, and they inject it around where the injury is to the disc, and it provides, like, within weeks, amazing relief, and for me, completely cured. I had my fingers were going, yeah, that's what the German, go back up. So German physician Dr. Peter Welling, the treatment focused on blocking a specific inflammatory protein, interleukin-1. So they take the blood out, they draw your blood, and then the blood is heated to body temperature to trigger the production of anti-inflammatory protein called IL-1RA, and then they spin it in a centrifuge, separating out the protein-rich serum. The serum is then injected directly into the painful joint or tissue. It was remarkable for me for knee injuries. I did it a bunch of times. I used to do it. They moved it. You used to have to go to Germany, and then Santa Monica, they opened up an office. It's lifestyle medicine. That's what it's called. And then that's where I had it done. And it's incredible. Like I had it done my entire back. Like there's a picture of me on Instagram with a bunch of these fucking tubes. That's me right there. There's a bunch of those tubes. My hairy ass back. And it was incredible. I mean, it really fixed so many problems that I had. It's really great for specifically for back injuries, knee injuries, stuff like that. There's a lot of good biological options. There's also decompression. It's very important. I have a harness that I attach to a pull-up bar. It straps under my chin, and I just like let my weight drop down and decompress my weight on my neck. I do that every day. And I also have this thing called a Dex 3. It's a Dex 2 or Dex 3. You hang forward. It's like Teeter makes it. You know that company that makes those decompression tables? But this one's even better because you just hinge from the hip. So you're not supporting it at all with your legs. And it's just your back. It just goes like pop, pop, pop. Like you can feel it. I'll show it to you. We have one out here. We have 2 of them out here. Right out, at the gym. They're the shit. I have one at home. I will not have one. I have to have one. It's so good for just decompressing your back. You need to decompress the neck too. Anytime you're doing anything, if you're deadlifting or squat, obviously you're lifting a lot of heavy weights. And anytime you're lifting weight, you gotta think all that pressure's on your back, all that washing down, and you gotta do something to stretch it out, stretch it back out. But there's ways to heal it now without taking away the disc. So the problem is every time they cut away a piece of your disc, you have less disc. Yeah. So the good news is there's some treatments that they're doing now where they're actually injecting some sort of hydrogel into the disc itself. So I asked Brigham from Waste to Well about that, and they're looking into it. They're trying to. Apparently, this is not being done widely yet. This is just experimental. But they're going to be able to do that. There's also some places like CPI, Cellular Performance Institute down in Tijuana. They've successfully been injecting stem cells into people's discs. And it causes the disc to regenerate tissue and get thicker and healthier. Really? Yeah. Shane Dorian, my friend, he's a pro surfer and big wave surfer and boat hunter. He went down there and he said it was remarkable. He said within a couple of months, it was like a 30 and 40% increase in range of motion, really decrease in pain. Yeah, you can feel it. It's kind of an annoying process because once you do it, you can't really do shit for like 6 weeks. And once I think it's 6 weeks.
Well, that's what's the same with the surgery. You're not doing shit for 6 weeks after that.
But you can't lift weights. You can walk. You know, it's all the whole thing's like let everything take. Like let it take. Let it heal up. Don't do anything stupid. Don't re-injure it. Don't aggravate it. Like give it a chance to actually do its magic.
Yeah, I'll look into that for sure.
But any neck injury or back injury is such a motherfucker. Anytime your back goes like everything you do is like it's so hard to do anything. It's like you realize like how nice it is to be healthy when whenever you get hurt.
Yeah. Back pain, that's what killed my stepfather.
Back pain. They just get on pills. Yeah. And I have a friend in the family that did that.
Yeah, I remember one time fishing up in Wyoming. And he was like, I can't do it. Back hurts too bad. And he went in and had a surgery and made it worse. It was a real risk when you start messing around with the spine, right? And so, and then it was, those were serious pain. Now we're talking oxy.
And now you're just
now you're on the clock.
Yeah. You can only use that shit for so long.
Yeah, now you're on the clock.
Oxys are fucking terrifying. They're so terrifying. So terrifying how readily they were handing them out too forever.
Yeah.
Did you ever see Painkiller, the Peter Berg thing that he did for Netflix?
No, I didn't.
Fucking great, man. So Matthew Broderick plays such a great creep. Oh, he played the Sackler brother. The Sackler, really? Yeah, the head of the family. And started this whole opiate problem that we have in this country. It's fucking terrifying. Because it's all real. And millions of people never go to jail. Knows how many people are dead because of that. Yeah. They generated fucking billions and billions of dollars, killed a bunch of people, ruined countless lives. How many lives people that are connected? Your dad gets hooked on that shit, ruins your relationship with your family. You wind up being all fucked up because you grew up with the dad who was strung out on pills. Yeah. No, generational. Yeah, generational damage. Oh, God, yeah. And these guys put their feet up. Yeah. They go to a fucking nice country club and have a lobster. Cocksuckers. There's so many of them in this world. Like, that's genuinely evil. Yes. It's real demons. That's a real demon. Like, people want to think demons live in hell. You know, that's kind of may or may not be real. But they're on Earth. There's demons. They're right here. Yeah. And they justify it. They figure out a way to justify it. And they're around a bunch of other people who justify it too. And they can just immediately dismiss any pain or suffering because they got a huge amount of profit from it. Yep, those are the fuckers. Those are the fuckers. Yeah, they're out there. And it doesn't take many of them to create like real carnage. I mean, think about that. Think about the opiate issue. It's still it was the gateway to fentanyl, right? Yeah. Yeah, it was the gateway to fentanyl, but it was also like they were doing those pain management centers down in Florida where they just only prescribe as pills. So you would go and like, I'm in pain, and I'm like, oh, Taylor, we've got the solution. It's right next door. Then you go right next door to their pharmacy, and all their pharmacy has, like, they don't have a Pen-K over there. They have toothbrushes. Oxy. Yeah. You got Oxy, buddy. This is the solution. Fuck. Yep. Yep. That's the real drug trade. Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, the cartel is basically getting the scraps. They're making trillions of dollars off scraps. Think about this. Did you even know what fentanyl was 15 years ago? I never heard of it. No. I don't even remember when we first heard about it, but when we first heard about it on a podcast, we were talking about it, and we found the amount that's lethal, and they showed it next to a penny. And I'm like, what? That can kill you? And people are taking that, and they're mixing that in cocaine. Oh, fuck. They're overselling this on the line of the road. Yeah. Philadelphia's bad too. There's a bunch of cities that are just real bad with it, and it doesn't have to be that way. And what's interesting is this iBegin initiative that Rick Perry and Brian Hubbard were pushing in Texas, and then I went to the White House to get Trump to be involved in. They're trying to make this so that it's you have a right to use, or right, I think they call it right to use or right to try for people that are addicted, and they're trying to make it more readily available and accessible to veterans. That's the thing that can help them. What is it? Ibogaine. You don't know what that is? Ibogaine is it comes from the iboga tree in Africa, and it is this very potent psychedelic that has no recreational use at all. It's not fun. Nobody likes it. It's not like you trip, you see zombies, and fucking hang out with aliens. You go into this very dark experience for like 24 hours where it like replays your life to you in a very uncomfortable way, and also somehow or another rewires addiction in your brain. And for a large percentage of people, just one dose is good enough to get them off of everything, whatever they're on, whether it's alcohol, gambling, coke, whatever the fuck it is. But for 2 doses, when they do it twice, it's significantly better. And it doesn't just do that. Rick Perry, who was the Republican former governor of Texas, was staunchly anti-drugs. He said this is his main focus in life now, is to promote this. This is his goal in life, because he did it, and he had an incredible reaction to it, and he knows so many veterans who do it. It's incredible for PTSD. Somehow or another, it has neurodegenerative where they said he went to his doctor before, and the doctor did a whole scan of his body, and he said, look, you got a certain amount of age-related brain atrophy. It's like, it's fine, but it's normal that you're 73 years old or 74 years old. So he goes and does the ibogaine. Sees his doctor a short time afterwards, and the doctor says it's 25% less atrophy than when you got the last scan. And he explains to him the whole ibogaine thing. He goes back 6 months later, it's all gone. He has no brain atrophy anymore, which is bananas. So it's regenerating brain tissue. It's making his brain work better. And it's just... The pharmaceutical companies aren't going to let that shit out. Well, they didn't like it. They didn't like that I bypassed them and went straight to Trump and told them about them. And Trump was very open to it. He said, what are you looking for? You're looking for FDA approval? Like, let's do it. That's literally what he said. And then a week later, we were at the White House and he was signing it. So it's incredible. But if so many veterans have had to go over to mostly Mexico, but Costa Rica, there's a bunch of different places that they go where they can have these IPA retreats. And these guys have had incredible results. Marcus Luttrell, he had an incredible result from it. He had real problem drinking. You know, obviously he's the guy that won't survive. The movie's based on his experiences over in Afghanistan. So this guy, you know, he's done it. He's gotten over it because of that. Like there's a long, Sean Ryan, long list of guys who have had this experience and it completely changed them. Dakota Meyer did it. So many of these guys did it. And because of their stories, because all these veterans, then it like kind of opened up the idea to a lot more right-wing people that would maybe be like more hesitant to accept something like this. Then on top of it, no recreational use. Like no one's like, boy, I can't wait to do that again. Everybody's like, holy shit, this sucked. I had diarrhea, I threw up, I was horrified for fucking 12 hours. It apparently just takes you through every aspect of your life, like review of a movie. All the times you've ever heard people, you see it from their perspective. Like, yeah, it's a very dark experience for a lot of people. Especially a lot of people who fucked up a lot of their life. Wow. Yeah. But if those people had access to Oxygen, all these homeless people that you see strung out, if instead of just giving them needles and an iPhone and like profiting off of it, if somehow or another these assholes can figure out a way to profit off of these centers where you can bring people in and give them Ibogaine retreats, maybe that would be a nice little fucking exit strategy for all these grifters that have been profiting off of the homeless industrial complex for so long. Yeah, well, you know, they're not trying to solve problems. No, they're trying to make money. That's what I was saying earlier when we were talking about charities. That's the saddest thing that I've come to the realization that most nonprofits are fucking scams. Like most of them. And this guy was like reading off like the average amount that these people that are in charge of the homeless program in LA are making. It's an extraordinary amount of money. It's a great living. They're not doing it because it's like some sort of very charitable thing that they really want to save the world and help people. They're making tons of money. From their performative entrepreneurs, if you think about it, come up with a problem, then go pitch some version of care and solution to a government and take the fucking money and never solve the problem. Because as soon as you solve the problem, and if you do somehow accidentally solve it, then go find another one. Yeah. And I think that's one of the reasons why shows like Yellowstone in particular that show like people that are proud to work hard and really get like deep satisfaction out of that life. And there's something about that it really like it resonates with people. Like there's a better way than just bullshitting people. There's a better way than fraud and nonsense and all this political horseshit that's pumped down your throat every day. No, how about a fucking just a sleeping bag and the stars? How about that? Just lying there with your horse tied to a tree. Is that really what everybody wants? Does really everyone want to cook their dinner over a fire and laugh with all their friends? That's what they really want. That's just something good, simple. Something really good. Something that it's like it's not that simple because it's hard to do all that shit. But there's something about it that's pure. It's pure. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You spend a lot of time outside, right? And the entire thing's an endeavor, right? If you go on, bow hunting, you're gonna practice and prepare before you go. Then you're gonna hike your ass in somewhere. You have to set up a camp, and all of these are tasks before you even go to do the thing you're there to do, which is going to be another task. But the completion of it is the reward, and the fact that you're doing it yourself, everything done yourself. I think that's why people are so attracted to the life. That's why I've got third generation cowboys that got a degree in ranch management to come back and make $3,000 a month and couldn't be happier. It's wild, isn't it? It's really wild when you think about it. It's wild what people actually gravitate towards. Because they say that, have you ever seen that Werner Herzog documentary, Happy People? No. It's called Happy People, Life in the Taiga. And it's all about these trappers that live on the Taiga River in Siberia. And all these people do is trap and hunt and fish. They don't have any other way to make a living. That's all they do. And they're so fucking happy. And they're all laughing together and drinking together and hanging out with their dogs. And their dogs are sled dogs. And so they're on snowmobiles. And the dogs are chasing behind them. And the dogs hunt with them. And these fucking people have like zero mental illness. And when they're talking to them, they're talking in Russian, so it's all translated. But when they're talking about like the way they talk, it's like this is how you're supposed to live. This is real life. And they're all happy.
There's a guy, I'm going to get his name wrong. It's like Predator, something like that. And he, in the 60s,
Premikin.
That's it.
Yeah, the guy who lives in Alaska.
Yeah. Went up, said bucket.
Yeah.
Went up way into the wild and built by hand a cabin and lived there and documented part of it as a break camera or whatever, film on thing. Yeah. And filmed himself. I mean, he lived for 45 years. He was 80-some years old when he finally was too old to get through another winter. When he came back, he just built this cabin. Fished, potatoes.
There he is. Pranicky. That's how you say his name. P-R-O.
If you haven't watched that documentary, it's fascinating.
It's amazing. Yeah. Look at the difference. What is it? Oh, this is the. Why did they show 2023? This guy, when he documented all of it, it's so attractive. There's something about the way he's living his black self, which is also wild. Like, how do you not get lonely?
No, there's that.
I don't have to twist my fucking marbles. I need people. I need to talk to somebody. I don't think I'd be like that. But it's so attractive.
But the notion of that kind of stuff.
There's something about it. It's like deeply ingrained in our DNA. It's not just that. It's like, it's a healthy interaction with the wild world. There he is. Made all that shit himself. That's what's crazy. Yeah. The whole thing made his own tools. He made it. It's really cool. I think wasn't he a lumber man or something like that? Look at fucking pretty that is. My God. This is right in front of his house. He just built a house out there. Alaska's amazing, man. I mean, the winters can suck a dick, but just the actual being there in the place, and the people they're clearly like extraordinary people. Like when you go and just even hanging out in a bar in Anchorage, like you guys are different. They're like more reliable. They're sturdier people.
No matter where you live in Alaska, you're going to have to be tough.
Yeah, you have to be. They were laughing about some guy who got stomped to death by a moose because he was throwing snowballs out of the town. Like, okay, that's something you guys have to think about. You might get stomped to death in front of the ATM machine.
Maybe don't throw a fucking snowball at a thousand-pound cow.
Yeah, well, you can catch a cow with her calves and she'll stomp you out or what. So, it's a book. Pranicky says he turned his back on tedious 50-hour work weeks and moved to Alaska to do a thing to completion. He built the cabin when he was 51 and lived there for more than 30 years. Wow. Where's that area, the Twin Lakes and Lake Clark National Park? There's another guy that lives up there that lives near the Arctic Circle. Vice Guide to Travel did a piece on him years ago. It's the same kind of deal. He lives in a cabin, and he's been up in that cabin since the 1970s. He never saw 9/11. He saw a photograph of it years later. He's just been up there in the woods. He hunts caribou, and he has them all like hanging up, like frozen because it's frozen outside. The fences outside is cooler. And while they're there, Grizzly tries to steal a stash and he has to shoot the Grizzly. It's crazy.
Really? What's that called?
It's called Vice Guide to Travel, and it's Heimo's Arctic Adventure is the video series. And what's interesting, this is like the early days of Vice when Vice was really cool. And they get this fucking nerd with glasses, probably from like Williamsburg, who flies out to Alaska to hang out with this guy. And they got this, these journalists were like hardcore. These young kids they knew they were doing something kind of crazy, and they would go to war zones. Like that's how Tim Pool started out. These guys would go to fucking war zones and get shot at. They had bulletproof vests on and shit. They'd be doing real investigative reporting. And so this guy just really went up there and hung out with this dude in Alaska for like a week and was talking to him. He's like, what's so great about this? He's a very intelligent guy. He's not the guy who's this guy Heimo.
They're still posting stuff. There's the last Alaskans.
Oh, he's still posting stuff.
They have a YouTube channel.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So,
And they're just talking about podcasters that we go.
Interesting. They're talking about podcasts?
Our podcast.
Oh, because we talk about podcasts. So, as you heard, that's it. That's me talking about, see if you can find the Vice Guide to Travel, because that's where I found out about it. So this he's like one of the last people that's allowed to live up there. He has like a notice posted on his cabin because he's grandfathered in. I don't think you can build a cabin up there anymore. This is afterwards. Might be it. But I think it's called Heimo's Arctic Adventure. Yeah, Heimo's Arctic Refuge. That's the article.
Facebook site is really one of the most well-kept things on the internet these days.
Put in Arctic Adventure.
I'm guessing that the article was the first thing and then they went and followed with a video and that's what this was.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's it.
Yeah, see, it's Heimo's Arctic Refuge.
Right. That's probably it. They could have just used the details. I think they did, or maybe I remember it wrong. Either way, this guy's premise is that this is really how you should live. This is how people. Yeah, that's the guy. So you see this nerdy cat is hanging out. He looks so out of place. This is and he's got this caribou that he shot, and they're hanging frozen, and he just saws off a piece and throws the frozen steaks onto the grill, cooks it over wood, and this is how this guy lives, and that's all he eats. He's just eating caribou and salmon, and he lives up there all year round now. And it's, he's just very happy. And this is the weird part about it, is how happy people who live like this are. I think that's in our brain, that's how we're designed to exist with nature. We're designed to be hunter-gatherers. Yes, we still have the same DNA as people who lived tens of thousands of years ago.
Cities started maybe 10,000 years ago in some form, right?
Yeah, depending on who you ask. I think we're a little wrong with that too. I think they're starting to change their perspective of when the actual civilization emerged, because of stuff like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. They found these immense structures that were 11,800 years old that were buried. But this guy was like a big sheep herder. He's found it. Yeah, found like a stone that was like sticking out of the ground weird, and kicked it with his boots, like knocking some dirt off. And then he brought in some archaeologists, and they discovered this massive complex. These like huge circles and giant stone columns and 3D animals carved in them. And they carved it into the ground, and it was intentionally covered up somewhere around 11,000 plus years ago. So they're like, really? Yeah, so like, what the fuck is this? Like, they didn't even know what the civilization was. Like, why did they build this? What's the purpose of it? I think there's a lot of people that debate whether or not what's depicted on it is a calendar. Is it a marking of an event? Does it show the flood? What is this? It's weird stuff, man. Like, really weird stuff. I think there's more of that that makes me feel comfortable. And archaeologists are very hesitant to accept it. But I think that whole deal, right? Like your relevance being the one who discovered this thing. When they found the closest point, so then we're dating everything off of that. Anyone finding anything else is going to render that guy's discovery less important. And there's at one point we thought there was this logical evolution of man from Homo erectus to Homo sapiens, and now we know that there were at least 4, maybe 5 species of humanoid living at the same time. At least 5. Not only that, it's like really difficult to make a fossil. Most people are going to die, their bones going to be gone within 100 years. It's just what we've been able to find. We're basing an entire science upon incredibly incomplete discoveries. We're basing entire science on a very limited number that can even possibly exist. Like, I think if you take into account how many dinosaur bones have been found, and then how many dinosaurs existed, and for how many hundreds of millions of years dinosaurs existed, and you realize, like most shit doesn't make a fossil. So we don't even know how many different dinosaurs. We just discovered a new one recently. We don't even know how many existed that we've never found fossilized. And every so often, some form of ancient human pops up. What's this one? What the fuck is this one? This weird ones. They're all over the place. There's a fucking ton of them. Denisovans. There's the one in, I think it was in China, the big-headed people. They're quite larger. These are in Texas. That's Dinosaur Valley State Park. Wow. That's Glenrose, Texas. That's crazy. How crazy is that? Look at those footprints. That's so nuts. That is so nuts. That dinosaur left those how long ago? 113 million year old dinosaur tracks. What the fuck, man? And we're just like, what is he? That thing, and how much did it fucking weigh? And break into that, which is now granted, right? But at the time, it's probably some mixture of mud and ash from a volcano that came together. Right, probably. So, right, I wonder what the animal was. Do they know which dinosaur it was? Yes, that's the one that's God, those footprints are so dope. That's so wild. One of the first guy who found it was discovered after a drought, so. Oh, that's even cooler. So it was underneath the water the whole time, and then when the river dried up completely in most locations, allowing for more tracks to be uncovered near the park. Wow, that's sick. That's the animal. To be honest, they wouldn't know for sure. It belonged to 2 types of dinos, including Acrocanthosaurus. I don't think they found any fossils or anything to be. That's even crazier, right? All you find is the feet. Think about how many died there. Think about how many just got eaten by other animals and shit out. Most stuff that lives, as well as anybody, you very rarely find skeletons in the woods. No, the mice are going to eat it. Yeah, somebody's going to eat it. And most of what you find in the woods, within a couple of years, everything's going to be like, when was the last time if you're a hunter, good luck finding a dead mountain. They must die. I don't know anybody's found dead. I've never found one. I've never seen one. There's thousands of them. They die. Where are they? Fucking nature takes care of everything, and that's what would happen to most fossils. Yeah, that's why most fossils don't happen. When people die, they get fossils. A local schoolboy found some of these. Wow, look at the size of those next to that dude. That's crazy. Imagine your grandma would try to tell your parents. That's what I don't even know if dinosaurs really were back then. How did they know? Well, there's a lot of people today that don't even think dinosaurs are real, which is hilarious. There's so many knuckleheads online. But we have a very limited amount of information that we're basing the entire history of the planet. What do you describe it as? 1910 with 3 toed, right? A lizard. I don't even know what you're saying. How would you even be sure that was a footprint? Look at this, then you gotta go tell everybody else in the town to follow you out there to find it. Right, in 1910, did they even have drawings of dinosaurs? Well, I don't think they would have found some of the bones. I'm sure. I think we figured that out, right? I think we talked about that, didn't they? We first started finding in the 1800s. Isn't that what it was? But yeah, it's not. I mean, if you think about how many different things died and just were absorbed by the earth, just get eaten shit out, swallowed up, just destroyed by time and erosion, and never became fossils. We're basing the entire history of the planet on a limited amount of information. And that information, it never gets younger. It always gets older. The more stuff they found, like they found a modern version of human beings that pushes the timeline of humans back another 300,000 or 400,000 years. And that keeps happening. Well, they thought that people crossed the Bering Land Bridge 12,000, 14,000 years ago. Now they've pushed that back 10,000 years. Yeah, they found those footprints in White Sands, New Mexico, and those are 22,000 years old. It took a giant flood to come wash away layers of sediment. Wow. That's been so much air out of it, I guess. Wow. And they started digging. That's fucking cool. That is so cool. And this is in 1952 they did that? No, 1908. No, wait, pictures are from 1952. Oh, okay. It must have just kept maybe flooded again 50 years later. Floods happen here fast. When did they first figure out dinosaurs? Like, what was the first year a dinosaur bone was discovered? On your ranch, do you find like a lot of like arrowheads, like Native American stuff? The one I grew up on, everywhere. Yeah. Every time it rained, we find these points. Touch it. It enthralls me. It's so fascinating. You pick up some arrow. I found one in Nevada while I was on a mule deer hunt. I was in the high desert and found this little tiny thing. I looked down. I go, oh my God, it's a fucking arrowhead. And you just think, some dude, who knows how many hundreds of years ago shot thousands of years. We found a bunch. My mother took me forward to the museum and they dated them. Some of them, and they can look at it. They know various styles. Right? They go, oh, this was made by, this is 2,200 years old. This is 1,000 years old. This is when they started doing this. Yeah. 1677 was when the first scientifically recorded dinosaur bone was described. Although it says they've been digging, people have been digging them up for thousands of years, but they didn't know what the fuck it was. This one says he even thought it belonged to a giant human. This is one for you. Yeah, a friend of mine got that up on his ranch. Remy Warren told me that's probably what we used for fishing because it was so big. Interesting. Yeah, I thought so too. I was like, that's interesting. Because I guess when you're dealing with old bows that didn't have a whole lot of power, then you really wouldn't want a big wide cut because you wouldn't get enough penetration to get through the rib cage. Unless you're really close, is it before the spear? No, it would be out of arrow. It would just be something that you shot at a fish because it's easier to penetrate than, like, say, a buffalo, where they use a smaller head. They're just trying to get penetration. That's just an amazing thing. You're finding just this piece of ancient history where people had no internet, no books, no nothing, just flint napping, using tendons and shit. Yeah. And then trying to practice with those bows. Figure out how to do it while you're on horseback, too. It's crazy. So where you grew up, on the ranch you grew up, you find them all the time? What was the oldest shit you found? I can't remember, but I remember being thousands. There's a few thousand or something. But we had my mother had this wicker basket that was like this big, and it was full of arrowheads. Wow. We find there's possible. That's crazy. It just makes you think, like, how long did people live on that land? How many hundreds, thousands of So was that a trading depot? Is that some place where people want to trade? And then I always think, how do you lose as hard as it must be to make? Right. You think once you've shot that arrow, you're going to go look for the arrow. Yeah. You spent hours making this. They must have shot so many for so long. They probably shooting them every day. They probably had somebody back at camp making them every day. There's probably some guy that's his skill. Yeah. Maybe when people got older, they couldn't run. Right. Maybe they sat back and right. Yeah, and that guy makes the arrows, and maybe somebody else makes the bows, and this guy's going out and shooting a deer and bringing it back. When you're doing a show like 1823, how much research did you have to do to try to get that right? Because that was, in my opinion, one of the best theatrical things that I ever watched, movie or television show, that I feel like nailed what it must have been like to try to travel across the country, to be a civilized person in the city, and try to make your way across the country, and just experience the wild shit those people here saw. There's a few things, so a lot of research. But interestingly, I had my family had come, one side of my family had come from Kentucky to Texas in the 1840s, and one of my great-grandmother journaled. Wow. So I had the journal. Holy shit. And then I started finding other journals. Some were published. And reading about just how fucking dangerous it was. If you think about it, rivers are the most terrifying thing. Crossing rivers. Because no one swims. No one can swim. And most of the people who came into either Port of New Orleans or Galveston, they were European. They were German, a lot of Germans. There were a lot of Central Europeans that came and they were promised free land, right? There would be travel agencies that they would arrange the entire trip with before they even left Germany or wherever they were. And so by the time that they landed in Galveston, they would meet up with their group, and the group would, they have chipped in all this amount of money, and they got guides, and they would have already arranged for mules and horses and wagons, and off they go. And they had no idea. They'd never fucking ridden a horse in their life, much less fired a gun, much less, they're in a completely foreign area. Like they don't, and they landed in Texas, most of them heading to Oregon, because that area was the most similar to where they were from in Central Europe. And then, for whatever reason, some didn't get that far, some maybe never got past Waco or Fort Worth or wherever. And then off they went. And the dangers were from obviously rivers, some exposure to disease. Obviously, there were issues with bandits and the Native American tribes, depending on the time of year, the era, right? By the 80s, that was largely not an issue, the 1880s. But bandits sure were. Don't really sure. Because there's no real law. Right? Look at there's plenty of bad people doing awful shit today, and we got all sorts of ones. Now imagine if those people had the wherewithal to go to a place where there's elements. No law and no enforcement. No help. No nothing. You're on your own. You're fucking out. And there's a bunch of people that have been living like that for decades, just fucking people up. Waiting for them. Just waiting for you. Waiting for you. Here they come. Let's get them. That was what their thing was. Yeah. Now if you were some river crossings were probably dangerous. And then you tried to, if you didn't have an experienced guide, you're fucked. Truly fucked. Because you can pick the wrong way and run out of water. Go wander around in a circle, you get up there on the Great Plains to where it's flat and you don't know how to read the sun. You don't know where you're going. People go up there in big giant circles. Yeah, I was reading something about that the other day, that people tend, for whatever reason, always walk in a counterclockwise direction when they get lost. And that even if they're left-footed or right-handed or left-handed, it doesn't seem to matter. humans, when they walk, if they get lost, like in the woods, they walk in circles, and they almost always walk in a counterclockwise direction. And so this article was explaining that if you find yourself lost and you think you're running into the same places, most likely you should veer towards the right, because you're most likely moving towards the left for whatever reason. People tend to do that. What if there's like a scientific explanation? See if there's, put that in perplexity. See why people move in a counterclockwise. Perplexity doesn't know shit. Doesn't have any woodsmanship.
I never understood what it was in the wilderness. I didn't understand it.
Really?
I understand not knowing where you are, but but I never understood getting lost.
You must have learned how to use a compass early.
Yeah, when the sun,
Yeah,
right? If the sun comes up in the morning,
right.
west, to your left is north, to your right is
Some
south.
people have zero experience. People tend to loop often counterclockwise when lost because small errors in our internal sense of straight ahead accumulate. And humans also have a subtle left turn counterclockwise bias whose exact cause is still unclear. That's so weird. In lab and field experiments, blindfolded people tend to walk straight without landmarks, almost always end up curving into large loops instead of moving in a straight line. People told rather to walk straight without landmarks. Wow. This happens because without internal clues, external clues like the sun, distant objects, or visible path, small random errors in balance and body feedback build up until the path bends enough to close into a circle. Wow. That's gotta be so disheartening. You've been walking for days, and then you pass the same dead tree, and you're like, oh my god, I walked in a fucking circle. Pedestrians everywhere exhibit a counterclockwise bias, wired to walk counterclockwise. During COVID, scientists studying social distancing noticed people seem to prefer moving counterclockwise. That's so weird. The tendency is fundamentally individual rather than collective. What's that mean? So every individual does it, I guess, rather than a group of people just following the leader. Pretty wild. So when people get lost, some people have just zero experience being in the woods at all, and they just don't know where to go. Where are we? And they just fucking freak out, and then they panic. What's out there? I gotta really die. And you realize that once you're out there, nature doesn't give a fuck if you make it. No, it doesn't care at all. It's heartless, completely oblivious to your desire to stay alive. It's not interested in what you want to do at all.
No, not at all. It's ambivalent.
But that's also part of the beauty of it, right? Yeah. When you're out there, especially if you take yourself seriously. Yeah. When you're out there, you're like, oh, shit.
It'll test you.
Yeah. When you're writing a thing like 1823, like you're doing all this research and you read the diaries from you said your great grandmother,
Like great
grandmother. Did you ever think like putting some of those letters online so other people can read them?
There's plenty of there's unpublished books of very similar journals.
I know, but it'd be kind of dope for people to read about your great grandmother.
Yeah, but nothing happened, right?
That's still interesting.
We had fucking whatever weird shit they had for dinner that night. So and so was rude. We stopped in this beautiful valley and it was hard to get across the river and it was scared. But no attacks, pretty uneventful.
They got lucky. It's interesting just as a window into time.
Yes. Well, what's interesting really is how well written the journal was. Right? Because everyone
Was very educated. Was better educated.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's weird, right? When you read like Civil War letters, you're like, wow, these guys are fucking smart.
I have letters from my grandfather who died in World War II. Love letters from him to my grandmother. Years of them. They enlisted in 1921. And then went off and became they flew a, it was the B-19, flew the bomber. And wrote all these letters to her And I have all those things just magnificent. Just the way that people just be so eloquent in a letter to your wife. Yeah, my beloved. It is really the deterioration of our ability to express ourselves. The common person's ability to express themselves. Like, you wouldn't have expected that back then, I bet. If you could tell people about the future, you're going to have the answer to any question on your phone. You have a small device in your pocket. It's also acts as a flashlight. You're going to be able to pick that thing up and ask it anything you want. Instantaneously, it's going to give you a result. Like, oh, people must be brilliant. No, they're retarded. Because they can learn everything. Right? You can ask a machine. The machine's done all the learning. You just get an answer that you didn't. Right? That's the word. Yeah. Just like the problem with equity is you didn't earn it. The problem with having the same results as everybody else when you don't put the same effort. People in the 1800s often spent blocks of time, typically 1 to 3 hours at a stretch, on letter writing. And heavy correspondence can easily spend several hours most days. Wow. Most people treated correspondence as a regular daily or weekly task, similar to a modern email block, accepting that it would take a significant chunk of their time. Wow. I mean, how important was the fucking mailman back then? Everything. Everything. Some dude on a horse with a fucking bag of letters. For a quarter. I mean, how much did they charge? A quarter's a lot of money. Probably sells them that. Half a penny or something. Well, they did have a half a penny. How much do you enjoy writing that kind of a show versus writing a show like Lioness or like Landman? Like, do you have a favorite that you like all? No, I can't say I have a favorite necessarily. The fun thing about Lioness, which is sort of, I can't say it's written from the headlines because I've tried to be, I've tried to guess what's going to happen politically and fictionalize that. And the fact that I've managed to be right is pretty fucking fun. I thought surely in season 2 when I said that the cartels had been listed as terrorist organizations, like, this could be my 18-month cancel vacation. And then it fucking happened. And then it came out. The show came out within weeks of that. And I looked really like a soothsayer. So that it's a lot of fun because it's so political and it doesn't choose a political side. It just looks at the tradecraft of espionage and how it's intermingles with our military. It's just fascinating shit to me. Just fascinating. There's so many different things that you have to be aware of to write the shit that you write. Like, is Harrison Ford 1923? That one is fascinating too, because you got the guy who goes off to Africa, and he comes back, and you got all these people that are trying to steal land. So it's not totally lawless, but it's on the border of lawlessness. Yeah, you're watching, Montana in the 20s was fascinating. It was a fascinating place because you've got the 20th century, the Industrial Revolution in full swing, and you have washing machines and refrigerators and telephones and electricity, and then you're still traveling by horseback. Yeah. So it's very, very interesting. And so that's a really fun thing to explore. That one dude was the evil rich guy on that show. Oh, yeah. Fucking killed Tim Ball. Oh my god, that's really Tim Ball. It was Bond at one point. Yeah. Right? Crazy. Yes. My god, he played a
practice. CIA hot regions in the Middle East, and it's all at once, right? Yeah, there's no way they're not looking at your phone. They're looking at it. Taylor's right, this over there. Look at this. I think anybody that has any influence, they probably look at your shit no matter what anyway. Which is also dark. Like, we don't even know how much actual real spying on people is occurring. We're just guessing. No, we don't have any idea. I think within the world of tradecraft, a tremendous amount. Oh, yeah. I think within the world of, within that world, I think how you're writing that, how difficult is it to really keep your finger on the pulse of what's actually going on with espionage and like what tools they actually have available? Like, are you making some up? No, I mean, most of the, I'm sure there is some extremely trade craft going on, right? For sure. Tracking devices, various things, satellite imagery, facial recognition, all of these things. But a lot of it's also very low tech by design, because it's harder to trace, right? And it's a lot of leverage and manipulation. You're either bribing someone with money or blackmailing them, and that's typically those are the two tools that are being used the most in tradecraft, in the spy game, right? That's really it's leveraging individuals, and they're all doing everybody, right? Every single. And then if you look at some of the, and again, I'm not getting on any completely apolitical, but from a tradecraft standpoint, what the Mossad was able to do with all those fucking cell phones and pagers and shit. So you want to talk about play the long game? Like, build this dummy company, sell all these, get all these devices to all of these people who are your enemy, and then start setting them off years later. Detonate. Insanity. It's genius. It really is. Insanity. Not endorsing it, but just saying. No, but if the actual act of doing it, to look at the patience and the planning and the risks that they were able to execute, that is shocking. When you saw that in the news, did you think if I wrote that, no one would fucking buy it? Dude, I do that all the time. The Maduro rate, right. Right, they're like, that's too simple. Fuck out of here. Somehow it goes down. Even the Bin Laden rated helicopter crashed. Yeah, the fact that they were able to, and I know it wasn't as smooth as it was led on to be, but the fact that no one died on an American invading the Venezuelan military base in the middle of Caracas is fucking insane. It seems like it went pretty smooth. You think it went less smooth than they're saying? I'm sure that there's elements of, like, I'm sure, right? I don't know how the one thing I've learned with all of my research in the military is any of these operations, there's actually a line. And the upcoming line is where someone says, did it go smooth? And the guy says, well, as smooth as these things go. Right? Because just by the very nature, you start sticking a bunch of people in helicopters with guns, and, shit's gonna happen, right? But the fact that there were no casualties, no one was killed, no American was killed, is incredible. Yeah, it is incredible. It's pretty groundbreaking. Like, this is like a new benchmark for what could be possible in terms of an invasion, at least of a third world country. It's just shocking the difference in the technology that the United States possesses versus that world, and whether or not they're even available, that's no credit that that stuff is available. Yeah, war is going to change very, very quickly. With drones, AI and drones, ultimately it's going to war. We're getting real close to some Terminator shit. Yeah. And I'm not saying that like it's a good thing. No. It's a very, very, you talk about adolescence of us as a species. We're seeing an adolescence in the teenage years of new type of warfare. And when it grows up, it is going to be a beast.
And that's give the drone a mission and send the drone off to do the mission. It is fully automated. That's terrifying shit. I bet about that with this UAP shit is too. I bet it's experimenting with that type of technology, some sort of novel propulsion system. Because they were working on novel propulsion systems way back in the 50s and the 60s. They were working on anti-gravity in the 60s. I don't think we're there. I don't know. I don't know where we're at. I don't know where we're at, but I'm not convinced. That they haven't done something. In fact, Eric Weinstein makes some really interesting connections between. There's a college in upstate New York, university in upstate New York, that has a very overqualified physics department, and it's connected to a hedge fund that does bigger than Bernie Madoff type numbers. And he's like, the whole thing stinks to high heaven. And he goes, I have a feeling that there's some sort of an undisclosed or a top secret, top secret access program that's going on. Oh, I can promise you, there's something. Yeah. I've always thought a possible solution to petroleum as far as transportation goes, I wonder why they've never tried it, is using magnetic force. Right? If you take a positive and negative charge, they come together. You take a positive, negative thing, fucking scientists, but it's going to repel, right? You're taking magnets and they push each other away. How can you use that if you would? A vehicle, and the base of it is essentially a positive charge or a negative, whatever it takes to make the magnets repel. And your road base was essentially a similarly charged metal that make it so much. When you have to redo all the roads to make something like that, we'll put it in the road. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it certainly could be a potential source of transportation for the future. But I think the things that they're doing now probably relates to some sort of anti-gravity propulsion system. And there was that, I'm sure you're aware of this, all those scientists that went missing or want to be how fucking sketchy is that? Oh, it's a coincidence. Los Alamos out there in the nuclear. Coincidence. Yeah. But who knows? I mean, who knows what the fuck those people are working on? And whether or not they made breakthroughs and they don't want other people to know, or whether or not they want to stop the breakthrough because they're aligned with whatever the conventional propulsion systems are and they don't want to lose money. This thing makes them obsolete. They can set back the science for a few years. Or is it trade craft? Is it Russian or Chinese? Yep. Yeah, I'm sure. And that's the other thing that Rothschild was saying is like it's really shocking how little these incredibly important scientists are protected. Yeah, they're just fucking driving their Volvo to the university and working on top secret shit. Yeah, and no one's making sure they don't get whacked by China. Yeah, I'd be curious. When they look into that, what was it, 11 of them? I think it was 15 over a course of a few years, and some of them, people they're going, this could be coincidence. But there's a few of them where it's like, okay, these people, like, this lady was specifically working on spacecraft metallurgy, this guy was specifically working on cold fusion, this guy was specifically with, like, there's a bunch of them where you go, okay, sounds weird here. Yeah. But enough to the fact that the government's looking into it. Okay, there might be something here. The Justice Department's investigating it. They're trying to figure out what the connection is and what could have happened. But it's hard after the fact trying to figure out who did something, especially if somebody got hired from another country. Like, they're not going to tell you. Like, are you going to know? You didn't catch him. Did you not catch him when they killed the guy? Okay, well, you're probably fucked. Yeah. It's 15. Yeah, and they're all from that area, probably Los Alamos. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think that's part of the problem. It's like whenever you have a thing like this where people start looking for connections, they can make some connections that aren't necessarily valid. And so, like, let's say if there's 15, let's say 10 of them are bullshit. Yeah, that means 5 aren't bullshit. If that's true, that's a lot. There's 5 super fucking brilliant people that got whacked. Yeah. And it's interesting that you'd have that many in this specific field in this period of time. Yeah. and they're not, I would think the science is pretty fucking healthy, right? I don't know about that. I think a lot of them are just in their own head, and they're probably not even paying attention to their body. They all disappear. Different people die from different things, and one of the weirder ones was this one lady who was, I think she's the metallurgy lady, where she was hiking with her friend, and they were just hiking together, and the friend turned around and talked to her, and she was gone. And she was just behind her like 30 seconds before they couldn't find her. They brought in cadaver dogs, they brought in search parties, they never found her. I think they might have found her body recently. I think there was a report a few days ago that they might have found her body. I'd be looking real close at the friend. Just me.
As a guy who writes scripts.
So me and Joe went for a hike. I turned around and I fucking gone.
Hey, I don't know what happened. I mean, I swear, I had just talked to him 30 seconds ago.
He's just not there.
No sign of struggle. It's weird. Yeah, like a husband and wife go hiking, and the lady falls off the cliff. They're like, hey, buddy, what the fuck happened? You guys arguing? Can I see your text messages?
Yeah, the one that just fell off the boat.
Oh, what happened there?
I kind of want to say it wrong, but I think she was out in the Bahamas. I read about it. She was the cruise ship one? No. It was him and his lady out there out on a sailboat or something.
Oh, she looked off the side.
Yeah, something. Of course, they're not buying it.
It goes all the way back to the Napa Wood story. You're looking at that one.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Walking. Wagner.
Yeah. Wagner and her had a big fight, apparently.
Jesus.
Oops. Oh, which one is this lady? But she was one of the scientists, correct? I believe she was one of the missing scientists. Which one was she? What was her specialty? Does it say what she worked on? No. Administrative assistant. Yeah, I remember this lady. Yeah. And the Reza one, that lady, she was the one that has the, so she serves as director of that NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and she was in the materials processing group. She specialized in burn-resistant, high-strength metal alloys and rocket propulsion metals. Wasn't she one that had like some weird videos? Was she had made? Anyway, the whole thing's so creepy as fuck.
She was hiking the Angeles National Forest.
Yeah.
That's like Pasadena.
Yeah.
That could actually be a fucking outlaw.
It could be. Or it could be a lady who's working on top secret rocket propulsion fucking metals. Like this lady's a problem.
Was there in some town, I want to say it's Arcadia, California, the mayor of that city.
Yeah. Arcadia. Yeah. She was a Chinese spy.
I would have to think if how many people have you recruited that you finally go, fuck it, let's try to get the mayor of Arcadia. We got everybody else.
Yeah, they probably worked her into position to run as mayor. I mean,
and then with the hopes of, she was relatively young, right? Maybe run for a state rep. I don't know. Congress.
Be the fucking president.
There was a thing in the 70s called AppScan. Remember this?
Yeah.
Where there were all of these politicians, a few congressmen, some state reps, and they were all like Russians ones, or at least on the take. Right. And Soviet ones.
Did you ever see that show, The Americans? I didn't either. I heard it was great. It's all about a sleeper cell Russian family that was pretending to be normal.
Yeah. It's fascinating.
Yeah, that's real. They did that. They really had Russian agents pretending to be American citizens.
Well, I wouldn't say had. I would say have.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, and Chinese. Yeah, for sure.
100%.
Yeah.
No, plenty of them.
100%. Well, how many Israeli agents are in Hezbollah or in Hamas? Like, probably. Or in the IRGC? Yeah, probably. They probably got a bunch of those guys. 100%. Yeah. It's just wild. It's trade craft, man. That's fucking a whole other thing. How hard is it to write about that stuff and, like, get it right? To get it accurate? I mean, I don't know. You speculate a lot. You look at the past, right? Because there's been enough. It's funny because when they get caught, it's never that big a deal. Like, there always, it doesn't, for whatever reason, the news doesn't. There's a, we can pull it up there, and any number of Chinese scientists over here, they were stealing this, and they go, yeah, this and that. See, the ones that got caught trying to bring in they're trying to bring in, they try to bring in diseases or something. Something I was looking at. It's called Vegas or something. It's like they have these bio labs that are like being run out of like an apartment or something. CCP-linked biolabs in American soil exposes major biosecurity gaps. Policymakers must act to improve oversight in biological research activity. Wasn't there a guy that got busted that was an Israeli agent and he got released and he took off? I think it was in Vegas. Yeah, that's the one in Vegas. Yeah, so this guy, he had all these fucking diseases in his garage. I don't understand. Conclusion of the FBI lab that the community could not be harmed by what was contained in that lab. What? Finding possible biological laboratory in a garage. Inside, investigators found refrigerators with vials containing unknown liquids. Police said in the immediate aftermath, the home also operated as an unlicensed short-term rental. What's this fucking guy doing? Well, so the question... So the question is, why does someone have these materials in a private residence without a doctor, not allowed, not a licensed medical facility of any sort? And then homeboy got released. Oh boy. They located pathogen-labeled containers with labels such as dengue fever, HIV, and malaria, along with 1,000 mice, according to a federal report. The federal government never tested the items, and the CDC only made its determination based on the labeling. What? What the fuck? So in that case, Chinese citizen David He faces federal charges for allegedly manufacturing and distributing misbranded medical devices. He does not face charges connected to the Las Vegas raid, and a trial in California was scheduled for April. What the fuck? Just a bunch of vials of HIV and AIDS and fucking dengue fever and malaria. No worries. Normal. So what was the Israeli guy? The guy who owned the lab. There was like an Israeli guy who they caught who owned the lab. They released him. Went back to Israel. And everyone's like, hey. What?
Feds drop cases against a man arrested in the Las Vegas biolab investigation.
What's his name?
Ori Solomon.
Oh, Ori. What are you doing? Ori, why do you have the HIV, Ori? There he is. Feds drop case against man arrested in Las Vegas biolab investigation. Yeah, I mean, why investigate? Let it go, guys. No big deal.
Yeah, the reason we charged was in illegal possession of a firearm.
His immigration status precluded him from owning or possessing a gun. Well, listen, if he doesn't have a gun, how the fuck is he going to defend almost malaria? People trying to steal malaria, bro. You gotta be careful. Oh boy.
Yeah.
There's too much fucking shit in the world to pay attention to, and too much of it is so disheartening. The more you look into it, the more like, is it all fucked? Is the whole world fucked? Like, what is going on? And my guess is because there are so many different two things, right? There's so many different things. There's no secrets. The internet, social media, phones, shit's getting out. But it's also getting out in such a fog, and none of it seems to have an impact. Right. There's just so much. Think about that in the 1990s.
Right. They're talking about that on Nightline and this and that. Meet the press and Chinese spy is regulating them. You know? That's news. But now it's just another. The news cycles of flood. It's like you drop a rose petal in the river while it floods, bro. It's gone. Yeah. It's here, it's gone. And it's a sensory overload. And people are tuning it all out. They're tuning it all out also because nothing ever gets done. Nothing happens. The more people like that get released, the more people are throw their hands in the air. They'd rather just watch sports. Yeah. Yeah. Just forget about it. I can't believe Simon Schuster didn't send you my book. Yeah, well, then I'll listen to it on audio tape. I'm glad you did the audio tape, though. Yeah, that's important, man. Pull up the fucking It's oddly entertaining and informative. How did you have the time to write a book? So writing 150 different TV shows. So you know what it is? You know anything about it? No. Hold up, I'm going to try. I don't want to tell you what it's called. I just want you to see the title. How to Not Die in Prison. So here's the deal. So when I lived in LA, there was a gym on Beverly Boulevard, right at like Beverly and Spencer. Everybody called it Buds on Beverly because they had all the treadmills right up there, and all the girls were there. You get stuck in traffic, you're staring at all their asses. That was my gym. So me and a buddy of mine shared an apartment together. Jogged down there and worked out every day. And there was this dude that showed up and started working out in there. And this dude was jacked, but different than like the West Hollywood fit. This fucker was yoked and had all these crazy tattoos on. And we became kind of like friendly and ended up kind of friends. And his name's Tom Nelson. And one day I'm like, so what have you been doing? He goes, well, you know, start personal training here. I was working over at the Vitamin Show. Guy's like in his 40s. Vitamin Show in my 40s. He's good over here. And I said, yeah, have you always lived in California? He's like, well, I've been here 19 years, 20 years. He said, well, where from? Somewhere in the Southeast. I said, you always lived in LA? He goes, well, no, I just got to tell him. See, I've been in prison. I said, how long? 17 years. I said, right? Ask anything else, right? He does become a personal trainer, and see him one day we have lunch and we're bullshit. I said, listen, what you want to tell him the deal? He's like, oh, I'm a fucking criminal dude, like a real criminal, like biggest drug dealer in Hollywood, armed robbery, ran over a DEA agent, like a fucking criminal. But now, you know, when I was in, I discovered fitness and started working out. When I get out, got myself in good shape. I'm going to start. This is my passion. I'm going to do this. So he was a trainer there for a while. Then he opened his own personal training gym, and I would go work out over there and hang out with him. He's a real fucking dude, and it became the biggest private training gym independent in Hollywood. So I go off and I start writing, and I'm just shooting Yellowstone. And he reaches out and goes, hey, I wrote a movie about my life. I'm gonna send it to you. So he sends it to me, and I read it. It's actually pretty good, but it's sort of a fun 90s kind of. They don't make movies like this anymore. It's like it's The Rock. We're celebrating, the guy, the fucking criminal. But it was good. I said, hey, I'll pass it on to some producers. But nothing ever happened. Anyway, so COVID happens. I'm stuck up on this ranch in Montana. I call him and I say, Tom, where do you get your gym equipment from? Because I need to build a gym. Because we can't go to a gym. I can't leave the ranch. COVID restrictions. The whole fucking cast is stuck on that ranch. And he said, they shut my gym down, dude. So I'll say anything you want. So I sent a flatbed trailer to LA and picked up a pile of gym equipment from him. And didn't hear from him again. He calls me maybe 18 months ago, 2 years. And I answer, and he's like, hey man, I'm in a bad way. What's the deal? I'm a single father of a 5-year-old kid. I got fucking colon cancer. I'm fucking dying, and I'm tapped out, dude. I'm a fucking 60-year-old
get a job, I can't do anything. Is there any work on your movies or anything that I can do? And I said, first, colon cancer, how bad? Like, what stage? What's this? He goes, I don't know. They saw it on an x-ray and diagnosed me. I said, well, let's deal with that shit first. So I fly to Texas where I know people, I can get him in. He sees a doctor, and fortunately the mass wasn't cancer, so they help him out, do the surgery, get that done. And then I say, well, can I get you a job on a movie? It doesn't pay very good, the hours are shit. Got a 5-year-old daughter. To just be a production assistant or something, it's not going to pay enough to move off. It's not a great, that's not a plan, right? Because you think you could just spot me for a few months while I try to figure shit out. I said, I have 100% failure rate on running things. It doesn't work, right? I'm not a bank, and buying you 90 days ain't gonna fucking help. So let me think of something. And so it doesn't take me very long. And I'm thinking, here's a guy who spent 17 years in prison. And you know what? I've never read how to not fucking die. A travel guide to prison. So I call him back and I go, I got it, Tom. We're going to write a book about my life. Kinda. We're going to write a travel guide to prison for the accidental inmate. Right? Somebody fucks up and they end up and they don't know how to navigate this place. It was a travel guide. I said, I'm going to send you. So I bought a bunch of Lonely Planet travel guide to Thailand and Mexico. And I said, look at these. Right? It breaks it down. It tells you an overview of the country. Then it gives you a glossary of the terms that teach you the language. They talk about the food. They talk about where you stay. They talk about navigating the country. We're going to do that for prison. And he goes, I'm in. I said, great. I'm going to write all the intros. I'll build the structure and walk you through it. So it's literally a travel guide to prison. And it walks you through day one, how to navigate the yard, being processed in, the food, the commissary, the gangs, the diseases, prison riots, how to get a job in there, how to fucking make a shiv, how to everything. It is a tour guide. How many pages? A couple hundred.
Sounds awesome.
It's the crazy.
Hope they never need it.
No. Hold on.
Most people read it. Hope they never need it.
I'm good. I guess 99% of the people who do read it will do is tell you you won't fucking go there. That's for sure. And typically, if someone's going there, I even say in the intro, if you're buying this book because you're going to prison, finish the book before you get to prison. Don't bring the book with you to prison, or you'll die on fucking day one. So leave the book at home. But yeah, so then we did. I took the book. We wrote 3 chapters of it. I took it out, and Simon Schuster read it, flipped. Me and Tom got a book deal. So it's awesome. So he was able to sit with me, and we wrote it. Didn't take care of his kid. And
That's right.
yeah.
Good for you, man, for doing it. That's really awesome that you did that. Because I know you're busy as shit. But you having another project on your plate, not fun, probably. That's awesome.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, but not fun to take something else on. I mean, I'm sure.
Yeah, but it was a very entertaining diversion from my other. I can bitch about my other job, right? Bitch about something on Landman or whatever, and then I'm gonna sit down. Oh, we're running about smallpox today. Okay, there's some perspective. It's not quite so bad. Billy Bob is an hour late to work, which he's never an hour late to work, but you get my point. Yeah, it's a sobering thing. That's a broken system. You won't talk about a broken fucking system.
Prison system is Alabama solution on. The guy who did that documentary on the Alabama prison system. It's fucking heartbreaking. Heartbreaking.
I used to be roommates with a guy that edited all of those locked up. He would go and film those locked up those. Go to Folsom and Corcoran and all these places. Dude, it's town. Rough. And not designed to rehabilitate. It's an institution that guarantees you're a criminal when you come out. That's one thing. If you weren't a criminal when you went in, but you clearly committed a crime,
shows. It's been great watching them. Thanks for watching. And man, appreciate you. Appreciate the guy that time to talk about one more thing. That UFC 250. Oh man, yeah. Just engaged, dude. Yeah, just how. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's incredible. I saw him. They're probably about to do that fight in Vegas. That's the first time I'd seen him live. And I go to a bunch of press events. I love boxing, and I'm watching that guy. If he had decided to be a professional boxer, his striking is that level. Like that dude, he went to work. That guy. Now he's I'm glad he's an MMA fighter because he started out as an All-American wrestler in Division I. He's just a great athlete all across the board, and just his particular style of aggression is so well suited for MMA. Oh yeah, it's shocking that he's that good striker and he was wrestling. I know. He's just a wild motherfucker across the board. For him to pull that off the way he did at the White House was nuts. I mean, some books had him at 6 to 1. And Ilya Taporia is so fucking good. Yeah, so good. And he had him in sick trouble in that second round. I watched it again yesterday. The second round was brutal. Ilya was just destroying his liver. Yeah, almost put it down. Yeah. But even in the second round, Justin was still bloody Ilya up. His face was busted up. Like he was getting the most damage to Ilya's face, and that was a giant factor in the fight. Because I don't know what the accuracy of these reports are, but what's being reported is that he had 2 broken orbital bones and a broken nose. So both his eyes were broken and his nose was broken. And Justin was here a couple days later and looked great. It's just nuts. It's just like he's very deceptively good at rolling with shots, and he's fucking durable as hell, and just very clever in how he sets things up, and where he finds openings. One of the things he kept getting off is he does a hard tie into an uppercut, and he got that off multiple shots. He did that with Fiziev too. He's real good with that move. He's a beast, man. I'm just so happy for him doing that. Yeah, I'm a giant Ilya Taporia fan as well, and I think he'll be back better than ever. And I think sometimes a loss is like one of the most important things a fighter could ever have, because they realize like you can be better, and you need to know that you're human. You need to know that you can't just throw caution to the wind sometimes. You just engage in these wild scraps. Sometimes you have to be a little more tactical, and sometimes you got to realize that you can't take everybody out. And that's the case with Justin. He couldn't take him out. And he almost did in the second round. They got real fucking close. Real close. But that freaking Justin, he can time that transfer of power to the end of the punch. And just his hands are so heavy. Yeah, everybody says that too. Everybody who we fought said he's one of the hardest guys that's ever hit them. Including Khabib, who's one of the all-time greats. So Justin hit him hard, but he's a fucking animal. Yeah, it was impressive. And the fight was like to be there at the White House while it was going on, and to have Justin so happy. Like there's something about a guy winning as an underdog that is just so fucking inspiring. He didn't look like an underdog that night. No, he did not after the second round. He did, especially in the third. Once the third went around, he dropped him, and then he got a head and arm and snatched him down to the ground. Like holy shit, man, he's fucking dominating him. This is crazy. It was wild to watch. It was awesome. It was fantastic. Cheering that out. Man, that would have been a good one. Oh, it was crazy. It just felt surreal. They had to fly over. They all jets together. Jets come shoot over. They were like separated like that far from each other. I don't know how the fuck those guys do that. It was incredible. Thanks, awesome. Thanks, brother. Once again, the book is called How to Not Die in Prison. Yeah. And available now, audiobook, everything. Yep. Thank you.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink my name, Joe Rogan Podcast, my name, all day. Gentlemen, first of all, thank you. I couldn't wait to talk to you. Congratulations on one of the most epic accomplishments in the history of combat sports, and that's not an understatement. I mean, it might be an understatement. I mean, it's not an overstatement. It's perfect. That was one of the greatest nights I've ever experienced of watching anything in my life. It was amazing. And to have you cap it off and win the title when you're facing a guy that everybody thought was at least number 2 pound for pound, was like him and Islam, or number 1 and number 2. And some odds had you at 6-1, which I thought was very disrespectful. I thought, like, this is crazy. Like, 6-1's crazy. Like, Illy is really good, but so's Justin. This is kind of nuts. Like, to have you win the way you won in front of the fucking White House. How's it feel? Oh, you know, it's really not really at all. I was expecting to have, like, an internal sense of relief that, like, I don't have something to chase, because I was chasing this belt, and I was expecting to wake up with, like, some kind of natural release of pressure, but I don't know, I don't feel that. As the days go by, every day I feel it a little bit more crazy going down. It's like, you know, what was it like waking up being the champion? And I was like, I haven't even thought about that. And then I was on the shit like 10 minutes later, and I was sitting there thinking, I was like, wow, I'm the fucking champion. Like, it's fucking crazy. And yeah, it's just, I mean, I've just been on the grind for so many years now. My dad dropped me off 19 years ago in Colorado. I knew nobody to wrestle. And yeah, to see where I'm at now is just absolutely incredible. I'm not going to explain how or why, you know, or like why I deserve it. Or, I mean, I've worked my ass off. I have made mistakes. You know, I've done things the wrong way, but I've always corrected and come back on the path. And, you know, I think the coaches, the mentors, but mostly the coaches that I've been, you know, the team that I have around me is a huge reason why I was able to stay on track and just keep moving forward and keep trusting that, you know, I belong in like the top of the league. Well, you've clearly shown it throughout your career, and having a great coach like Trevor, one of the reasons why I wanted to bring in Trevor is because you guys have a very unique relationship. First of all, I love the YouTube series, The Art of Violence, fantastic. And what's great is watching you two guys work together, and Trevor, you being like very acutely aware of when to pull them back, when to ramp it up, when to push. Like you guys having a relationship like that is so critical because you guys know each other so well. You see him perform so many times. You see him fight and perform in the gym that you know where he's at all the time. And having that sense of where your fighter is at any given time in camp because you know him so well, boy, that's a giant advantage. But hold on. Testing. Yeah, I think that's a huge advantage is knowing your athlete. And, you know, I've been doing this for a long period of time, but there's lots of coaches out there that consider their fighters their friends. I do consider them one of my best friends, but I put myself more in like a father position of I need to know when to tell them the truth. And I've got myself in trouble with that, with fighters, where you tell them the truth so hard that you have to let them go. Like a child, like, hey, we're not going to say, well, let's go live life and see how it is, and when you return, I'm still going to love you. Having that type of thing where I have to be dead honest for your career path because it helps us now, and it feels good right now at the moment. I have to look at that from the time that we started. We talk about, you know, what are his goals, and then my job is to be an advisor, be a mentor to get him to that place as best as I can because these are his goals. And I want to support those at the beginning of his career. His goals were to be the most violent guy out there, the most remembered, the guy that's every time someone bought a ticket, they remember Justin Gaethje selling that show. And then it turned into, no, I want to have this belt. And that was hard because we did go and not get the belt twice. And, you know, it's so cool to be
kind of those scenarios where it's like, yeah, you had two opportunities, now it's never going to happen. And that's what life is. Life is one of those things that you keep getting up and chase your goals. You never know how it's going to happen. And yes, you want to dream and you want to have you want to have a plan. But I'll tell you right now, through all the times that I've had championship fighters in business and in life, the plans never work. You always have to adjust them. But it's that dream and that vision to get you to the top of the stairs. You have to get up each one of those steps. So, Justin went out there and wrote a story that I don't think will ever be forgotten. And he did it one round at a time. And that's what impresses me because his mindset, I love the mental game. I love to talk about the mental game. Even like Ilya. Ilya's a special guy with how he uses his mental. The secret, if I see it, I believe it, it'll happen. To a point. It's like, I always tell people, like, if you go down the ice cream aisle and you're like, hey, I don't know what ice cream I want, you're going to stand there and go, oh, that one looks good, that one looks good, that one looks good. But the people that are like, I want mint chocolate chip, you get in there, you get it done, you grab that mint chocolate chip and you walk out. Very similar to Ilya's last 3 fights. He went out there and he demanded what he wanted. His confidence got him through that. But it makes it very hard when you get that stale, nasty, rotten milk fucking mint chocolate chip. It starts to go, oh shit. What is going to happen now? So I think the relationship that we have is me guiding him, me pulling him back. The Strickland situation, hey, let's pull back a little bit. Let's focus on what's going on. I don't want no distractions. And having someone, and he trusts that I care about. I love him to death. I love his family. Like, our relationship is so strong, and I need that with my athletes. And I'm just blessed and 100, I say honored, but more importantly, humbled by someone who I've never worked mental with, who shows me different ways to the mental game of fighting, which I feel I'm very high level with. It's something that if you put yourself around people that make you better, this guy makes me better daily, and I'm very grateful for that.
You said something about Ilya, about the fight, about having expectations. You said you don't have any expectations when you fight, and that way you don't get thrown off.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge. I mean, my expectations come from my hard work. Obviously, I expect my body to perform. I understand that I've trained my mind to, and, maybe the narcissistic tendencies in me love showing off and performing in front of, thousands of people on that stage. That's what I love the most about this, and that's what my personality. Like, I'm very competitive. I want to win, but I'm never gonna lie to myself, and that's how I've never had a coach in my entire career since 4 years of wrestling have to pull me aside and talk about the mental aspect of competition, because it's always been so natural to me. I'm not sure if it's because they see that I'm doing good and that they agree with my approach mentally, or they don't understand what's going on, but I've just always been so comfortable and so content with my situation of, this is the competition, this is the game. I'm very competitive, I'm very petty, I take everything personal, and when I go in there with I have gone in with expectations, and I said it before the fight, Ilya, I said so many true things to him, and I think it's such an asset to tell someone the full truth, especially someone like him, because it pushes him farther away from the truth. Even if I tell him the exact truth and exactly what's going to happen, and you're making a mistake by having all these expectations, and when we go to round 2, when we go to round 3, and it's not going as you predicted it or wanted it to or expected it to, then where do you go from there? And I said that exactly to him, and then that pushed him farther away from me.
It's almost like you wanted to prove him wrong.
Yeah, he wanted to prove himself right.
Yeah.
And he was unwilling to be open to opinions, and because obviously I don't know, he knows better than himself. But I hear because I am coaching. I hear because I listen. I use every like I posted yesterday. Every person, place, or thing that has happened to me or for me has ultimately molded my mind and my body to be able to deal with the situation that happened on Sunday night. And I can pull so much experience from the past, my losses, my wins, setbacks, failures, accomplishments. I mean, there's so much to learn from him. You know, every day is a learning experience, and I constantly try to learn and be better. And I don't know why I'm able to perform like that. I think I just think it's who I am. You know, when I say I wanted to be the most exciting fighter ever, it's not that I wanted to be the most exciting fighter ever. The thought of that was fucking cool to me. You know, but I was just being me. And I'm blessed to be able to, to rise through my childhood, to come from a small town, to having, unwavering support from my family and my friends and my coaches and my teachers and everybody from it's just crazy to be able to come out on top. I mean, it's just crazy.
One of the things I think is a giant factor in the fight is that you have been in wars. You've been in a bunch of wars.
Yeah.
And Ilya really had only had some rough moments against Jai Herbert. Yusuf Salao gave him some problems, but it was nothing serious. The wars that you've been in, these just down and dirty brawls that you've been in, you are comfortable with the back and forth. You're comfortable with enduring. You know that you're not going to break. If your body holds up, you're going to keep fighting and you can endure. I don't think you ever experienced that before. So when you didn't break in the second round, and I think you made a mistake. I think you're correct about that. You said you made a mistake by going to the ground. And then he hurt you to the body.
I told Trevor yesterday, I think, him hurting to my body was the reason, one of the main reasons I won. When he hit me, when I dropped, it wasn't the first time he hit me in the body. That was probably the fourth or fifth one. He had landed some really clean shots, and he could probably sense that I was in trouble and hurt. And I think that fact made him dump everything because it was his last chance to take me out, and he almost did take me out. But when I went down, in hindsight, it's always easy to make these decisions in hindsight. But when I went down, he's had way more submissions than he has knockouts. And so for him not to have that belief that he's going to be able to go down there, especially with the Khabib fight, especially with the Charles Oliveira fight, especially with all the negativity around my grappling, I think he would have been foolish not to, because I would have stood back up. He would have charged forward trying to finish me. I would have jumped on his legs. I would have pulled guard. He was going to end up on top of me. I wasn't going to sit there and trade with him again. I would have front rolled into grappling situations where I would have made him cover me. But I think me getting hit is what made him completely blow his Shane Carwin-esque. Blow his tank and go for the win. And I think that was the choice he had to make because it was going to continue to get worse. I beat his ass in the first round. It might have been close to the scorecards. I absolutely took the first round, but the amount of damage that I inflicted in the first round set up the rest of the fight.
I do think it was a mistake, and you're saying what you're saying is so correct. But what I'm saying is, from a standpoint of him demanding that he's going to finish you in the first two, understanding the damage that he was taking, he took big risks. He got in there. He kept his hands under elbows. He was landing really good shots. He had the two body shots before that left one to the liver. The sound it made was crazy. That last one was clean. It was precise and deep. But you could tell it was already there. But if he didn't put that pressure on himself, and this is what I mean by mistake, it's like when you come out, you have to know that you're going 5 rounds. And he knew that he had to unleash everything right there. If he would have been smart in that scenario, saying, hey, we got 5 rounds, let me step back a little bit, let me do some damage. But also, he's like, hey, let me get you out there quick. Justin, can't grapple, can't do all these things what a lot of people think, which Justin's a great grappler. And what was so smart about you is when you get tired, that's when the worst decisions happen. That's one of my big things as coaching is we get someone tired and they can make bad decisions and then we capitalize on those mistakes. Justin was able to stay so composed here with being speared to the body. And when you take a liver shot, it is way different than the headshot. The headshot's like taking a shot with your buddies at the bar. It's like, hey, let's go. But you take a body shot, you're dying. Like your liver shot, you feel like you're dying. And Justin, all the decisions he made on the ground, from the triangle, from the arm bar, from not being flat, so many good decisions were made in that scenario, and I do think it was a mistake. Obviously, there's so many different ways it could go, but those
those type of bonds in fights are what make fights great. Is overcoming obstacles. And he had set that up. He had said it. He's like, hey, I'm gonna overcome anything. I'm going out there to put the worst thing out there. Like, what are you gonna do to me? I've already been knocked out in the last second of a freaking huge fight, my man. It's like, you can't do nothing worse to me. And that mindset, I think, is something to take away from all the fighters out there. That always, I love how you say it, expect the work, always. Some of the biggest mistakes that I've made with fighters that I had is allowing them to think that they're going to go through this fight easy, and then that fight becomes super hard. You think it's going to be a war, then you're like, hey, it wasn't as bad as I was expecting, even if it wasn't a war.
You're not going to help them in that moment.
Yeah.
There's no point.
That's fighting. Fighting is mentality. I look at this like there's techniques out there and there's things like that. What makes this sport inspirational, what makes someone that want to go out there and beat cancer because they were inspired by a fighter, it's not the technical piece. It's getting back up, and it's okay to get knocked down. I love watching people get knocked down because my favorite part is seeing how they get up. And that to me is why I love fighting. It's how people get up.
Yeah, how they endure. And that was the big story of that second round. You figured out a way to get through it. And the change in tempo in the third round was very obvious. Because the sprint that you have to make, like what Ilya did when he was trying to finish you, that he used so much fucking energy. And the great Chael Sonnen once said that if you try to win by knockout and fail, you won't win by submission. Yeah, and a lot of times that's the case because you know as good as anybody, if you fucking sprint and hard, you wail on the bag with fucking everything you got for 2 minutes, and then they go time. 1 minute's not enough. It's not enough.
Even in preparation.
Even 2 minutes. They feel tired. Yeah, that was crazy.
Even in preparation for these fights, like, I'm doing 20, 30, 40-second sprints at most. I mean, that was a 2-minute sprint for him.
Yes. Full out. Full power. Everything full power. Every punch full power.
You can't even train for that.
Yeah. Right. Half spots. Right. And he didn't. He was just unloading. I mean, that's a young man with a tremendous amount of confidence because he's a 2-division world champion and he thinks he's going to go down as the greatest of all time. And hey, he might still. What was he, 28?
Odds are fucking great against that right now.
Because of that loss. I hope he does.
I hope he does too. I hope he does, and I know that he has the skill. I know that he has the skill to be a champion again. However, same thing with Tony Ferguson. I didn't break Tony Ferguson's confidence. I changed the perception of his opponents of him. And that is a huge factor when you wonder, like, who are you fighting? Before this, he was the guy that you couldn't get through, that you couldn't push through, you couldn't survive with. And once I showed people that all you had to do was get through that, then nobody's ever going to go in there with thinking that he's unbeatable. And that was his identity. And that's going to be such a tough task for him to fight people that aren't scared of him.
That's interesting. That's Mike Tyson in his prime. That's Anderson Silva in his prime, where the fight was lost. Yeah. The fight was lost before he even got in there. Physically, and I don't know what the truth is, but all these reports are that he has 2 fractured orbitals and a broken nose. Just that alone, just the orbitals alone, like anytime you've got eye injuries, like anything severe with your eyes, long-term consequences vary.
Psychological.
Absolutely.
And physical. I'm telling you,
bones make stronger bones. Like, that is, his orbitals will be stronger.
It depends on where, Justin, the orbital bone. I had my orbital broken. And for 6 months, I've been doing this much. And it's right where my sinus cavity is. You remember when you hit the spinning elbow? Dude, I pushing here. Yeah, I can feel it. Summer is great, but it also comes with a lot of chaos, travel, and spontaneous plans. So make sure you're taking extra care of yourself with AG1. It's a simple daily health drink that replaces your daily multivitamins, probiotics, prebiotics, adaptogens, and more. Plus, AG1's ingredients are sourced from quality partners for potency, purity, and nutrient density. AG1 is clinically shown to close common nutrient gaps and support gut health to keep you going all summer long. Wherever this summer takes you, stay on top of your health with AG1. Visit drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, and for a limited time, get a free morning person hat and an AG1 flavor sampler for free in your welcome kit with your first subscription. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan.
I still feel this hot spot. This is a very weak area where your sinus cavity is. You broke both orbitals and the nose. Like, I do believe the money is one of the years.
You ever seen Baron's nose? You ever seen the X-ray of Baron's nose?
Dude, last time it looks like it's mine. You got 33 vertebrae.
Actually, I've had
Fucking crazy.
3 broken noses. I've had it fixed twice.
Yeah, I know. This is one. There it is. That's Marab's nose. Oh my god. I mean,
That looks like a long cocaine bitch right there. Took like a whole fucking website of stuff.
that looks like you got hit with a sledgehammer. That nose is crazy.
That is crazy.
That is like, and to fix it, he's gonna have to have no contact for like a year.
Yeah, that's
And
hard.
so he's not gonna fix it. He's just gonna deal with how turned it is. I mean, the bone.
I've had my eyes fixed and my nose fixed, and my nose was better for quality of life.
Oh, the
Like,
nose is
obviously,
big.
being able to see was huge, but when your nose is broken, like, you have to understand, like, getting a haircut fucking sucks. You can't breathe your nose, your mouth's open the whole time, you're constantly breathing in fucking air. Like, there's so much. Every time you eat food, like, you just, there's something missing.
Yeah.
Sleep, I wore a nose tube to the bed for 10 years now. You know,
I used to
now
have a scab, a permanent scab, because of people that they all know that.
yeah, my nose is used to it now. Yeah.
When you got it fixed, when you got it fixed, which fight was it before the next fight?
Yeah, right before next fight.
And then you can breathe out of it perfectly.
Yeah.
Is it still good now?
Yeah, he broke it, but he didn't break. He didn't fuck with the cartilage. He actually fractured the bone on top, so I didn't have to get it
It's
fixed.
another factor that when we were talking about the fight, and people were talking about this matchup with Ilya. I said you have to think about what he did to Vazim. Vazim is a super talented striker. And then you also have to think about the Max Holloway fight because he was pressing in the first round. He got caught with a jump spinning back kick to the fucking face. And when that's a game changer. And then it happened at the end of the first round. And from that, it changed the tone of the fight because it was just dead on. It was perfect. Couldn't have landed any better.
The truth of the matter is psychologically, I was not there. I was not prepared mentally for the fight. When I fought Max Holloway, it was such a different circumstance. It was, a guy that wasn't in my weight class. It was a guy that I'd never thought about fighting. It was for fun. And the whole experience was so different than any other fight I've ever had. When it comes to, like, being mentally prepared for a fight.
What do you attribute that to? What
Myself,
And us. Like, we told him to take the coach when he didn't want to take the fight.
My coach
We told him that you're going to keep the title contention fight because that's what they promised us. That's why he was very
every one of you guys, every one of you was like, oh, something was different. It was like, why don't you guys fucking say something?
You told me
After the fight, like, I knew something was different, but like, I needed to know.
He tells me afterwards, he's like this, he's like, I just didn't respect him. And I'm like, how could you not respect Max? And I didn't catch on to it. So it's like, I'm always looking for flags and things like that. And 100% I take 100% responsibility because that's how we learn. Everybody makes mistakes. I remember the Tony Ferguson fight. I didn't give him any fucking water. Like, there's like things that we all learn from. But the thing when he had told me that, I'm like, how did I not catch that from you? Because he's like, dude, actually, he was a smaller guy. I just didn't. And I was like, dude, Max is like one of the guys that I look up to from the outside. Like, he is talented.
I remember thinking, what am I looking for? Like, what am I afraid of? I kept trying to convince myself that I needed to find what I was to be worried about, but I couldn't find it.
So you always need that before a fight.
Yeah, absolutely.
No matter who it is, you're fighting.
Right.
Yeah, and so, like, I've never been as present and, like, I've never been able to retain a fight. And before the knockout, I was there. Like, I was in the arena. I saw the lights, I saw the people, I heard the people. Like, I've never been there in my life. And I think that I can attribute that to me not being scared. And so me not being in a real fight or flight
real life or death situation. So you weren't fully focused. You could actually hear the crowd.
Yeah, I could hear my thoughts. You know, I had thoughts. I've never had thoughts in a fight because I'm so tuned into the action. And that one was just so, there was so much. And so, sure, the kicks, the eye pokes. No, I think I was not. I couldn't have been that the mentality that I had. And that was my last lesson to learn. I had made my lessons with all the barriers that I wanted it so much. I wanted it so bad. I wanted to perform. I wanted to impress my fans. You know, Rose had a fight that night. She felt like absolute garbage. And and I told my coach, Coach, don't worry, I won't do that to you. Before I'm about to walk, I was like, don't worry, Coach, I'll be like that. And Coach is pissed, and everyone's, the locker room's all fucked up because Pat's fucking weird.
Is that the Carlos Sparks fight? Was that the same night?
Yeah. And I was at home, and so it was, and that was my fault. I allowed those things to affect me, right? And to, affect my fighting decisions rather than just being myself. And so that was a huge mistake. Another mistake was, winning 2 or 3 times in a row and just kind of becoming complacent with how serious what we do is and how dangerous this game is and how much luck and chance are a factor every single night. And so, I wasn't doing the extra credit. I wasn't seeing us all at home. I don't know why. It's just, and I made that mistake probably into the Eddie Alvarez Dustin Poirier fights and lost, and I won 3 or 4 in a row, and then I completely went back to the same mindset of I'm the best in the world. Nobody can beat me. And I paid for it. And those 2 mistakes were huge, very, very big learning lessons. And then the Charles Oliveira fight, I was like, I wanted it so bad, and then I made the moment so much bigger than it actually was, because it's just 25 minutes in time, and all you can control is being there, the preparation for it, but then ultimately being there for 25 minutes and being perfect. And those are the mistakes that I made. I had to learn. I had to make those mistakes. I would not change anything about my career. I think the farther I get into my career, the more special this moment is. And I think in time, this kind of age, my career is something special. The way that I did it, the way that I lost, the way that I stayed on track, the way that I, threatened retirement if I wasn't going to get a title shot, the way I called my shots along the way, and the discipline I had. I mean, it's second to none. I watched this sport my whole life. Since 1992, my dad showed me. I remember as a 4-year-old seeing it and don't have a lot of great memory. I remember my childhood was like, you have specific lives. I remember seeing it for my first time in my dad's bedroom. We were sitting there watching it together, and through all of it, I was like, this is amazing. I love this shit.
Can you picture that? Him with like a baby bottle just squeezing it.
I watched it, and I was a diehard fan. I've been a diehard fan ever since then. And especially in 2001 when it came out, I was, probably in 7th grade, 6th or 7th grade, and just fell in love with it. And then, being in college, we go and sit at Buffalo Wild Wings for 6, 7, 8 hours, spend $5 for service to people.
It's just amazing that you've been able to keep this ferocious mentality for so long. Because I remember when you first entered into the UFC, the Michael Johnson fight, I was so pumped for it because I was like, get ready, because this is going to be fucking wild. Because I had been a fan of yours when you were fighting in World Series fighting. And then that Michael Johnson fight was everything that I thought it would be. Fucking crazy. Just a wild ass fight.
Crazy coming out for it.
Did I giggle so many times in that fight? Oh, dude, when you went against the cage and you were like this, you like went back and you were like, no, I'm looking for the shot. You're like blocking off the thing. And then you come back with the right hook and then you let it back in again. And you hit it with the right hook again off the cage. Dude, there's so many giggle sessions in there. I wasn't nervous because just again, that's the way he fights. And I'm like, no one's going to forget this fight.
Michael Johnson was swinging.
I caught him with that left hand a few times.
Well, that's the same left hand he knocked out Dustin.
His left hand is so fast.
He's so fast. Michael's power. Dude, and he was trying to win. I mean, he was going all out. you guys just emptied out in that fight. It was fantastic. I was like, there it is.
The 3-rounder didn't get off the backflip. 3 rounds. Got up there, fell off. I was like, you can do it. Got out there, motivation.
I always get so scared for your knees when you do that. Like, please don't hurt your knees after you won the title.
100%, man.
Hey, we're training for Khabib. We're over at high altitude. He's doing backflips off the cage. And I was like, stop. Just do this after the fight.
Yeah, he's like, hey, going back, I was like, today's the day. Today's the day I become a bitch. Like, today's the day.
You know what? I turned my head, I was like, stop. Go ahead.
It's kind of true, right? You get something, and all of a sudden you're special, then you start protecting it, and then you won't be special anymore.
Yeah, that's what I told him. Like, so today's the day. I was fucking crazy.
I never want him to stop being fucking crazy. Like, everything about him in life, when you play golf with him, he's the highlight. He does shit that, like, you'll never fucking see. Like, it's like everything you do is the highlight. Like, his life is like his fighting. He's fucking wild.
So your mentality, you never had to work on. I mean, obviously you've learned lessons along the way, but you've never had to like sit down and work on this mindset. It's always been something you inherently possessed.
Yeah, I think these people just complicate things so much. Like, when you can truly understand that there is things you can't control, but it's not everything. You can only control what's inside of you. You know, you can only control how you perceive things, how you react to things.
The work you put in.
Well, obviously the preparation.
Yeah.
But it's I mean, there's so much. You know, I guess I always knew that something was coming, because no matter how far off the road, you know, like, I've made mistakes. You know, I've done. Thank God I was never an alcoholic, but I can say I was probably a drug addict at one time in my life. And what drug? I don't know. I haven't ever told my parents about this. I don't know.
You don't have to.
All of them. I went so. It's no, this is not stupid. So I went to school for human services. I wanted to help people. A big part of that is helping people come off drugs, and I lost over a handful of friends, really close friends from drugs. Where I come from, I'm from Mexico. We had the best shit coming right across the border before I ever got caught up, and it was my life. You know, where I'm from is very boring, and so like you chase, like we have it so good in this country. We're always trying to create chaos in order to feel something, and I guess that's what I was probably doing. And in college is when I really, you know, if I'm going to help people come off of drugs, then how can I ever even try to understand if I don't know what they're chasing? And so that was a part of it. And also a part was felt good, you know? And so, you know, once I did certain things, I knew what people were chasing. But then I always knew that something was bigger for me, better for me, and I had something to do. So that was always, it was never a crutch for me. I was always like, that was awesome. You know, I'm not doing it again.
What is it in your head that where you always knew that you had something bigger?
Well, probably my faith. I mean, I've been, my parents, the best thing they ever did for me was make me go to church every single Sunday and create a relationship with God through the word of Jesus Christ, and just trying to live up to those expectations. I knew, not that I was going to be a champion or anything, I just knew that I couldn't take the easy way out. You know, when you're on drugs or when you're living a lifestyle like that, then nobody expects anything from you, nobody wants anything from you, and that's an easy way to live. You know, there's no pressure, no expectations, no pressure, and I mean, it really is. I can understand how you can let that overcome the passion to live. You know, and I don't know. I just think the passion to live, because of my faith, has never outweighed my desire to feel good.
I want to talk about the shift that you made in your career from being the most exciting guy in the world wanting to be the most exciting guy in the world, being happy with performing to the best of your ability, whether you win or lose, to wanting to get the belt. What started that decision?
It's weird because I don't remember a time or a day where I made a change other than I'm not going to get hit. You know, in the Dustin Poirier fight and the Eddie Alvarez fight, I absolutely almost broke it. And it was no different than any of the fights. Nobody had just ever, same with Ilya, you know, like nobody had ever got past it. Nobody had ever withstand the ferocity of my actions for 2 or 3 rounds. And then those guys did. And I was like, what happened? You know, ultimately I put myself in a position that I got hit with a shot that took me out of the fight. And so after those fights, I was like, I have to not take these shots. And that was ultimately all I can say that I changed mentally is I don't want to get hit. I used to never care about getting hit because it's like, it doesn't hurt. Nothing hurts. You don't feel nothing and things never hurt. And so that was really just on my test. I just need to not let them get me in a predicament where I'm not able to, where they have to stop the fight.
So the shift,
But he probably saw outside sources.
yeah, it's definitely there was a shift, and it wasn't just like an instant shift. It was the 2 losses in a row that he had put him, where he's like, I'm winning these fights, and I need to be able to get to the distance. And I was like, all right, you got to become a spot fighter because you just drowned people. And what's happening is you're making mistakes. You threw a low kick against Poirier, and you got caught because he faced that lazy with his shoulders above his hips. So I was like, all right, let's be sharp. Let's fight in spots. Then he goes on a 3-fight win streak where he's finding the right spots and putting people out from Vic to Barbosa into Cowboy Cerrone. And that's where he's like, and then I sat down with him and I was like, do you want to be a champion? And I was like, this is how you have to fight to be a champion, is be smart. And he never said he didn't want to be the most exciting fighter anymore. He would tell me after fights, he's like, I'm not even trying to fight excited, but look at me. It's like fucking, like, it's so amazing. Like, it's in him. It's just how do we get you to sprint 50 yards, pull back for 100 yards and jog, and then sprint for 50 yards and like be able to know your red line. Don't cross over that red line. Don't hold red line.
That is again the experience that you got in the wars. Essentially, so critical.
Well, you can do it, but I don't make mistakes.
And it is. I think it's crazy. I think, like in the fact that they said that he had outstruck me in the first round, 39-32 or something.
Yeah, that's some hard jabs.
Yeah, but
Yours were devastating. They were high intelligence. Just slow down.
I'm talking about the perception.
Yeah.
It looks like I'm getting hit. It looks like it's out. I mean, I don't have special skin. I am able to see punches and roll with punches. If you watch my fights frame by frame, I'm not getting hit for the most part.
You're moving with the punches.
Yeah, it's be like water. Like I'm constantly, and intuitively making these calculations.
That's the scoring. That when you see that, I don't know who's counting that, but that's like amateur boxing. Amateur boxing, if the white glove touches you in the face, even if it's not a clean blow, that's considered that's how you judge. Yes, that's where just I think where you look at it from a point system, you can't just look at the screen, and that's why judges can't look at a screen and go, oh, this guy landed more, this is who won. Or you had the damaging blows. I think everybody knows that. Like, and I get it. Like, I see the way you roll the shot, I see the way that you fade off, and allow the shot not to go through your skull and deflect it. It still gets touched to you, so it's considered that they landed that shot. But the damage is like what you do to people by the way that you hit through, that you drive through people is so different. Like Justin hits. Like I still think to this day it has UFC, but they did a test on me to see with Rothschild in the UFC. He hit Rothschild. He kicks me, and I'm just like, dude, I'm so glad. I feel so bad for him. He don't let me hit him. God, he has his pad on, like kicking. And his nuts swell up. Dude, I get the balls, bro.
And so I can't hear
There's a nerve on the inside of the leg. I talked to a doctor about it because I'm like, bro, like he kicks people and they bruise on the inside of their leg. And it's because the shot through, but there's a nerve on the inside of the leg. I go home and I tell my wife, I'm like, dude, I got flu. She's like, bro, and I'm like, Justin, she looks at me like, So fuck you guys move on from Joseph.
One of the things you were doing early in your career that I always thought was so wild was you were leg kicking people from a collar tie. Like you were leg kicking. And I was like, oh my goodness. Like, oh, how come no one's doing that? Like you were one of the only guys that I saw that was doing that was from the clinch, was leg kicking. You've got some fucking flexible hips, man. Because the way you were able to do that from like right in tight like this and then and not just throws on that guy, you're whipping in there.
He pulls him to their knee, so he's making a base on that knee, and then it's just like you got a stump in the ground, and you're just trying to bend that tree. You know, and yeah, he's very good at that.
Let me tell you something about Luke, because I got into the octagon and right after you won, and Luke and I looked at each other and was like, he was so happy. He was so happy. It was amazing because seeing all those videos and knowing he's in camp with you all the time and knowing how much he loves you, watching the happiness that he had when you won was fucking incredible.
Luke is one of my really, really good friends.
He was every time before the fight. Every time
before Trevor was in my corner, he used to go to Arizona. We had no coaches. Just doing it between wrestling seasons. And yeah, he would go down there with me and just grab my hands and he'd just be there.
Wow, he's great. One of the best human beings I've ever met.
Yeah, I love that, man.
Can you tell him about the Sunday? So the Sunday before the fight. So there was one time, and I think it was in the Cowboy fight, where you were pummeling with Ben, and then he finished with a low kick on Ben every time, and I'm like, stop hitting your coach. And he looks at me, he's like, Trevor, you used to drag me back to the mats. He's like, I was like, all right, you're gonna go that.
Give me this opportunity to beat his ass.
Joe, and
Sunday we go golfing. Sunday before the fight, we get there Saturday, we go golfing Sunday, and it's Sunday. We never work out on Sundays. And Luke and Ben got fucking pickled. They each had like 3 very, very, very stiff Bloody Marys. Luke got like 12 beers. And we got there and was on the president. And he's like, fuck yeah, I've never heard that before. He's on the president, I'm going to drink. And so like whole 10 or 11. Trevor's like, let's come out and work out there.
So we're going to work out, but I'm telling you, they're going to be the workout.
I didn't know we were working out. I had no fucking
We're fighting on Sunday. We're definitely
I thought he was fucking with me. We're out there golfing. It's hot as shit. I'm sweating my ass off. I had no idea we were working out that day. He said, let's fucking come. Let's tell him we're going to work out. I was like, all right, cool.
So I told him I was going to text him and give the workout because I'm getting my way out the workout for everybody. And I told him he was going to go 3 rounds of sparring, full-on sparring. And then Ben's got to go 40 minutes straight. No breaks. Just grab him. Not wrestling. Just grab him. Dude, and I told Justin, I was like, all right, let's fuck with him, see how he is. And dude, instantly, I didn't text him. We just started talking about it. So we're on the way home, driving home. And Ben is like, dude, he's like, I'm just taking you down. And he's like, I asked him how many times you gonna take him down. He's like, well, that's a lot. Dude,
He's like 40 minutes, it's so 660.
So we went 20 till you got, 7 submissions on your coach. He dropped him back on the mat. So it's so funny that I was like, dude, you're going to drag him back on the mat. So I got to witness this.
It's funny because I got a video. I go down, take a nap for like 2 hours, and they just stay drinking. My YouTube guy filmed everything, and they're just talking so much shit.
Luke was good, though. Luke was like, yeah,
Don't spit through it, man.
he's like, you're really going to say that? Like,
Yeah, like, say, hey, I ain't saying any of this. Me and Tim. But they're making a plan how they're going to team up on me. And so, it's funny. Then you got that video there, and I'm beating Ben's ass. But no, actually, I went with Luke first, and I was fucking him up.
Luke's punching Ben because Ben won't jump in.
Yeah, so he's like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck, man? Now's the time. And he's asking for help. I'm beating his ass.
We have fun for sure. Great coaches. They are our whole team. It's just everybody's so dialed in.
Yeah, that whole week is one of my every time we go, that whole week is one of my favorites.
You use the sauna in between workouts as well.
And before. So
Nothing, that shit sucked. You say it was perfect, you say it was perfect. It was not. It was detrimental to our outsides. Yes, the humidity was there. I didn't realize it because obviously it's not something I can worry about right now. But after round 1, I just remember thinking,
was like trembling. I was like, holy shit.
Well, it is crazy to ask people to defend the world title in a completely alien environment that you never have fights in. We've had how many fights outside? We've had the Abu Dhabi fight in like, what was that, in 2009 or something like that? What was the setting? I wasn't there.
It was
When Adesanya did his famous walkout in like it was covered, but it seemed like the environment was outside.
Or you're getting against
In Abu Dhabi. So the first in Abu Dhabi. Well, we did one in Abu Dhabi when BJ, big arena, lost to Frankie Edgar. That was outside in Abu Dhabi. And that was when Anderson Silva fought Damian Maia.
Is that was with the Ferrari building?
The Ferrari building was there, but I don't know if it was in the same place. Did they have a fight in the Ferrari building? I think they did. I wasn't there for that one. I only went to one of the Abu Dhabi fights. Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. I would say within the last 7 years.
Remember the dude in Morocco said after the first round he was done, he was just trying to survive? He said it was so hot, remember?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I remember it being over there. Like, what you realize things like over there in the community, it's like, there's a fucking Bulldog. Remember Bulldog fights? They had a fight outside in the sun on the beach.
Caesar Palace in Vegas. Remember Caesar's Palace? They didn't want to. We got to fight there for a couple months against
Yeah, that's right. They still always do that outside. Who was the fighting? The NASCAR event?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Durant versus Hearns.
They were great.
Yeah, that's true. That's right. At least Vegas is dry. Yeah. Arizona, Vegas.
Yeah, humidity was what I was training for with him. Was heat stroke, like dealing with it where you can't breathe this heavy air, like
so he put water on the rocks and stuff as well. Absolutely. And so
we trained in a hotter gym. I turned the temperature to the gym just so he's getting used to dealing with a little bit more heat stroke.
We would spike my heart rate, and then I would go inside 15 minutes, and I would come out and do 10 rounds.
That's great. Right.
Smart.
We did it.
Very smart. Because that environment, I mean, it's so completely different. I just, ultimately, I think the best way to fight is obviously the way you usually fight. A controlled environment. Yeah, that's how it should be. It was cool, though, Joe. You know why?
So we went in rehearsal, okay, and I'm like, why are we rehearsing and walking? Like, this ain't a freaking wedding, right? Just tell us where to go. The camera guys are always like, all right, you mark, yes, fine. So why are we doing this? And then we go there and we get stuck in this locker room for 2 hours because of rain. And thank God that happened, because then I started to go, whoa, because it's all unexpected. And Elliot said, hey, I'm a visualizer. I can't visualize this arena. Visualize a lot too. So I was like, I felt the exact same thing when he said that. And that's when I knew, hey, these are going to be some huge unknowns. And I told him that night because the rain was coming. Like, it was crazy how the storm split around us. It was all bright red. I was like, this is thunderstorms. And
we were talking about pushing the fight to 10:30 p.m.
We had pushed that fight to start the night at 2 in the morning.
I started staying up till like 3 a.m. after the rehearsal. I was like, 3 a.m. I was just started staying up.
But that's what was cool. Like, the walkout, like having the soldiers, like just walking through the soldiers, there was that. We weren't able to take any of this in, Joe. And I can't really speak for him. I know where his mindset. I couldn't, from a coach's standpoint, I was nervous as fuck because you don't know, there's no pattern I can take on right now. I kind of told myself and breathed to it. It was very unique. And at the end, I couldn't even really smile. I was just like, dude, I'm just like blown away. Now I can kind of just look around slowly and just try to take in everything, because it was very, very hard to go through that scenario with the pressure of us fighting on this stage at the White House. We're the Americans. We're a 6-1 underdog. That gets to you. That you hear that over and over and over and over. It's you can hear you go, oh, dude, you kind of marveling. But having just that scenario was so unique. And then once it was over, then it was like, now I get to enjoy the White House and just being here and this. Look at that sign. There you can see it. What is he reading there? Is that the declaration of independence? Yeah, so we weren't in the room with him right there. We through the rehearsal. Yeah, crazy as that.
He's in the Oval Office, stepping out,
and then all the soldiers walking through. So cool. Like having the two guys next to him.
And a lot of people complained about this happening at the White House. You don't think this is cool? This is like, how could you not like this? How could anyone not? This shouldn't be taking place. Shut the fuck up. life is a fight, world is a fight. Like incredible to watch. It's inspirational. It's a wild thing to watch. By the way, how much gold Trump put on those walls? Look at gold everywhere. Look at these fucking gold designs. When we were in the Oval Office, first thing I said is I was like, this thing is small as hell. Like when I see that pictures, it like seems so big, and I was like, the gold pieces of the wall is the first thing I was like, they dust that shit every day because dude, it was so clean. People done it. None of that was there. None of that was there. He was explaining to me. There was no gold. They wanted to have gold. He's got a gold cherub, like a solid gold cherub that's above one of the doors. Because if Putin comes, hopefully it doesn't fall on his head. It's like he's got gold everywhere. It's all him. He redesigned a bunch of the things that, you know, he's a builder, right? So that's why he wanted to do the ballroom. That's why he wanted to keep, you know, he likes everything in gold. He's a gold guy. Was that Austin Powers? But we're just watching you look at the Declaration of Independence before you walk out, which is also wild. Like, this is never going to happen again. This is more historic than Rumble in the Jungle, more historic than I mean, think about all the great fights that we've all watched as kids that were like, remember that? This tops everything because of the scene, because of the fact that not only is it at the White House, but the American was a 6-1 and some books underdog, pulls it off in spectacular fashion, and just the seesaw of the fight back and forth. The fight was fucking huge because the second round was crazy. Like, oh no, it's going to go on again when it's our corner. All the coaches were like, dude, they're going to stop it. And I was said out loud, I was like, please let it go on. And I just wanted to fit in like a definitive ending. Dude, because that would have been the point where it's like, especially with him going, hey, I want to go and continue. And then we have Goddard come out and say, thank God from Mark Goddard. Yeah. Okay, because if it wasn't for Mark Goddard, if another less experienced referee, he did. He won one. Yeah.
You know for a fact you do not ever as a fighter say, I cannot see it. It's over. And he was counting on that. He said he had already stated it. He didn't say it again. He did not think they were. I don't think he thought they were.
So you think that he called Goddard a turkey internally? He was like, when he said, "Oh, you're going to play."
Hey, I was playing that moment. He just like, I'm doing, you know, I'm trying, and it might have been like, you know, the little devil on the shoulder trying to get him out, and then he reevaluated, redunking, understood that he had to keep fighting.
Did you say Duncan?
Duncan, redunking. I stopped him. I stopped him twice. And there's no doubt about it.
That's good.
This episode is brought to you by Onyx Off-Road. Ever wonder how to reach these epic mountain lakes, their tucked away, dispersed campsites? With Onyx Off-Road, you'll find legal open trails around you and even better guided trails mapped by real off-roaders. Each one includes photos, terrain descriptions, and difficulty ratings, so you'll know if your vehicle is capable before you go. Unlike other apps, Onyx gives you turn-by-turn directions on the trail, and their new dispersed camping layer shows where you can legally set up camp. You also get private land boundaries, public land overlays, and the ability to download maps for offline use so that you're never guessing, even when you're off the grid. It's a powerful tool built for serious off-roaders. Try Onyx Off-Road for 50% off. Go to onxmaps.com/Joe Rogan. Well, it was a big factor that Goddard let it go on because then we got to see that epic fourth round, which is fucking crazy, which was just at the end when he landed that knee in the body, that was like the final. That was that knee in the body right now.
That heavy knee, and he just starts jumping and working the elbow in.
Yeah, and then he has to put on a stool. And if Goddard had just given to that referee or the judges or the doctors or the desires, here it is.
I'd love you punch right here, right on the spot. Oh, right there. Oh, right where I just let off.
Yeah, he did not like that. And that was the end. Crazy fight. I mean,
It's crazy how different. So again, being a fan of the sport, I got to watch. I usually watch this from. Yeah, we been the most fucking incredible thing ever. Being the fighter, you're really not appreciating any of that because you're so locked into. It's like golfing. Like you don't know golfing. It's like certain swing thoughts. And nothing else can come in, nothing can creep in. And so, me looking at the Declaration of Independence, I was looking at it, but I didn't I didn't take it in as this being negative. I was sitting there, I was like, okay, you gotta reset his feet, gotta control, gotta move left. Can't get against the fence. You know, and then those are the thoughts I'm having as the whole walkout. And so I'm really not taking any of it as the show or as the actress of it.
Of course not.
Watching it in hindsight, obviously, it's fucking awesome.
There was something special about you warming up with the American flag on your shoulder, too. When we were watching that, there was something special about watching you shadow box before all this with the American flag on. I was like, if he wins, good Lord. If he wins tonight, it's going to be fucking insane. And it was. It's the feeling of, like, joy throughout the building, throughout the grounds, like the happiness that everybody had seen. Had been there to see such an incredible event and such an amazing cap to that event with your fight. It was just nuts. It felt like a whole agreement for me. It was crazy for the amount of people that you could see. And there it is, to flip in front of the fucking White House. It felt like your flag. That's your flag. That's a sick picture.
I know that.
It was good. Hey, tell me what was it? What'd you use? Newton's law?
Newton's law. Opposite motion needs to stay. I just stay in motion.
Look at the size of that fucking crowd that was outside.
You could see this crowd. Like, I couldn't see this crowd.
I know, but you can hear them, dude. You can feel them, dude. You can feel the energy. I mean, even though there was only 4,000 people, did not feel like 4,000 people. It felt like 100,000 people because all those people were behind us. You know, it was
how many people were that? Like
25,000 plus. Yeah.
It happened so fast.
The size of the group outside was insane. I mean, and they're watching on these giant screens and freaking out.
Like a concert. Yeah, we were at the weigh-ins. It was like, dude, that's what I picture like Woodstock being like. Dude, I looked and I could not see the end of it.
Yeah, no, it was nuts. The weigh-ins were nuts when we first walked out. Like, holy shit, this is crazy. But it just shows how hyped people were for this event. You know, I mean, it was an incredible event. I mean, the UFC production team, they just knocked it out of the park. And then more importantly, you knocked it out of the park because the cap, it couldn't have gone better. And the most important thing was that you did have to overcome. That we did see a real back and forth. And we did see the skills that led people to believe that this guy is the #1 pound-for-pound fighter in the world. I mean, his fucking boxing is elite. It is so rare. And
I mean, my coach is a fucking genius. I mean, when it comes to, like, again, it's really hard to, you always sound right in hindsight, but the strategy we had was so perfect to find a guy like that. I mean, I think if you ask him right now, which way was Justin moving, he's going to think I was moving right the whole time because my head is so heavy and I lean over that side, but I was moving left the entire time. And he's so pointed that he's powerful here, but when you put him here, like, nobody can push and sprint. Like, he's not ever going to take out sprint you that way as fast as he can. He's going to have to gather and reset and then point and then go. And I constantly kept readjusting it, and it was so subtle. And that's what fighting has, is subtle movements. But I mean, his game plan was, and then his game plan is my ability, but really it's my athletic ability. People don't understand how athletic I am, and I think that is what surprises every opponent I've ever fought, is how, herky-jerky to a G, how explosive and how athletic I am. And I think that's the biggest asset that I have.
Why do you think anybody would be surprised by that at this stage? Why do you think they're surprised?
Because it doesn't look like that.
Well, I think you're looking into the Patty fight. I feel like the Patty fight, because a lot of people are like, you look older, you look this, because the way we fought, like our style, our game at the Patty fight.
How sweet is that now? I mean, if you watch the Patty fight, you would only expect punches coming from him.
That's all I do, because you would pull.
Yeah, there's not like wrangle him in. And this guy, no shot.
We need a palm strike. We need to keep him inside of our loop. And if the throw
throw straight shots at Patty. Patty will disengage very long with his upper body. So he was throwing wild shots and then long uppercuts, like stay on the outside when you're throwing uppercuts. And Patty's got very good knees coming in, so we can't get too deep with the head. Very simple plan, but it was like make it chaotic, as most chaotic as you can be. To be able to do that, because Patty, his blitzing was very fast. He's a very good blitzer. He'll blitz past you and almost like running type of punches, like old Vitor Belfort. But this fight is a lot different, where it's now elbows in. We have to be tight in these types of positions, and we need to step to his center and get on his back foot line or outside of his back foot line. And that was like a key factor to this one, is because Ilya is very front heavy and will bounce back and forth. So once he goes to his angle, we need to attack the rear shoulder. And once he starts to reset, now we're going to be able to jab and stick the jab at the rear shoulder where your jab is like going to be. That's my favorite part, is the jab was a target here where Ilya's got a very good slide. We're jabbing outside, so you're not doing inside jab coming out here. You're jabbing from outside your shoulder, which is pushing him on his rear foot. And once we started to pressure, my favorite part is the jab, pause, right hand, his left foot, just his left foot. When we go, it has to be outside his rear foot, like right there. He opened his lead foot and he got his foot outside, and that's also some case of right hand count. That was a giant moment in the fight. That right hand sound of it was that was such a hard shot. Do that one more time, Jamie, and watch his lead foot after the jab. Now watch his left foot after the jab, outside the rear foot. Boom. And that, because he's got a high shoulder, and if I'm throwing it right down this point, if you were looking at me, Joe, if I'm here, if he gets his foot out, now the shot is coming through here, so we're going to back foot and find out. Because Ilya's got a very good shoulder tackle. He also dropped that right hand down. Yeah. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. It was such a giant moment in the fight.
Like, look where I started. I started with my back to us. And on left.
But if you go out to the left, backwards, that's where Ilya, to me, is the best. How we stop folding, where he'll throw at you, and then you go, and then he readjusts his lead shoulder almost to a southpaw. Super dangerous. And that was one thing we talked about. We cannot go backwards to the left, because that's where we get square. And Ilya, dude, he's very front heavy, so he will attack you quick, and he gets there fast.
Well, if he can recover from this, it's going to be a big lesson learned. And I wonder if he'll still have those celebration dinners the night before. There's no way.
That's up to his coaches to be able to.
It's amazing. This is an amazing thing. Like people love that kind of confidence. They love that belief in themselves. And when someone pulls it off, people were talking for days about the All-American fight. We celebrated the night before. Isn't that crazy?
It didn't work that time. It didn't work for him.
But the lack of experience being the nail. So much experience being the hammer.
It's just expectations. He never thought you had to be here.
But you keep saying, I want to go back to this thing you said, people don't think you're athletic, and I don't agree with that. I don't understand why you think that.
I mean,
and maybe it watches Michael Johnson fight. It doesn't think you're athletic.
I got to college, my freshman year of college, and I did a cartwheel to a backflip, and he's got 2 more that I was like, I would have never fucking guessed you could do some shit like that. Like, I just don't understand. If you look at me, I don't look like that. What?
Dude, you won a Ferrari.
I know that. I know how I like him. I just think the perception.
No. Your perception's crazy. Listen, you look like an athlete. What the fuck are you talking about?
He sent me this picture when I first met him. He went up to do a clinic with his coach up in Granby with Dan Charrington. And he sends me this video. I don't know why. I open it up. And he's got a soccer ball. And he's in this auditorium with the pads that look around. And he's got his phone set up on the pads that are against the wall. He throws the soccer ball up in the air, and he does one of those bicycle kicks. Remember, he played just like 1 or 2 years under there. He did a bicycle kick, landed on his feet, and the ball knocked the phone off the freaking thing, dude. He hit the freaking phone. It was the coolest thing I've ever seen. I was like, bro, you are nuts. So this guy's snowboarding when we snowboard, because they were professional when I was younger. We got taken out of high school for it. And this dude, he would catch things so fast, and his tumbling. There was one time we were watching him, and he was in moguls something. He does this 360, catches his edge, falls to his back, and bounces off one of the moguls to a backflip right back into the moguls. And these people on the side not even meant to do that shit. They're like, dude! I was like, bro, his tumbling skills, dude, you're freaking nuts. You are an athlete. I think everybody is.
Well, you're not built like Paulo Costa, if that's what you mean.
Yeah,
it's like you're not. There's guys that have less body fat than you, and guys that have more prominent muscles than you, but nobody looks at you fighting and doesn't think you're athletic. That's crazy.
I think it's the experts after the petty fight saying, "Oh, he looks sloppy." And those fights gotta be sloppy.
Those people are retarded. Yeah. That fight that you like chaos looked like you were gonna press him, and it also looked like you were kind of disdainful of his ability to hurt you.
Once I didn't respect his power, I was like, I'm fucking walking through.
Yeah, and that's what it looked like. It looked like you were just trying to make it as chaotic as possible.
You make it sound like you have like a water boy, like someone was like, making the noises, dude.
No,
You don't believe.
but that's also probably a good thing that you think about yourself that way, because it forces you to rise above and beyond anybody's expectations of you. I think one of the things about this fight that makes it so important is because Ilya was so dangerous, you had to get deep in this. You couldn't have a moment like the Max fight.
The Max fight got me. Without that, I would have never been as hungry. I said it was gonna happen, and it didn't happen. Then it happened. It's like, okay. Now I can never let my parents see me like that again. That was a driving factor. Like, I can never let my mom. I remember being knocked out. I don't remember getting knocked out. I got knocked out. I don't remember anything. I don't remember him getting his hand raised. And it had to have been 40 minutes to an hour. And then my first recollection is being in the ambulance and seeing my mom's face.
Can I tell that story?
Yeah, tell me what I did. Because that's still
So we're in the ambulance today. You never know. I was sitting there when I came back. Your mom's standing outside the back doors. We're waiting for the driver. There's a medic in there with us, but he's good. But he keeps asking the same question over and over again. And I'm worried about, everybody's parents are different on how they react. And his mom was just cool. I was so impressed with her, just spirit of seeing that happen. But Justin's laying there, and he's cool with everything he does. So he's got this cool leg, he's just got stopped. And he's laying there, and he'll look at me, and it's like his head. He's like, am I good enough down? And I was like, yeah. He's like, what round? And I said, last second of the fight. He goes, good for him. Dude, man, dude, I'm telling you, 2 minutes ago, by, and we'd just be having a normal conversation. And he'd look at me. I get knocked out? And I was like, yeah. Dude, it happened over and over and over. Yes, but him saying, good for him. The way he said it every time that he came back to it, that's the type of person Justin is. If he loses competition, the better man won that night. That, to me, is something that stands out to me.
That's
the character of him saying when he does it, that's subconscious traits that you have.
That character is also the character that allows you to reach your full potential.
Absolutely.
Because you're not being held back by any bullshit ego things.
It's not fake.
Because there's a lot of people that are held back, as good as they are, they don't ever reach their full potential because they have some bullshit ego problems.
Absolutely. They care what everybody thinks.
And in that situation, losing that fight in the last second of the last round and having that reaction, that is the truest test of character that a man is ever going to go through. Yeah, that is as true a test of character ever in front of the whole world.
When I remember first to see my mom's face. So my face, I saw no concern. She was worried about me, but she was not concerned.
She wasn't freaked out.
No, she wasn't freaked out at all. I was like, and that's when I never reset and asked if I had gotten knocked out again after that moment.
No, once it happened for probably, I'd say you probably asked it 6 or 7 times, and then once we were cool for probably 5 minutes before we went to the hospital, they were totally cool. The cool part about this, Joe, is those are some of my, and it sucks because he's taking a shot like this, but he is a coach and as someone that just loves fighting and loves the inspiration and what these guys do is, those are my proudest moments. Winning a fight like this, it was proud. And taking it, you go, wow, this is a cool spot to be in, and you have to be grateful for it. But there's times where I'm caught smiling when my fighters are down, when Kamal got kicked. And I stood next to him with the biggest smile just because I'm like, dude, you went out on your shield, you were looking so good. And this is the way you stand up, again, so important. Justin Salas, one time with Tim Means, it was one of my proudest moments, just to see his subconscious. I love the mindset. Dude, Tim Means hits him with a knee, and
he fights through it a little bit, takes another knee, and he goes down, and he's on the ground, and his right leg is still like moving, and he's like still punching, and he's out. And I'm like, dude, that's a fighting spirit. Like, there's no quitting. Like, you're fighting through being knocked out, and subconsciously he's still in the fight, and his body is still reacting that way instead of showing up and being like, I just got rocked, I'm gonna show up. I could not wait to get them out together. They're like, not trying to let me in. I'm like, let me just get over to him and sit next to him, put some ice on the neck. When we stop guys, I'm always over to the other opponent first. To me, that's the coolest part is being able to see someone go out there and do their best, and then to watch them come back. And that's why I'm very excited to kind of see what happens with him. And this is going to be a hard one to overcome, but I hope he does, because he's that talented. If he takes the right lessons, that's going to be a super inspirational thing to overcome. It's going to be hard, but I sure hope we get to win this one.
I wonder if he's going to stay at 155. There are big guys at 155, right? And he wasn't that big for 45. You know, you think about weight cutting in the modern era, like you're considerably bigger. When you guys were standing next to each other, there's a big difference.
I also really focused on getting bigger in the last 3 or 4 fights.
Yeah.
You were an 83 in a petty fight. 183 in a petty fight, so he was.
I touched 80s this fight. We weighed in Saturday at 11. Saturday when I went to bed, I think I was 184.
Oh, wow.
And then I think when I woke up, I was like 176. That's how much more flow. It's crazy. Our bodies are crazy.
Right, especially because all the weight cutting.
But I think when I got there, I was pissing so much. I was actually too hydrated for the drug test, so I had to piss three times. I couldn't drink water.
You're too hydrated for a drug test?
Yeah, so if the piss is too diluted, then they make you do it again. Yeah.
That's why, doing it after fights. I used to do it after fights all the time. But your adrenaline's going, so you don't pee. So it takes a long time. It's like we've had a lot of rooms for hours waiting for the piss test. But when you're doing it after rehydration, that's a shitty thing because these guys have to hydrate. Everybody's fucking taking as much fluid as they can, so that makes it tough. But with the weight cutting piece with him going back down, I agree with you. I think he has a smaller body, but he's also a big advantage for his speed. And when you go up in weight, that speed is a huge factor. And if you see a lot of guys go up, like with Max kept his speed when he came up. When he went back down, I think everybody was like, oh, he beat Max. He beat and trained Max.
Yeah, I think that weight cut down to 45 for him.
And this is where, from like a coaching standpoint, if it's hard for you to make it at that weight, I care about the longevity of a person. And I've seen guys get dropped with jabs because of bad weight cuts.
Yes.
And that going back down, and that's, to me, the scariest part of this fight.
Well, I think there's 2 things we have to change in the fight game. One of them is weight cutting, and 2 of them is your gloves. Fucking gloves. With the weight cutting thing, don't you think that we need more weight classes?
I should say, do you think we need I think there's many ways. I think you're going to have some type of a weight class, and there's different ways to do it. Like maybe you have where you can't go over a certain amount of weight after you make weight, and you weigh in a week out.
smokes. Look at this smoke.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe. Just a couple dogs hanging out in the doghouse. We are live from the Comedy Store. Brian Redband, how are you? Hey man, how you doing? It's been a long time. Shouldn't have left you without a dope beat to step to. We're back at the world famous Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony live on the Sunset Strip. Before we get into it all, here's a little bit more from our amazing sponsors. Hiring can be difficult, and if you're an employer, you probably experience hiring challenges from time to time, but right now you face even more challenges from rethinking your workplace safety to hiring employees for specialized roles. Matson Resources could relate. They needed to hire a seasoned senior Citrix administrator to provide IT support, not an easy job to fill. So they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds people with the right skills and experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's how Matson Resources found Peter Alcantar Jr.
Peter was laid off during COVID-19 and needed to find another IT job quickly to continue paying his mortgage and bills. He posted his resume on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter identified him as a great match for the role at Madison Resources, and they interviewed and hired Peter in less than 3 weeks. ZipRecruiter helped Peter find the right job, and they helped Madison find the right person for a hard-to-fill role fast.
And you can see how ZipRecruiter can help you hire. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And you fans of this show, you know if you're having a rough time getting through lockdowns and social distancing, well then I want to tell you about some products from Infinite CBD. You remember Infinite CBD? Infinite CBD has the cleanest, purest CBD available. If you've never heard of CBD, it's derived from hemp plants and packs all the benefits of marijuana without getting high. And Infinite CBD has a ton of different products that we've used, and they're great. I love CBD. I rub it all over myself.
I rub it on you too sometimes. Here's the Infinite CBD products I think can help get you through this. They have CBD AM Plus if you have difficulty concentrating while working from home. This has CBD Plus caffeine for some mental clarity. CBD gummies, which is my favorite, with new flavors like sour and full spectrum. I'm in the spectrum gummies. If you think you're losing it, these can help you relax. And of course, CBD lube. Why not add CBD to your self-love making? You know it feels good and you got time to kill. Treat yourself. If you haven't tried CBD, look it up. There's a lot of research, and users are reporting benefits like reduced anxiety, reduced inflammation, and more.
So go to InfiniteCBD.com to see which one of their products fits your needs. That's InfiniteCBD.com. And if you use the promo code KillTony, you will get 20% off. Once more, that's InfiniteCBD.com and promo code KillTony for 20% off. And we are back here at the Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony. Very exciting to have the great Brian J. Ebelt here with us tonight of BrianJEbelt.com. He draws every single episode of Kill Tony, including all the tour posters. Those are all for sale, sometimes for amazing auctions at BrianJEbelt.com. We have the great Gino from LA Speedweed is here. Always incredible. Got us through the hardest part of this pandemic. Let us use the great Better Box Studios. Buy yourself a candle at damngoodcandleco.com. Damngoodcandleco.com. And they even have a Hinge Me I'm Dreaming. They sold out, but I do believe perhaps they restocked that. And yeah, check out Caveman Coffee. Use the promo code KillTony. Get some Caveman Coffee. Save some money using the promo code KillTony. And delicious Vito's Pizza here in Southern California. In fact, not only do I eat their pizza, but I have been completely addicted to the baked CD as of late. I didn't get to tell you, Charlie, I did it again this week. I did it again. I Postmated it. I almost want to, if I were to put on the special instructions on Postmate, if I was going to be like, what's up, Charlie, throw in a breadstick, you would see that, right? Okay, I'm going to do that from now on. Because those little breadsticks you brought that one time are like, I don't want to say they're better than the big breadsticks, but I mean,
Garlic, what's the deal with them?
they're just tinier. I'd rather have like a couple tiny ones than like they have crazy breadsticks there, but it's like for me, it's like a lot of work looking at this thing. Like, God damn, it's like a loaf of bread. I mean, it's great. I just want a little bit of bread. You know what I mean? I don't need all. Yeah, it's like you would love the normal breadsticks.
You know, my new favorite thing is getting fettuccine alfredo and then adding mushrooms to it.
Oh,
It's like cream of mushrooms almost.
I get the ziti from Vito's, and I added they have like small meatballs there. Either that or you like cut them in half or something. You just break them up. Oh my god, it's so fucking good. I mean, it's crazy. It's like a new. I have to make sure I'm not doing anything physical afterwards, you know, like riding an e-bike or anything like that. No serious exercise afterwards. But anyway, a lot of fun stuff happening. I'm excited to be here, and we have a guest tonight. Very excited about this, ladies and gentlemen. This young lady joining us for this entire episode, I can say with no ego at all, is one of my favorite human beings, and she is truly Kill Tony royalty. I mean, she started on this show at the age of 19 years old. She became a regular at the age of 20. At that point, the Comedy Store enforced a rule that people under 21 aren't allowed in the building at all for any reason, even to perform, which was a controversial law at the time because you were allowed to perform on stage as long as you left right afterwards back then. So she had to break her tenureship of being a regular, and on her 21st birthday, she came back to be a regular. Did it for years, now opens up with the likes of Joe Rogan and a lot of the other best comedians in the world, including her own headlining dates as of late. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you truly one of the truly greatest regulars in the history of the show, a woman that has a full-fledged comedy career and an unbelievable podcast. I love her with all of my heart. One of my favorite humans and favorite comedians. It's the great Ali Makovsky, everybody. Remember that music from when she was a regular? Wow, look at her. The baby girl is all grown ups, everybody.
Hi.
Hello, Allie. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm so happy to have you here.
I'm so happy to be here.
I am a big fan of yours. I get a little bit starstruck around you, so this is exciting. Welcome, welcome. You've been doing a lot of skateboarding on your Instagram as of late. It's very inspiring.
Yeah, I've had like this skateboard for 4 years because I thought that if I got a skateboard, skater boys would fall in love with me, and that didn't happen. So I just stopped skating. And then this guy came over to my house to look at a room that was open, and he mentioned that he was a skater. And so when he was leaving, I saw my board that I haven't rode, okay, in like 4 years, and I'm like, what do I do with this? Can I sell it? Do I just give it? To a kid, and he picks it up and he looks at it and he was like, this is my pro model skateboard. So now we've been skating together. Yeah.
Are you learning fast?
Kind of, somewhat, to some extent.
Well, I actually had Allie, I asked her if she would bring her skateboard here with her, and you did.
I brought it.
So I'm thinking maybe at the end of tonight's episode, if she's willing to do us the honor, I'm thinking maybe you could try a little trick here on the greatest stage in the history of comedy. You seem pretty nervous about
I am nervous because I ate shit so hard today, just like trying to do a cool turn to like put my skateboard in my trunk.
like I wasn't doing anything except trying to turn, and I fell so hard.
There's a lot of people that fall down on this show, but you know what? They pick themselves up, and that's what matters in the end. I believe that's what the great Michael Caine said in all of the Batman movies. Oh, that's been... That was Bane. I get all my voices, Batman voices.
If I do eat shit and like end up handicapped, do I get to become a regular?
Absolutely, you become a regular yet again. You will be. We have many wheelchair regulars now, and you will be added to the club. You guys can come out in a little choo-choo train once in a while. Okay, Alec, I don't know if you remember this, but there's a band on this show. Yeah, they're the best damn band in the land. Every single episode they commit to being different characters. Let's find out what they are tonight. As I present to you the best damn band in the land, it's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, drummer John Rennes, Chroma Chris, and the jet ski Jesse Johnson. Here we go. Ooh, this is scary music. What is this? Oh my God. Jetsky, get out there. Show these people what's going on. I literally have no idea what they're supposed to be, by the way. You guys all work at like a haunted house, a Halloween house or something?
Welcome, ghouls and goblins, to Channel 9's horror-themed show.
Wow.
And Oregon is in for a scare tonight.
Oh my goodness, I thought you were Tommy Wiseau from The Room for a second.
I did not hit her.
I did not.
Hi, Jeremiah.
That's not Jeremiah. What's your name?
My name's Vincent Shadow.
Vincent Shadow. I'm going to write that one down because that seems easy to forget. Vincent Shadow. And who's this little ghoulie?
When you think of the shadows, I would be.
All right. Who's this little ghoulie goblin you got here? Is that Edna Scissorhands over here?
Hey, I'm a skeleton.
You are? What's your name?
A skeleton.
Oh, hi, Skeleton. Welcome to the show, Skeleton. You came out, you were all silly and stuff. You swing that arm, that's like your trademark. Whoa.
But I kill these bones.
And then who's this young cowboy back here? Good evening, Skeletons. Creatures of the night. This is your host on AM 66.6 Terror Hour. It's Cooley. Thank you for dropping in. Cooley? Your name's Cooley? That's his career. These are my favorite band characters of all time. I know it's early in this show. I don't want to curse it. I don't want to ruin it, but I already love these guys. And there's a beautiful woman here. Absolutely stunning. What's your name, little lady?
My name's John Myra.
John Myra.
And I'm a regional horror host in Texas, Channel 9.
Oh my goodness.
You really put the horror in horror.
Well, you just stole my opening joke, but back to you in the studio, Tony. She thought of that for 3 months.
Just big bold letters at the top of the page. Do not forget. Horror. Oh, that's great. Well, Joe Myra, hopefully you have a little bit more up your sleeve, even though you don't have sleeve.
Oh, you're getting into it.
Oh my goodness, this is a
Halloween spectacular, everybody. Welcome to October 31st. The great David Deary is here helping us out. We have a very fun episode, I do believe, planned, so let's just jump right into it. This first guy kicking it off, he's been on the show a couple times before, and he's back. It is Kyler Bentley, everybody. Here's some music, because here comes Kyler Bentley. Yeah, here's Kyler Bentley.
I live in a senior living facility, and I know what you're thinking. I'm too young, but they have a saying where I live. It's you're only as old as you feel, and I feel like a dirty old man. So I fit in just fine. I just found out I'm next on the list for a HUD housing rent voucher, so I'm waiting for one of my neighbors to die. Yeah, it's kind of weird hoping for that to happen, but I know who I hope it is, and oddly enough, it is not the alleged pedophile. Yeah, he's a good guy. Lets me use his Wi-Fi. They say there's a lot of cliches about the senior living facility. Like everyone has an Esther living there. It's not true. We have 2 Esthers. So somewhere there's a senior center missing an Esther.
Fuck yeah. Kyler Bentley. Getting it started with a bang. I love that performance. Very, very funny. Senior living facility. Is that true?
I'm not sure. I've never seen evidence of pedophilia there.
No, I mean, you live in a senior facility?
Yeah.
That's cool. My mom once lived in a senior facility for a couple of years. That was interesting. It wasn't like a facility. It was like a luxury apartments just for old people. But she qualified. Yeah, she was old enough. You had to be like 60. Actually, maybe you had to be like 50. It was like 20 years ago. It was for just a couple of years, but it was awesome. Anyway, so is it like how senior living a facility? Is it like what I'm talking about was like separate apartments in a building? Is this like more like a nursing home, or what are we talking about?
No, it's like a regular apartment complex, but you gotta be senior or disabled to live there.
Okay, is it mostly senior?
Yeah, I've got like a lot of surrogate grandmas that, give me cookies.
Heck yeah.
Did you get hit on? Because I heard they're like super horny and they're on Viagra and shit like that.
That's like the number one thing I hear.
It's lots of blood jobs there. They call it meals on wheels.
Oh my goodness. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Channel 9. Welcome to Kill Tony. That's very exciting. Do you guys ever play games? Do they have like community events or anything like that?
Bingo's a big thing
Do
there.
you play bingo?
Favorite bingo number is B9.
Wow.
It perfectly describes bingo. It's not really fun, but it's not cancer either.
That's true.
Bingo is actually pretty fun. Like I used to know a lot of hipsters that would go there and go to the bingo hall.
Red Man's favorite bingo number is I 8.
Tony's favorite one is come in his mouth.
That's not how bingo works,
Yes,
Brian.
it is.
That is not how bingo works. That is not how it works. However, that is my favorite bingo number.
Do you ever do stand-up for the seniors?
I actually was doing a monthly show before COVID hit, and I get a bunch of other open micers and people I know to come cheer the old people up.
How's the COVID hit the assisted living place?
It's like Hitler running the place over there, man. It's on serious lockdown.
Yeah, it's wild, right?
Masks required, and even if there's nobody around you, where's your mask?
Right. Yeah, exactly. People are freaking out. Has anybody gotten it? A lot of ambulances swinging by as of late?
No, crazy enough, nobody's had the COVID there.
That's good. It must be in a nice part of town, not too far east, huh?
No, it's really far east.
Oh, it is? How far?
I mean, not far east, like China far east, but Montclair.
Montclair.
Yeah, it's about 45 minutes from here.
I'm looking at Joel Meyer.
I'll put this nail in your coffin, Tony.
Joel Meyer is our senior East LA correspondent.
Yeah, my favorite bingo number is being quiet.
Joelberg. Wow, real Joelberg jail. Look at that. Good job, Joel Meyer. Whoa, good things for Whoa.
You ever steal any jewelry or anything expensive from any of these old people that are about to die?
Good question.
No, my neighbor says he has a $10,000 domino set, though.
Oh. Red band or dominoes. You got
Like cheesy bread? That's expensive.
10,000 on the cheesy bread. That must be the best cheesy bread ever.
$10,000 dominoes. That's only a week at my place.
Wait, why would that be? I don't get it.
It's my impression of Red Band. Ooh, reverse. Hello? That sucked.
You called him to tell him?
Yeah. Oh, it's a bitter ghost.
Kyler, what's your sex life like? I asked you this.
No, but that's how I know that you're not gay, Tony, because only straight guys ask me that question.
There you go.
It's pretty much non-existent.
Rock solid side.
But that's not because things don't work. It's just I have no gay.
Well, you know what? We have good news for you. Joel Vira is ready to have anal sex. Here we go. Look at those hairy armpits. Can you do it?
Have you ever been to Transylvania?
Hey! There you go. That's a fucking slip that right in there.
Go get the purple dildo.
Oh, shit. I love it, man. Well, Kyler, I love that we're able to squeeze you in here and up here. What do you got planned for the rest of the night? Anything crazy?
I got Aphrodite waiting in my access right outside.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, so
It's going to be a tight squeeze this evening.
Black magic.
Cocoa butter. Allie, you've seen Kyler on the circuit, right?
Yeah, it's so nice being here because I haven't seen him since, all the stuff closed down, and I always ask him lots of questions about his wheelchair situation. And you are bad at spitting game, because I feel like, there could have been some moments where I would have busted down on that chair, but sometimes it falls flat.
I remember one of our conversations, me and you have something in common is we don't orgasm.
Whoa.
I didn't want to bring it up.
There you go. My goodness. Was that a secret? Looks like the only nuts being busted here tonight are in the peanut gallery. Okay, put your phone down.
That joke brought to you by John's Manure Company on 3rd Avenue. Go get your manure.
Wait, is that a Channel 9 reference? Kyler Bentley, ladies and gentlemen, so much fun. Thank you, the great Kyler Bentley. Kyler Bentley. What? Oh, yeah. Kyler Bentley. Kyler Bentley. Kyler Bentley, stand up on social media. Absolutely. That's where you can follow him. All right. Let's see. What do we got here? What do we got? I don't see William or David in this room. Is that correct? Oh, at the same time? Okay.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Tell one of them to come over here.
God, it's unbelievable.
It's just amateurs. Absolutely. Sub-retarded. Like to call that retarded.
When Alex is regular, we're going to have to do this.
At all. Waiting, ready, everything written, prepared, professional, ready to go.
They cost me so much.
Wait. Allie, it's in your head. In your head. Zombie. Okay. All right. Go grab Tony Gidley. I pulled Tony Gidley out. He works in the kitchen here. This is very exciting. This is going to be, I believe, his first time ever doing stand-up comedy. Here he is, Tony Gidley. We got him, David. We got him. Gidley. Tony Gidley. It is Tony Gidley. Here he is. Tony Gidley, everybody. Here he goes. Here he is, Tony Gidley.
Should I have my mask?
No.
Okay. So do you guys know what the most popular 2020 children's new names are? G-Lane and Maxwell. Too soon? No. There's a couple months left in the year. She's still got some time to die. Let's see. Really, I'm out of breath. Not even running. So, I was hanging out with my little cousins anyway. And I opened up the refrigerator for my little cousin. I said, "You want some of this 7-Up?" And he's like, "No, I'm only 6." I was like, "All right, well, you want some of this Coke?" And he said, "Yeah, line it up, motherfucker." And we had a good time. Basketball all night. So yeah, I was at a bar watching Steph Curry. I love to hate that guy. So I'm sitting there. At the TV, I'm like, fuck Curry. I fucking hate Curry. Curry sucks talking to. And then just then a guy came up from behind the bar and said, "Excuse me, sir, but Curry is very important to our native cuisine. Take it easy, bro. Listen, can hit the 3." Wow.
There you go. It is in your head. The zombies are in your head. Tony Gidley, welcome to the show. This was your first time doing stand-up comedy?
Incorrect.
Oh, you've been doing it a while.
I started in 2019 in January at a potluck, and I've been doing mics in a show called Comedy Chow ever since.
Awesome.
And
okay. It's your first time on Kill Tony, though.
I've signed up, but I've not been on yet.
Okay.
They look a lot different, by the way, than pre-quarantine.
It's true. He started drinking water. He was very dehydrated. I used to make fun of him for not drinking enough water, and now you are completely hydrated.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've been exercising a lot? You've been out on your e-bike? No?
On your e-bike? No, I don't know what the fuck it is.
No, it's nothing. Have you been exercising?
I just hiked. Just went for a hike today.
That's it. When you're, let me just catch you guys up on something you might not know. If you're truly white trash, all you need to do is work out once, and you get compliments for like 3 days. People are like, "Oh my god, you look great. Did you do something?" It's like, "Oh, I went on a 30-minute hike earlier." That's it.
I got all of my fucking unemployment money just recently.
Oh, really? What'd you do with it? How'd you spend it?
I bought some biking shoes.
Wow. Did you spend $10,000 on Domino's?
No, but I could.
You got hiking shoes. What else did you get?
I got a couple of pairs of shoes. I got like 4 pairs. We just bought shoes.
Jesus. Wow. I think somebody like looting on Melrose in June. I spent all of my money on shoes. Size 15.
You're making a grave mistake right now. 6 feet away, motherfucker.
My goodness. So what kind of shoes did you get?
I actually got shoes that are like Nike All Conditions gear. So they're called ACG, which is actually my initials.
ASG?
ACG.
ACG?
All Conditions gear.
Oh my goodness.
They're the most comfortable hiking boots that I have.
Wow. Where are you hiking?
Just Kenneth Hahn, primarily.
He specializes in trash piles and landfills.
I grew up on like 14 acres in the woods.
Is that true? Where were the woods at?
Michigan.
Oh, what part of Michigan?
Right in the middle.
Oh,
right by the capital.
gracious. Wow, you are truly just born in an ashtray. That's incredible. What do your parents do for work?
Both retired now.
What did they used to do?
My
Worked
dad,
at a factory?
I worked at plenty of factories. My dad was a Vietnam veteran, is a Vietnam veteran, Marine.
I can see you carry on his looks, the bandana, the facial hair. You look like a young Vietnam vet yourself.
His axe is the longest that my hair has ever been, but yes.
Yeah. And how about your mom? She used to be a bus driver.
Absolutely not. She's a prison warden.
Oh, close. I was close. Bus driver, prison warden, right next door at the White Trash Family Employee Benefit Base.
They have the same shapes, too.
Yes, absolutely. Very, very strong. Your mom has broad shoulders?
Sure.
Oh, you know she is. Come on.
She's a stout young woman still, yeah.
Do you remember any stories? Like, was there any, like she wasn't stabbed once?
Oh, yeah, well, she didn't get stabbed, but she would tell me that guys would, like, cut themselves open just to, like, be able to go to the hospital or whatever.
Oh.
And then eventually that fucking scar would just open up with their finger.
We call that flirting.
So they could just go to the hospital.
You call that foreplay, Joel Myra?
Flirting.
Oh.
They made her all kinds of crafts and, like, they painted pictures for her and shit.
Oh my goodness.
Hey,
there's a picture of me raping you, bitch.
And they also masturbated.
I used my own shit to paint it.
What did you think about that joke that I just made, Skeleton?
I'm laughing to the moon.
Oh my goodness. What's something crazy that we find a little bit wild about you, Tony Gidley? You seem like you have a lot of skeletons in your closet.
Crazy. Not very crazy. I make beats.
You do?
Make a lot of beats.
You do? Can you beatbox a little bit for us right now? Here we go, everybody. It's one of the rare live performances that we're getting. He's putting on his mask. He's going future on us.
Yeah, I would have thought beatboxing would be one of the most dangerous things to do.
He's got one of the official Kill Tony masks on. This is very exciting. He's a big fan of the show. 100%. That's right. Oh, shit. There comes that bass. Wow, that was incredible. ACG. Wow.
After nice a prison guard, let me search it.
That is incredible. And speaking about finding out how hard you have to work it, you're actually working in the kitchen right now. You are on duty. You're the only person to get paid while being a guest on Kill Tony in a very, very long time. That is absolutely incredible. How do you like working in the kitchen here at the Comedy Store?
Oh, it sucks.
It does? What do you dislike about it?
Just the grease. Just grease.
Yeah, it's a lot of grease.
Greasy.
You can't handle the heat. You're gonna love hell.
Oh my goodness.
I heard they have s'mores there.
That's heaven you're thinking of.
How the fuck are you gonna cook a s'more in heaven?
They have you have your own
Air fryers. They have air fryers. Cook it anywhere in hell.
Snap your fingers. You're in heaven, baby. I can't go. I'm jealous.
All you guys go to hell when you die?
We're alive. We're TV.
I'm sorry.
Channel 9, Bend, Oregon.
Oh, so these are just characters that you guys play.
Your regional TV horror host, Tony.
Oh. Wow. That laugh was very scary. How'd you do that?
Well, when things are buried deep between your legs with secrets, then they just come through the mouths and goodness and bottom of the taints.
Oh, God. All right. Tony. Okay, Tony, that's very... Back to the kitchen you go. Tony Gidley, everybody. What's your social media? Tony Gidley 28. Tony Gidley 28. It's in your head. All right. same time in a fucking window during the show a minute ago, but one of them is here. You know this guy, very controversial figure. A lot of people say he is the most beloved person ever. A lot of people absolutely want to murder him on sight. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you the Big Red Machine, the Red Dead Revolver, the Red Dead with the red shed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is lights out, William Montgomery.
Y'all, I wrote this set when I was in New York City last week. I was about to perform at Showtime at the Apollo. Bunch of blacks. Spoiler alert. Smashing Pumpkins is a cool band name. If I named my band after my high school hijinks, we'd call ourselves Shooting Schools. I miss the old Weather Channel. Show me some lo-fi.
William, wasn't that a joke calling Red Band a bitch? That is not an angle very much used on Red Band.
When I saw Red Band, I was at his place 3 nights ago. I was at his... I would never let you at my house. I was in his bathroom. The fuck I saw authority. Oriental. Oh, are you gonna use another racist term from the 90s, you fuck?
Wow.
Are you really going to say that? Are you calling my girlfriend? Are you calling my girlfriend Oriental Big? You said I can watch.
Oh, Red Band's walking over there. David, are you on camera?
You think I'm a bitch? You think I'm a fucking bitch? You're gonna do that? Yeah, but we were friends the other night. I watched his Chinese girlfriend suck his dick.
Right now, they're like blood brothers, but like with COVID instead of blood.
And some bubblicious bubblegum.
The Corona Bronas, William and Red Band.
The bubblicious. Hey, Red Band, I did send you the new Janet. Oh, he's about to get his pistol. Y'all are in for a treat. This is about to be unlikely. Red Band is about to murder me.
Red Band, that's not how things work.
Yeah, where do you think we are, the Orient? Bringing a new meaning to Death Squad. Yeah, where is the Death Squad, the Orient?
William, let's talk about your son a little bit here.
What son? I didn't see anything.
There was some really...
Let's say that,
William.
That sounds very disorienting.
William.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
William. You had some really great jokes in your set. I really like the smashing pumpkin. I really like the smashing pumpkin school shooter joke. It was very, very good, very well written, very in your style, in your voice, well paced, well timed out. Got a big laugh. How's this week been going for you?
It's been pretty good. I am now a salesperson.
A singles person?
No, a salesperson for the board game Jumanji. I've been playing a bunch of board games. Try to get that die out of my hands, because you're not going to be able to. I'm playing Jumanji tonight.
Jumanji?
I'm playing Jumanji.
Right.
You know my least favorite board game? I sort of don't like Monopoly. What do you think about Monopoly?
Whoa, Red Band is very mad at you for calling his Oriental girlfriend Oriental. This is really interesting.
He is mad. I saw her suck his penis 2 nights ago in his fucking shower. And I think all the listeners want to know,
where did you see this at?
He just out of my house. Me and David hang out and have barbecues all the time outside of my house. My girlfriend doesn't like them. Plot hole with that story. Red Band.
Yeah, this is wild.
But he stuck his penis. It looks a lot like mine.
How did you weren't in his house, correct? Were you?
I was in his bathroom. I saw his thing come through the hole.
What did it look like? What did his thing look like?
Sort of like a squirrel grabbing onto a pecan.
What did it look
Hold on,
like?
who messed my joke up? Who said that?
It doesn't matter.
What did you think? I love you.
William, what did you say that it looked like?
It looked like when Redman stuck his penis through the shower hole and his girlfriend was bending over. It looked like a squirrel holding on to peanuts.
A squirrel holding on to peanuts?
A squirrel holding on to peanuts. And I didn't know
What
it.
noise does a squirrel make? Okay.
I heard a bunch of that.
Well, if you're really good at making animal noises, can you do a cow? How about a horse?
Hold on.
Oh, that's what a horse says?
What else? Give me more animals.
Okay, a skunk. Alright, how about a walrus? Wait, that's an Australian person.
It's an English person going into the match.
How about a dolphin? What noise does a dolphin make? Okay, this is really gone downhill fast. All right,
I don't think it has.
one last one. Do an impression.
Rally, get my back.
Do an impression of a dog.
I'm gonna lose the fucking caboose.
I love that.
Allie, what do you think about William's style?
You know, I love William.
How long were you the regular? I feel like, how long were you doing it? I've now been doing it a year and 7 months.
She's longer than you.
I don't remember. It's all a blur. I'm wondering, I have a random question. Would you ever replace Will.i.am from the Black Eyed Peas?
Yes, last time I heard he was part of Queen.
Do you like Black Eyed Peas?
I like when Will.i.am sings the Bohemian Rhapsody song and I just get into it and I can't help but think, where's Redman's Chinese girl? I want to see her put her lips around his penis.
Hey, where's your girlfriend that beats you up, you little bitch? Yeah, why don't you show me another bruise every week from you getting hit, you little
Famic. Are you fucking with me right now? Did you read all the news? She's in the hospital.
Why? Because she hit herself and then called the cops and said that you did it?
She got in a fight with a ghost.
Really?
I'm kidding. I've been watching a bunch of Dateline. That is a Dateline line.
All right, William, before we let you go, can we see your impression of a mosquito?
Of a what?
Mosquito. The bug. It flies and sucks the blood of people.
Hey, dude, just take your socks off.
Could you do an impression of me?
Yeah, do one of Allie.
Stand a little closer to the goddamn fence.
That's very interesting. That's an interesting take.
Give me another one.
Can you do an impression of Redman?
Hold on, I get it. We're up in outer space now. Would y'all realize I am a dice shooting gambler? Is there any sort of, what's that word again? When you're up in space, is there any gravity in here?
That's a great Ryan Redman impression with the icing on his throat. You back in a cup.
Give me another one.
No, that's it. Okay. There he goes, William Montgomery, everybody. William Montgomery, it's a William Montgomery. It's a William Montgomery. He's William Montgomery. We already did that. That was kind of
My mouth tastes like Clorox.
yeah, that was a very bizarre maneuver. That
I mean, Trump said it won't work, right?
no, that's not what he said at all. He said there should be some type of cleansing agents in a vaccine, which there are in other vaccines. There's formaldehyde. He was actually right about that. And he was right about sunshine killing it. Like, they don't go back and look at any of these things. Go ahead, Ali Makovsky. Thank you, Mr. President.
Don't you produce this podcast?
Yeah. I mean, I did.
Oh my goodness.
Me and David have been looking for an replacement for a while.
Oh my goodness. You stop it.
We actually talked last week.
You know what? I pulled another name out of the bucket. Now we're going to knock it out right now. Ladies and gentlemen, this young man's first time on the show. Put your hands together for Pedro Mijo. Everybody, here he is. Here's Pedro Mijo.
Thank you for the introduction. So, you know what I find very unfair? I find very unfair when you're fighting a girl. And her friends find it very odd that she is fighting you, so she gets into it. I also think that it's also unfair that, she kind of takes her time. The guy usually just jumps in. No fucks given, just. So, there's that. There was a time I had a girl that I was really into, and I get really pursued with misery, despair, and self-loathing, also known as Manolo. Manolo, would you like to say I love? Shut the fuck up. All right, so. Okay. So there was a.
There you go, Pedro Mijo. I have to say you there. It's okay, Pedro. There you go. Pedro, that was a very unorthodox set. How long have you been on comedy?
I've been doing it for about a month and a half.
Month and a half. You started during the pandemic? How old are you? 25
this year. I'm turning 26 this year.
When? When's your birthday? September.
Yeah.
September what?
22. I'm a Virgo.
Wow, what's yours?
September 8th.
Oh my goodness.
Mine is September 11th. One way you never forget.
Oh my god.
Didn't see that one coming at all. I actually
And the regional TV horror
It's
was
also 9/11. Is that joke crashed and burned? 9/11.
my favorite bingo number is Be Quiet.
That joke was already made.
Why did the chicken
Pedro, welcome to the show. You are 25, going on to 26 very quickly. I still feel like you might be 17.
See, I didn't say it's like 15.
You are. You have those young ages. Any of your classmates? Forget it. I'm not going to make that joke.
Hey, what's your favorite science teacher?
Little baby.
Okay. Right, man, it's still deeply affected from the words of William Montgomery minutes ago, still riding that adrenaline and perhaps a bleach poisoning running through his veins. Pedro, tell us about your life. You're 25. What do you do for work?
So I don't really have a
Fuck.
job. Whenever I feel like going.
Why do you have such a lax schedule at the factory?
Oh, because I just feel like, there's so many things to do throughout the day. Why do I need to be stable or something?
What kind of factory is it? You're such a bad comedian. I feel like it could be the Laugh Factory.
Cookie factory. It's a cookie factory.
It's a cookie factory?
Cookie factory.
A cookie factory?
Yes.
Oh, Red Band's new favorite comedian of the year.
I don't like the sweets.
Your Instagram at 4 a.m. tells an entirely different story.
Yeah, meat and cheese, a different story. You're right.
So what kind of cookies are you making over there?
You guys know the Jerry's, the whole cookie, the all the crazy hairs and stuff.
Yeah.
It tastes nasty.
And the cookies that you make taste nasty.
They taste nasty because they're not made with love.
What are you good at? If you make shitty cookies, you write shitty jokes. What's like a talent that you have?
Well, I did serve my country.
What did you serve? What did you do? You served them cookies? What are we talking about here?
Now I do, but no, I used to serve for the military back in 2013 to 16 for the U.S. Army at Fort Hood.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's incredible. What branch of the military were you in?
Army.
The Army?
Yes.
I feel like you're lying. How many push-ups did you do?
I'm not going to.
Why? What if we had William do 25 alongside of you? Come on, here we go. Lay down, guys. Here we go. 25 push-ups coming from both of them. There's some Armed Forces music coming at you. Here we go. 25 push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, this is for America. Keep up, William. This is very exciting. Wow, this kid really was in the Army. This is very impressive. All right, Randy. This is very impressive. Okay, guys, you're good. You're good. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. This kid just dominated you in a push-up competition, William. How does that make you feel without using the microphone? She's nowhere to be found. Okay, there goes William Montgomery. There he goes. He's hogging it up on his way back to us. Pedro, what's your love life like?
I got a girlfriend and don't like lunch as much as I should.
Wait, what?
I have a girlfriend I don't acknowledge as much as I should.
What? How do you acknowledge your girlfriend?
She's not with me.
Where is she?
That's a good question.
What does that mean?
She's with me.
What? Is this something she's what?
It's just in the way. She's not with me. I'm more than sure she's with me. Pretty sure with a chance.
Okay. What do you mean you're pretty sure she's with her family? What does this mean? Be more clear.
It means that I don't like to keep tracks on her, but I know in good faith she's with me.
When's the last time you spoke with her?
Like about an hour before I got in here.
Oh, okay. So she's with her family.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
You're married. I don't know who she is right now.
She's no longer with us. She's with her family.
Exactly.
You have a really interesting energy. Like,
Thank you.
like when you walked out, you seemed like really comfortable and adorable and sweet, and now you seem very like nervous, and you're trying. Like, I feel like because you're new, you're like trying to figure out like who you are, but you're not being yourself. So it's really hard to like get a read on you, and it seems like you're really charming and sweet. And you don't have to be like a mysterious bad boy with a girlfriend.
Yeah, it's like a helicopter.
She's having flashbacks to the war.
Oh, God.
Actually, there was a shooting that I was there and they thought it was me, but no.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. Why did they... You think it was you?
Dude, look at me, I'm white.
You're not white.
Everybody looks at me and they're like, hey, that's the white boy.
No, they don't.
You obviously don't know where I live.
Nobody knows that. Your name is Pedro, and you look like a Pedro. Oh, look at... our senior East Los Angeles correspondent. What do you think about this guy? What race would you call him?
This guy's my cousin, eh?
Oh, shit. Damn. God, I thought that was fucking digits for a second over there. You got so
He's only the white guy with a million man marks.
Yeah, we were featured on Who's Gone Wild. Did you see that?
Oh, what?
We were featured in the clip of, did you guys see that? Yeah, Los Digits was on a viral, a massive Mexican, it's basically like World Star, but for Latinos. On the episode where I asked him, what's your first pickup line when you meet a girl? And he goes, what's up, fool? That's the whole clip, and it just keeps going over and over. It's really funny. It's great.
Jerry, you said you could run some 5-minute mile in your prime. Did you miss me?
Alright. How long you been with this girl?
For about 3 years.
Is she Latino as well?
Yeah, I don't.
Is she? Have you ever gotten her pregnant?
How many times? 20?
Have you ever gotten her pregnant? Pedro, this is an interview. Interviews are supposed to be compelling.
How about we talk about military? It's more interesting.
Was your girlfriend the one who inspired your joke about getting in fights? What was that joke? I was confused.
So, like, tell us the joke. Funny. I was trying to make long joke, and it did not work out. I didn't have enough time in order to get to that joke. So at the end, it was a good punchline, and
Pedro, I like your style, dude. You just keep writing, keep trying, don't give up. There's something in there. There's something deep in there, but I'm always good at one good talent that I have is I can spot somebody before they even do anything decent about what their potential is. I have a good barometer for potential, and I see you being a teapot full of potential.
thank you so much.
There he goes, Pedro Bijo, ladies and gentlemen. The king of potential. most potential we've ever seen. All potential, that guy. Pedro Neal.
Shitty cookies.
Shitty cookies, shitty at his factory. He was bad in the military. He's a bad boyfriend, but a lot of potential. We have another regular, ladies and gentlemen, roast god, joke writing guru, one of my favorite human beings, ladies and gentlemen. It's David Lucas. Here he is. Let's do this shit. Here he is, the great David Lucas.
Yeah. The WNBA is back, and these hoes are complaining about their pay. Everybody knows what the WNBA says. I think they should be paid by the hour. And if they get over 20 points, then you can get a bonus, bitch. You're not getting what LeBron gets. Nobody wants to. Thousands of dollars to sit courtside to see a game full of layups. And two new hoes are doing alley hoops and breaking backboards. Sorry, man. Oh, shit.
Most patches only sit under your eyes. Genabel's PDRN 360 hugs your whole eye area. Korean Derma Skincare, powered by PDRN.
No. Let's go. You do one of those. Hey, bitch, you want to look like a raccoon tomorrow? Really? Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Huh?
Would you ever respond to a comment like that? It's gross. It's okay to be afraid of COVID, and it's okay that it's dominating your life. Everyone should be afraid of COVID. It's because of this whole thing. We won't be free of this pandemic until we listen to the acknowledged truth. Listen to the scientists. Science is true. You know, science is truth. What is the impact to public health when people are openly questioning?
Hey, this is Rabbi. Come to you. We're live from the Rothschild Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony. Just a couple dogs hanging.
Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. It's really impressive. Nobody doesn't recognize how sick it is.
Shouldn't have left you without a dope beat to step to. We are back at the world famous comedy store for another episode of Kill Tony live on the Sunset Strip. But before we get into it all, here's a little bit more from
Green.
Folks, look at this. There's 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, 4 feet. Look at this. Look at this.
episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony. It's clear. Just a couple dogs hanging out in the doghouse. We are live from the Comedy Store. Ryan Redman, how are you? Hey, man, how you doing? It's been a long time. Shouldn't have left you without a dope beat to step to. We are back at the world-famous Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony. Live on the Sunset Strip. But before we get into it all, here's a... little bit more from our amazing sponsors. Hiring can be difficult. And if you probably hiring challenges from time to time, but right now you face even more challenges from rethinking your workplace safety to hiring employees for specialized roles. Madsen Resources could relate. They needed to hire a seasoned
Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Brian Rainman, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Good to be here. Another episode of Kill Tony live on the Sunset Strip from the world famous comedy store. Like a mushroom.
Nice.
Speaking of mushrooms, the house artist is here, the great Ryan J. Ebelt, ladies and gentlemen. He is an amazing artist. He draws every single episode of Kill Tony. Everything's available at RyanJEbelt.com. Every episode, every tour poster.
He draws them all on mushrooms.
Yep. He draws them on mushrooms. He draws them off mushrooms. He draws them. He's known for doing every drug. He's the only person we know that's done every drug. He has the corona vaccine. Everything. Incredible. All those are available at RyanJEbelt.com. We're at the Comedy Store performing in tonight's episode, moving to an unstoppable force. Let's check in with our amazing, lovely sponsors. Hey, we're all into creepy stuff. Maybe it's a type of porn, maybe it's a type of video on the internet, and when you're on one of your devices searching for weird stuff, you don't want other people to know about it. So you're probably thinking, why not just use incognito mode? But let me tell you, incognito mode does not hide your activity. It doesn't matter what mode you use or how many times you clear your browsing history. Your internet service provider can still see every single website you ever visited. That's why, even when I'm at home, I never go online without using ExpressVPN.
It doesn't matter if you get your internet from Spectrum, AT&T, Verizon, Comcast. ISPs in the U.S. can legally sell your information to ad companies. ExpressVPN is an app that reroutes your internet connection through their secure servers so your ISP can't see the sites you visit. ExpressVPN also keeps all your information secure by encrypting 100% of your data with the most powerful encryption available. Most of the time, I don't even realize that I have ExpressVPN on. It runs seamlessly in the background, and it's so easy to use. All you have to do is tap one button, and you're protected.
ExpressVPN is available on all your devices, phones, computers, even your smart TV, so there's no excuse for you to not be using it. Protect your online activity today with the VPN rated #1 by CNET and Wired. And visit our exclusive link, expressvpn.com/KillTony, and you can get an extra 3 months for free on a 1-year package. What a deal. ExpressVPN.com/KillTony. That's EXPRESSVPN.com/KillTony. ExpressVPN.com/KillTony to learn more. You gotta get up to get down. I'm talking about erectile dysfunction, and it isn't always easy to talk about erectile dysfunction. Usually we just brush it off or blame ourselves, saying like, I think I lost my mojo, or we avoid it altogether with excuses like I had a long day at work, or sorry, honey, I'm just not feeling it, or I think I'm into men. But with Roman, it is easy to talk about. With a real doctor who can prescribe real medication, it's simple, safe, and totally discreet.
Yeah, with Roman, you can get a free online evaluation and ongoing care for ED. All the comfort and privacy of your own home. The doctor will work with you to find the best treatment plan. If medication is appropriate, Roman will ship it to you with free 2-day shipping. The whole process is straightforward and simple and discreet. Getting started is simple. Just go to getroman.com/Tony and complete an online visit.
Erectile dysfunction used to be tough to tackle, but now there's Roman. Complete an online visit today to connect with a doctor and take care of it. Go to roman.com/Tony today. If approved, you'll get $15 off your first order of ED treatment. Wow, $15 off. Get a boner. That's getroman.com/Tony. Getroman.com/Tony. And we're back. Incredible. We love our sponsors, so make sure you go out and support them. Buy their stuff. Be part of their business. Sign up. Tell them.
And something I'm working on right now, that every single sponsor that we have, you'll be able to go to DeathSquad.tv and see them all. So if you're thinking like, man, I know that they're a sponsor of ZipRecruiter, go there and see them all in one long list.
There you go. If you ever want to look at a list of our sponsors, go on over to DeathSquad.tv. Man, the traffic's going to hit a real crescendo over there. Hopefully your bandwidth is...
Yeah, I mean, sometimes like when you're like about to buy something, you might as well get a coupon code and save some money.
There you go. Save some money. Save some time. Go to DeathSquad.tv and check out the list of our sponsors. Let's get tonight's show started. We have a guest tonight. We are back in the guest range of Kill Tony. This young man, one of my favorite comedians on the planet. I actually started with this guy over 13 years ago. We've been through it all together. He is the creator and the host of the hit show on Comedy Central, Goddamn Comedy Jam. I perform at the Goddamn Comedy Jam. All your favorite comedians do at Skankfest and all the big festivals. He's also the incredible host of the new Spotify show, The 500, with Josh Adam Myers. It's our guest for this show, the great Josh Adam Myers, everybody. Hey! Yeah! What's up, buddy? This guy is a brother to me.
Brother in arms.
Love your Spotify show, The 500, where you go over the 500 greatest albums of all time, according to the Rolling Stone magazine.
Yes. The list is not like final in the sense of that these are the greatest records ever, but that's the one that I chose.
I love it.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it. I'm looking forward to doing it one day.
Yes.
Get to a Pink Floyd album.
Is there an album that's on that list that you're like, I can't believe this is on the list? I don't even want to talk about this album. You know what's funny is every single time there's an album that's on the list that I'm like, I'm not going to like this. I fucking love it.
Yeah, that happened.
I just did Sinead O'Connor.
Oh, she's great.
And it was fantastic, but it was like, you're like, I'm only going to know one song, and it's the only one I really like. You put it on, you're like, this is more revolutionary than any Rage Against the Machine album.
That version, her version of Nothing Compares to You, does something to me to where, like, I don't even have anybody that I picture. Like, after high school, it was that ex-girlfriend, you know what I mean? That first relationship that didn't go the way you wanted it to. I picture her then. But now I don't even have anybody to picture, and it still takes me to just the fucking, I could cry every time listening to that.
Do you want to know something funny about the song? Prince wrote it.
Yeah.
People think he wrote it about his favorite housekeeper. And so all the things in the song are the things that she did, like water flowers. And so yeah, it's like everybody thinks it's a song about like love and it's written about a woman, but it is written about a woman, but his housekeeper.
It was really his house.
Yeah, that's at least the fact that my writer brought up. I do the research, but like I have a main writer that just gets everything about every song.
And it's been 7 hours and 15 days.
Yeah.
She took care of it.
I mean, the song is biologically correct.
Wow.
Anatomically correct. And that's interesting. You have a podcast that more you listen to it, the better it gets, because you're going down a list to the number one. Yeah, like you start off with what Milli Vanilli or something from it. I wish Milli Vanilli was on it. And I'm fucking slammed. It was because we had a friend, our friend Angelo, and Angelo knew everything about music, and he always made fun of me because I didn't know certain albums. He'd be like, "How do you not know that album or that band?" And I'm like, "Well, I know the band, I just don't know the album. I know certain songs." And so I just got bored one day. Like, you were all listening to the same music, and if you just go in there with like, all right, I don't care if this is the style of music that I like I'm just gonna open listen to it, and if you give it the time, like the album fucking connects every single one. I'm like, there are moments where I'm like, I hate it, and then I'm like, no, that's the greatest album I've ever heard in my life.
We have a band on this show, and I don't know if you know this or not, but if your podcast had to do with the top 5 million albums of all time, the lead singer of our band would probably be your first episode. Just work. All right. With no further ado, every single episode, the band commits to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. Let's all find out together what they are on this evening's episode of Kiltony. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the best stand band in the land. It's the Kiltony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Stolberg, Joel Dennis, Jensky, Josie Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I know this song. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. Oh my goodness, yes. 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 They are back. My favorite comedy sitcom of all time. What I argue continuously as the funniest show of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the Golden Girls. You didn't know until I said it.
No, I thought this was rock.
This is it. This is the real deal. That's me, Arthur, right there.
It's so good.
Blanche. Wait, you're not Blanche.
It's Blanche.
That's your favorite comedy show of all time. You don't even know her name.
Scary.
Dorothy. Rose.
Scary Blanche.
And Grandma. Sophia. Dude, how do I not know everybody on that show when I watch it all the time?
I know. It's so fucking awesome. Jokes. How you doing tonight?
I don't know. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. We're excited to be here. You are too. How are things in Florida right now with the COVID and everything? You guys are okay?
Worried about Mother as always.
Well, how you been, Mother?
I'm doing fine. I took a look at myself in the mirror backstage. I look like what E.T. dressed up in the women's clothes.
I was gonna say again. That's exactly, you took the words right out of my mouth. You're the only person that when you put on that outfit, you look more like E.T. than anything else. It's very bizarre.
Thank you.
You look like you should be riding an e-bike to the moon.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. And it's pedaling that way. And that's Wes Craven, because that's Blanche. The whore room.
Why, hello, fellas. I'm on the hunt for a cougar. I am a cougar on the hunt, and I am with you. Wow.
You know, it's pretty lazy-ass Rue McClanahan. You could have fucking gone with a southern accent just to spice it up a little bit. There it is. Oh, that just made my dick hard.
What I was trying to say is, I'm a cougar, and I would settle for Tony the Tiger.
Show us the new one.
Oh, no, Red Band. What did he say? Nothing. He didn't say anything. And then the loveliest of them all, the great Rose is here. How are you, Rose?
That's good. They told me I'd go with Kill Tony, but I'll be honest, I've never killed anything before. So.
Oh, not even when you were in old St. Olaf?
Oh, that reminds me of a story at St. Olaf. They wanted us to kill their rabbits for a stew on Christmas, and I just couldn't do it. I ended up going out of my bed for about a year. It was so cute, this rabbit. Oh, I named him Benny. It was so soft. All the kids wanted to play with him.
Enough with the stories. Get on with it.
That's the Dorothy I know. Always cutting off.
It's a true story.
Canned audience laughter right there for sure on that one.
Yeah, dude, make it big.
I'm excited about this, guys. We have a bucket. There's people out there spread 20 feet apart in this room. A lot of spread going on out there. And so let's just jump right into it. But let's get things started with a bang, shall we? Oh, I got the one person. It's not the real. I'm fucking incredible. Absolutely incredible. 2 weeks in a row. Yeah, that's mind-boggling. Let's start off with the bucket, shall we? That sounds exciting. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this is very exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, your first comedian. Oh, here he is. All right, everybody. He's a regular on the show for right now. Right now, he's a regular. Technically, he's still a regular. Ladies and gentlemen, you know him, you love him. It's the Big Red Machine, William Lights Out Montgomery. Here he is. Oh, okay.
Hope everybody's doing well. It's gotten to the point where I only read the obituaries to see if they featured anyone I've killed. People ask me if there's anything I regret doing during this COVID quarantine. The only thing that comes to mind is that I really wish I hadn't eaten that bat. Who knew the Masked Singer would be ahead of its time? I noticed in the elevator the other day that it had a sign that it only goes up. I asked the lady at the front desk how you get down, and she said 311. That's all I've got right now.
There you go. Took you a few seconds to do a party. And everyone you do. You would see the biggest gift would be from me. And the heart that dads would say, thank you for being a friend. What a performance to get this show started by William Montgomery, everybody. All jokes, all the way through 50 seconds of thunder and lightning.
To be here. It's probably your best set ever.
That really probably was your best set ever.
Josh, did you like that 311 joke? I know you're a big 311 fan.
Big Willie style. I loved everything except for the 311 joke.
What do you mean? That was my best joke.
Banned in the history of bands. White people should not do reggae.
I'm telling you, you're wrong about this, John.
Because you're friends with them.
Well,
I'm the bass player.
it's not a chicken or the egg thing, though. Well, I was a fan of them before I was friends with them.
It's 8:16 a.m. Would you wake up with me?
What song's that?
That's not that song. That's not that song.
That's not a real
It was a great joke. I had friends in high school that loved that band. You'll appreciate this.
Have you ever seen them live? No.
Look at this gang, motherfucker, West.
See, that's how I
I've seen them live.
No, but I just don't like people doing reggae.
First of all, it's not a white guy. His name's S.A. Martinez. That is racial profiling. The white guy doesn't do the reggae.
Did you know that you will get shot?
That's not a 311 song. Speaking of, that's not a fucking 311 song. Trust me, even though I dislike them, I know a lot of their music.
Jesus.
What are you doing? Why are you all dressed up like that?
William. You got it. Okay, chill out.
I looked over there. Why are you all dressed up like that?
William. Okay, there you go. Dorothy, you seem really mad at one point during the 311 talks. Why is that?
I had a punchline 9 years ago, but this one wouldn't use his peripherals.
There it is. There's the Golden Girls sound.
Golden Girls? Yeah, you bitch. Gosh, you could never make me come original, Josh Allen.
When things get back to normal, Josh, I'm going to take you to your first 311 live concert, and I'm going to watch you become a fan.
And I would go to a 311 concert if it's with you.
Yeah.
Because we'd have fun.
Did I
I'm doing shit.
Okay,
Look at me right now, man.
Ow, it's the first show. How's this happening? I'm sorry. I mean, I feel modified.
I'm confused.
Ow! This is like your 700th time on this fucking
I'm
show.
confused right now.
Ow!
Because I've been sick as shit.
We heard that months ago.
I'm sick as shit right
No,
now.
we just heard that. You just said that.
I'm really sick right now.
Yeah, what are your... symptoms?
Coughing, sneezing. Eating a bunch of Reese's peanut butter cups.
David Deary, did you check his temperature? What did he come in at? What did he come in at? 90.
Another sip. No, you didn't, David. Another sip. Looking like a coal miner who shots Old Navy. Who's that directed at? Yeah, that was who's that directed at? You, my nephew. Who's that directed at? Come on, is my penis showing?
Yes. William.
Whoa! Is my thing showing?
Yes.
Why is your underwear all squiggly wiggly? Like, why is it all like that? What the fuck, man? Do y'all see my pubes right now? No, your foot covers that thing.
What is going on?
Come on, what do you mean? I've been working out, Josh.
What have you been working out your boxers? Seems like this is big on you.
Now my boxers.
Yeah.
The only thing that's big on it.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
So weird.
I don't get it. Why are you dressed like you're going to Bonnaroo? Like, shovel here in Cargas.
You look like the garbage man at Monterey.
Garbage man in Monterey. What's up? My name is Alex Rodriguez.
Oh, is that your name?
Guy,
All right,
garbage man in Monterey.
then you know what? That's what I'll bring you. That's your name. And that's what I'll bring you up as.
Will you please?
Arturo Rodriguez.
Really? Arturo Rodriguez?
Rio Rodrigo.
Arturio.
Arturio. Yeah.
What?
William, let's talk about your personal. Personal life. Let's talk about it long, hard, and deep here. What's been going on? You've been in wildfire lately.
I've been eating a bunch of